Futures back to the downside here this morning as we get going on a Tuesday. That could be an eventful one. Coming up at 10 o'clock this morning, Fed Chair Powell will testify at the quarterly Senate hearing. We'll get some comments, at least. We'll see if anything comes from that as far as what the Fed is planning going ahead. But just noticing right now, the market overall just hitting session lows right now, down about 0.5% here for the NASDAQ. To kick things off, the S&P SPY, not SY, not as bad. So holding that low right now, where the NASDAQ taking it a little bit heavier right now. Let's talk a little bit about some tech news this morning, because there's a lot of it. Tesla, we'll see. I mean, it's trying to hold, just keeping my eye on things right now, trying to hold at the lows from yesterday on the back of this unexpected announcement from Elon regarding OpenAI. Sharif's back in the building. To kick things off here this morning, we'll talk about NVIDIA. We'll talk about AI plays in general. Keep in mind, again, 10 o'clock going to be important with Fed Chair Powell. Could be anyways, market moving. But how was your weekend, by the way?
It was really good. It was really good. Good Super Bowl. Obviously, it was a fantastic game. I guess if you were if you were not a Kansas City Chiefs fan, but yeah, it was good. Everything was nice and tidy. How about yourself?
Same. Yeah, relaxing. I mean, there's a couple of different angles we can take on this morning, I think.
So many.
I mean, very unexpected from Elon yesterday, coming out of nowhere, essentially suggesting that, what was it, 90 billion was going to get it done to take control of OpenAI, when they just raised twice now in the past couple of months at multiples of that. So not sure what he's trying to do here, but a lot of analysts with opinions this morning suggesting that this is just another distraction not needed. Here's Tesla right now. It did actually bounce off that low, but we were testing session lows there, getting below that aftermarket level from yesterday, but will be interesting.
I feel like he's doing it to belittle Altman. I'm not sure if this was serious. I think they raised at $250 million last round there. So interesting, $97.5 billion here, Brendo. It's for the nonprofit part overseeing the entire company. Altman obviously didn't take it seriously, and they're going back and forth on Twitter. But there's so much to talk about today. We got Shopify in focus today, as they reported in the morning. A bit of a miss there, Brendo. SMCI in focus. Big day for it today. Already down 4%. Coke reported 3.5%. BYD's standardizing their self-driving or their driver assist features. A $9,000 car converted to US dollars it's going to be included in that. So setting the stage. Yeah, so the other Chinese EV stocks, XPeng, NIO, getting crushed here this morning right now at session lows. You mentioned this one though, there's Coke. Nice look, 3.5% higher for the Warren Buffett favorite. Warren Buffett still picking up more shares of Sirius XM as well, up to about 120 million in a filing. So loading up on Siri for some reason. I mean, I saw an analyst this morning that said it pays a dividend, but you're better in T-bills. Comparing Siri to T-bills, essentially. Still don't get that.
We'll see what Warren's doing. But yeah, guys, Coke, 3.5%. Good morning.
Good morning. Great church, Sharif. The Siri... I didn't know whether they were going to go with the Sirius satellite thing. See, the lighting on mine doesn't make it look alike.
Sharif.
There we go. We'll take it.
I didn't realize you guys were wearing the same shirt, kind of. But you're not really.
It's the lighting makes it look less
more
similar.
Yeah, he has more of the checkered look. Yours is more.
Yeah, we're both in jeans.
Actually,
they're close enough. About as close as they're likely to ever get.
What'd you say, Fabian?
What did he say?
Please adjust my mic.
Oh, see, I didn't get to hear that. Apparently my mic is okay. I don't know. We'll see. Well, Warren Buffett must be speaking to somebody about why he's into Siri, and I'd like to know. I'd love to know it too. But I guess if you like something in value and it keeps going down, maybe that's sort of the thing here. I don't know. I don't get it. But it hasn't looked that good. What actually has been bouncing, Shopify, wow. That's something, because when we sat down after earnings got released, it looked like, oh boy, they missed on rev. It's going to be bad for Shopify, and it's almost green, recovering from 9% down to pretty much flat. So what is dead may not die. Shopify right back into the highs. We'll talk about Tesla. Will it be a distraction? Will it not? Remember, before any of this, Tesla was already in a bit of a downward trend. So you got to be able to respect the fact that it's been in a downtrend since losing the 380. Palantir made a fresh high yesterday. Do not sleep on Uber. Don't forget about Uber. It's been on an absolute tear, going right into prior October resistance here into like this 79 to 80 area. That was a big time runner for 2 days in a row here on Uber, now down 1%.
Shopify actually, they beat on revenues actually, 2.81 billion versus, and then it says here revenue grew by 26%, straight quarters, revenue growth at least 25%, guided year-over-year growth, mid-20s percentage rate. So they'll, Shopify, there it goes. It is on the sticky note as a number one trade idea to go long, but right now Shopify has broken out there. So that was a great trade to take that at 114 and change. We really like that name, Shopify. 97.5 right now for Bitcoin as well. We're going to get that back in. And what a good trade Uber has been. You know what? I want to check Airbnb as well. 77 and change. Wow. All right. We said that we might be selling this thing at 80. We already got, because that's probably what Ackman will be doing anyways, right? I mean, these guys buy the stock at good, depressed valuations of good companies. Then when it gets back into this area, it's sell time. And I think you're getting pretty close with Alibaba as well, getting close to a sell time. So there's going to be a lot of traders that accumulated shares down here and then now getting back up to here where we've previously sold. You're going to see there's some tops up here as well. Wow, Alibaba, what a move up for that name as well. So there's been down 3% today, but nice moves so far here today. We had that huge Tesla short yesterday, and as Neil was doing the show, the recap show, we were just printing more and more as this went all the way to the downside, and we actually covered at 348 yesterday in the after hours. So that was a great trade there as Tesla just continued to fall down, and we had this short all day yesterday. We just didn't get it until right into there once we started making some money. We had the short early, gave it up, then brought it back in. Tesla yesterday was a huge trade at the end of the day, about $7 there we wound up taking. So that was a decent one off the end of Tesla. And we'll look to go short today underneath 350, Randy. So we'll wait to see how that goes. I wasn't sure you were here. I got a banana already. So thank you, Randy. Oh, this is one of my favorite cups. All right, cheers. Thank you. Randy, good one. I like this cup. How's it going today? Major snowstorm coming tomorrow.
Yeah, more.
I'm going to be sick tomorrow. Yeah. Wednesday flu hits Trader TV Live.
Wednesday flu?
Tomorrow. Yeah. No.
Well.
All right, well, we'll see.
It is Canada. It happens.
All right. Let's go. Let's get back to the desk there and see what these boys are saying.
Shout out to our friends over at Firefly Neurosciences, AIFF. Huge move here in the pre-market. 41% right now. Just took out the highs. They've been accepted and have joined the NVIDIA Connect program, which will grant them access to all kinds of AI tools, technology, training, discounted hardware and software. They're planning on using their FDA-cleared BNA technology and NVIDIA's resources to develop the world's first foundational model of the human brain. So big move, big news for Firefly. This is a Canadian company, so you throw NVIDIA into the mix here, and you're going to get quite the reaction.
And an aggressive move technically here. So great actual news headline, good catalyst. Obviously, we had them on the show, and they were explaining to the technology, but now from an actual trade, guys, 41%, well over the volume weighted average price right now, hanging around at 4 1/3. I'm going to be all eyes on this stock during the How to Trade show during the midday with Joe and I. 480 pre-market high so far. It's going to have to trade above that level if it wants me to trade it during the midday. So I'm going to be keeping an eye certainly on that 480 level. Brenda, I'll have to trade this one above the pre-market high.
Yeah, by far the well, I shouldn't say that, not the volume leader, but a ton of volume behind this move so far this morning, guys, up nearly 40%, as we said.
It might not be the volume leader, but when you're scanning those small caps, as Tisha in the chat seems to like it, with 5 fire emojis, maybe actually more than that, 9 to the upside. It's the one that's running right now, and we see the strength of this thing. Go back to the daily charts. I know Sharif was mentioning that you have that 480 up there. So yeah, you've got a big level at 480, but before you even get there, it's above VWAP, it's above prior resistance, $4 and $4.40. That gives you a couple of places to look. The first one being 4 on the daily, and then 4 at VWAP here at the open. Don't like to chase at 840. Anything can happen, but 11 million shares in volume and actually climbing, making higher highs and making higher lows, at least for now, with a chance to run at that high. These are some dark pool wicks of the 480 high only happened once. Yeah, this one's got to be on the radar today. It doesn't hurt that the news has NVIDIA in it. That's always going to give you a little bit of an extra push. And it's the one that's moving. I know this other one, LiPo, was another gapper, but distinctly different. LiPo is actually done by my look more volume, but you can see the distinct difference here. Like underneath VWAP, this one's trending down. We're just AIFF. Firefly continues to fly higher, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, I wanted to see what was the volume. 11 million. Wow, huge. Okay. Yeah, the daily on Firefly here. You're getting into the 200-period moving average is going to be at $5, and we've seen some resistance and some support at 5. And then again, we sort of wicked higher there on news that day, I guess, up to 6. That day got to $6 as well today. So as we print in and around 450 right now, that 200-period moving average is at 480. So, I mean, that could be something to watch out for. If you're long, great trade. Obviously, with some people saying that they're long, excuse me, from Wednesday, flu's coming, from 370 and change. Great trade. Look at the 50-period moving average. We've often zoomed in and looked at 50-period moving averages before, and right there, like look at it, hold. So if you're looking to get something long, which possibly we will, yesterday I traded that Momentous, MNTS. We traded Big Bear yesterday. So we'll see if we can trade some AIFF here today and get into there. Big Bear today isn't doing too much, BBAI. I was just looking at it. I mean, it's at a good level of $8 again, which we had sort of seen yesterday, I believe, with that move in. Yeah, so yesterday right there it was. Yeah, 8, so 8.20. Looks like we could try to hold from yesterday. So I think Big Bear could be on watch again down here if we get into that $8 mark. Remember, yesterday we only had the long once, which worked there, and then we brought it back in, and eventually, once it lost the pre-market, we wound up getting out in and around $9. We wound up losing there yesterday on Big Bear, and then we finally got some at the bottom to bring it back up, but still a red stock for us yesterday. So we'll have to watch out for that, but down at $8, Big Bear should be fine. I really like the name, especially with Palantir just hitting all-time highs. I know the space is obviously going to be juiced up, but I also like Palantir today. The sticky notes out, you can go find some trade ideas over there.
Bring a note on this, DOMH. Bringing on both Donald Trump Jr. and Eric Trump to their board of advisors. So this is looks like data center and AI processing type of company. Big day yesterday for DOMH, but not really doing anything on that this morning, kind of gapping down here, but maybe another one here to look at.
What a big breakout here, Brendo. I did not have eyes on this, and it was already moving prior to that day. Since January 30th, we've been kind of setting up that bull flag with the breakout, as you said, coming yesterday above that $4.50 area. Dominari Holdings Board of Directors has declared a special cash dividend of around $4 million. There is this headline as well, announces a $13.5 million registered direct and private placement offering priced at the market under the NASDAQ rules. So we'll have to keep an eye out on this one, Brendo. Got into that $6.50 yesterday, trying to hold that $5.50 right now. We'll have to see if we can move above that closing print yesterday. I think closed out at 620. Good look.
All right, we're going to get an options play here from our man Joe for today, coming up here in a couple of minutes. But before we do that, Chinese EVs, it's worth mentioning, still trying to hold here 15.5 for XPeng, but XPeng, NIO, both down significantly on the morning. I didn't look at Li. Yeah, same thing. Session lows here. Wow, Li Auto's back to 25 as well. All on that BYD note that you mentioned earlier this morning.
Yeah, BYD. So here's what they're doing, guys. It's a really interesting look for BYD. They are popping what they call their low-cost the pilot assistant driving system, and the thing is, it's across all its vehicles. So if you have a cheaper vehicle, I think their cheapest one is $9,555. That's obviously not available in the United States because of the 100% tariff, but that's going to be included in that. I don't know the extent of the driver assist functionality, but we'll have to get more about that. But that is a very, very small, a low price point to have driver assisted features.
Yeah, obviously we can look at BYD DY over on OTC as well, guys.
Getting killed right now, so we'll have to wait to find out what's going on. Not killed. Closes out yesterday at 85 bucks, $87. Sorry, going out right now at 84 and making move. This is just a 5-minute chart. I mean, we can look at it at any charts, but there's not that much print happening right now with BYDD. And on the daily chart, though, this is the impressive part, right? So these are all e-signal charts. There's the gap up, like. Just boom, 74, 80, 84, 87, taking out that high. So BYDDY, again, I'm invested in Berkshire, so Berk B. So there's a little bit of all of this in there. Obviously today we'll get some Coke moves as well. This name's up to 471, trying to go right now. But yeah, these were good dip buys as well down there. We bought the Dow and then we bought some Berkshire, but again, they got hit with all the wildfires recently. But I mean, I guess it's back up. So I feel like insurance names not doing great. What is KIE right now? I wanted to see because after
that's what
all
makes
those,
Berkshire so safe.
Those wildfires there.
It's diversified well, Berkshire. Like it's
it's still big it's still big financial.
Of course, it's a big financial. But you've got Apple
and all that.
And apparently you get to have a little bit of Siri, which I still don't.
Yeah, that's a little weird. But we'll hold on to some Berkshire.
I can't remember the last time I ever thought of or heard that Warren Buffett was buying something and didn't really necessarily get it. I want to make one note on that Dom H, which both Brendan and Sharif were just talking about. It's halted. But it actually shows the resumption time of 9 o'clock. So if you're ever just curious, the stock is not trading and it's in a clear halt, just go to the NASDAQ Trader website. They have a trade halt page and you can get the updates live there. So it wasn't news, the dissemination, but the news is disseminated. That's why it's gone T3. And then you see the resumption trade time at 9 o'clock. So quotes will come back in about 8 or 9 minutes and then the stock will open up. Yeah, XPeng was cruising. I think XPeng... This actually is not that uninteresting today. Down 7% on that BYD news and slowing growth for Chinese EV sales in general. So not really. It's doing the worst probably because it had moved up the most, so it has the most to fall back. It had some support, 14.5. It's about 14.8 to about $15, and I think it's got a chance to maybe retest that before getting to the 50 period. A lot of the Chinese ADRs typically they gap so much that when they fill in the gap, they tend to fill it all the way. Like if there's a support level it's pulling back into, it tends to get there. Like you'll pull back from here, you tend to get there. So I kind of feel like you're going to probably get there at 14.5 on XPeng. It's weird that like a couple of years ago, like NIO used to be such a good moving stock. Now it's the one of the Chinese EVs that you would never look at. That stock does
$4. So
it just can't it can't move anymore. XPeng on the other hand actually at least does.
All right, yeah, here we go. This is going to be my new favorite segment. So I'm already jacked up about this. I'm very, very excited and interested and proud to announce as a team here.
Yes, let's do it.
We've got Joe ready to drop some options knowledge.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yes, let's get it started here. What we can do is we'll pull up my chart, and we're going to kind of compare two charts here, and that's going to be the SPY and the VIX, so the volatility or fear index, which is consistent of the S&P 500 put and call contracts here. But what I want to focus on is the inverse correlation between the VIX and the overall broader market, okay? So what we'll do is we'll look at high levels of this spike in the volatility index here, and this is the yen carry trade, and you can see that exuberant buying in calls in the VIX here, guys. So that's what we're going to use to correlate here. And as well here, this is the hawkish Fed cut. So why am I talking about the VIX and the comparison with the S&P? So we know that with heightened volatility comes heightened options premiums. I mentioned before that this is a possible good scenario and good sentiment for option sellers. So what we want to look at and correlate here as that we trade around in this choppy range is the average true range of the index as well too. you can see that it's heightened as well as the VIX, but we're also on the decline. So what does this tell us? That we're going to have heightened options premiums, and that is perfect for option sellers. We know that we have gone through the majority of the Mag 7 stocks, with the exception of NVDA left to report, right? So that's really key in options trading. We have that heightened volatility, and as options sellers, that's what we like when volatility is at its peak and on its way down. So what I wanted to focus on today is credit-based trades, and that's something that I love. I talk about it all the time, and what we just have reported recently is Google. This is what I'm going to use as an example here from an ATR perspective. So as I compared the VIX to the SPY, what we can do here is we can compare the average true range to current market sentiment in Google, all right? So what we have is we have this earnings report here, and you can see the increase in the average true range. So an increase in average true range, again, correlates with an increase in implied volatility. So now you can see that we have heightened above average, right, price movement and price fluctuation in Google. So what I want to do here, and what I was looking at last night on the options chain, is how much premium you can collect during these times. So we know that if we were to look at this from an average perspective, we're going to sit around here. We can classify that the average true range is definitely heightened, and with that, it's going to probably revert to a mean reversion within the average fluctuation of this stock. So what I want to do is, now that I'm somewhat bullish on this stock, is I want to be able to construct a bull put spread on this trade. With that heightened premium expiring next Friday, you have the ability to collect heightened amounts of premiums, around $40 per contract combination. So that is one short put and one long put below these key levels of support. And this is exactly what we want to look at. And why do I want to sell premium here? Is because day by day, as the volatility tightens and dwindles, this is going to allow me to collect more premium than on average. So this is exactly why after earnings on big names like this, you want to start selling options premiums, guys. Very simplistic trade. We talk about these bull put spreads all the time, and I think this is something that you want to focus on. It can be the inverse too. If a stock were to gap up with a heightened average true range or heightened volatility, you can do bear call spreads. So this is something that I love to focus on post earnings in some of these big names. It's constructing bull put spreads, having the ability to collect as much premium as I possibly can with a day-to-day basis, also in the dwindling of volatility, guys.
Like it, love it. Thank you so much, Joe. We like that.
A lot of information right there. So thank you, Joe, for all of that.
Packing it all in. Like
interesting. We don't have a VIX ticker to trade it as an equity, but you can trade UVXY or look at some of that action over there. So thanks for that, and especially on a day right now where it looks like the Nasdaq's going to be down 0.6, and then he was talking about the SPY. ES right now down 0.37. It looks like there's a little more excitement into the Nasdaq. You have Intel up there. Intel just ripped up to $20.
Not sure why, but
yeah, I don't know why either. But it is a nice move. We're not seeing anything initially, but there it goes. Intel right there. Like, this is a great area to fade. I'm long Intel at these prices, so I would like for it to continue to move higher. But yeah, that $20.10 from yesterday's high. So, anyways, did the guy sound? Oh, now he sounds okay. We have Benzinga news in our ear, so if there's anything happening,
I thought it was just me. It
was breaking up, but now it's fine. I think it's fine now. So, okay, yeah, let's keep going. Someone just said about paper trading. You can paper trade options, not really, right? Can you? Yeah, you can, but the liquidity.
If your broker allows you to.
Right. Yeah. So just make sure if your broker it's capable of doing that. I just always thought that. Options, it's like, I guess if you're trading liquid enough names like the SPY and everything like that, then I don't think that would be a problem. Most of us are trading pretty liquid options there as well. So thanks, Joe. Yeah, look, all right, it's 8:53. Make sure you do check out Firefly, of course, with AIFF. Still trying to go. I was just looking at it again right there, looking to bounce off of that 475 high right there. So we'll have to see if we can retake that. That can definitely get going, 38% and change for Firefly. And again, look at the 50-period moving average, trying to hold it. We've been up here before. It's a nice break on the daily chart with news. So again, catalyst-driven name. 14 million shares. It will be the leader of the pack so far there today. And then I was also looking at SMCI, could be something that we look at here today. We traded that really well. This turned out to be a great trade there in the afternoon. As you know, we actually were able to buy this dip right there and then take that into the close where we closed at the highs and continue to go there in the after hours before today gapping down as nervous hands, I think, for SMCI today heading into their earnings report. Because are they even going to report? I mean, that is the question. What?
2% to the upside on Shop. You
know,
114 is not going to happen.
Okay, yeah, no. So I wrote down on the sticky note right here.
Goodness.
Like I came in and was writing the sticky note here, 8 o'clock, right? And we were at 114. And I was like, yeah, I like this long down there. Wow, Shopify, Rip City right now. So good move there. As I said, can Canada just have nice things?
It's almost all-time high.
You know?
Sorry, 52-week highs.
Yeah, nowhere near all-time
yeah,
highs. But, yeah, there goes Shopify. Nicely done to the upside. As let's check out the American counterpart here. PayPal. Yeah, we already did that, but we can keep on doing it because we really like Canada. Four Nations Cup starting very, very soon. So that'll be a little small tournament there. Not Russia allowed, of course. You know, but it will still be, it's Canada, USA, Finland, and Sweden. So we'll shout out to some of the Maple Leafs there, Nylander, Matthews, and Marner. Like 3 big players all on 3 different teams. So that should be pretty exciting.
Just stay healthy.
Oh, Hamster One just got a nice little report here. Obviously, it's not going to be real, but this is pretty funny here. What was it? Denmark offers $1 quadrillion to buy California? Okay, so yeah, these kind of stories going to be dropping very, very soon. Thank you, Hamster. Make sure that everybody hits the like, hits the subscribe, become part of the team. You can get part of the chat right now. As we approach, where's that lit? I don't see it up over there. It's 499,300 and something, I'm going to guess.
369.
I just guessed.
I have no idea.
But make sure that you do hit the like and the subscribe to join the chat. All right.
And one of the reasons why you should love the show and like the show is we get to go over some upgrades and downgrades.
Ooh, is that why? Okay.
Yeah, that's a good reason.
Let's do it.
Peloton was actually up quite shockingly a lot, at least since May when they announced their CEO switch over. Actually getting an upgrade with a $15 price target from Argus. They did report earnings last week. First Solar up about 2% with a Mizuho upgrade. SMCI down on the day ahead of their earnings tonight, but CFRA upgrading the name here, and then Southwest getting an upgrade here from Argus. On the downgrade side of things, Snapchat actually getting a downgrade from Guggenheim, Cloudflare getting downgraded by DZ Bank. We have Equifax being downgraded by Argus, and Fluence down 42% on earnings, getting another blow here, a downgrade from BMO Capital Markets. Back to you.
Every once in a while, I'm like, okay, we're going to know all 8 of those companies.
Fluence.
No, I don't know Fluence.
I don't know Fluence there.
But Snapchat still has that flat bottom break from last week that we were talking about. It just hasn't happened. About $10.30, like $10.30 here on Snapchat. Upgrade, downgrade, it doesn't really matter. At some point, you're going to do one of 2 things on Snap, which is you're either breaking down this 10.30 support or 10 quarter support, or you're breaking it out above 13. Like, this has been impressive how it's just barcoding in here. Yeah, this stock isn't in control of the action of Snapchat since October, where it's held the exact same high, more or less, and the exact same low 4 times. It can't last forever. I think whichever direction it breaks, you don't care. You just want to trade it. And right now, it looks like it's going to be breaking that bottom first. But I said that the last time, and it bounced all the way to 13. So you could also just be going long off this 10.30 level as well on a swing, and it's been working every time.
I'm going to big shout out here to Arsis FX. Thank you so much for the gift of one free membership. So go grab it. Whoever got it, thank you so much for that, Arsis, and thank you so much. Is Palantir going to $89? I did not see your message there. Menau, is Palantir going to 89? Oh, okay. It's not, but that's a good message there. I really do like that one. Thank you for tagging me. We'll talk about it. I mean, it could go to 89. I have If it did, that would be what, 2 weeks ago? So that's not too bad. All right, so I just saw in the upgrade right now, Peloton got upgraded. I mean, we do know that there's some activism here happening. It had that nice move back into 750. So I feel like that's what you want to wait for. Obviously, that upgrade's going to hit it today. It's only up 1%. You know, a breakthrough 9 gets you above the 50-period moving average and not a bad little shelf there. So I think that could be something if you like the stock. And I think you got to do your research there. I'm not sure they're making any money, but they have switched over to almost like a SaaS model where they're selling the subscriptions for a software service there. So we'll have to wait to see. Obviously, Sharif's mentioned it as well. The bike is a pretty decent machine. It's just, can they get enough people in there to support the lessons that they do and the instructors and all that, and then technology associated and advertising with that. So above $9, I think Peloton is a little more interesting than where it is right now. So we were there yesterday at 2 o'clock. So let's see if we can get back up there. Peloton right now. So look, the NASDAQ's falling pretty good right now, coming back in. So I know Sharif's going to do a futures little look here as well, but that 530, like, we got into some decent levels. You know, my mother asked me, she was at the game on Saturday, and she goes, "Oh, how's the market doing?" And I'm like, "Oh, it's at all-time highs." And then, you know, she looks at me like, "Really?" Like, you know, like, the people are always questioning. You always hear bad news, and you kind of forget that we were kind of just right up here. But the thing is like, that's the move down now. So we just sort of tested highs again. So if we can fade back in, I do feel like there is a possible test down here, 518 to 520, possibly on the Qs. Not this is on NASDAQ. Not that that's going to happen today, but that is a possibility if this NASDAQ does slip up a little bit. You lose the 200 possible, and then it's downside there with not much happening. And then tonight we get a bunch of earnings, and we'll talk about that. It is nice to see Shopify, and it is on our watch list, so I'm sure we'll get over this again. But wow, what a huge move up. So it's nice to see a tech name that got beat up a little bit there on earnings, but which beat on the top and bottom line, as we had mentioned. So nice to see that rebound. So maybe the NASDAQ can catch a bid here. Tesla's not helping, and then Apple also. Holding this 230 is going to be important. I mean, we're under it right now, but this would be a level that we'd like to see as well. As not too many names, like boom, boom. It had a nice recovery there, but then the fail at the 50 period, not a great sign for Apple either. So I'd like to see the market sort of pick up on the tech side of things. AMD, the CFO's talking right now with Shopify, so that would be part of it. There's a cherry on top. AMD down through 110 still now today as well. So, all right, let's go back over. So Shopify CFO, they're obviously having their conference call on.
Alibaba, guys. Yeah, I was just going to mention that. Alibaba just going green here. Big move up on that note. Apple partnering with Alibaba to develop AI features for iPhone users in China. So we knew this was coming. They were going to have to find a partner. It's going to be Alibaba. That's according to the information, guys.
I'm trying to get long Apple as we speak right now. There we go. We're long Apple. All right. Well, this is the key, right? This is what we waited for, Apple. Let's just unite together here and go long. Okay, I'm long right now. We'll see what winds up happening. Alibaba gets right to that level. That's what we were just going to throw to before we went to Brendan. Thanks, Brendo, for that. So it just got to a level that we've sold before. I like these levels on Alibaba. I think if you're long it, you may want to trim something out in and around 117, 118 if it does get up there, but it's all the way back. So great trade there for Alibaba. And oh no, we're already doing it right here on Apple. Let's see if that gets going. Great trade there on Apple as we'll take the long and get some more out here at $229.50, $30, 50 cents now in the money on Apple. I think this is great news. This may be what the market needs. So there it goes, a little bit out there, $229.50 in, out some 230s and change on Apple and Alibaba news.
As exciting or even moving on this, but worth a note, Netflix, according to Business Insider, Netflix exploring podcasting as their next expansion effort, according to BI. So it's actually down here a little bit, I mean, $1,000 stock. So, but that's opens the door to massive potential for Netflix. I mean, Google was just talking in their earnings about how how that specifically has expanded YouTube as a platform to a point where YouTube, if you took it out of Google, is essentially at Netflix.
And think about it. I mean, like, look at the companies that try to compete with YouTube, like Dailymotion. They can't get the ball rolling, so to speak, because they don't have the user base.
Yeah.
Netflix doesn't have to worry about that. They've got a well-established user base. It's about changing your moat or offering that next product. I think it's really interesting here.
I mean, we could be on Netflix at that point.
Why not? I like it.
I'm down.
Are we ready to stream?
Yeah.
I'm good.
Let's have a look at the market.
All right, guys. 60.88. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES March contract. The overnight high, 60.87 and a quarter. So we're having trouble with that closing print. Well below it right now. Look, if we continue to bleed, we're looking at 60.50 as support. If we pop up and we take out the overnight high, 60.100 as resistance.
If you haven't done so yet, make sure you jump down to the description of this video right now. Top link in the description will get you to the sign up page. All you need is an email address. And then you can just have the morning watch list for free every single day. Had that AIFF on it today. So Firefly, bottom of the watch list this morning. So much to have a look at today. Just keep me an eye on Netflix, actually down now. We'll talk Tesla here to kick things off after this headline came through yesterday afternoon. Kind of caught everyone off guard, but Tesla just tanked into the close. And then, as Sean was mentioning, continued aftermarket as well. I mean, Elon just being Elon continuously here, going to buy OpenAI.
Can't stop it, Brendo. No. Once he's got that phone and internet access, it's all over. All right, let's talk about what he's offering, guys. $97.4 million to take control of OpenAI. What he's bidding for right here is the nonprofit, overseeing OpenAI, not just the company itself. Sam Altman not liking it, not taking it seriously. They're going back and forth on X, formerly Twitter. If you're interested, go and have a look at the thread between them. So Musk's attorney has previously stated that OpenAI should return to being an open source and safety focused. Obviously, Elon Musk echoing that as well. There's also been a dispute about funding where Elon is accused of OpenAI of not having the money to launch this Stargate program. That's about $500 billion. So we're going to have to wait and see exactly what the situation is here. But obviously, a competitor, Brendo, Grok competes directly with OpenAI.
That looks great, by the way. New toy we're playing around with, if anyone caught that. A couple other things. I mean, the Shanghai Mega Factory up and running in 9 months. Crazy. Elon also said yesterday autonomous driving still on track for June in Austin specifically, but I think a lot of people are going to be focusing on the OpenAI headline.
Yesterday we had it, by the way, absolutely banger trade on Apple. We'll talk about that in a minute. 80 cents now in the money on that one, on quite a big position, to be honest with you. All right, so there it is, Tesla. We had this yesterday. There's the drop down. There's 354. There's the cover in the after hours of 348. So yeah, it was not, we were looking short all day on this name. Oh, well done. Thank you. Hold on a second. That's not what I was trying to show. We were short also earlier on in the day on Tesla. Okay, guys. All right, we can just continue to talk about Tesla. Obviously, it's on the move there. But here we go, man. This is the big trade right here for me as this is starting to go. Let's go, man. 230.80s right now. Bang. Nice trade already. All right, guys, honestly, if this goes up just a little bit more, it will be our day goal made. We talked about that yesterday with Tesla and how we had lost that right away. And right now, we're just going to make it back on Apple. There it goes. That's your day made right there in the pre-market so far. So we make it, that's perfect. We talked about yesterday. We talked about our winners. We talked about our losers. There goes Apple, Neil. It is a monster trade right there. Daily goal met on the very first trade. And again, we had brought this to you live. Oh my God, Neil, daily goal met. What are we doing now? All right, so we had brought this news story to you live. So, I mean, if there's any reasons to share, like, and subscribe, there we go, bang. $1.80 now in the money on this trade. You've got Alibaba, that's looking good. Let's see what winds up happening right now. But for me, Tesla's on the sticky note. Wow, okay. Guys, congratulations if you're in that. Neil will go over Alibaba in a minute, obviously. But Tesla, I'm still want to go short 350. That's what I wrote down. It's a big level. We broke it yesterday in the after hours, but I like Tesla 350. But I do like Apple, and that was a great trade. And we're still trying to go. I'll get something out here at 75. Bang. Yeah, let's go, man. A little bit of a pullback, but we'll just keep on getting this out. Apple for the win here, big time early.
Yeah, I love that Apple. I think this is better in the short term for Apple than it is for Alibaba Alibaba.
Yeah, that's why.
The first place I went to was the Alibaba chart, just because that's what I heard first, and out of the ear was Baba first. And it bounced off of, we'll get to Tesla in a quick second, but it broke out yesterday's high, immediately wicked 115, and this is sort of the issue. This is a big resistance level on Baba where it's already reversed before. So I want to take it out in front of the 15. I've seen the Chinese ADRs do this before. I think I trust Apple a little bit more, and I think I might want to go over to that. So we want to lock it in here if we get that push into 114. I said in my note this morning on Tesla that I like an over-under at 350. Now I'm favoring the short, and yesterday the big mistake for me was not waiting for a reversion when it was trading higher. You know, a reversion means let it break the trend, let it do some kind of a rollover, which I was not patient enough to have happen on the stock. So I think patience requires letting it make the top, let it mean revert, do some kind of a trend break, and then short it. So that's what I'm looking for if it breaks 350. As long as it's under 350, that's a different story. Under 350, just fade 350. That's a level. But above that price, I need to see some kind of a trend reverse, which means I'm only getting in on these types of setups on Tesla. Break of trend, something like that. Or you take a trend line like this, where it's holding that support, take the break of trend. You know, I don't want to play a support and resistance game and when it's starting to trade up in the air. So above 350, I'm looking for mean reversions. Beneath it, I'm just shorting I just want to short the 350 level on Tesla. I hope that makes sense. I don't want to be fighting shorts and forcing shorts above the 350 level. Whereas any level or any setup under 350 is a take for me. Why? Because the stock's just been trending down, and every single day has been a short. There's a refresher at 114 on Baba, 114 even on Alibaba, so I'm just going to get this one out. Go over to Alibaba again. So again, Alibaba, Apple, respect the news. I think this is good for both. I think in the short term, I like it a little bit better price action-wise for Apple. That's why I'm going to jump out of the Alibaba trade. Like refresher at 114 after it failed 115 on the initial print. We know Chinese ADRs like to fill in the gap. We've seen it before. You could always see it again.
Running and missed that headline this morning officially. There we go. Apple teaming up with Alibaba for iPhone usage over in China. We knew that was coming. They were required to get a partnership going for that over in China. So it's going to be BABA if anyone's just popping in. Good morning. Down 1% here for NVIDIA. I mean, if you squint hard enough, there's an OpenAI angle to the NVIDIA story today. If OpenAI is still working on their own AI chips and nobody likes to pay as much as NVIDIA is charging, there could be an option soon.
Absolutely, Brendo. So we'll have to keep an eye out on that. NVIDIA obviously took a bit of a hit after DeepSeek released its R1 model, which put the entire forecasted CapEx in AI for 2025 into question. One of the companies that stood to benefit from that is SMCI, who reports this week, guys. So this has been a wild ride here for SMCI. They're up 40% year to date, give or take. Compare that to the 2.1% drop in the NASDAQ. It's up 59%, Brendo, in the last 5 trading days. We know some of its competitors. It's competing with Dell, HP, etc. It's got the revenue projections for SMCI. We're expecting about 60% year-over-year growth with about $5.89 billion in revenue for Q4. So we'll have to see how they do. They're still yet to release their audited financials from last year. And obviously, we know that Hindenburg did have a bit of a hit piece on this one back in August, which prompted their auditor, Ernst & Young, to resign at that time, picked up by BDO. No wrongdoing found, Brendo, by that internal committee, but we're still yet to see those those audited financial statements.
Yeah, coming up, as you mentioned. NVIDIA, meanwhile, still holding on to, 50%-ish or better part of that gain from yesterday, guys. Pretty good day on Monday.
NVIDIA was a great stock yesterday. SMCI turned out to be better for me because we were able to, basically, we talked about it. We came back from the gym there, and we just noticed that it just kept on going. It was on our radar yesterday. It had a nice move heading into earnings. It was up yesterday. We closed Friday 36.37. We opened up yesterday 38.39, and it just kept on going. We got to 43 at the close, and we actually played these dips right here. We played the break long. Then it dipped in, we were able to average it in, and then all the way to the upside. So that was a great trade there at the end of the day. But and you can go find that on Twitter, of course. So I wrote down here today for SMCI, it's on the sticky note. I said 39 pullback if we can get that. So if I just looked at it, again, we'd still be underneath everything. It's down 5%. So generally speaking, we don't love the move down there on SMCI today, and we're not normally looking long. But if I just look here, we did have a bunch of consolidation here at 39. So this is where I'm looking to pick something up on SMCI. I'll probably put a bid there, see if it fades into it. Actually, I don't have one right now. I have an offer on Tesla. But yeah, right here, $39 for SMCI, down 5% heading into earnings. Expected earnings move, I think, is in around 10% or so. So we'll figure out what happens with SMCI, but I do like $39 range for that name. So I'm going to put a bid. If we get filled, it'll be early, light shares, and we'll go from there. So SMCI on the radar here today for sure. On the sticky note down there at 39 bucks. So I'm going to put a small bid, like a 1 unit play down at 39. And then if we get filled, we'll see how the market's reacting. We'll see how SMCI's trading. And then we'll add to that position if it's a hold. So starter position down there, 39 long on SMCI. And we just hope that they report. Well, we don't, because I'll be out of it by then.
Well, it's one of those, like, yeah, imagine like such a situation where you care mostly that it even happens as opposed to anything else.
It's a weird one.
Yeah, it is a weird one. Like Nvidia was good yesterday, but today it feels a little bit different. Yesterday was a clean breakout on this 15-minute. Let's go to the 3, because you had VWAP as well. It was a straight-up breakout, and then it was a bounce-off VWAP. And that was it. The long on NVIDIA was go long on the break, go long off VWAP. Today, you're underneath that support level. You're down 1%. It's just distinctly different. I'm actually looking at AMD for the fade because it got right back. Okay, look, downward trending stock, so favoring shorts has been good. It tried to break out above 111. Since earnings, you got a 112 top and now a lower high at 111. So I want to short into that level on AMD. Any strength, I want to short this stock. So, this one pops at the open, kind of like Tesla. I'm looking shorts on AMD. NVIDIA would probably need to drop back into that breakout price to get exciting. 130 and then the 128 level looks good. I just kind of feel like with the market looking a little bit weak right now, you're down 0.6% and going back to Old Faithful on the shorts, which is AMD. Worth mentioning, Sean brought it up, and that Intel, whatever that weird Intel spike was, it's like right backwards.
Yeah.
So there wasn't a lot of volume behind it, but once again, just like yesterday, it kind of faded off that 20 level. Couldn't follow through, Intel.
Shopify pretty volatile here. Pre-market guys, call still on. It looks like the CFO just mentioning Q1 operating expenses guiding 41 to 42%, 500 to 600 basis point improvement from Q1 last year. So improving the cost base is always a good thing. Not only is it green, but green and then some, 1.7.
Yeah, because there wasn't a whole lot wrong with this report, Brendo. So when Neil and I were talking about this in the morning when we were prepping, there was not a whole lot wrong. Let's talk about it. Q4 merchandise volume, an eye-watering $94.5 billion. That's a 24% year-over-year increase, a record for them, Brendo, for gross merchandise volume. Revenue and profitability also did quite well. $2.81 billion, that's a 31% and change increase, beating the expectations of the $80 million, Free cash flow margins expanded 22% as well. Revenue expected to grow. So their outlook for 2025, we're looking at the mid 20%. This is where they kind of missed, Brendo. The street was looking for around 24.6%. They guided mid 20s, so that was a kind of a miss there. Expected cash flow and expenses, as you mentioned, 41 to 42%. And Q1, just to give you a bit of a heads up, their weakest quarter typically after the Christmas season, so likely going to be a little bit late here.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. Just heads up, DOMH open, guys, up huge here, 65%. Again, if you missed it, both Trump Juniors being added to the board here for DOMH.
Well, I mean,
can't hurt.
Yeah, new name there. DOM. Go ahead. Yeah.
Well, I was going to say Domari.
It's not in our system.
It's not in our system, so like we can chart it for you. We can throw it up on like eSignal or something, but Domari is not going to be on our platform today for trade. That's that DOMH. Shopify. Obviously, when it was trading lower, it changed. Like everything changes when you do a $15, $16 bounce off the lows, which is what Shopify has done. So you can stick a fork in some of the support down here, 108, 109, or any of that good stuff. Just looking at the prior support. When you do a liquidity grab like that, the down. We talked about this yesterday. It's not the same thing when Palantir did a lit grab or when Affirm did a lit grab and then broke it out. But it's the same type of setup where you made it trap some shorts, you probably got some weak hands out, and now you've got 116 in here, which is basically last week's support level. You had 1 day underneath it, which was a just buy it all the way up into the level and then a hold. So I like that 116 on dips in Shopify. I'm expecting some volatility in this stock today, needless to say.
Yeah, I was going to show you guys. I mean, we are the same. Whoa, we got to fix this soon. That's getting real close, guys. I'm not sure what the exact count is. What is it up there over there, Fabian? Do you have it over there? Okay, we'll get it for you guys in a second. But hit the like, hit the subscribe. Let's get going right now. We do have over 8,000 right now watching. But all right, so I wrote down earlier there that we were looking at Tesla, we were looking at Shopify, and it was 110 to 112. I said hit on earnings, but a good base. Moving higher in the pre-market, so play dips. I thought it was oversold. This is what we had wrote down at 8 o'clock. But now, obviously, I don't think it's oversold at all. It's probably overbought. But at the end of the day, 1.5% is definitely underneath any sort of an expectation for Shopify. Yesterday, we were looking for 6-7% move on this name. You don't really get it. You get it there. That's great. But then that bump back upside keeps on going. Randy, how's everything going over there? Oh, there it is. 499, 461.
We're way under.
Hey-oh, no, that's way higher. We were both
said,
thinking, I said 300, you said 369. So right now, we are way over sort of where we had thought. So yeah, guys, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. And Randy, any chance for a reload of the coffee potentially? I still have about a third left.
The more coffee we drink, the more subs we get.
This is getting cold, man. Now I can't drink it. You got a little too close right there. Yeah, okay, so...
Complaints department.
Yeah. Where do I file it?
Well, okay, my bad. I have a heater, so my coffee doesn't get so cold. It's just I don't have anywhere to plug it in, and we already have like.
All right, now we're ready. Oh, by the way, Apple right now still 50 cents in the money. We're that's Shopify chart refresh. All right, so we got something out at 230 last time. I'm waiting for 230.40s to see if we can. Fabian, to show the chart here a little bit. If we can get out into this area, we got a bunch out there. Our best out was during that rip, which was really good. I mean, we're out. We only have a third left, so it was a good trade there. We'll see if it can get higher. I'm just waiting for this off the open. And then I saw you Nimit in the chat. We still have a couple of things to go here. 8 minutes to go. Here's the imbalance locator. We don't have AIFF because it's a NASDAQ name, so that won't come out till 25. So you still have 3 or 4 minutes until you see what happens with Firefly on that. So, all right, let's get ready to rock and roll here with China EVs as BYDD hits 52-week highs.
Boom.
Downside right across the board here in a pretty big way. 6.3 XPeng leading the way as far as percentages are concerned. NIO only 2.3, but on the back of this BYD announcement seemed to come out of nowhere.
So not one that we typically trade, but it's available if you want to trade it on the OTC exchange. Shout out to Jeff Mendel. So the stock gained 21% last week ahead of its February 10th, yesterday's event, where they launched their most advanced driver assistance features over here. So the launch of what they're calling D-Pilot. This is going to be the assisted driving system across all their vehicle lineups, including their low-cost offering, which the cheapest one right now is $9,555. Yeah, that's currency converted. They're shifting from a price-cutting strategy, which was their focus in 2024, upgrading to the functionality to full self-drive in 2025. They also explored DeepSeek partnership, Brendo. They are integrating DeepSeek's AI into most of their advanced driver assistance systems. So we'll have to see how that partnership pans out. And we know Tesla's full self-driving still not allowed in China, as they are awaiting regulatory approval from the government. So no competition right now from Tesla with respect to that.
And, I mean, as far as a trade goes today, we'll see how things go, but XPeng definitely the weakest. Guys, help us out with this. Let's just do this today and get it out of the way right now. Yeah, that's the wrong direction, but
come on.
515 because of math, and we'll be there. So we really appreciate everyone stopping by every single day. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you subscribe.
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.
Get him, Neil.
Get it.
I mean, what can I say? Like AIFF, Firefly's moving. You've got Apple and Alibaba making power moves for sure. You're going to see, obviously, Tesla's going to get traded today. We'll get to Palantir in a quick little second. We only have 5 minutes to go. Xpeng, yeah, you said it's the worst of the group to the downside. I mean, I don't necessarily like the long on Xpeng today. I don't think it'll be near the top of the list. If I'm trading something that's not Tesla, that is remotely related to automotive, it's Uber today. So don't sleep on Uber. I know it's not. There isn't a catalyst. You already had the Ackman. I don't really have a name for the Ackman bounce on Friday. The Ackman ad. I don't know. That doesn't sound very cool at all. But multiple days in a row you've run here on Uber, almost getting to that $80 level on the daily, which is a huge resistance level. I think you break out 80, it gets absolutely nasty. My only concern is you get that 3-day up move. If you fail the high, like if you break out that 79 and it immediately fails, that's a reversion type play on a day 3 for me here on Uber. But as long as if it can hold above 79 and break out towards 80, I want to go for the long there. But at the open, that 79 fails. It'd be a quick reverse. Thank you, Randy.
Peeled off some of my nails. XO, move up. All right, so quickly here, we had Uber yesterday at $77 right off the open, and that was an absolute monster move up to $78.50, and then we had stopped in and around, 79, sorry. So we had that move. I just realized I didn't tweet out the actual play, the chart yesterday, but yeah, we had that, and I think we're going to do it again, man. If we could do... We got 500,000? Oh, okay. All right, so 77 there as a bottom. We'll see if we can get that again. So that's what we're looking at there with Uber. I don't have too much love for the Chinese EV names. I mean, I was actually thinking about, and BYD is at 52-week and potentially all-time highs there. But yeah, I was just looking at NIO. It's really doing nothing. But at the end of the day, this $4, you know, like, look, if BYD can do it, potentially there's other names that can also produce cheaply across the pond, way across the pond there in China. So $4 could be a level there for them. And then Li Auto was one. This is one of the better. I've never really traded Li Auto, but I do know it moves a lot. There it is, down 4%. Not really. I don't really trade these names. But again, 22 to 22.50. Again, some of these bottoms are looking pretty good for these names. So I don't know. Was there a Chinese name that you think would be the leader? I guess BYD, right?
I mean, BYD's got slaughter everywhere.
Yeah, it looks like that. And we do have Warren Buffett in here. Here's the BYD chart on the pink sheets right there. This is the daily chart heading upside right now on BYD. But the most recent print on this, and I'll show you what it looks like here on the pink sheets. We don't have much action, but it is to the downside. That's all. There it is, $84.60, $84. So you are down about 2% or so right now, but that's volume dependent. So let's wait. Yeah, let's wait to see. The spread right now is $1. So, we'll see if it can come back up. All right, with only 3 minutes to go, you guys want to...
all-time high. No.
Yeah, is it? Maybe it's going to be all-time highs very soon. There's Palantir with the bid. Yeah, there it is. Well, nice move up to 116 and change.
It is.
We wrote down 114 for Palantir. It's going to be coming up right now. NVIDIA just looks like, I mean, it is a pullback today. We were at 135. They're down 1%, but that catches a bid. You guys asked about Firefly. It's not on here. It doesn't mean it didn't have a move because it could be small. Nothing really happening with Firefly, but a nice bounce off view up as well, 420. So, all right, so that's what we're looking at right here. Let's go get the story from the guys about this one. PLTR now turning green.
To talk about, guys, Wedbush, Dan Ives liking Palantir once again, along with or coming off earnings for NVIDIA on the AI play, but just going red to green right now, guys, for Palantir.
We really like this. This was another really great. This was my best trade yesterday, I think, and we actually had 113. No, it must not have been 113. It was ever one of these highs broke right into there, and then the dip buy right into the close, and it just got ramped up. So we had Palantir. Remember, we were 6 trades long yesterday. All right, now the market's falling. Apple just breaking through 228.50.
928.
Yeah, it's 928 right now. So more NASDAQ imbalances are starting to drop. So Yeah, I mean, nothing really there. Alibaba still catching that bid. That looks like that's the complete opposite. Alibaba continues to go upside there as Apple falling. So we'll have to wait to see what's going on with that. But yeah, big bear as well right now. Anyways, Palantir, again, really like the stock here of Palantir. And I don't know about that break of 117. The market is red right now, pretty good.
I don't like breakouts when the market's down.
I wish the market was up, but we'll wait.
It's a preference thing. Market's 0.7% down. Taking a breakout at the open, it's like, if we trend up, you can always catch a trend. So looking for the dip buy, you have multiple levels in here. You got 15 and 14 here for Palantir. Let it do the dip and rip. Like yesterday, it dipped $3.50 at the open and then went on Palantir. So there's nothing wrong with being patient with this off the open. It even gave you a higher low that you could play into, and then it gave you a breakout. When Palantir trends, there are multiple opportunities to get on the train. You don't have to force it when Palantir is a good long. It's as simple as that. Tesla, so there weren't any imbalances on any of the big NASDAQ names, but Tesla just made a little bit of a dip into 345. So it looks like it is going to be heading lower. 350 we'd like to play off of. Alibaba, as we mentioned, the Alibaba and Apple news at the forefront. Baba up 2.5%. Maybe it'll retest that 112 level here at VWAP and give you another bounce play on Baba. It's Tuesday. It's going to be a busy one after market because of SMCI if they report. And we got a wild one in store because we got Powell testifying at 10 o'clock, which I think we only mentioned once. So remember, 10 o'clock, Powell's going to testify. Don't know if it'll move the market, but certainly the market's going to move. And 2 and 1, Adara.
All right, here we go. All right, so let's just see what's going on right now. We have Apple long. We try to layer into this a little bit. Let's just see what winds up happening right here on the open. Now it goes through to 229. So we're long at 228.90 right now on Apple, and we did get a few more shares down there. So here we go, man. I mean, Apple, good trading. We just got a 228.50 bid. So here it goes. Nice upside move. We've already sort of hit our day here on Apple. Let's see if we can really top it off with this blowout top right now for Apple. So big time trading right now on AAPL. 70 cents in the money, more than $1 in the money on that most recent reload. So Apple right now really making my day to start off with. It's 940. We've already talked about it. Let's just see if it holds. Right now the NASDAQ, Neil, is what's really starting to bump. So that's what's going bump in the night right now. NASDAQ, nice
NVIDIA is
higher.
going higher. You've got Tesla. The problem for Tesla is we're not going to get that 350 if you don't get some kind of a big bounce. Tesla already flushing into the downside as we speak. Yeah, not looking good for Tesla. At Palantir, which is not dipping into our levels as well. All right, I'll do this for the black chart.
The NASDAQ's really trying to go. Apple's huge.
So here's Shopify. Shopify not doing anything. So just Palantir right in the middle of the range. We want that dip into 15 or 14. It looks like it might just take out the top. And then the last one for you, Shopify still. There we go. Shopify still holding 122. Hasn't dipped into VWAP either. We'd like to look for that long on Shop. AMD could be getting close to the short, though, at that 111 to 112.
Sirens up. All right, Apple's now $1.50 in the money. As we're just really starting to bang it out right now, there it goes. So yesterday's loss on Tesla, we've made more right now on Apple than we did on Tesla's loss yesterday, and I lamented that loss pretty much for 7 hours until we got it back there at the end. But here it goes right now, an absolute monster move up there for Apple. It is your chicken dinner winner right there, and we just stuck with it, man. We said that that's the one thing that, you know, Palantir, Neil. Oh my, man. It might be a case of the Wednesday's flu tomorrow for sure as well, because we may have to go and talk to the broker here. Look at Palantir, man. 118.50 right now. Okay. But there it is. It's a $2 winner right now for us. Neil's flat, so we'll pass over to him in a second. But a $2 winner right now for Apple. You been into anything yet? I haven't been.
I'm adjusting orders on Palantir now because, well, what are you going to do? Like, Palantir decided it didn't want to give us a dip. It's just, you've now run through the high. It's all-time highs on Palantir. All we can work with is prior high and VWAP at this point. So if we get a dip into VWAP, that's going to be the first place. I said it before. If Palantir trends up, you should not have any trouble being able to get on the train at some point. That's just how it is with PLTR. Alibaba, just before I go to Shopify, Alibaba loses VWAP and comes back in. I just didn't feel as good about this one on that Apple news. It's not to say that it isn't up, but it did a good move, and now you're reverting the move here. The Chinese ADRs like to sell off at the open when they have good news. That's just how it is. Shopify, which is the other one we're on. All right, I'm bidding $4 underneath it. VWAP, kind of a waste of time now. This one might actually just take out the top. Typically don't like breakouts, but the market, despite being red, has started to go a little bit green. We want the dip buy, but if it's not going to give it to us, then we have to maybe look at this breakout here on Shopify. Tesla also very close to 350. It just got to 347, and it's hunting for that 350 level. So that is likely to come into play. And any minute now, we could get that push into 350. If you see us go short, then you know we like the level.
Yeah, 350 is already, 350 is your number one trade here on the sticky note. You can go find all the trade ideas over there. But okay, like we're now 250 in the money on Apple. And honestly, we're going to get a piece out here, hopefully. No, I don't even have this. I'm waiting for 231.25s. So here it goes right now, bang. Neil, this is $3 winner right off the open. So yeah, Kathy, I can't take that right now. You know that. There it goes, man. Monster move. We're at 231.50s as well. Can we get it? Those are the orders I was just putting in right now as Apple absolutely mooning, as is the NASDAQ. Huge move upside right now in this market. Boy, oh boy, do we like what we are seeing right here, right now. It's an absolute monster right there for Apple. We'll just continue to watch it. There it is. Did we just get that 231.50 there? No, that's the 231.25. Okay, so we'll see if we can get that. We are having a little bit of a problem up top there. Remember, we do have Powell. I'm going to get out of another piece right now at 231, there it is, it was at 08s there. So, okay, we'll take out a couple more pieces. We are right now, we're in about 20 to 25%. Let's just maybe let this thing run. We are at 231.50 to see if we can get some out. But right there, man, absolutely cruising. I know you're still looking to get into something. Alibaba, nice move back into 111. If I was looking at this name, that's a great trade right there for Alibaba, but we're not in it. And then Uber, I wanted to look at that. We're still bidding 77. That's not in play yet again either. But $3 winner, Sharif, right off the jump there for Apple as we get long 228 up to 231.50. Apple continues to work itself out now. And we'll just wait to see 231.50 is our next out. If it can get that, then it's up and away, man. I mean, 235, some of these wick highs on the daily, 234 and change. But there we go. Neil's into Palantir. I'll pass it over.
Yeah, we just got Palantir for the first time. I'm going to get to Uber because that was the other one that we didn't mention. So Palantir, it's early for VWAP, but a couple of minutes in, it just bounced off of VWAP, which is also pre-market resistance and aftermarket. At least as far as we check it, it was holding that 11740. If we lose the quarter,
oh boy,
jump out and look for another opportunity in Palantir because I think as long as it trends up, you should be willing to take multiple hits. Uber, I said if it failed 79, we'd go for the short. It failed 79 pretty spectacularly, but I did not get the short. So just a quick update on Uber. Yeah, there's your top wick at 79 even. I was trying to get short underneath the prior close. I punched and didn't get filled, as you guys can obviously see. So I'm going to leave it in there, see if we can't pick it back up on the upside here for Uber as Palantir is starting to go. But we missed that Uber short back in through the 79. There goes Palantir. The new all-time high, 118.66 on Palantir.
Wow.
I feel like the pre-market low is 115, so every $5 is Palantir. So 120 would be the logical target today for Palantir. It seems to like it. If it goes a few bucks, it goes 5. Okay. That's what Palantir does. It goes $5, not 2.
Yeah. Palantir go boom. Okay, good trade, Neil. But we are... All right, forget about it. We now only have about 20% left as we got more out here at 232 on Apple. Right now, 350 in the money. Yeah, we are loving some Palantir over here, man. I haven't sold any of this name since $54 or something like that. Huge move up. We're long sub 10. Okay, so Oracle up there. Google 187. Google's really making a nice move right now as well off that bottom. But everything is. Look at the NASDAQ really starting to rip up right there. There it is, 185 up to 187 straight up for Google. Would like to see a little bit of a pullback. The other name that we wanted to look at was Shopify, 122. So again, we like to play pullbacks into VWAP, that's for sure. So if Shopify can do that, then we'll probably take that long. 118, but that's off right now. Tesla 350 SMCI was the other trade for us. Tesla's getting up to that 350 mark. We said we'd have to look at what the NASDAQ was doing, of course. And wow, okay, so we were just a little shy of that 350, or else we would be short if we were right there. 349.50. I'm going to 349.50 right now to see if we can get a short in Tesla. Hopefully it will work out for us. If it breaks through 350, we can get out, but we should be short already right now on Tesla, I feel.
It was really close. I actually had my offer was on the north side of the 50, as I always would do that every single time, but you're going to miss it sometimes. I've already canceled the order. If we bounce off VWAP, just got to look for another target. I'm into Uber now on the short side at VWAP. So there was that push through 79. There was a fail through 79. It just pushed through VWAP. I was able to get a fill in the 40s. Like to add here and then give it to this prior bar open close, which is above prior close on Uber. Palantir just came all the way back.
It's all the way back.
Oh, it's not a... Here, I'll do this. It's not a New Zealand stock. No, it just came right back through, lost VWAP. Instead if it loses VWAP, we'll hunt a little bit lower down on the 116 level. Still on a bit of a pullback. Was able to get some out in front of the 118, but we're out of Palantir for now. Into Uber short, still no Tesla, still no Shopify. Got to be patient with Shopify. We knew there'd be a big range for that stock and don't want to rush into it. Adara?
Keep an eye here in SLQT. This one moving higher, not really a small cap, but kind of moving like one, about a $1 billion market cap. And as of this point, it's actually broken above its post-market high. Yesterday, after the close, Select Quote, or SLQT, basically reported their earnings. They beat estimates, and they announced a $350 million strategic investment from a couple different investing partners, including Morgan Stanley Private Credit. So great look here for SLQT on their earnings and investment announcement, guys.
Tesla's still not there. Neil just talked about Palantir and Shopify. All right, so here's SMCI. We wrote down 39. It went to 39.80. Now it's at 41 and change. Nice move up there for SMCI. Now only down 3.5%, but again, still down. We liked it. I liked it long down there. We will try to hunt for it again. Right now, I'm just really watching Apple as it's pulling back. We got more and more out of that. We only have about 12 or 13% left. I'm going to talk about that in a minute, but there's $40 right there. That could be a good dip buy for SMCI, but I was still waiting for 39, so we'll see if that can come into play again. I don't want to get super excited right now. Shopify shares are pulling back, as is the market right now. It's too bad we missed out on that Tesla trade. It's my bad. I should have not been as all over Apple there, and because that was my number one trade idea. So we should be short. It should be $3 in the money. So congratulations anybody that did follow that and tail that trade, because there it was right there. I just did not see it in time because we were doing this. And I mean, Apple right now. So like I said, Apple yesterday, we've already done really well on this name. We just got another piece out there at 231. As this name was falling down in, we just got some more outs. That's 231.10. These are 231.60s. We got the highs, and now you're trying to fall back in. So I was just going to say, watch out for the 50-period moving average on Apple as a possible out near 229. All right, Intel, man. Intel go boom. We like when Intel go boom. Intel's a stock that we own now at these levels, and actually even a little bit lower than right now. So Intel, nice move to the high side. I think if this name gets to $22, this is in my swing account, or TFSA, we have it here in Canada. I'll probably sell if we can get into that area, but so far so good there on the day right now for Intel. So up 2.5%. If Derek got news on this, then she'll bring it to us, but we'd sort of looked for it earlier. We didn't see much over there. So NVIDIA's breaking which way? Go ahead, yeah.
Upside, NVIDIA's breaking out to the upside. 135, we were so not close to this when we sat down this morning. Double top 135 from yesterday on NVIDIA. Obviously, it's a little bit of resistance. Let's see if it can break that one out. The market's trying to go green in here, which is interesting because I'm only in one short. Uber pulled right back. Let me zoom back in for you guys. Pulled right back into 78. Just hit the current opening range bottom. If it gets to 77, that's an out because 77 is support. On Uber, it was just a failed break of 79. Look for the continuation under VWAP. If it gets to 77, that is definitely going to be a target. I guess we're not going to get a bounce on Tesla. Nope. Don't jinx it. Maybe we are going to get a bounce here on Tesla. So Tesla trying to bounce, you could get another retest of this 350. So there might be a chance to claim this level once again. Let's go to Adara.
No Intel-specific news that I could find, though a lot of people are speculating that now will be the time we get CEO news. Again, this is pure speculation, and it's unclear what it's based on. But there is a catalyst here for the AI world as a whole. Around 8:45 a.m., Wall Street Journal reported that Vice President J.D. Vance apparently has warned U.S. allies to keep AI regulation, quote-unquote, light. Again, this is, I guess, just a warning as reported by Wall Street Journal, so it's unclear what effect this could have. But we know Intel is really considered an American AI play due to the fact that they have their production in the U.S. So keep an eye on INTC here, guys.
I don't know. They're an AI play?
Intel?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Like I'm just going to stay away from Intel because we thought that level was going to be a bit of a fade. All right, so a bit of a pullback here happening on NVIDIA. This can hold on to VWAP. I mean, the long's been good every single day. If it breaks out to play the bounce off VWAP, and NVIDIA has been pretty much gold. So that'll be the pre-market high. And then the 133. AMD, to me, distinctly different. Still like it in front of 112 as a short. You still haven't really pulled back into yesterday's highs. It did a couple of moves to get into the top yesterday. So a little bit of patience here with regard to AMD. Oh, yeah, Alibaba. That's the other one we're tracking. Going to want to rush into shop. Alibaba trying to hold on to VWAP now. Looking a little better than it did at the open. There's the dip where it probably rinsed people out, and now you're holding that 112. Yeah, 112 news level, I suppose we should call it, on Alibaba. The Apple Alibaba news. So I'm looking to get back in this one as it's reverting back through the 112. That way we can be long above VWAP as opposed to catching a falling knife. When Chinese ADRs, telling you, when they gap up, earnings, good news, I don't care what it is, they tend to pull back at the open.
You know, if you're on the Midday show, they would say, get it, Neil. So I will say, get it, Neil, for that one right there. Okay, so
Just like it today.
Yeah, exactly. You guys, I can't tell the difference. Where's Neil? Okay, so here we go. Nice move back for Apple. It does fall back into 230. We're going to just add a very, very small piece to this right now. I am going to try, we talked about this 50-period moving average. We'll try to take a little more seriously down here when and if it comes in right now. And it looks like it is coming in. If it breaks below this 229.50, then we're going to be out of Apple. We are trying, there it goes. We just got a nice bid there. So this is our average price now, 229.30. If we break below that on this reload, then we can get out. It is falling back in right now as people digest the news. But like I had mentioned, we were getting pretty light on that. So nice little reload here for us. We'll get something out if it does pop up, which it's doing. So into the 80s again, good job there. That bigger reload obviously was at the 50-period moving average, 64s. So a nice little 20-cent back move here for us on Apple, backfilling that trade. Now, I mean, again, if it breaks lower, fine, but we are starting to get some more out. We just got some out there for 20 cents, and now we'll see if we can get back into the 80s. But if we lose this, then we're gone. We do not need to be stubborn with it. Yesterday, as you remember on Tesla, we kept, okay, bang, let's go. Yesterday on Tesla, we did keep on averaging into that trade. Did not work out too well for us right now. So, yeah, man, we only have one trade today, and it's been a good day so far. So let's keep this going. I'm hearing news about GameStop as well.
I heard the same thing. GameStop at the highs. Yesterday, there was news with, well, there wasn't really news. It was a tweet of, over the weekend, of Ryan Cohen and Michael Saylor. Yeah, I knew I was going to remember that. It just took me a second. But no, not a lot of volume on GameStop here. We just heard in our ear it's going to the upside. All right, NVIDIA doesn't want VWAP. Tesla is at 348, so Tesla's getting very, very close to retesting that 350. Here's NVIDIA, no 135 break yet, no test of VWAP, just kind of diddling in the middle here on NVIDIA. Uber is still, I mean, it's still holding underneath VWAP, just did another, I don't know, test of VWAP, and looks like the 78 has bounced once, twice, 3, 4 times you've now bounced off the lows on a 3-minute chart, so look to take that scalp range here again. Yeah, Tesla, now all of a sudden I'm like, Tesla doesn't want to get to 350? Is that how it's going to be? Lower high here on Tesla. Going to give it a chance. It's above VWAP. The market is strong since the open. You know, let it get to that price. You don't want to rush in. The mistake yesterday was trading, you know, Tesla levels that we didn't want to. It's that simple, so I'm not going to force the action at that price. All right, Alibaba, as I saw it pull back, you know, now all of a sudden you're trying to revert that trend. There's your hold of 112. You've got a nice little trend down, looking for it to retake trend to the upside. And then we'll go back into the long on Alibaba Because I also just heard Big Bear is moving.
Yep, it is. There goes Big Bear AI. Nice little move straight up to the upside right now as Big Bear AI. Taking names right now. Nice trade there for BBAI.
It's not a bear stock.
No, it's this hasn't been bearish for a minute, man. This is a good one here. I just want to show everybody that my average price on Apple is getting worse, right? Sometimes you guys ask, hey, why is the average price getting better? That's when we're averaging down, and that's what we did right here. But as we continue to get out of this winning trade, it starts to take the new price. So our first price down there was 228.30s, right? That was the big long that we had. Now we're taking our average price. So I just saw, I actually didn't see it this time, but we often get questions about it, and I was like, okay, let me address it now because this is a good example of it working the other way. So, all right, guys, some more outs on Apple there in the 80s, sorry. Again, look where we're getting out. We talked about it. This is like a one-to-one trade with trying to hold something for the move back in, right at the end here. So hopefully this move happens and we can get it. If not, we're stopping out on this VWAP. Well, now VWAP's right there, but we are going to stop out at 229.30 break. So we'll pay attention for that. What's up, Adara?
We have TEM up to the upside. We just talked about Big Bear AI, another AI named Tempest. In case you missed it, this company actually does have involvement here. Nancy Pelosi involved in the stock this morning. They announced they're going to be reporting their 2024 financial results on February 24th. So they just announced when they're reporting their earnings. That seems to be the only catalyst for this run, but it has gotten a lot more retail attention since Nancy Pelosi announced her involvement in the stock or filed for her involvement. They also have a decent short float, around 20%, guys. TEM.
Decent short float. I keep forgetting that Tempest is also a short name. As well, but yeah, good look over there. Thank you very much there, Dara. Thank you for the super chat there, Tisha Perkins. Sean, are you still looking at AIFF? That will be Firefly, which is still moving around here. All right, AMD could do a reversion any second now, but Firefly still flying around, and it is at that big 450 level, load. It's hold on to VWAP. $4 was clearly the good buy zone. You look at a daily chart, that's going to be great for it. But taking the stairs to the upside, as long as it's above 4, the longs should be good. Right now, the focus to me is on A, Alibaba, which is trying to hold VWAP, B, Uber, which is trying to press higher, and C, Palantir, which all of a sudden, Palantir is looking the highs in the rear, which is not looking good. So we had twice, first long, bounced into what was an all-time high at the moment, but now you're losing VWAP very, very distinctly here on PLTR, starting to look weak. It might actually get down to that support from earlier that we were talking about, like down in this 114 and here at that 115 level as well for PLTR. Didn't think this was gonna happen. I thought we were on another breakout trade.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, we'll lots of opportunity to get that back there on Palantir. I'm going to take a 117 break long. So if we can break 117, we'll go long here on Palantir. That would be above the 200 period moving average right now on the 1 minute chart, and we'll look to see if we can break back above there on PLTR. Apple still, I've only traded one name. Neil's been in 3 so far with Uber, Palantir, and something else. Baba, which he's in. Oh, Uber's out, I guess, right there. So, yeah, look, I'm just going to stay doing what we're doing right now. But there's Apple. It doesn't look like it wants to break 230, so I'm going to put another offer. We said that we would try to hold something for the long push. And if it comes in, great. My next offer is not until 2. So hopefully we can get that break and continue to go a little bit higher. If we do not, then we do not. Though, let's check in on a little bit of energy here if we can, as it's 9:51. Remember, we do have Powell coming up at 10 o'clock. Randy said XOM was on a ripper, I think, but a little bit to the downside, not really doing too much right now, XOM. But it did have, what just happened there? Okay, Palantir. There goes Palantir. Okay, your boy's in it right now. So Palantir, we talked about that 117. There it is, a nice little break up. How high did we fly there? All right, so we get some out of 15s right now. Nice trade here for Palantir, Neil. Oh, yeah, there it goes, man. We'll drop it down just a little bit. Let's see where we go for PLTR right now. Yeah, just a quick little trade there, upside. There is a lot of volume, obviously, in this name at these key levels. So we'll trade it there. Breakouts, as we said, haven't really been working out too too well, so we'll take out a little bit there on the upside of Palantir, and now we'll wait to see. We do have that 117 flat long rate now, so let's see how high this name wants to fly, if at all, right here for Palantir. We know it's a slippery slope, so watch out, man. 116, we'll just play off this bottom, 116.25, maybe 116 flat here for Palantir. Nice move up, but a little bit of a break fail there. We'll get some out here at 90, and then see if it wants to fly higher. So some for a 10 or 20 cent winner. I think the best we got was 27s there, and then some out there for 10 cent hits. So we'll have to watch out for Palantir. But really, we're going to go 2 for 2 here if Palantir can go. But right now, that's a big if. Apple starting to make that move too. We just got some more out here at 230 for Apple. But my focus now, I guess, is on Palantir because it's a little more exciting. So we'll have to wait to see what happens right now with PLTR as the NASDAQ just takes out highs. That's what just helped Palantir there, obviously. So yeah, so far so good there. SMCI is breaking, I see.
SMCI is going. NVIDIA is also trying to go. It doesn't get to VWAP, doesn't get to that 133, but it is bull flagging here on NVIDIA. Ooh, missing a little bit. Ignore VWAP on my chart. That's going to be wrong because it's missing a little bit of data. That's actually closer to 133, so that's going to be where VWAP is. But you could get a 135 break. Clearly, you've got a bull flag in a different spot, and it's 133.75 where they're picking it up. So I'm going to try bidding in there. We talk about wanting to join this when it's going to the upside. It doesn't press to 128 or 130 even. Well, just get in on the bull flag for this name. AMD, this is what being patient is all about this time, and not just jumping in willy-nilly. AMD pressing into yesterday's highs, up here at 111.20, yesterday's top, actually 111.30. So looking for a mean reversion on AMD. It's got to break this upward trend, then I look for the short. Tesla's still doing not much of anything, so I don't know what to do with Tesla if it doesn't get to 350. It's holding underneath VWAP, getting a little bit impatient. BABA's trying to hold VWAP itself, but these are pretty mild bounces happening now in Alibaba. If we lose VWAP, we're going to get out. Oh yeah, Powell in 5 minutes. But remember, this is testimony. He's giving testimony today, so we don't really, there's no expectation that he'll say things that move the market, but he will obviously end up commenting on the economy and commenting on inflation. So we'll keep you guys abreast of anything that comes from that. Just no guarantee that there's going to be anything market moving. But anytime he opens his mouth, you want to be aware of it. Adair is going to be all over it. That starts in 5 minutes, everybody.
Yeah, so we'll see. Hopefully it's prepared remarks. Okay, so just because we went long Palantir, not just because we went long Palantir, but Apple obviously is having a hard time at this 230 level. So we just took a little bit more out there. We've had now 3 or 4 multiple outs in this area of 230. So, okay, well, we just broke. So there it goes. Ending the Apple trade's a big one. So we'll just, We'll stack it up, but it just did break out through that level. And I was just showing you that these were the hits that we were willing to sort of absorb there, and we're trying to get it to get going through that top side. So the last little reload there, 229.60s on Apple, out at O's, and then there's the drop down through. We actually get a great price. We get 30, it's not great now, but we did get 39s on that one. Okay, well, was a good trade, maybe now not. Okay, well, here comes Palantir back up. We'll see if we can get a move through the 50s now, but we're long right now at 60s. Okay, there it comes. Palantir reloaded its position. We'll get some more out. Okay, now it's going. All right, well, we just make back on Palantir. Now Apple goes back up, but we just made it back there on Palantir, what we sort of lost on Apple on that dip. So that's the problem. When you go long two heavyweights that are going to follow the NASDAQ, you got to be careful with it. But here we go. Palantir, nice upside move. We'll see where we can get out now. Looking to get something in the 80s here. 70s, and then up into the 80s. But again, right back to the 200 period moving average. Hasn't been great buying the longs in the last little while. That Apple trade, look, still the banger of the day. We actually still make our daily goal on that one for Apple. And then now we're adding to that Palantir. Big stock alert now, Neil, as we get right back into... Let's go, guys. This is what we're doing. 2 for 2 right now today. Big time trading, man. You guys are here for that, I hope. Big trades right there. Nice trade. Neil's got Alibaba. We've got Uber before. I really like the Uber long. We'll check that back. But here goes Palantir. Nice move now. 80 cents in the money, Neil, on Palantir.
Go Palantir. Is that one rockets to the upside? First small cap of the day for me. Shouldn't be a surprise. It's going to be Firefly. AIFF, it gets me because it has nothing to do with necessarily Firefly. But mean reversion trade, it doesn't get to $4, but it holds on to VWAP on a trend break. So if you don't get the level, I want it bouncing off VWAP and holding trend. Basically the same entry that Alibaba did. So if it breaks the prior bar low, we're going to jump out. Okay, well, actually this low in here. So there's a break of trend. The prior bar is this one at 415. If we lose that, I'm out of AIFF. And this is a must trade with a stop. Not that I would ever trade this without a stop order or anything without a stop order, but with this case, if it loses a bid, you could go 10% to the downside. So we're going to keep it relatively tight underneath that 415 level. Alibaba is heading back into the upside. Did not get filled on... Yeah, we didn't get filled on NVIDIA, and Tesla's heading lower as well. We'll get to those in a quick little second. Baba headed right back into the top. It's a triple top, counting the pre-market high up here. So I'm going to respect it and want to get out and take profit in front of that one on Alibaba. But AIFF, Firefly, I want to say flying higher, but right now it's gliding higher, just like that subscriber count is. 240 away from 500,000. Check that, 235 away.
Yeah, it's happening.
Or 36 away. Thank you so much, everybody. Hit that like, hit that subscribe. Let's do it today. Let's not wait. Let's enjoy it and together. And thank you so much for all the support that you guys give us. And sometimes for reminding us of the names that are moving and the opportunities out there. We're all here to get better together, everybody. Shout out to you, Omega Zero. BBAI also making a power move. There's a lot of small cappers in there, not just Firefly, even though that's up 43%.
Yeah, we'll be hitting that today. So we'll be getting it probably in the next half hour. Everyone, hit the like, hit the subscribe. Let's get going on all of that. Thank you so much to everybody. Over 13,000 people watching live. They must love the action that we've done right here. Palantir, $40, in the money right now. Wow, people are really hitting this thing.
Damn.
I don't know what we have planned for this, but hopefully, I don't know. We're going to get this immediately. Yeah, as I said, I don't know who's planning any of this, but there goes Apple right now, right through 230. So we did dump that. Thank you so much to everybody. We are starting to ramp up right now as over 120 away right now as we get going. Neil riding that pony. So let's get going, Neil. There it is, Neil. Let's go, Neil. Come on, Neil. Get on that horse, Neil. Let's get going.
That's what I'm talking about.
Man, I've never seen Neil more excited. This is absolutely fantastic.
I love it.
So,
I absolutely love it.
Yeah, me too. Let's go. Glad to get that energy going right now as we do approach right now 500, less than 100 away. Who cares about these trades, man?
Market's breaking the highs if we get
230 on Apple. The market's going. Hi, Ram. How's it going right now? Hey, Sharif, how's it going? We should be going live on Instagram maybe right now. I don't know if we are or not. Yeah, but right now, Palantir log, everyone going crazy. We've basically got it. It's 9:57 right now. 40 away from the big dog right now as Apple ripping upside. Hi, Ramin. How's it going? Right there. We do appreciate you. 10 away. 10, 9,
it's over.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. That is it. We did it. All right. High five, Neil.
That's
high
what
five,
I'm talking
Ramin.
about.
She's throwing her glasses around. High five, Sharif. High five, Joe. High five, everybody. Brendan. There it is. We are confident that this number is just the beginning. So we're going to get ready to go, man. Look at this. What is going on? We've been attacked. We're going upside. Elon cannot stop us now.
Oh, heck no. Elon's going to try and buy us now.
Come on, Elon.
No, thank you, Elon. But we'll buy Twitter from you.
About Apple right now. Apple 230 right now. But there it is, man. We are now all beat up right now. That was a great trade. A great opportunity to watch that. 500. This is really, we've never seen like a surge in that. So thank you. That was very, very impressive
thank
right
you,
there.
Tristan, in the chat. Appreciate it. Tristan with the congratulations super chat. Thank you so much, Tristan. But thank everybody. Like,
look, this Apple, by the way.
Team effort, man. Like, this is what it's all about. A couple of things. Tesla just hit the low of the day. So obviously that one missed opportunity to the short side. Firefly trying to break this 470. So it has a double top since the open, but like a triple top since the pre-market. So I want to make sure we're profiting in front of that. Alibaba's right back at the highs. I said if it fails this top, we're getting out. So if it breaks trend, we're jumping out of Alibaba. Let's go to Adara. We've got happening now. Oh yeah, I think Powell's also talking too.
Right now, Powell's not talking. I'm just seeing shots of senators looking at and talking to each other. What it seems like, we have remarks coming through from Powell. Perhaps these are prepared remarks because currently Fed Chair Powell has not said a word yet. And the meeting has not even really begun. So be aware that Fed Chair Powell will be speaking and I will keep you guys apprised. I just heard the gavel go, so I guess this meeting's getting kicked off. But also getting kicked off here is the market, much like that 500,000 push. Thank you to everyone for subscribing. We have the Qs pushing higher too, breaking high of days. Same with that S&P 500, though the SPY is struggling a bit with 604. We have Intel and all of these semiconductor-related stocks, including NVIDIA, pretty strong today. We have reports from Wall Street Journal that J.D. Vance, vice president, has warned U.S. allies to keep AI regulation, quote, light. And then also here, keep an eye on TSLA pushing lower despite the push up in the market, just as we have some concerns from analysts like Oppenheimer that Musk and his consortium's bid for OpenAI could be a bit of a distraction for the company. Then last but not least, Shopify dropping pretty hard here. They did have earnings. The company's CFO saying that their 3-month trial move and the lack of significant pricing changes could actually impact their subscriber growth. So thank you guys so much here for subscribing. Speaking of subscriptions, back to you.
Right. I mean, they're not even stopping right now. So we want to thank everybody for ramping that up. But I mean, and look what we have right now. 14,000 viewers. So I don't know if Ramin or Fabian or someone's building something. I'd love to tweet this out if we can get a graphic or something to celebrate this. So thank you so much to everybody there in the chat. There's been some fan funding. We'll get to it in a minute. I'm long Palantir, but thank you, Nimrod, as well. I'm going to get to all this, Sarah, as well. But Palantir right here, we are long again off 116. It looks like we did have, sorry, it was Apple I'm looking at right there. Look at that Apple give up. 14,000. This might be a record, I think, all-time intraday record right now for us. Unfortunately, man, we were disciplined there. Apple did break that low, but we could have done a little bit better on that and waited for VWAP. But again, that kind of sucks. But we do get it back here. Palantir now starting to go back up. We did get hit on Palantir. It did break lower, but we'll see if it can support this level right now. And I'm just trying to scalp it out again. We are prop traders trading actual equity right now, and we have again, when you're trading on prop, you have different backing and whatnot. So, I'm not trading in here, like 10 shares or anything like that. So when we get moves like this, it is important that you understand the risk tolerance that we have, maybe as opposed to some of you guys there as well. So like when this goes up 20 cents or so, it's actually a decent area for me to begin to maybe think about scalping out. And like there it goes right now. We'll take some more out at 35 as we continue to grow this. So we'll wait to see if it can pop up a lot higher than that. But I could see a bunch of fan funding coming in.
Oh my goodness.
I have too many shares.
I can get to it because I just got out of Alibaba and maybe, look, it wicked the high, said I was getting out of this stock. If it retested that triple top up here on the daily, remember this is a big level area on Alibaba, and my gut was telling me that it was going to be a bit of a reversion. So it has happened 2 times. We've gone 112 and VWAP back into that 114.5. But we got a wealth of super chats that we got to get to. Thank you so much to Rookie Cooker.
Oh yeah!
Congrats! And here's a little contribution for lunch money. If it weren't for you guys, I would never have started day trading. Good luck. Day trading is not easy. That's why this whole thing started, because it's all about sharing the community and all trying to get better together and focusing on what's actually happening.
Right.
There's other places you can look at the market. By the way, AIFF's in an up halt right now. I saw the piece on. It's in an up halt. The tap is flat because it's a NASDAQ stock, so you don't get an update on that. Bbot, thank you so much. Congrats as well on the 500K. We have a new membership here from Sue Bartenders. Sue Bartender. Yeah.
Got it.
As I read it loud, it's like you bungled that one up there. Nick W, thank you as well. Another congratulations. I feel like these are all congrats. Oh no, I just lost it right there. We'll get that back. And I think there is one more in here. It was Sarah.
Thank you.
Sarah Bradett.
Yep.
Let's go, Sarah, as well. Sarah Bradett. At first I was going to say Burdett, but it is
Right.
So shout out to all of our viewers and anybody that's in this community. That's what it's all about. And I'm assuming Tisha's probably pretty happy, or some people are happy about this AIFF. It had just broke $5 and halted to the upside. Now, I scalped out into the high. We'll hold on to the last 20%. And at this point, looking at the daily chart in here, we knew there was some resistance here at the 480 level. I'm going to put my trail at 480 and see how much of this gap it can try to fill in here. Still has 520 up top, going all the way back to August of last year. We'll put the trailing stop in and see how far it goes.
Look, everyone watching right now, we have record viewers. And I just want to say, like, anybody that thought they had heard about this channel and what are we doing over here? this is what we're doing. Like, we are bringing the energy, we're bringing you trade ideas. This Palantir is now, and we have fun things like this, is now $1 in the money as we go to the upside. And again, it's not like we just, talk about these trades. These are active trades. We're sitting in these names. We're buying equity. That's not options. It's not CFDs, nothing like that. This is the most realist show. We can get that guy off the screen. There's absolutely we don't need to put him on there at all. So right now we do have, again, just a lot of hype here, and we have a Dara on the desk. If there's anything with Powell, we will get to that ASAP. But there's Palantir right there, out at the 50, out at VWAP. Let's wait to see what winds up happening right now with PLTR. But again, thank you to everybody there in the chat. I had to throw over to Neil. We did have a pretty big upsized position right there. So let's just keep on getting it out. It's too bad we got out of Apple. Look, these are two huge stocks for me today. And we're going to go 2 for 2. And again, you guys can ask us anything you want in the chat. For those that are new, you can ask us green or red. What's our number one stock, how we've been doing, what we're looking at, what we're thinking about, what our current positions are, anything like that. Please ask. And then there's Neil's in this as well. So there's AIFF right now, halted at 5. So we'll wait to see what happens. It's going to be, I guess it's a 10-minute halt, or we'll figure out where this
should be
5-minute halt. Okay, so just halting on nothing extraordinary there. Limit up, limit down. So a nice little move there for AIFF. Let's see where it opens, and we'll trade it accordingly. So far, so good there. Missed trade for sure, though. I'm all over. I can show you my blotter right now. I have offer Tesla, 349.75. Offer Tesla, 340. Come to the chart, 349.40. Offer Tesla, 348.50. Offer Tesla, 348. It never came like that level right there. We were not at 348. We were at 348.50. We got missed by, I think, 3 cents. But Tesla right now, nice downside play. So let's go over and talk about AIFF, because that's going to be a good one.
It should open it should be 1 minute. Look, if Firefly doesn't open in a minute, then that's when you know it's a 10-minute halt. It's just that simple. I think maybe like 1 out of every 1,000 times on a volatility halt, it'll be longer than 10 minutes. I don't think that'll be the case here. Looks like the tap is currently saying $5.10. It's such an obvious 480 high that initially off the open, if it flushes through that, I don't mind jumping out of this, because we've seen this sort of fail break before. You already went over Tesla. It's, all the exuberance in Tesla. It's one thing to like the short, it's another thing to actually be in it. And of course, today is the day that the Tesla short was a little bit more simplistic. Yesterday it wasn't an easy short. Today it was, and still not in that. AMD looking like it wants to give back. That was the other name I was looking for the short trade. But in that moment when it was reverting, and I would have taken it, that was when we were getting into the Alibaba bounce off of VWAP as well. So I was tracking Alibaba. This is held 112 on the Apple news, and then held VWAP, just triple topped. Let's see if it can hold VWAP one more time. So I'm going to go back to the well with Baba. When we sat down today, did we know that Apple and Alibaba were going to be the big ones off the open? No, you can't know that. But you can know the news seconds after it drops and then be able to react. So that's what we're going to do. All right, AIFF, which is Firefly, is back open. It just pressed into 550. Yeah, if it loses the previous halt level, then I should want to get out. So I'm just going to pop it underneath the halt level. There is overhead resistance around the $6 level on the daily, so I want to see it make a fresh high, and then I can move the trail on AFF. We scalped 80% of it out. Now we're just holding on to the trail. If it loses that halt price, we'll jump out of the trade. Otherwise, hold. There it is. So I was going to hold for the dream if we could break that fresh high, but I'm just getting out underneath that trail. Do not like a failed break and a failed halt at the same time. I'm going to bank it, see if we can't get VWAP again. And remember, Alibaba, we're looking to buy VWAP as well.
Okay, good trade there on AIFF. But here we go right now with PLTR. We just bought 16s again. So I've only ever been on 2 names here today, Palantir and Apple, and both been good. And Neil was saying, like, you could have not known, as Neil mentioned, we didn't know this news was going to happen, but There's the break, and I was really late to the party, which is, I think, why we were able to fall back a little bit there, and we were able to reload it again. Apple going to be my number one stock, despite everything we're doing here on Palantir, because Palantir, we lost it right there, which is still fine. Nice move back up, nice reload again right here. If we break through 75, then we're going to get out, but we just reloaded at 116 flat and just got more out there in the 20s as we are right here. So just trying to add to the pie here a little bit on my friend and yours, and Mr. Karp, Palantir there. So we just got some more out. I'm not loving this trade. The market is not doing anything, and neither is Palantir at these levels. So I feel like it could drip down and break lower. Like if this market cracks lower, Palantir is a huge short. So I just want to let everybody know that we are getting out for 25-cent hit, because look, the most this is going up is 25 cents right now, right? My stop order is at 115.75 break. So if it breaks out, which it might do right now, then this reload would kind of be a 50-50 trade, which I'm fine with. And we just said this market is looking a little weak here on Palantir. I don't know if I want to go short this name per se, because I'll be too mad if we lose on the short and we give back what we had made there. But it is looking weak, and my hands are off. The stop order is already in. So if it does break, we're not going to be stubborn. We're going to get out, and then we will just literally regroup on what we're thinking here on Palantir, because I'm thinking short. So I don't necessarily, there it goes. So I don't necessarily want to be in it right now. But there goes a break there on Palantir. No, I'll hit a fail because we're being honest about our last trades, and that was a fail right there on Palantir. I thought it could go, but at least we saw that and we're able to get out for a net zero trade. So, all right, that's Palantir.
Net zero.
Yeah, I would have liked for it to get.
No, you remember net zero.
Is that?
Isn't that was the internet service provider?
No. Netscape.
No, net zero was.
Internet provider.
Remember that you got like the CD. Anyway.
Maybe, yeah. Well, yeah.
I just dated the living you know what out of myself with that one.
Was it Canadian?
Yeah, it was kind of like.
Okay.
I think I had that in university to get internet. I'm pretty sure.
You know what? The thing is, like, I remember having something called like Arachnid or something. Like, there was so many providers
that was the
back
thing,
then,
right? No,
because it was dial-up.
That was the thing back.
Now we're really dating ourselves.
In like 2000.
Poor Joe doesn't even know that AOL sound. You know.
Yo, we had that AOL up in there with the of course.
Yeah, come on.
I mean, you guys can see. I got a little bit gray hair. We're going to go to Adara for a quick little update. Just one thing. AIFF, which is Firefly, NVIDIA's creeping above VWAP, but AIFF is still pressing underneath that whole price. Could get a VWAP retest.
Look at Apple.
Re-entry there.
Crazy.
And we might end up just taking a break on NVIDIA. If we don't get that dip into the lows, it might end up being a breakout trade. Let's go to Adara.
Gotta get something long.
Keep an eye here on SCHW, that is Charles Schwab. In case you missed it yesterday, TD Bank announced they'd be selling their stake in Charles Schwab. Now they've actually priced that sale. So Charles Schwab actually pushed lower on the announcement. Now they're pushing higher because these shares are up for sale here. $79.25 each. The stock currently trading above $83. So SCHW on the move. Also, nothing significant happening right now with the Powell testimony. Powell hasn't even spoken yet. They just have the opening senators just saying their remarks, guys.
I was just saying to Sean, the last time this is a Tesla comment, but it's going to start with Rivian, so it's going to sound weird. The last time Rivian, which has been a good long off 10s and 12s, got up to like 15, 16, I actually sold a piece in my personal account. I want to sell the rest of it because if Tesla continues this downward trend, please, thank you, 200 period moving average. I'm not saying it's going there, but I'm going to throw some stink bids underneath 300 on Tesla, just so that if there's any kind of a panic day, we want to be able to grab it. It's only down 2 points today, but this could be the first VWAP test since 10 o'clock or like 9:50 on this little bit of a bounce here in Tesla. It's been lower highs. If we get a curl into VWAP, that might just be the only opportunity we get. Alibaba looks like no bounce. See, it's been dipping heavily on Alibaba, like big dip at the open, dip into VWAP the second time when it got to this level. This time it's not getting back into VWAP and letting us back in here on Baba. Still want to play this to the long side, up 2.5% on the Apple partnership. I don't know what. Yeah, Apple partnership. Yeah, it's a partnership. We can call it a partnership. That's exactly what it is. Sure. The other name that we haven't traded today, which was part of the plan, and sometimes that's just how it is. Shopify.
Is too much, dude.
Load up Shopify here. Shopify actually losing VWAP and losing the bid. It's not over yet, though, because you had this higher low at 114 on Shop. So didn't think we were going to be trading at that when it was a 125. Suddenly you've got a downward trend, some lower highs, but we've bounced, break of the trend. I want to go long into Shop. Wasn't that bad of a report. It was like a revenue guide that missed for Shopify. Everything else was pretty much a beat for Shop. Canada.
Yeah, exactly. Canada for that one. Nice move there for Shopify late on that. I am like, you know when you get that, first of all, new position alert. I forgot to mention, I was just going to throw up in my mouth a little bit for Apple, so we'll do that. We won't actually do that, but it's kind of like what I feel like right there. But there it goes, man. 78 long. We take actually 78.11. Something out here at 20. Just a little scalp out of 10%, sorry, like we always do. We're going to wait to see if we get a little bit more. I've liked Uber all day long here, but I actually liked it where we had it yesterday at 77. So if this breaks below right here, we're going to watch out for that pre-market low of 77.80s or so. But again, it's a little tricky there. I was going to actually bid. I can't believe that Apple's at 232 right now and still ripping. It's too bad where we wind up getting out of Apple. But okay, so just quickly on Uber. I was going to put a bid in and around here, 77.90, so I actually just changed my mind on that. I'm going to put it there. I was a little bit higher. I could see this fading a little bit. And then my stop would be that 77.79. So basically this kind of, what level is that? Is it 69 or 79? 69. So this break, we want to get out if it breaks the pre-market low. So let's just see if Uber, I keep saying Apple, if Uber wants to go higher. If so, great. But that's the trade that we're in right now. This is the one right now, like Apple. We didn't have a whole bunch of shares because this was a reload. We had already done this. We talked about being stubborn. We didn't want it to fall back in. And all of a sudden we wind up giving up a little bit of what we made. So we didn't wind up doing that. But still, at the end of the day, it looks like it'll be a good trade here for Apple to have held all the way to the top. So good trading there. That's my plan of action for Uber. So get some more at 90, drop it if it breaks 70. Right now, the trade I'm working with is Uber.
For the first time today, I'm into Shopify. It's a trend from underneath VWAP that we're going to enter into the long side. It bounced off 114 here and then broke. There's your lower high. There's our close above, and then there's the break. Hopefully we can get into VWAP and repress that 120 level. The other thing, I guess AIFF doesn't. Oh, perfect time. We're going to go to Adair for the small cap recap,
Boom.
But just one note here on Firefly. After failing that hull price, no pullback into VWAP, which is the volume-weighted average price. So a few questions about that when we've been talking about it. We have videos on our other channel. But there goes Firefly, now 550. This could go into another up halt. This could be a multiple halt situation today for AIFF, which is perfect timing for us to talk about small caps with Adara.
Let's do this.
We're going to do today's small cap recap from the desk as I continue to listen to comments from Fed Chair Powell. Right now, he's just reading his prepared remarks. He has not been questioned as of yet, so just nothing to really react to. We already had those prepared remarks basically coming out and circulating on X, and it's a lot of reiteration of things we already knew. But in terms of small caps, AIFF actually not on here. We're going to be some different ones, but this 226 level in IWM is extremely fascinating here. We're down about 2/3% here on the IWM. And if you see here, we've rejected this 226 3 times now on that 15-minute chart. So this is quite the level for the Russell 2000. We'll have to see if we're able to continue to hold that support here around 224 halves. OCEA is doing great. This is a penny stock hanging out around that 25-cent level. Ocean Biomedical basically announcing that their some newly published research findings demonstrate the ability of its proprietary cancer immunotherapy candidates. So some immunotherapy treatment news here for OCEA. Then we have LICN. This is a Chinese ADR. It's also a penny stock trading about 9 cents right now. Basically, yesterday we had this announcement. They've acquired 40% equity in this Bondley Enterprises for a $5.3 million acquisition. They've got a float of about 7.5 million shares. It's also worth noting this news on OCEA is also day 2. So both OCEA and LICN moving on day 2 catalyst, which is pretty interesting. But there is a day 1 catalyst for THRD. This was actually down 25% in the day, but I wanted to include it because we are trying to get a little bit of a push up here with some volume on the scanner. That's how it came to my attention. Basically here announcing they're going to be doing a strategic review after their phase 1 trial for one of their treatments. It doesn't sound like this went badly. They said it supports the advancement of their study, but strategic review, I guess, THRD on watch with a notable 21% short float, guys. THRD. Back to you.
Thank you very much there, Adara. Powell's now taking questions here. So, this is when it could get a little bit more interesting. We'll keep our ear to the ground. Obviously, any fresh news happens and we'll be all over it for you guys. I just saw in the chat, and shout out to our chat, which is a fantastic community, as all of you know, SMCI, heavy candle through VWAP. So they report tonight. It's been a hot minute for them, down 5% after a monster day yesterday. Let me just quickly show you guys. There's yesterday, big mover, but it could not break that 42. Bit of a reversion here. This loses 40, it could run into some trouble. And all of a sudden, Intel is now going ham? Intel, yeah, that Intel, up 6% to the upside. If there's something happened, I just heard we're probably throwing to Adara. This is a big time breakout. Wow, it's already gone through that 2060. What's the news here, Adara?
No, I don't have intel that I still don't know about, but we do have Bitcoin here on watch. We do have comments from one of these senators basically talking about how Fed Chair Powell has said, banks can get involved in crypto as long as, they're responsible, they're aware of the risks. So just be aware here, keep an eye on that with regards to Powell answering questions on the crypto space. So BTC on watch.
Bitcoin on watch, that 97 level, still trying to get going. There hasn't been a red candle here on Intel since the open. It's now at 21. Oh my goodness, this is, okay. Let's just be patient with it, Neil. It's getting very, up at 21 and a half. This was a obvious top to support, to resistance. 21 and a half is a revert. Let it get there. It's that simple. You get to that 21, 30 to 40 level and then play up in there. That's where the revert is. Don't short it too early. I'm saying that out loud to myself because the last time it did this, I shorted it too early. Tried it 3 times and failed. And then the 4th time, had I tried it a 4th time, would have been fantastic. So patience with Intel. There's no red candles on this. It's an absolute rocket ship right now.
So we were like dead on. Oh, thanks. We already said thank you for this, didn't we? Thank you for the $100 there. Rookie cooker. So if I missed this, here's a little contribution lunch money. Yeah, we did talk about that. Thank you so much for that rookie cooker. So yeah, we'll do something again. We talked about, we can do some wings again, or we throw it out here, get some shawarmas, or figure that out. I know you want to do axe throwing, but
actually, I have an idea.
Lunch.
If we're doing for a treat, we should get those cannolis, man.
Oh yeah, we can always get some cannolis. Yeah. Okay, I'll bring those in tomorrow, if I can remember. Well, okay. So the thing is, it's better to have them bringing them absolutely in fresh. So I'll phone. No, I'll just phone. How many people?
Well, gonna put you on the spot. It's just There's a really great cannoli place.
I can get some cannolis. This is not a problem. I was just gonna say we have like 10 or so plus the guys in the back. Okay, we'll figure it all out. We'll get those tomorrow, hopefully fresh. But I want to make sure that they're all ready to go. You don't want to get in there. They're gone like really early, but we're
and
here.
There's a reason why.
We're here
early. Trust me.
Okay, but there's pistachio.
I went
cannolis.
nuts on
There's pistachio.
You saw the look on my face when I had those cannolis.
Maybe I'll get an assorted. You like pistachio over there, Joe?
Of course.
You don't mind it? Not good enough. You have to say you like it. So. You've never had a cannoli?
Joe, you're about to have your life changed. I'm just going to throw it out there.
I thought you were Italian.
Never had
I don't. Never had a cannoli.
Yeah,
everything's all right over there? Yeah, okay, everything's
really?
Okay, good. All right, yeah, we're just playing around. Surprising fact of the day.
Well, I'm surprised too.
Yeah, me too.
You learn something. The more you know. The more you know.
The more you know.
Whoa, AI.
Potentially the best dessert of all time. All right, what happened?
Firefly is now halted down.
Yeah, you got to watch out for these.
Right, stops. Yeah, that's the thing. Like always trade. We said always trade these with a stop. That's why I had the trail in this earlier, but it's still above VWAP. It's still technically higher lows. It's above that 480 level, which was the actual breakout price, but current down halt at $4.77 here on Firefly. First time of the day, I believe. Down halt's had one up halt. It's had one down halt. It's still up 54%. Let me just go back to Alibaba. Sometimes this happens with the Chinese ADRs. Like they're great, and then they just decide to slow down. So it might be in that phase where patience is required for Alibaba. No pullback into VWAP, but it's not breaking out. I think I just wait for it to give us the next dip. Just in shop, it's basically at the same price it was before.
Let's go Uber.
And then Intel, of course, we're waiting for Intel.
Oh yeah, Intel. You mentioned
one Intel to get to that 21.5 on Intel. We're waiting for
21.5. Oh boy, we're getting close to selling, I think, our Intel. Hey, Eric Teal, thank you so much for the comments. After Sean's passionate rant last week, how could you not like and subscribe? Come over to the...
Miss Ramin, what is up? Right there. Yeah, right there. Thank you so much. Oh, not that one. I did forget to take shop at 115. Oh, no. Oh, there it was right there. Eric Teal, what's up after the passionate rant? Neil's in Shopify right now. I don't know if it's at 115 now or not. But how could you not like and subscribe? Well, thank you. I just hope everybody likes and subscribes regardless of obviously who's on the desk here. We have Neil, myself, Joe, Sharif, Obi, Adara, and Brendan. So that's pretty much the 5 or 6 of us right there. And tonight, again, we have earnings recap show. So that's another thing if you're watching us for the first time. That is tonight. It will talk about, it'll be Adara and I, and then we'll just have like a whole bunch of earnings. And we will also have Brian Shannon. And you can go over there to, it's all over. TTV Research has it there as well. I tweeted it out a couple days. There it is right here. So go find this right now. It's all over our socials. Post-market today, right? Tuesday. DoorDash, Super Micro, Gilead, Upstart, Zillow, and Lyft with more names as well. Tomorrow's absolutely a monster day with Reddit, Fastly, Robinhood, and then it just comes back right again and punches you in the face again on Thursday with more. So we're really excited, man, to keep on bringing you all this action. Like, if you think today was exciting, wait till you see tomorrow. I don't know. I feel like every day we're bringing it here anyways. So, all right. Uber, more outs, guys. That's a good trade for me. We got more out there at 25s. Actually, I think we got some 25s and 127. So a nice out there for me on Uber as we continue to fly just a little bit northbound here. But it's not doing much, so I don't want to be like, this is a trade that I'm really liking. The only trade that I'm disappointed in, I'm happy with Palantir. I mean, we wouldn't have liked to see that, but this is a situation right there where I think we could probably get long right now on Palantir. We had wrote down 114 on this as like the sort of the big level, but it's Apple. It's Apple that is right now up 2.5% and just rip city shit out to Portland. This just keeps on going, man. We had this name. It was our number one take early. It's going to be the P&L number one, not even close. But at the end of the day, missed opportunity there for Apple because we had dropped it at the very low. Like Adara had said thank you to me for explaining to her about getting wicked out at bottoms. That wick out is $4 ago. So everyone do the math right there. We are not super happy with that, but at the end of the day, it's number one P&L name. Like I said, we made more on Apple today than we actually wound up losing on Tesla yesterday. So, and I was peed off about that. So we come back, you screw your head on right again, and you just enter the trade and go for it. So, yeah, we're not shy about putting on some trades over here, that's for sure. Good call. I mean, I'll look at Shopify, but right now maybe it's Tesla. I mean, this market is absolutely ripping. I'm disappointed
Tesla's still under VWAP.
Is it? Okay, I was going to have a look there. I'm still disappointed that Uber's not moving higher, so that might be. Uber's either going to be a huge rip up, this is Tesla, or Uber's in trouble because it's not moving on market breaking and market going green. So we're a little nervous about that. Yeah, I don't know if I like VWAP anymore. This is way down now, like down 2% in a green market. Risky times shorting this unless you wait for the 200, which is up here at 347. I'm going to wait for that on Tesla.
Yeah, so like right now, Shop's trying to get back into VWAP. It was just come to my chart for a second. Oh, and AIFF open again. So there's the downward trend on Shopify from the double top. There's it breaking the trend, holding the higher low, take the break of that prior bar. Or I'm saying that too fast. So there is it holding the trend line, holds this low, breaks this prior bar, stop goes underneath here. That's like 116.25. If it can break out VWAP, I think it has room to run. Firefly it's open back up again. And we're chilling at 5. So no test of VWAP. That's that volume weighted average price again. For an indicator, if it respects it, I like it. So Firefly respected at the open, 930, those volatility moves. Sometimes indicators they're not going to matter. But right after the opening rush, it then starts holding VWAP again. So until VWAP is gone, I'm going to look for bounce plays. And in this case, it was just like Shopify. Pulls back into VWAP. There's your trend down. Don't just sort of take it on the way down. Let it break the trend, then go for the long. That's what I want to see here on AIFF. If Firefly doesn't do it, we don't get in. Alibaba, I feel the same way about this as Apple. I think you just want to try to stay in the long, but it's not moving yet. So want to get back into Baba. Think it should be down around the 113 level as we're going back to Adara for a crypto update. What is Bitcoin doing?
We are. Also, Powell's still talking, just so you guys know. But Powell actually said some crypto-related things. He was asked about debanking earlier, specifically with regards to crypto. And he said, quote, it's time to take a fresh look, frankly, at debanking. So he said that the Fed is not actually intentionally blocking crypto, but that sometimes things can happen, I guess, in the regulatory process, which could effectively lead to the blocking or debanking of crypto. So I think it's a pretty interesting point. And speaking of interesting, we have this rounded bottom forming on the daily chart of BTC. Now, of course, still kind of a higher low if you go in the grand scheme of things. But if you see here, we've had this kind of stagnation around that 96,000 level. We were closing just below 97 quite consistently. Then we get yesterday a push to the upside. Now today, still struggling to stay above 98,000, but holding the 97,000 level to a T. So potentially some strength could come back in here on the side of this BTC. Lots of strength here in Cardano, up 13%, but also Ethereum basically flat on the day. XRP up about 2%. BNB up about 5%. Cardano up about, as we mentioned here, almost 14%. So lots of strength here in this crypto space, but a little bit of mixed performance as we've seen quite a lot lately, guys. If I hear anything from Powell, I'll let you know. Back to you.
We said that I'm still looking. Thanks to Dara for all that. Yeah, crypto 97,000. I mean, she just looked at it. We can have a quick little look and rundown of IBIT. I mean, we don't have really too many coins really at all on this platform to trade as of yet. So our choices are going to be limited on what we can look at. But right now, IBIT not super like. I mean, the market's kind of going upside. I'm actually going to be looking for some shorts in the market right now. But if we come over to the chart right there, you can see you're just kind of hovering around 55. I think that if you're going to play the 200 period, that makes a little bit of sense because it's yesterday's kind of bottom right there that's matching with today's top. So yeah, we're underneath right now, IBIT, seeing some pressure. Maybe crypto is the short. Like as the market starts to bleed down, we talked about a relationship between the NASDAQ and crypto. That's a nice move up, and it was not followed with Bitcoin. So that could be a relative weak play into the market here today for IBIT. So yeah, I'm not confident right now to do that immediately. So that would be something that I want to watch here with IBIT. So we'll wait to see if that is a play or not. But I like the move downside there for IBIT. Would prefer it near the day's high around 55.20. So that could be a trade coming in now as well. I did hear some people yelling, yeah, Roblox. So Roblox had that investigation, right? And then they came right back. Yeah, I think it's still there on player totals or user numbers or something. But
yeah, it was something like that.
Roblox, look at this, down into VWAP.
Why is this still crashing? I don't know what's going on.
Not really crashing.
No, Roblox,
down into, I was gonna say down into VWAP there, down into VWAP there, down into VWAP again. Could be a decent long. Just came up on the scanner. Okay, we talked about if you're joining us for the first time, we have some cool graphics. All right, we're now reloaded. All right, so we just got Uber down there at, I thought I was bidding 90s. It looks like 92. So we get it right there at 92 right now. It does bump into 98. But we had mentioned that if this market had fallen in a little bit, which it's unfortunately doing, that Uber could be one of those victims. And it's not even really falling down that much. So, all right. What's my average price? Right here, 99. All right, nice move, Uber. Okay, let's take some out at 05s. All right, we did it. Sorry if we just crashed it down a little bit there. We're taking some more out at 05. Nice move there up for Uber. Was not expecting that one. Our average price is 99. We'll take out some 05s as Uber a little bit weak there. But if there's a buyer coming in, let's take advantage of that. Little bit of an upside move there. We only got out of 15%, but a nice upside move there for Uber. We always try to take a little bit when we get that kind of a bump. But let's hold out just in case we're right. But again, if Uber breaks the bottom, we are out. It is looking weaker. Probably a wrong call on this one, but temporary, man, temporary. Hopefully it can get going.
When I was saying Roblox crashing, I didn't mean the stock. I just meant...
Oh, like, yeah, you mentioned that story.
Yeah, Roblox for my daughter has been crashing since the weekend. Like I open it, maybe you get like 5 minutes on there. I've uninstalled it, I've reinstalled it. I've done all of the things that and I even checked out on YouTube for some solutions and, ask ChatGPT, not really Chat, I actually use Gemini, suggestions on how to fix it. Nothing is working. So if anybody is having the same issue on Roblox, please message me or throw it in the chat. My daughter freaking loves it and she can't play it. But speaking of, so Shopify here, it seems like a random price, but it closed at $119.90. So where it's battling right now is essentially red to green, as you can see by the percentage up there. If it loses this battle, this prior high, I know it's VWAP, but I'm kind of focused on that prior close. If you lose the battle underneath that, I want to jump out. It's been a pretty mixed day for Shopify, right? Like the earnings came out, it dumped, it came all the way back, tried to break out the top, now it's diddling in the middle. If it loses underneath the prior close, then I think I got to wait for another bottom. So I'm going to give it a tight stop in here off that mean reversion. It's trend in, trend out, so I caught it in a downward trend on Shop. So just moving my stop from the break even to underneath this prior bar high, which would be the 119.25. We lose that, I'm jumping out of Shop. Still want to get back in if AIFF's going to let us, and that's Firefly. It opened back after that downward halt. Still kind of diddling in here. It's above $5. Hasn't really pressed lower. The volume and volatility not nearly as big as on the way up. You're starting to see it drop down. When that happens, I'd rather be a little bit more patient catching VWAP. In the opening rush, you want to make sure you can get in. But now we want to be way more patient with this. Alibaba, I don't know what to tell you with Alibaba. It's still not doing anything. So the chance to get back in a third time on Alibaba, it stopped moving. And now 20, 30 cent ranges here in Baba, when before it was just moving dollars at a time. So yeah, patience definitely required with Alibaba. Shop holding nicely. AIFF still looking pretty good. The other one I was trying to pay attention to, of course, was Intel, which was powering higher. Just made a wick high at 2110. Had my trend line, and I'm like, I'm going to short it. Then I remembered, let it get to 2150. So it's not there yet. I'm not going to jump into it. That's what I did last time on Intel. And if it takes all afternoon to get to 2150 or never gets there, fine. But that's the level. Stock's up 6%. If you're going to short it, you should short it on your terms.
Yeah, I was just messaging there. Yeah, I want to say thank you to everybody about that 500,000. We crushed 500,000 subscribers today, and right now we only have 9,500 watching, but I want to thank everybody for all of that. So thank you again. Like, subscribe. That's not going to be the right Oh, yeah, I guess I have to refresh it. Okay, we'll refresh that and we'll get that like account in just 1 minute, but make sure you do hit it. Wow, what? All right, I'm just going to show it anyways as we run this ad. 2.7K likes as well. Wow, thank you so much for that. That might be, not going to be a record, but that is pretty close to that. We click on here and I'll just show you right there. It is 500,000 subscribers. We want to thank everybody for making this happen for us. And again, we've already made that promise to you to keep on going. And so we are obviously going to be doing that one as well. So, all right, thanks everybody for that. I think Apple at some point is going to be a short. We might have already seen, you could get a little bit of a retracement. With the NASDAQ trying to go green potentially here, I'm not sure the short is the right play, but yeah, Apple just absolutely blowing up on that Alibaba news. So that's a good move there. Did we get at those 05s on Uber? Yes, we did. Okay, so Uber's now, we've already gotten them. So Uber's now into the 10s right here. It's a 10-cent win. I'm going to get out of 5% now if we can at 09, and then we'll wait for a little bit higher. I think the 200 period is always something that's interesting there. That's 14s. Like to get a little, okay, there we go. We get the 9s now as we break through. But 24, 25. All right, let's put something in and around 15s. We'll get out of a little bit more shares if we can break through that and let this one go. So here's Uber. We talked about the plan of action. It is a slow grind, that is for sure. Wishing it was a little bit quicker. Talk about quicker stocks. We can go over to one that we've really been friends with since it's split for sure. And even pre-split, we were trading it a lot as well. But NVIDIA trying to hold fort today, up 0.2%. Great dip into the 200 period moving average, that's for sure. That's the trade. So I'm using e-signal scanners. I want to make sure that we haven't done the ad yet, but we could do that anytime, I guess. But there it is right now. Oh, I don't have my earpiece in. That's hilarious. I see Ramin talking to me and I'm like, wait a second. Why don't I hear anything? Well, with that said, let's just do it right now then. Okay, on the fly, the e-signal. Make sure you do scan that QR code below. Sorry about that, Ramin. I did have it. I went and got coffees and it disconnected, so I took it out. But okay, scan that QR code there. And the best part about this is you get 1 month free. I was just about to show you all of the scanners that are used. I think the fact that it's so customizable. Sure, it's not like it's a life-changing experience. What it is reliable data. You can chart the VIX. You could like any of these exchanges there. You want to talk about the OTC markets, futures contracts. There's many different platforms out there, quite frankly, where you can't chart the futures without, extreme entitlement fees. Get this 1 month right there on eSignal. See if you like it. The back testing has changed the game for me. And I mean, here's like a real life scanner right now. It's showing me real life, like we're live, but Affirm, Microsoft, Google, all hitting different parameters that I've set up here as well. Google, JP Morgan. And as you can see by many of the names in here, Affirm, JP Morgan, Roblox, Oracle, ARM, Softy, Texas Instruments. This is a curated list. So I've already got a curated list here that I put in 50 or so symbols that we look at every single day, or I do. And then also, by the way, good out on Uber there as it's fallen back in now. And then this is the hot list. This is the trade rate. So you can, again, today, we don't see Apple on here too much, but it's buzzing. Oh. So Apple, Upside, NVIDIA, Palantir, Tesla, Schwab. Good story there from Adara as well. Are we going to Adara?
Yeah.
All right, let's go. I put it in my ear, but did not log in.
Yeah, I forgot.
There's a lot of questions here about the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau, the CFPB, that has been a variety of the questions, something market related, but just a quick update there. Powell is still answering questions. But this sector board here actually really flat, mirroring what we're seeing with the market. Both S&P 500 and NASDAQ just slightly red. Also slightly red are some of these sectors. Health technology, a little red. Finance getting hit a little bit harder here. The Charles Schwab is up, as mentioned. TD selling their position in the company, which yesterday sold it off. Today it seems to be pushing higher. And once we have that pricing, utility is slightly red as well. Technology services actually pretty red here. Adobe, IBM strong. Everything else a little bit to the downside. Then we have electronic technology, which is being propelled here seemingly only by Intel and Apple. Intel up for reasons unknown. Apple up here on reports from the information that it will be working with Alibaba for AI integration for its iPhones. So good look here for electronic tech and for for Apple here. The rest of this market, though, a little bit weaker with the exception of energy minerals, guys. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Dare. Appreciate you. So I just got out. Wow. Okay, let me forget about Shopify for a second. Firefly going into an up halt. I just had to throw the black chart up here because I was on a different chart.
Again?
It's going into another up halt at $5.70. So that just, like 2 seconds ago, I was about to mention Shopify. And there goes Firefly Neurosciences on the watch list. 84% to the upside, that stock. As I know Sharif is going to be excited for it. It's done 69 million shares today, which is pretty intense. So it was a trend in, trend out on Shop. It broke the downtrend from the high at 25. I've zoomed out too far now. And then could not hold above the prior close, which is 120. So when it trailed out there, I'll be ready to get back in if it retests the 114 area. So we scalped it one time here on Shopify. Yeah, kind of a missed opportunity, I think, for a second salvo into Firefly. Like, it doesn't actually pull back into VWAP there, breaking out those highs. I'm not punching any highs on this stock. I think looking for the dip and retrace is the way to go. We were just a little bit too patient with it. AMD is on one, Mike Davis, as is Intel, as was just said for reasons unknown. So AMD, it's almost there. Almost there. 112 is where this actually pulled back rather heavily a few days ago.
Powell said
That's
what?
where I'd look for the reversion there. I just heard in my ear, Powell said we're not in a recession.
Oh, okay. Who?
You think?
I thought he said we're nearing a recession. I'm like, hold on a second here. Like, let's, what
Captain Obvious.
Yeah, let's make sure that that's not happening.
I could tell you that.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I thought. I thought he was like changing course there for a second. S&P 500 and the NASDAQ and all blast city right now. Looks like the ES is trying to get green, only down 0.02. That's a matter of time before that happens. It's crazy that the only long I'm sitting in is Uber, and obviously that's not going up, so that's crazy. The NASDAQ is going, and then it's Alibaba's world, and we're all living in it. 115 breaker on Alibaba as that just continues to blast higher. And so does my number one trade of the day that we get out at the lows for Apple. As there it goes. Should have got back in on that break right there. All right, Powell's just saying that they've experienced a soft landing, so okay. And on that note, we can see what's doing with Boeing right now. So 180 for Boeing.
Ouch. That was kind of a subtle dig at Boeing.
That was all right. I mean, we're raising the level now, you know, like it's all coming really flowing in there, you know, dropping those little things there. But yeah, Boeing's not doing anything. But I don't mind Boeing coming through this 182 area if it breaks on the daily. I only thought about it because.
Look at that setup on Boeing right now.
Yeah, trying to break the 200 period.
Flush, the opening, flush off the open. Yeah. I don't know why I have a line drawn at 180. I must have had it like for other reasons, but. Double top, triple top. Why did I have 180? See, now I'm interested because why do I have a? Oh, this is why I had 180 drawn on Boeing for this day, and then it held it as support. Why not a 180 break on Boeing? But maybe 180.33. It's a good level on Boeing. Kind of a Freudian slip or just accidental there. So maybe
no,
Boeing
not accidental at all. But I had no idea about the chart.
Yeah,
okay, we do have a breaking news. I hope it's not on Starbucks. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, more details here on that soft landing comment. So Jerome Powell did not say they were in a soft landing. I repeat, he did not say that. He was asked by a senator, are we in a soft landing? And he said no. Senator said, are we in a hard landing? Jerome Powell said no. Then he said, are we in a recession? Jerome Powell once again said no, at which point Jerome Powell concluded that it's not for him to say if this is a soft landing, but it's not a hard landing. So I just want to give some clarification. Jerome Powell did not, in fact, say that we have experienced a soft landing. I just wanted to give some clarity, just given the fact that was said earlier there, guys. I'm not seeing anything on Starbucks.
Yeah, Starbucks, yeah, there it is right there. Not for me to say if we've experienced a soft landing, but it's not a hard one.
But
so it is just a landing.
You're only the head of
They've landed, and, you know, there is new news about the landing. And, you know, it is.
You're only the most influential.
Yeah, as long as you got the right protection, you got your helmet on and a seatbelt.
Always
and all of that. Okay, so actually, funny story here. Right. We were talking about Uber using this as the bottom. And yeah, unfortunately, when it broke 90, for some reason, my order snapped out. So we just bought it right back on Uber. But our average price, I think, was 97 or something. So now we have a better price of 88, but that doesn't matter. We essentially took the loss there, which is, I told you, the hard part about all of this is trying to always explain like where our average prices are and whatnot. But that's just what happened there. The stop is now put back in here at this level. So we're going to wait to see if Starbucks does break if Uber does break that. So from one American company to the other. The Starbucks news was that there was a racial...
There's a bias.
Something in Missouri there about someone filed something against Starbucks. I don't see it on Benzinga, but it was just briefly in my ear. That's why I did drop that, but I did hear that. It doesn't look like there's anything happening with Starbucks. No immediate volume spike and not even hitting Benzinga. So I thought Starbucks, forget about any of the news. I was just looking at this as being well away right now from the 50-period moving average. And nice move back in is possible there on Starbucks on any kind of bad news. I feel like this will retrace pretty hard, but I don't necessarily want to go short. I think if you are playing this name, maybe with puts, hoping that you get an aggressive move to the downside. So, yeah, that's about it for me right now. We'll just continue to do what we're doing here, which I believe is waiting for Starbucks, watching Apple. I do think there's going to be an SMCI trade at some point here today. Just kind of waiting for it to get back into this level, $40. We'll see if it can hold that recent bottom of 39.80. So SMCI on my mind here for sure.
Yeah, Firefly's open back up. AMD's also at 112. So AMD 112 is the earnings resistance. So it dropped on earnings. The next day it made a 112 top. Yesterday it tried to press into it and faded. So we're patient with it. There hasn't been a red candle yet on the 15-minute chart. I'll zoom it in so you can see. It's got a secondary upward trend since making this higher low. So if it breaks that trend, we're now at 112, and we'll look for the short there. AIFF, Firefly, continues to be the rocket. If it's not Baba and Apple, this is like kind of like that big, strong stock that was actually, those weren't on the watch list. We didn't know there were going to be a story, Apple and Alibaba, until it happened live. But AIFF, another failed break on those halts. Next time it dips, we're going to look for that dip in the 5 and try to catch this one more time here on AIFF. But it could go into a down halt before it gets to that support level. Already a couple of halts here to the upside.
All right, wow. Okay. This is pretty good, I would say, so far. Uber. We just got a huge Again, not huge move up, but nice for me. Like that was a good move there. We just got more out. You have to hit out like we've seen Uber do this before and then fall. Uber before fall. Like here's some out of nowhere. Buy, fall, buy, fall, buy. Like this is just doing it. So we have to get it out. I feel like you're going to hear Kathy or somebody came in today, and we know that Bill Ackman's in this name. I feel like there's some buyers here today on Uber. Every time it falls, and then there's the support is gone, and then it just drifts right back in again. So I am not, like, if these buyers were not here, it's only really had, like, look at this even today. Downside hits the bottom up, down, but then even then, since then, one candle, basically, one candle. This is a little bit of a continuation, and that's one candle again. So I don't know. I'm happy shorting Uber right now. I'm happy fading these pops and trying to get out. Uber's still a positive name for me today. We're up on Uber trading today, but it is definitely a slippery slope. Wish that was not the case. I'm seeing Mara hitting. Nah. Okay, so Mara coming up on a scanner here. It's not. I just looked at it on the chart. I think it must have been a day high scanner there. Yeah, so right there. Again, you can
tell high a day as well.
Adara. I know Adara's all over this, and
7% now on Intel.
Okay, no, I was going to say it's just on Intel. So
Intel's a rocket.
I know Adara's been over this. We've looked at it. We cannot. You come over to the chart, Ramin, maybe. We have no idea what's going on, but Intel just boom right there. Let us know in the chat if you find anything. Adara has been looking, so we do appreciate that. And I know some of you are mentioning Intel, and as of right now, we don't really have an answer for you.
It'll be
more outs though on Uber as we go higher.
I'm guessing this is one of those. We'll find out later what was driving it. And
there's probably rumor. They're probably going to announce a new CEO, and of course, because the market isn't rigged, nobody knows about it.
Or an activist investor or someone who
right.
file 13F. There's going to be something along those lines the next couple of days. This doesn't happen to a stock that's down this far without there being something.
I mean, again, they've been releasing some new chips. We do know that it is like an America First play for sure. That's why I bought it. I got that little inside intel from my 22-year-old. It was like, you know what, Intel chips, and he's in AI. Like, he is in venture capitalists and all this stuff. So, and he values AI companies and new AI technologies. So he was telling me, you know what, Intel, for the price, what they're putting out isn't horrible. Obviously, it's not a high-performance GPU.
GFS popped this morning on earnings.
Okay, but what are they holding on that right now?
Well, it's also, it could just be sympathy on the foundry, and like GFS, Global Foundries, is actually up. And it could just be like a sympathy foundry play because GFS popped on earnings this morning. So it could be that. Look, we're getting really, really close to a reversion on AMD. It's at those highs along with Intel, but we're going right back over to Adara at the desk.
Before we get to money talks, I did look again on Intel, and I mentioned earlier I thought it might have to do with the fact that JD Vance reportedly is trying to get these, as reported again by the Wall Street Journal, he's trying to tell other countries to be light with their AI regulations. From what I'm seeing on social media, that actually might be the catalyst. People are saying specifically because he's focusing on AI semiconductor manufacturing. We know, American semiconductor manufacturing. You know, Intel is a very big Made in America brand. So it really, from what I can tell, the catalyst might be, or at least is related to, the fact that JD Vance did say that he wants to emphasize this less regulation for AI or for chip plays in other countries. So I think that is of note. And that based on what I'm seeing on social media, other than a couple comments on a potential CEO move, it does seem to be the JD Vance report. On to money talks. We have the dollar basically at low of days here. We're running now 2 days in a row into resistance at 108 halves. We have Fed Chair Powell. He's still talking. But let's talk about comments from Fed's Hammock, because we had those coming in too. She said here, Fed's Hammock, who in case you missed it, she's actually the newer Fed member. She replaced Fed Mester. She's saying basically that the Fed will be evaluating these Trump economic and trade policies as they come in, but that she doesn't actually have rate hikes in her base case. So no rate hikes on the horizon right now for Fed's Hammock. And again, with regards to Intel, it does seem to be the JD Vance emphasis on other countries not having heavy AI regulation, guys.
All right, yeah, so it could be it. I mean, thanks, Adara, for that, as we'll keep on waiting for those reports. There are talks in the chat, of course, that they released a new processor. They've been doing that, so we'll wait to see. I mean, and sometimes there are late reports and late movement in stock. We'll wait. Only 4 minutes to go. Tisha was asking for you, Sharif. Yes, sir. Is Sharif in the building trading today? Yes, he is. So we will get. You better believe that. And he's
copying my look today.
These guys are not stopping. They're really excited here today. So we are getting ready to rock and roll with the Midday Madness show. Joe and Sharif. Tons of stuff happening right now in small cap land. So get ready for that. Amazon, just take a little dumpy here as the market may be going to the downside maybe. But Amazon, I don't know what just happened. We just broke the 200 period moving average. Amazon downside, down 0.5%. Can we hold these levels? I would hope so. But right now, I don't know, as it is trying to get a little low now on Amazon on that dip down there. I thought the market was going to go there. Not much happening right now for Amazon. So yeah, what's up to Charlie? Look, yesterday, I was trading this during Neil's recap show. We had the short in Tesla yesterday. We were talking about this play. Now Tesla is absolutely getting destroyed. Down 3% right now, down $10 on the day. And going lower and not looking good, man. Not having a good time today is Tesla. It's kind of embarrassing, but we missed the short by like 50 cents both times right there. And we unfortunately weren't looking at it there, but that view up was a great one again. Look, trading, we talk about the lessons of the day. We do this, we do that. Those are all great to actually listen to and try to understand. But realistically, you got to have the trade on. It's easy to look back. Trading is hindsight. Like we can look back and say, well, hey guys, fade to VWAP. Like when there's a gap, play to VWAP. But unless you have the trade on, that's a tough one. So there you go. It is a move back. It's nervous, and what I'm saying by that is like, we can look at Shopify and say, oh, go long, or do this, or do that, and whatever. Oh, wow, you're right about Shopify, went down to that 115 area. But at the end of the day, it's like, you got to put the trade on. Neil was in Shopify. Like, you got to put the trade on and try certain things, because if you just talk about it, that's one thing. Actually putting it on is another. So shout out, and the reason why I say that is Charlie, and there's some traders in the chat there that are still holding shorts from yesterday. So congratulations to that. You have to be in the trade to enjoy that move, and some of you are. So congratulations. I think it's getting close, though. We had talked about a buy opportunity. Tesla's getting destroyed this year, man. It's down this year.
320 looks good on the day. 320. No, it's actually lower, sorry.
Yeah, 260 is this period moving average there. But at the end of the day, I think right here is getting pretty good, man. 330, 333. What a destruction in Tesla. And a lot of people liked it, man. It was the pick here. I think it was Brendan's pick going forward. It has gotten killed to the downside, Tesla. So let's hope that we can get a little bit of a break here and find a buyer, man. I don't like him talking about TikTok, talking about this, look, he can do whatever he wants, but at the end of the day, they're OpenAI, TikTok. It seems to get a little bit away from just Tesla.
Get focused.
And I wonder, that's what I think. I wonder if there's a lot of investors right now that are like, maybe this dude's not focused. I guarantee you he is, but at the end of the day, this is what people talk about, right? So, it definitely does not help the.
We're going to get to the super chat in 1 second. By the way, Firefly, which I'm just going to point out.
Do, Joe.
Firefly, which was here it is on our watch list. And at the time, gapping up on that NVIDIA Connect program news, 34% is what it was this morning. It's now up 119.68%, which I can say precisely because I'm looking at it on the chart. Halted, it's now 680. This stock is going absolutely ham. It's out of control. The dips aren't even. Like, it's not really even dipping anymore on the daily. I know it's 11 o'clock. We'll get over to the midday in a quick little second here, but there's not much to look at on this daily chart. It's now blown through almost all the resistance. Like 950 on the chart maybe is coming in next. We have a missed opportunity not being in this one a second time, but the day isn't over, and I can hear them salivating over there. I know the Midday boys are going to be on this one when it opens up. Should be a 5-minute halt like always, which means it'll be open in about 2 minutes. We'll be back at 2 o'clock for the afternoon and the aftermarket, which has a host of earnings after.
Oh yeah, we're excited for that.
It's going to be a wild one with Ryan Shannon, but let's get on over to the Bash Brothers. We've got Sharif. Right. We've got Joey options. Go get them.
Meta for some reason.
Let's see if I can pull it up.
There it is. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome.
Hey.
Welcome to How to Trade During the Midday. That is your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif, and I'm dressed a little bit like Neil today, so everything is good there. Yep, just want to shout out everybody. Had a nice, relaxing day yesterday. We're pumped. We're ready to go. We got a whole bunch of small cap gappers. Joseph and I are going to look at for you. But we're going to do the shout out first. We got one micro trader and Dr. JD Voice, and it wouldn't be a day without a proper dang paradox. Shout out to you, my man. Let's bring in the chat and shout out everybody live over here. All right. Phil Rich, Oxlong, The Beautiful Gate, and my man T Money's in the house. Shout out to PC. All right. TVD, Brendan. Tez and Stock Up, shout out to my man there. We got Fred Liu, and he put from Canada, Joseph, just in case, we didn't know where he was from. Shout out to Fred Liu, my man, waving right back at you. We got the bone broth. That sounds tasty. We got 69 Judge Shack. Okay. Vizbot, Jose Perez, Epic Strategy, Joseph. We got Ryan G. Ostentatious Dang Productions, one of the OGs in the chat. We got Chancellor Palms. What are you doing with your palms, bro? Mark Susi, Smokey Love, Poor Robin Hood. Seen that one before. We got Bax. And then my fave, Trisha Dang Perkins. You're still on the hit list, by the way. Stevenson Etienne.
Watch out.
We got Ronaldo. We got Vern. How are you, baby? Good to see you. I was just saying hi to Randy. Retro Stocks, Farm Trader Joseph. And last but certainly not least, we're going to say what's up to Anthony Vitale. No relationship, of course, to Big Patty Ice Vitale.
Is BPI in there?
He was messaging me, bro. He was congratulating us on our 500,000. The dude's all class.
No way.
He's all
VP
class.
is class. Nothing but class.
He's Italian, says the Katina man. It just be like, didn't you know? Good morning, Joseph. How's it going, bro?
It's going good, man. We're going to touch on some top-performing sectors. But first, we got a super chat that came in on the last session here, guys. So it says, congrats on 500K. I vote for axe throwing for something fun to do. Also, what are the odds for Joe versus Sharif push-ups? I think Joe's a heavy underdog, but might bet Joe if it's plus 400.
All right, so we didn't update them. Some people don't know.
They don't know.
Some people don't know. Here's the deal. Joseph and I, at a date to be determined, we haven't determined the date quite yet. We're doing a push-up contest, and then we're basically taking donations vis-a-vis Super Chat. They should be earmarked, though, for the push-up challenge. The reason being, guys, we're taking every single penny that we get for Super Chats for this push-up challenge, and we're donating it to a charity of the winner's choice. So obviously, Joseph, your boy wins. He gets to choose a charity. I win. I get to choose a charity. But please earmark your Super Chats. Already, Ram's been doing the absolute most.
Don't do it yet. We gotta talk to the promoters. We gotta get this going. We gotta make this a spectacle, man.
You bring in Turkey O'Shea?
Yeah, you see what happened now? The fight's back on, baby.
Joseph?
Yeah, exactly. So
what's happening?
Yeah, so we're gonna get that going. We're gonna pump it up, guys. I think a lot of people are gonna be looking forward to that one. But Sharif has a lesson, and we've had pretty much an amazing session thus far. Even though the market is really starting to come back in here now, we're gonna go over some top performing sectors. So. But keep it trade in check. AFI is fire. Okay, let's see what everybody else says in the chat. Sharif has too much muscle to outlast Joe. Joe minus 1,500 favorite from Dinkelberg. That is crazy. Minus 1,500.
Damn.
I mean, hey. That's hefty.
Joseph, the market's tanking right now. Something's going on here.
Here, we'll pull up my Google here, Sharif, quick, and we'll get it to you. So as we can see, I was in some Google earlier, guys. Now tanking. Sharif, we got out at the right time. Google dragging the overall market down with it. Tesla's still moving to the downside here, guys. Pay attention to that. But we got some news with the dare at the front desk.
It's not news as much as be aware of Tesla. Tesla is right now below 339, is actually heading into 338.50. Why I want you to be aware of Tesla here is because there are a lot of comments on DOGE, Department of Government Efficiency. In case you didn't know it, Department of Government Efficiency is headed by Tesla CEO Elon Musk. And this senator right now, Mr. Warner, just referred to Elon Musk as Doge Boys. So be aware here, specifically calling them Doge Boys. So just be aware of TSLA as this Koreans pretty hard into new day's lows. Back to you.
Yeah, Tesla is Dara's short Tesla, by the way. I was trying to get her to show her trade. She was complying there.
Yeah, we'll get her to set it up for next time she goes there. We'll pull it up there. Okay, so let's get into these sectors here, Sharif, real quick, and then we're going to send it to you guys.
Yes,
so
sir.
in first place, Win Play Show, because Neil was on the horse this morning. Win Play Show, materials up 1.13 here on the session. Energy up about 0.9 here, guys. So almost that full percentage point. And then tech sector up about 0.3 here, or 1/3 in this session today. Now let's go from the third last to last financials down about 3/10 as well. Healthcare, same thing, 3/10, closer to 4 here, and consumer discretionary down about 9/10. So discretionary being led by Tesla, my guy, to the downside
Energy
here.
and materials, we got to keep an eye on.
Yeah, we got to keep it exactly. We'll take a look at XLE and XLB for sure. Bang.
All right, baby. We're talking about short squeezes today. And it would make sense because I trade these small cap gappers a lot, many of which have a higher short float. And we've witnessed these short squeezes live on the How to Trade show many different times as they get parabolic. So let's talk about some of the characteristics and fundamentals of the short squeeze. So here's the deal. So this lesson dives into the early momentum chasing, but with a twist. We're talking here about targeting highly shorted stocks with the potential for short squeeze, obviously, but buckle up because this strategy is high risk, high reward. You need to think about that when you're employing some of the stuff that we're going to talk about today. So as we always do, let's talk about the short squeeze from a high level. What are the fundamentals of a short squeeze? So imagine a stock where a significant portion of the shares or the short interest are held by investors who borrowed them, betting against or betting that the price will go down. These are called the short sellers. So they borrow the shares from someone that's fully paid for them, with the caveat is that they'll return those shares. Their theory or their thinking is, let me wait for the price to drop, right? I borrowed them at $150. Let me wait for the price to drop to $100, and then I'll give them back to Joe when they're worth $100, and I'll pocket the difference of the $50 because I borrowed them from $150. And now they're worth $100, so I'll just give Joe back his shares, and I'll go and buy these at market value for $100, and then you profit from the difference. So you're betting against the stock going up. That's what we call a short, okay? And then the short squeeze happens, you'll see in a second. So in this particular case, when we talk about the short squeeze, if the price unexpectedly surges, means goes up. So if we have $150, right? That's the price that I shorted it at. Short sellers scramble to buy back the shares to return them, further fueling the price increase. This is a short squeeze. So if the price doesn't drop to $100, but rather goes to $175, that means I'm out of the money $25 a share. So that's a big hit for me. So how do I get out of the position? Well, I got to buy him back at $175 a share. So that means I'm losing $25 a share. That's the short squeeze. So the only way for me to get out of the short is by buying the stock. Well, how about the people who are actually buying the stock because they like it? This is what we call the double dip effect, right? Where the people who are short have to buy the stock to get out, and people who are seeing the stock move up are all of a sudden getting interested, so they're buying it as well. So you have that double effect, right? And that's what we call a short squeeze. We'll continue after a quick break with Adara.
Sorry for the interruption there, Sharif. I just want to let people know about Boeing, which is dropping pretty hard here. BA announcing its deliveries for January. Apparently 36 orders delivered in January. And then they delivered 45 jetliners in January. So 36 orders, 45 deliveries for BA, which is falling pretty intensely here, despite actually a pretty strong start to the day. Keep an eye on Boeing. And with that, we'll get back to the exciting short squeeze lesson with Sharif.
All right, so let's have a look at this trading screen. So this graphic visualizes and contextualizes a short squeeze. So here we go. So we're moving along on our way, and then let's just say, for example, a lot of people got short at this local high, okay? The price then dips down. So they're feeling good about themselves. They're like, oh, sick, bro. I'm in the money. I'm printing up multiple storms. Everything's good. Life's good. I got a lot of money. And then all of a sudden, we start making higher highs and higher lows. And then now we start breaking higher than the price they got short at. So now they're panicking. They're like, oh, crap, I'm out of the money. They start covering some of their position. But what happens when they cover? They have to buy it back. So they're forcing the price up. In addition, as I mentioned, to the people who are buying it anyway. So then we get this kind of double the speed movement on the move up, because people are trying to get out of their short position and people are buying it at the same time. And so we start seeing, margin calls where your broker has lent you the money to be short, and then, you're out of the money now and they want to get the hell out of it. So they close your position or margin call you without even you knowing. All of a sudden there's that buying effect to the high side, and you're well out of the money, or whoever's long is very much in the money. So early momentum chasing in shorted stocks. So early momentum chasers, they aim to identify highly shorted stocks experiencing an initial price increase. So the hope is to jump in before the short squeeze intensifies, profiting as the price explodes due to the forced buying by short sellers, as I just explained. So the thrill of the short squeeze obviously really needs to be stated here. So the potential rewards can be phenomenal. Don't get me wrong. We see this all the time with the small cap gappers. Capturing a short squeeze early can lead to massive returns as the price skyrockets. However, that's a big if, right? So the dark side of the short squeeze really can't be understated here. Number one, there are plenty of false alarms to these short squeezes. So not all price increases in shorted stocks can lead to a short squeeze. The momentum might fizzle out, leaving early entrants kind of metaphorically holding the bag. Then you also have lots of intense volatility during the short squeeze. So short squeezes are inherently volatile by nature. Prices can swing wildly to the high side and the low side, making it challenging to predict the right entry and exit points. So you should be really, taking time here to figure out how you're going to get in and get out and what your trading plan is. And then there's also psychological warfare that's taking place here between buyers and sellers. The emotional fervor surrounding a potential short squeeze can cloud your judgment as a trader. Investors might buy in an inflated price or at an inflated price, fearing they'll miss out. So you're always chasing kind of the move, and then, you may be the person who buys the top before we trend right back down. So there's always that inherent danger to it. So what are some strategies you can employ here to take advantage of the short squeeze for the short squeeze chasers, so to speak? Keep your eye on the short interest. We call it short interest monitoring. You want to track the short interest of potential stocks that you already know have a bit of a higher short interest to begin with, right? So a high short interest combined with a price increase is a potential recipe for a squeeze. And then you've got to keep your eye on news, obviously in social media, X, and whatever other platform you're using to stay apprised of these stocks. So stay updated on company news and social media chatter that might trigger a short squeeze. We're talking, these hit pieces from Citron or these other companies that are the bear cave, for example. They drop these short hit pieces, and sometimes there is a bit of a move as a result. So positive developments developments or increased retail investor interest are good signs. And then technical analysis with caution. You really need to be using technical analysis here, goes without saying. So while technical indicators can help identify these breakouts, overly relying on them during a short squeeze can be a bit dicey. These events can defy technical analysis sometimes due to their emotional nature. And last but not least, stop losses, guys. Make sure you are using sound risk management skills by either using hard or soft stops, but make sure you are sticking to them and sticking to your trading plan, because, theoretically, you can be on the hook for an unlimited amount of money in a short squeeze. Doesn't usually work like that, obviously, but theoretically, the price can be, way higher than if you buy a stock at 100, it goes to zero. That's your risk, $100 a share. But it can go to $500 a share, and then you're on the hook for $400 a share. Obviously, theoretical doesn't typically happen, and that is the lesson we're going to do.
an eye here on the market and anything that might be impacted by tariffs. Peter Navarro, who is Trump's trade advisor, basically said that the country's allies have not abided by the rules, but actually abused them. And, quote, the president says no more product exclusions. However, be aware of some of these statements because we also had Trump's trade advisor, Navarro, say that Trump was going to be meeting with President Xi of China that day, and then that never happened. So be aware that there might not necessarily be veracity in this in terms of the timing or what's being said, but it is worth noting that it has been said. Trump's trade advisor Navarro saying that apparently the president says no more product exclusions for tariffs due to apparently a lack of abiding these tariffs by other countries. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Adara.
Thank you, Adara. Hold on 1 second here.
What's
Guys,
the deal,
I
bro?
got something here.
Okay.
I'm going to pull up my screen.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I got that. Buddy, a dude sent it to me on Instagram.
Did he send it to you?
I got it right, though, there. Huh? And I'm wearing green.
Can we pull up my screen here? Screen. Don't forget, folks.
I was actually cheering for them.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
They were a division rival, but like I didn't want to see Taylor Swift be happy. So like, no.
Man,
no.
What's the brother's name? Jason?
Jason Kelsey?
Yeah. Travis's brother, right? Yeah. Man, that must really suck for him. The year after he leaves, they go and they beat KC and win. Yeah.
What happens, baby?
This is what happens, exactly. All right, guys, so let's see what we got cooking up today. Here's some Google earlier in the session, looking for that breakout higher. If you go to the morning show, you'll see me talk about this stock and why I believe it's a long. So hopefully these levels hold and that comes to fruition because we're going to look to put on those styles of trades because it is the market environment is definitely what we need to implement this type of style of trading. So here we go on Google. We're all out of it now as we break through the volume weighted average price. So we were just piecing it out there. And then as soon as we broke VWAP with that downside momentum, boom, out of dodge for that trade. But now we're going to short some IBIT up here. Why are we going to short IBIT? Because we're starting to form some lower highs here, guys, on that 5 minute. I attempted one trade already on it, but one thing you got to notice here, guys, is that I'm selling the bottom of the range. So as soon as we squeezed higher, I'm like, okay, that's not good, small size. Anyways, but then what we do is we just get back in. So once that lower high is constructed, then we move to the south side. So in here, out here, right back in it as soon as that price action turns around because we are range bound, as you can see on this 5 minute time frame, and then now heading back to the bottom of that range. I think it's only a matter of time until this thing breaks and then continues to move a little bit lower. So we're down about 0.5% on the session this far. I think Bitcoin's going to continue to drag lower and lower. We'll pull up spot just because we're talking about it. And you can see on this as well too, guys, from a daily perspective, is that price is really starting to condense, right? So it's going to break one way or the other. We have now established that we put in a double top already. And now we got to really worry about this key support around that 92K level. And I think if we go and test that, it's going to be breached. So again, unless buyers step in and we get a really aggressive buy program, you can see that this indecisive price action is not very good whatsoever and not something that you would want to see in Bitcoin. If you go back in its history, you can just see we were talking about it earlier, the average true range of this, if you want to call it that, but the volatility is much higher. It's really condensing right now, and that has a lot to do with IBIT being optionable as well too, so people protecting their downsides via selling calls or whatever it may be, or buying puts. So that's where you see this push and pull in this thing. And once again, I'll talk about this consolidation phase that we've been in for, it seems like, an extended period of time. So here's 8 months. We go on a move for a month, and then now we've been somewhat trading within this $10,000 range for the better part of a couple months here. So again, we got to wait and see what this thing's going to do. I believe that volume's going to step in here on spot Bitcoin. It's just our job to determine when it comes in, that we have to have the ability to join the trend, okay? So this time, I mentioned before, I thought we were gonna break lower here. That hasn't been the case. We had the inability to construct a new all-time high and hold it, and then now we're coming back in towards this range and to these key support levels. So I do think that we break here, Sharif.
All right, I'm keeping my eye, guys, on the following. Let's bring them in. So I'm already in a trade right now on HSAI. It's gonna have to hold the $0.50 because that's where VWAP is at. So this is a move for VWAP retracement because the other ones were really getting away from the level. So AIFF, I mean, that's the biggest, it's the baddest, it's a triple digit winner. It's up 168.5%, almost 90% since we rang that dang bell at 930. Needless to say, it's above the pre-market high. It's above VWAP. It meets all the requirements that I have for these small cap traders, or small cap trades, excuse me. It's halted currently at 814. Let's see when this bad boy opens. So that's top left corner right there. But pretty dang panda brought to my attention another one, another repeat offender, SOPA. It's up nicely on the day. We're talking 64, 63%. It just blew through 4 like it didn't even matter. Not like we had a topping tail, 2 topping tails or something like that at 4 o'clock, right at $4, excuse me, right at that opening print at 9:30. So that if this one comes back in to test 4, I'm a buyer. It's coming in a little bit right now, high day, 448, so rejects at $0.50. I like it at 4, maybe even front running 410, 407. You get it. Sometimes it doesn't come back into that whole dollar area that was resistance. So SOPA, I'm looking for this one to possibly turn back. AIFF is now open. HOD 815. Zigging and zagging right now south of 8 at around 790. Here we go. It's doing the dance with absolutely no underwear or pants at 815 right now. Joseph, we're going to have to keep an eye on this one. It's well away from the 10 exponential as well, which I use as an informal gauge of overbought and oversold conditions on these small cap gappers. So if this one comes back in and it wants to touch 7, I'm a buyer there as well, because that'll be a 10 exponential pullback. I'm all eyes, ears, and everything else. Let's look at SOPA, though, because I was just waxing poetic about this one coming back into 4, and I'm a buyer, or so I allege. So let's see now. It's coming into 413, 410. Let's throw it in order over here. We're going to take small share size at 4. We're going long right here. So we're going to give this to the breakout area. So I'm going to give it to 388, okay? So it's going to have to hold 388 for me to stay involved. So there we go. Threw out the order there. Let's set some beak wetters now, see if we can catch a pop back up. So that's exactly what I'm going to do there. So where are we long? We're long 09s. I put a bit of a beak wetter at 19s. Excuse me. Let's see if this one wants to move back up. Now, am I a buyer in and around this area? 390, 395. I think I am. But look at AI, dang FF, take out the top, 877. We're on the wrong one, boys and girls. We got to be looking at this one. This one's got absolutely no brakes. It's all gas, Joseph, and it wants to take out that $9 area. This is a sponsor of the dang show right here. So shout out to them. We're going to obviously, what's that, Neil? This is unbelievable. Yeah, it's a fantastic squeeze. AIFF is on one, 877 HOD. Let's see exactly what this one does. All right, HSAI is coming into my area over here at the $0.50. This is the volume weighted average price. So we're gonna get involved right here for a hold. And now we're gonna move up the stop on this bad boy. So HSAI might be our first L of the day. Now we're gonna take off that old order right there. And I'm gonna post a new order for HSAI. So we got some shares on this bad boy. We got 68. So let's go ahead and throw out the stop over here for HSAI. And here's where we're going to wait. We're going to wait right there. That's a good look. So let's see if this one wants to pop back up. It's coming into VWAP right now. How's my other trade doing? What's SOPA up to? It's zigging. It's zagging. I'm waiting at 19s. It's showing me 17s right now. Let's see if this one wants to spike back up. And there we go. Now we get the first print. All right. Now we're waiting right now at 29s. I'm talking about SOPA. It just made a high a day of 448, comes back down, comes into that 4 generally. And that was my move. I wanted that move back into 4, maybe high 3s, because the breakout level there, you can kind of see it's a little bit between 4 and 390. Let's see if we can get that print in the high 40s. High 30s. I'll get it right. High 20s. That's what I'm talking about. It's my day back, and I'm still not fully alive.
Still in the food coma there.
Yeah, bro. Oh, that was bad.
Yeah.
That was real bad.
That's good stuff, man. That's good stuff, guys. I mean, here we go. A lot of people in the chat were talking about some some Tesla and some IBIT, but that's what we did here on IBIT. We bought the top of the range, or sold the top of the range, now heading towards the bottom of it. So we got to look to hold this a little bit longer, but here we go on that breakdown, Sharif, is IBIT. We're not going to take any out until we breach the low of this range here, Sharif, and the momentum is really starting starting to kick in on this thing, and we're really, really tanking. Okay, here we go, guys. Really nice stuff here on IBIT as well. So we're gonna hold this. Once we break this support, this is when we're gonna start to take some off here. But we also got some NVDA, some TSLA cooking up as well, guys. Why? Because we had that 5-minute hammer. I told everybody in the chat, looking for somewhat of a relief here. But if we break this low, then we're going to get out of dodge and reassess the situation. This stock might take a little bit longer to turn around. Just look at this from a daily perspective. I mean, we're giving back the majority of this rally that we went on, much over 40%. Going to run into some key support levels here, which I think is going to bring us on TSLA around that $16 price target. We're going to have to look on Tesla to see where it is, but all of these gains absolutely gone. The long term is not liking that. Maybe the volatility in this thing is just absolutely outrageous, so we got to be patient. Is this going to be a buying opportunity? I hope so, Sharif, because as of right now, it's not looking too pretty from a daily perspective on Tesla. He's printing up some storms as well, too. We're getting the chuckles, but we got somebody talking about Palantir. He's asking, so Joe, do you think Palantir is currently a long or short? Just cashed out some Tesla puts and considering PLTR puts or calls. Here we go. I don't think that you're going to be buying any options up here. If anything, your best bet is to start selling some premium with that heightened average true range, and something that we were talking on. So you're going to get increased premiums. You're going to collect a lot more on those credit spreads than you usually would. But be aware, this stock is going parabolic. We need to keep that in mind. So if it wants to squeeze again, you got to get out of dodge. But as for buying and flat out buying, I wouldn't be doing that. I would be looking to sell some premium here, or maybe some puts, because I know Sharif was talking about that. But I mean, hey, if you can get 128, 125 on those premiums and still collect $30 or so, 25, $30 on the combination of contracts, that's a trade, in my opinion, to put on, because it's going to take a lot for this stock to continue to move higher. Sharif, tell me what you got going on.
All right, we got to go to Adair. She's got breaking news.
Keep an eye on Microsoft here. About 10 minutes ago, but now this is kind of circulating on social media, Anduril did announce they're going to be taking over this U.S. Army goggles. Basically, it's integrated visual augmentation system goggles. So they're going to be running that program for the U.S. Army, pending Department of Defense approval. Now, why does Microsoft come into this? Well, they're used to the wording taking over. Seems to imply they're taking the project from Microsoft, who has previously been involved in these Army goggles. So keep an eye here in MSFT. Of course, Department of Defense has not yet approved the Anduril involvement, but regardless, something to be aware of here, guys. MSFT and Palantir might be in watch here as well. They do have some collaborations with Anduril as well. Back to you.
I know you know that.
I actually don't.
You know what?
I wouldn't mind knowing a little bit more about
man.
it, Joseph.
You don't know that.
I just want to see that TikTok video. Where's that TikTok video at, bro?
You don't understand. Okay, it's really complicated for me to get my hands on this video because I didn't create it. It was on somebody else's account. And trust me, I don't feel like throwing up when I watch the video. So
I love you, bro. I'm busting shots. Guys, we're in SOPA at 409, and here comes 469. You know your boy is waiting at 469. You know that. All right, so here we go. We're zigging. We're zagging. This is the last out for me here on SOP dang A. This was a $4 retracement. I front ran it for the reasons that I gave. Sometimes it doesn't work its way right back into that $4 area. It'll be front run. A lot of buyers are looking at the same technicals that I'm looking at, and they may be a bit more exuberant to take out those levels or to get in, So here we go. We're showing 60s again. I think I might take it out a little bit below 69 because it's looking like it's having a bit of an issue right now. 67 HOD. I don't want this to come back down too much on me because I remember I gave back money last week on one that I insisted on holding, and then it ended up dropping below my level. So I don't want to do that again. So here we go. We're still in SOPA. Took out some there at the $0.50. We'll look to do a little bit better if it takes out that HOD. Now, the one that I'm involved in right now that's out of the money, and it's out of the money by about 10 pennies, is HSAI. It's a little bit below VWAP. or the low of the current candle is a little bit below VWAP, but there's a couple of things here. It's at the $0.50 and now it's currently above VWAP. So what's the deal is, if this takes out that third of a dollar, that's the end of the trade there. We're not going to look to DCA into this one. If it doesn't hold VWAP initially, then it doesn't hold VWAP. I'm fine with that. But I'm not going to give much back, if anything at all, on this SOPA trade. Here we go. SOPA back into 69s again, or sorry, I think the high of the day now is 70. So did wick 70. Let's see if this one wants to keep going in the direction that it's going. Now, AIFF, I got to mention this one as well, obviously, because it's the big boy winner on the day. It's 136.75%. It is halted yet again, this time to the downside. Let me tell you when the halt is expected to be all over here. We can kind of make educated guesses. We can never really know exactly when it's going to unhalt because, well, what the hell happened to my trading screen? There we go, restore. Okay, so AIFF, excuse me for a second, let me tell you. Oh my goodness. Here we go. So it says 734 and change. Let me just look at that. 1126 and change. Just want to know the exact time. 1126.46. Okay. Good. So now it's 11:31:08. So we'll see if this one ends up being a 5 or a 10-minute halt. The current tap, the theoretical auction price, $7.31. As you can see, we halted at $7.34. So we are 3 pennies lower than the theoretical auction price. And I just got stopped out of HSAI. I'm okay with this stop out because I was not going to DCA into this. So we'll go 1 for 1 on the day, take a bit of an L on HSAI, not a big mover on the day. And it looks as if VWAP didn't factor here because it held up initially, then it broke down. So that's a look on HSAI. Now back to SOPA. It's coming right back into that area that we got in. At 409s. Let's see if it does a VWAP touch at 4 and then move right back up. This is giving back quite a bit of the move here. I mean, if you were to look at the bull flag breakout at around 390, well, we're giving up a sizable percentage of the move. Well, the breakout level would be 390, but I think I would measure the flag from around 3 1/3. That's kind of where we trough right there. 3 2/3, excuse me. So 3 low 60s, 3 mid 60s. Now we come back into 4, Joseph, and that is the volume weighted average price. We're seeing a bit of a hold up here, but not quite, anything that would rock it up or anything like that. So AIFF is open. Let's see if this one wants to hold on to the $7 area. This could be an interesting trade over here. I could get involved here for a $7 break. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. We're long 31s. We're going to take out some there at 40s. Let's see if we can take out some at 50s. We take out some at 50s. Let's see if we can take out some at 60s. We're taking some out at 60s. We're taking some out at 70s as well, Joseph. Let's see if this one wants to spike up again. Here we go. Zigging and zagging, baby. I'm happy to be back. Small cap gappers are in play. Trade them as you like, baby, but make sure you are managing risk, Joseph Wilson.
Yeah. I mean, it's like you never left, man. So there you go, trading well. But here we go in some IBIT, guys. This is somewhat of a push and pull of emotion here, Sharif, because we're working out here. But then the long term is like, it's screaming. But here we go, guys. Short, same thing here. I said, hey, we're forming that wedge. We are forming those higher lows. I sold the bottom of the range. Didn't work out. I'm like, okay, if we pop back up and we have the inability to construct a new high, let me sell that high again. And sure enough, here we go. We are getting that move to the downside here, guys. Spot Bitcoin now sub of 97,000 and heading more south. So, I mean, tough look here. We don't have too many more outs, only about 10% left of the position. We'll take it off on this last exit here, but let's see how low we can go. I do believe that we are going to hit that 92K very, very soon and then head a little bit more to the downside. And best believe, I will be looking to pick some up. But here we go, guys. Also in Tesla, looking for this bounce. Down over 3% on the session. Now we put in that hammer. We like those looks here at an extreme low. If we break this, add a dodge. Not going to hold on to that position because we can reassess and then possibly get back into this trade. But this is my reversal candle. One thing that we do have to note here and keep our eyes on is that there's still a little bit of selling pressure. We didn't fully close as a hammer. That's something you need to keep an eye on. And the volume signature isn't overly isolated, okay? We've seen that the overall market this morning was trading to the top side, Tesla decided not to participate, continue to sell. And then now that we're selling, it has the inability to bounce back. So something is going on with this thing. Could this be somewhat of a breath in this stock and then potentially take that second leg lower, because this thing is just getting beaten to a pulp from a daily perspective. So how are you shorting IBIT, if you don't mind me asking? Just buying pits? No, this is common stock, right? This is ETF. IBIT is the ETF. No options contracts here. Nick W., mind taking a look at ALAB and had a great earnings surprise. It's not ripping, seems like manipulation, absolutely. But someone asked us to take a look at Google first, and then we're going to look at ALAB for you, my guy, Nick W.
Dang.
So this is Google. Traded that this morning as well, too, guys. Gorev and I were talking about this in the chat, and we're like, hey, this is a potential swing. But the issue is, Gorev, we don't have those signals yet. So what my thesis is I was going to start a position this morning as well, too. But I'm like, hold on, let me wait, because on my cam structure, it didn't look like it was going to rebound. So what I did is, like, I'm going to wait. If we break 183, Gorev, then thesis invalid. I think we have to be a little bit more patient on this stock and then wait for it to turn around. But best believe we're going to look to participate on this thing, because according to the street, trading at 22 times forward is still relatively cheap to the market. So we got to keep that in mind. And I mean, I think at some point it's going to recover and then head back into this gap. And that's what we're going to look for, is once we turn around, Gorev, we're going to look for that mid gap fill. So that put us around the mid 190s and then also the 200s. So that is my look. And then for Nick W., we're going to take a look at ALAB for my guy and see what we got going on. Oh, okay. Good report, you said. I mean, Astera Labs, not right now looking the best. This pullback is slightly it's hefty and it's deep. So we got to keep our eye on this. But one thing you need to also keep an eye out on is the selling pressure in some of these candles. So maybe this is just going to be a lower high formed. We have to watch out for that, because again, going back to that Google reference, we filled the majority of that gap and then rejected it and moving it back to the downside. So until we sit on top of this gap here, Nick Dub, I would wait for this thing for any potential swings. But for today, you can see we pushed price up, moving half decently, but then giving back some of those returns on this session. So yeah, that is ALAB and Google, guys. Let's see what else we got going on with TSLA. This one's going to be a little bit of a slow burner here, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
Because the turnaround price action is not looking too good in Tesla. And I think it might not play out because this thing is really, really weak, my guy.
All right, man. I gotta take some of these screenshots, bro.
Yeah, bang.
All right, here we go. We got a couple of bottom wicks today, man. Look at that bottom wick right
Right. Oh, bang.
Another bottom.
Hey, call you the wick man.
The wick man, the bottom wick. All right, guys. Paul Parth Gandhi. Yeah, that's not your name. Sorry, Parth Gandhi. Let's look at. He wants us to look at Big Bear. Absolutely, say less, my friend. Let's bring in the trusty e-signal. Shout out to them. Look at Intel Go. Neil, are you looking at this, bro? What is going on over here, man? This is parabolic. I know Darius been looking. We're 10.25% on Intel. I have to digress. I'm sorry. This is not every day we see double digits on Intel, and not in this fashion over here. Wow, what a move for INTC. But we're supposed to look at Big Bear AI for the OG there, Parth Gandhi, in the chat. Now, here's the deal. Big Bear, we know Big Bear to be, a mover on the day. I traded Big Bear nicely last week. I know the Katina man had a couple of trades on Big Bear as well. Today, I don't know if it's Big Bear's day today. Let's have a look. So Big Bear, we're up 0.56. We're zagging right now. On the intraday chart, we're looking at a print below the volume weighted average price, sadly. So for Big Bear to, be tradable under my system, it's going to have to get above that 8 and say 4/5 area. That's where VWAP is at around 885. But I do like this area low. Now, this is not my style of trade, okay? So I want to make that very clear. I won't take these small cap gappers or small cap gapper-like stocks as a long below VWAP. I'm just not going to do it, and it has to be above the pre-market high. However, there is an area of technical support over here from the end of the trading day yesterday. Look at this area, or sorry, in the pre-market, excuse me. The pre-market low was around 8.25. Lo and behold, we get all the way down to 8 1/3, and then we find some support, and now we're zigging and zagging with 8 1/5, 8 2/3. So there is a support trade you could have had at this level. That isn't my style of trading. I would not have taken that trade even if I had known about it. But it's a sound strategy if you're good at it. So yeah, I'd like it possibly off that 8 1/4. It looks like it's already getting away from that, looking like it's going to hit 8 2/3 right now as it takes out that 59 penny, 60 penny level. I'm talking about Big Bear AI. Below VWAP still and well off the high of the day. Currently the high of the day, 941, about $1 north of where we're trading right now. So that is the look for Big Bear, not a trade I want on at the moment. So that's going to be my look there. Let's see what else is moving. So AIFF, I'm out of that one. I got out of the last remaining amount there at 8. So this one's having a lot of trouble at 8 and 780. So I was watching this for a while. There is somebody of note throwing some shorts or selling a long position between 780 and $8, okay? And we already have a 5-minute candle that closed as a candle of indecision, a doji candle with an equidistant between the upper wick and the lower wick is the actual body of the candle. So here we go. We could make a new low below that candle of indecision if we print anything below 740. We're showing right now 758, 759. I feel AIFF here has a bit of a seller again between about 780 and $8, hence why I got the hell out of there at $8 as it comes right back down into that 10 exponential moving average. Still a big mover, up 139 and change percent on the day. Put some dang respect on that one's name, like we're going to put some dang respect on Adara LePage's name.
Thank you for that wonderful transition there, Sharif. And keep an eye on Tesla. In case you missed it, there was a pretty interesting Twitter back and forth between Tesla CEO Elon Musk and OpenAI CEO Sam Altman yesterday regarding reports that Elon Musk was looking, or his consortium was looking to put a bid for OpenAI. Sam Altman now responding at this Paris AI conference to Reuters saying the company is not for sale and that it's another one of Musk's tactics to, quote, try to mess with us. He also called the bid ridiculous. So basically, Sam Altman poo-pooing this Elon Musk consortium bid. Also, guys, keep an eye on X pretty soon at TTV Research. I'm currently working on a series of graphics on the Elon Musk and Sam Altman squabble. Back to you.
Offering 98 and change for, or whatever, 93 and change, 90, whatever, 90 something and change for OpenAI, which is like way below what they raised at, Joseph. They raised that 250 billion last time around, or 175, something like that.
A low bid offer.
And then you know what? Altman's like, no, the company's not for sale, but I'll buy Twitter off you for 9 billion and change.
No, wow.
Get him, Altman.
Mega shots fired.
Yeah. I don't think these two are going to be able to be in the same room. But you know, I think Elon's substantially larger than Sam.
He's a little more girthy for sure.
And taller, bro.
We
saw what dude. Altman at the podium with Larry Ellerson and the orange one.
Yeah, and who else? And he was Masayoshi was.
But Masa, you know, he's not the standard of height.
He's not living up to par there. But I mean, here we go, guys. With Tesla, all out of iBid here now, so short from here, out at the bottom of this range. But then Tesla didn't work out for us right now. I do think at some point this thing might turn around. But again, I mentioned we have those definitive outs for a reason. If we were to crack the low of that indecision on the 5-minute, add a dodge. See you later. That trade didn't work out, and that's okay. The positions boards are down right now, guys. So they'll get that back and running shortly, momentarily. But I mean, the sentiment in this thing has flipped. It is weak sauce here, guys, in Tesla. It's not fun for the long term, that's for sure. Not looking good, guys. Hold on, I'm gonna pull up another chart here, and we're gonna get a percentage metric from those all-time highs, how much we're off, and it's gonna be a hefty amount. But I mean, we know this thing has that cult-like kind of personality to it.
So it can rebound, and it can rebound extremely quick. But 31% off of those highs, Sharif, is, closer to 32 is Tesla, and continuing to the south side. When is this thing going to stop? I had a potential turnaround at this support level here that was once prior resistance. We've now blown through that and continuing to that next level. So once we punch through this level, then the next stop here, guys, is going to be that previous breakout of 271. And I mean, that's still a hefty ways away. Not something that I would want to be holding on to for that long, but I don't want to just mismanage the account. It would be down 43% if we come and touch 274 here on Tesla. So not a pretty look on this cyber one and company. Really tough look there, Sharif. But one thing that is looking really good, and a lot of us are talking about this, and I've been talking a lot about it, is NVDA. We added to this position here. Average now up to 120. Yeah, so we were in at 118. Had a beautiful dip by at 118. That fill I got a sick fill, and then sure enough, we're just climbing now in the majority of this gap here, Sharif. So looking really good on NVDA. And people in the chat were asking me, where do we think this thing closes by the end of the week? And I wouldn't be surprised if we stick to these mid 130s.
All right, Reek Mayhem. What's the catalyst for the Tesla drop? We're not really sure, brother. There's nothing specific, like you could say, they missed on deliveries or something like that, like a very specific headwind. I think it's just like a manifestation of different factors. We saw BYD release their driver-assisted software with their cheapest vehicle. That's south of $10,000 when you do the conversion between yuan and USD, which is insane to think a $10,000 car can have a driver-assisted software. Again, not full FSD and probably not as good as Tesla's. But the reason is Tesla doesn't have the authorization to use full FSD. And China, obviously, a huge market for Tesla. So there could be just a manifestation of different things. I'd submit to you maybe Elon not fully concentrated on Tesla, or that's how it seems from the surface. You never really know what the hell is going on behind the scenes. But it seems like he's got his mind really fixated on Doge, getting spending under control. However you feel about that, wherever you fall on the political spectrum, that is not what I'm discussing. I'm discussing his concentration and his focus right now. So that's just speculative for my part. There's no real specific reason why Tesla is down 4.15% on the day. Obviously, he's got his back and forth with Altman, as Adara was just surprising you guys. So there's many different reasons possibly here for the move down. But I want to talk about this one, Andre. ORMP, another good small cap gapper. I had this one on the side chart. It was doing kind of light volume, so I was hesitant to talk about it. It's still kind of doing light volume, only about 2 4/5 million shares. We're closing in on that 3 on the day, 3 million shares, but it's only a $2.88 name, a $3 name. It's got to have a bit more volume than that, baby. But in any event, it's got a good looking chart pattern. It's above the 10 exponential. It's above the pre-market high. It's above VWAP. Check. It's got everything under its name, Joseph. It's got an ugly topping tail candle right now that just manifested through that break of 3. But guess what? It's still holding. I like that. That's what I do to everybody else. It's still holding trend. What do I mean by that? It's still putting in those higher lows. It's still above the 10 exponential moving average. It's just got a resistance level with which it has to contend. I'll submit to you that resistance level is $3, a level that we predictably could have gauged as resistance. We know these whole dollars act as areas of support and resistance on these small cap gappers. In any event, it's zigging, it's zagging at 288 right now. I could absolutely be persuaded to weasel into this one. It's a good looking chart, but again, light volume. So get into it with the requisite, the appropriate amount of shares so that you can manage risk, because the bottom can drop off. Think about it. This thing is only printed 3 million shares on the day. Imagine what a big boy account could do to this, especially if they get a hard short position or if they're holding a big boy long and they liquidate it. You could just blow through all the levels and halt to the downside. Seen it way more than once on these small cap gappers. Make sure you are managing risk. AIFF is coming into that $8 level again. I'm seeing on the side chart. I've submitted to you guys. There is a seller of note on AIFF. I perceive it to be between $7.80 to $8. Make sure you are accounting for that. Sharat Rahman, Sharif. I disagree with that. I'm not going to read it out loud. Los Palos Hermanos. Tesla is falling because Elon bidding for OpenAI, suggesting that Tesla is incapable of making their own good AI. Brother, he has Grok, XAI, which strung together 100,000 H100 GPUs. They may not be where OpenAI is in terms of, software development, the layer that you actually put on to the LLM, but they're catching up. I don't know exactly what the difference is between them. I haven't done any of these standardized tests. I've seen some comparators between DeepSeek, Grok, obviously OpenAI. I've got a lot more to talk about AI because I finished that 5-hour Lex Friedman podcast and I feel a lot smarter about AI now, but we'll get to that in the more calm time of the day. So ORMP really looking like it can take out the levels. Here it goes again, trying to put in a higher low above the previous candle, and it's zigging and zagging with 3. It's having trouble taking 3, as we can see over here on ORMP, but let me tell you some of the details. $120 million market cap. It's a pharmaceuticals company, and the float on this bad boy is about 36 million shares, a little bit less than that. Where the hell is my trade ideas? There we go. And I don't know why it's only showing up on one screen now, which I don't like. Let's go ahead and find out what the short float is on that. ORMP, we're getting about 0.74% of the float is shorted. So not much to talk about there in terms of a short float for ORMP. Joseph Wilson.
Hey, yeah, guys. So we're on attempt number 3 here on this possible turnaround on TSLA. I mean, we're trying to catch a falling knife, I think, at this point. But we do have those turnaround signals and multiple at that on the 5-minute time frame. So that's exactly why I'm going to try this one more time. And it looks like we're getting that bounce. So each entry we got out, but then we're getting a better price, slightly better price here on this third one as well too, guys. So you can see entry 1, entry 2, and then now for the third time, we're going to try this, and that's it. 3 strikes, we're out. We have to reassess the situation because Tesla is so weak, and I mean, we're talking a lot about it. Shreve was talking about it, so we won't get too much more into it. But again, I think it's a time where you look at it from a perspective. We went on such a crazy run. It printed all-time highs, right? We had that fun trading it, but now it's changed, and there's other things, other sectors that we need to look at, and other stocks that we need to find that are strong. And one of them is the king of all kings, and that's NVDA. So stick to things that are strong because it's continuing to hold as some of the market is starting to pull back here now. Let's pull it up. I mean, yeah, as we pull back here, that's not good for the selling pressure in Tesla. So if we break the lows, then we're going to have to get out of Dodge and just not trade it anymore. So it'd be over 3 on that one. But IBIT was nice for us, and Google was nice for us earlier in the session as well too, guys. So we got to keep an eye out on NVDA as well too. So we'll focus on this. If we breach the volume weighted average price to the downside, it might drag the overall market with it. We are slightly extended on the Qs and the SPY from VWAP, so you might get that reversion back into that indicator. And as of right now, it seems to be the case. So just don't try to chase anything. Wait for those indecision prints to display themselves, and then maybe you can look for a reversal in this current secondary trend right now, guys. So let it run into some key resistance levels and support levels, and then look for that turnaround if it displays itself. But again, if that volume and that momentum steps in, we could be looking for some more downside, guys. But one thing that we are going to monitor here, Sharif, is the volume by time profile here. And you can see as we start to pull back here, that selling pressure is drastically falling off a cliff. So that can be a positive signal unless the sellers decide to step back in. Look for a potential turnaround here because you can see the effort and results. So the effort in this print, but the result in the volume doesn't correlate with itself. So those are things that I always keep an eye on and look for potential turnaround signals in these names. Wow, IBIT is bleeding still, guys. That's crazy.
Where are we at now?
Yeah. We're at 50. We're at 96 on spot. IBIT we're at 54.78. So I mean, but this thing is continuing to make new lows. We're all out of IBIT here, guys, as I was mentioning earlier. So yeah, once we broke that range, took some off, started piecing it out on the way down, but then now we're continuing to bleed. I think 92 is in sight by the end of the week. True.
All right, Andre Freitas. Andre, help me out with it. Andre, because he's got your name, and he's from Brazil. So maybe you can help me with his last name. Freitas? Yeah, he's like right on there in the purple. The purple with the A. Freitas. Thank you. Appreciate it. Here we go. He wants us to look at fritas.
fritas.
Was I saying it right, Andre? All right. So here's what we're doing. He wants us to look at the US 30. Say less, my man. Okay, the US 30 obviously is a name for the Dow Jones Industrial Average. And here are the components. Shout out to eSignal, who puts this together for me. I didn't have to do a dang thing. It just has, these watch lists, this drop-down watch list. You can see Dow Jones Industrials, Forex, you get it, and there's basic, there's all this stuff over here. So the Dow Jones Industrial, which is a component of 30 different companies from different sectors. They're chosen obviously by the good people at the Dow Jones. We don't get to figure out who's involved, but these are the components right here. Just if you wanted to know, I'm going to chart it in a second. But we're going to look at the Dow Jones in a hot sec, the actual the DIA or the futures, the YM, when we get back from Madeira at the big desk.
Keep an eye on MSOS selling off pretty heavily here, seeing apparently Donald Trump has announced that Terry Cole is going to be the next administrator of the DEA, the Drug Enforcement Administration. I'm still trying to find more information on Terry Cole to contextualize this drop, but either way, it seems like people who are trading cannabis names are not a fan of Terry Cole as the leader of the DEA. I will continue my research into this individual and get back to you when I have more context.
Yeah, you have to, we got to shout out, is Adara's deep dives. Those deep dives are deadly.
Very deadly.
She loves a deep dive. She just yelled it out. We're going to shout her out. Get it, Adara. All right, let's have a look at the Dow Jones. I'm going to actually look at the futures contract because I have the futures permissions over here. So we're going to have a look at the future. So that's the weekly. Let's flip to the 5 right now and have a look at what the Dow is doing. Okay, so we got a bit of a bull flag going on right now at the Dow, but there's a bit of a range. The closing print on the Dow, we've got over here at around 44,580. That is also the 20 exponential moving average. I don't like this topping tail candle, most notably, and then the incrementally lower highs and lower lows. Now, this could be a bull flag where we continue on our merry way. I submit to you, if you're going to get long, you should be getting long towards the bottom end of this consolidation area range, which would be around 44,590, 580, give or take something like that. It's hard to kind of know what this one's going to do because its components are so drastically different from one another. I just got stopped out of ORMP, by the way. I just saw that coming in, breaking down now below the $3 level. So I had a super tight stop there. I'll talk about that trade in a second. But this is a good look right now on the Dow. It's the only one of the 4 major averages that's actually positive on the day. It's not by much. It's more like flat than positive, up 0.05%. So the Dow not looking too bad. It's performing, but very close to that break-even point, and kind of, this pattern over here with these candles, with this candle being the main one, the candle of indecision with a topping tail and bottoming tail, kind of has me, a little bit unsure about how to chart this one, but I do see a bull flag pattern, which you could get a possible continuation, or we can get this could be a rounded top, right? Where we make those lower highs and lower lows, and then we break down. Keep your eye out on that closing print, that 44,580. That's yesterday's closing print on the Dow. I hope everybody does well on that. Okay, so here's the deal. ORMP came in to the 10 exponential, and I traded this one wrong. So I got a quick beak wetter, but I had a really tight stop. Now, the reason I had a really tight stop is because I didn't have a lot of conviction in this name. The volume was not to my liking. So the deal is here. If it defends the 10 exponential moving average, which right now is at $2.88, I'm getting back in, okay? Whether it's south of 3 or not, I don't care. If it holds the 10 exponential, shows me another candle that closes above the 10 exponential, I'm getting back into ORMP. So that's my look there. But as I look at that and whine about getting stopped out, let me tell you about this one. AIFF is back onto the high side, baby. Still a little bit south of that high of the day, 877. But I got an inkling that might be very short-lived, that 877 high a day, because we just got all the way up to 867, and then we pulled back just a skosh below that $0.50 level. This one's on one, baby. It's up 170%. Could be a very aggressive name, especially if we take out that high of the day. I think this is likely a short squeeze, okay? It was so apropos that we had that lesson today on short squeezes. Let's do a little bit charting here on the daily to figure out, where these shorts could be hanging out. Now, you can never really be too sure where the shorts are hanging out, but you can make educated guesses based on area crests in the price action, okay? So let's have a look if this chart will stop being stupid and load up properly. All right, so the last time we were up at this $8 level, got to go all the way back to this time right here, August of 2024. We got up to about $10, and then we printed lower highs and lower lows. All right, we've already taken out the high in October. We took out the high in early January and mid-January, so we're past those highs. So what we need to be looking at is that $10 area. I'll submit to you, there's likely a few shorts between short sellers at around $10 to $9.50. That's the previous area crest. Above that, we're looking at that $11.50 area. Okay, that's the next area crest there. Then we're really going high. All the way back to March of 2024, almost a year ago, we were at $16. So the reason I'm even looking at it that way is because I'm saying to myself, if I was a short, if I was trying to get short on this stock, where is the price above this level that I could have initiated a short position at? Well, we've already cleared two major area crests. The one that we're now looking at is this August 13th, mid-August high, where we could definitely have some shorts who might be on the wrong side if we squeeze above 10. So AIFF, this one gets into 10 or around 10. This could be really violent over here. Adara is at the big desk.
I think I found Terry Cole, but we'll get to him in a second. Right now, we're going to take a look here at the market, which is initially trying to be pretty strong here. The SPY running into some previous resistance. Now currently trying to hold on to 604s, down about 0.14%. NASDAQ down here looking a little bit weaker, down about 0.3%. And we have Fed Chair Powell testifying here for the Senate. This has been going on since 10 a.m. and it has not stopped or slowed as of yet, talking a little bit about inflation right now and fiscal policy. But he has talked a little bit about tariffs, echoing a lot of what we've heard from the Fed lately. What's going to happen here with the tariffs depends on the size of the tariffs and how many tariffs we have. If it's a one-off, that'll be very different than if we see these repeated persistent tariffs. So tariffs still on watch for the Fed, as is MSOS. This dropped here after Donald Trump announced on Truth Social that he has picked Terry Cole to lead the DEA, the Drug Enforcement Agency. So MSOS did not react positively to this. I looked into Terry Cole. His name is Terrence Cole, if I found him correctly. Terrence with an A, so Terrance. And he appears to be basically, I guess, part of the Office of Public Safety and Homeland Security for the Commonwealth of Virginia, where he serves as a secretary. Now, in terms of his history with cannabis, there's not a lot here, but he did have one post from last year suggesting that the use of cannabis in drinking could lead to self-harm in youth. So it does not seem like a glowing endorsement there of cannabis from Terry Cole, just to give some context for that move to the downside. Apple, no move to the downside here, basically at day's highs, despite a push lower in the rest of the market. We have the information reporting that Apple is going to be working with Alibaba on their AI. And last but not least, Intel, pulling back a little bit here, but still strong on the day. It does look like J.D. Vance's comments on the U.S. safeguarding AI or, in fact, the catalyst for this moving to the upside. So sometimes it is the answer that you think it is, I guess. Also, though, apparently could be reacting to, it sounds like good reviews for their Core Ultra 9 processors. So keep an eye on INTC here, hanging out to 2140s as of right now. So without further ado, we will move you over to Neil and his lesson of the day. Take it away, Neil.
Thank you, Adara. The lesson of the day. Let's just give thanks to all of our viewers for getting us to that 500,000. That's not the lesson of the day, but I thought I'd start it off with that. It was so kind of everybody. Once we got excited about it, and we couldn't have done this without our viewers. And it's partly because trading requires a community out there. And trading can be a lonely business, whether you're sitting at home, sitting at a desk, or whatever it might be. Like you're looking at your charts, you're sort of focused on your own setups. But the ability to learn from others' mistakes and successes is something that can get you a bit of a leg ahead, because that 10,000 hours of screen time or whatever it might be, it's difficult to get there on your own. And to the extent that we can try to show you guys what we learned from and what our experiences are and what our ideas are, I hope everyone benefits from that. Now, every day is going to be different, but I'll tell you one thing right now. Nobody knew what was going to happen with Apple and Alibaba this morning. but I think you can just try to keep it simple. And it doesn't necessarily matter whether you traded Apple or Alibaba. Once that news hit, it's about what you can do, even if you don't get that initial move. Because when the news hits, it's like 9 a.m. This is the initial candle on Apple here, 226 into 230, $4. I mean, Alibaba did something very similar. They're just going to be going back and forth between those. But I'll start with Apple. Very similar move in Alibaba initially. But then look at what it did after it pulled back. Even if you're just patient, so it's good news, it's huge volume, right at the open, where does it dip into? Now you're going to pull back the chart and say, hey, look at that, there's afternoon support, 228, we had to close at 228. No, who cares about that? Dips into VWAP. Now I'm not even saying this is where you should get long. Let's keep it even more simple than that. At the open, it's 9:30, you want it to settle down. So you didn't get the opening rip. It's now been 30 minutes since the news is out and it dips into VWAP, but you don't have to believe it then. Makes another fresh high. What does it do another time? It gives you another shot to dip into VWAP at about 9:57. At this point, you've got successive higher lows. It's about having the most simple plan possible. Now, obviously, if you trade this instead of, or Alibaba instead, like maybe that costs a short in Tesla. I don't know. But ultimately, keep it simple. It's explosive on news. It's putting in higher highs and higher lows. And an indicator that you like is holding. That's simple. The volume weighted average price. And I'll throw you that the same thing happened on Alibaba, not as clean, obviously, as Apple, but it gave you another strategy, which we like first, which was holding in front of prior highs. It then eventually held VWAP when it bounced off of the prior close. Now, I would grant you this one required a little bit more patience. And I've been guilty time and time again of having this long, right? Like there is a big difference between seeing it hold on to VWAP and catching the bid. Like it comes into VWAP, I'll show you this right here. It comes in, holds on to VWAP, does this crazy wick underneath, then comes right back above, get long. Like there's a big difference between that and this falling knife. Always, you shouldn't say always, but if it's your straight trading strategy that you would rather get the backside of the trade, right? Like if you're fading something off the highs, you want it to have curled. If you're buying something off of the bounce, you want it to have actually shown the bounce instead of just getting in against you, then allow it to show you what you need to see at that level to get your entry point. Have an entry strategy as well, so you're not just always going against you. Now, Apple, easy peasy. Like it just held on to VWAP nice and clean. Upward trend. That's not going to give you any trouble. But with something like an Alibaba, and I've been guilty of this myself, where I like VWAP, so you just sit there. If I'm looking at a 3-minute chart, there is nothing about this at the open that suggested buy this at VWAP. It did for Apple, and you saw the hold. You could have gotten anywhere on that next green candle. In this case, I'm going to miss this because that is a $2.50 candle, and this is a more reasonable entry point. That's what you've got to be able to look for. Now, like I said, there's always an opportunity cost to everything, but you know, look, we could have had short in Tesla today, and that would have been a bigger winner. But I would venture to say that the longs on Apple and Alibaba were simply easier, higher percentage shots on news, on a catalyst, clean trend, and there is nothing wrong with that. Sometimes it's just okay to go in there and take the simple trade. And just one more note. I know a lot of people are going to be looking for a Tesla bottom. I get it. I mean, I've been looking for an Intel top, which it might have made one. You always have to be careful when you have this kind of a move to the downside. And what I mean is, this broke a big support level and then tried to hold green and then had a slight down day and then a little bit bigger of a down day and then an even bigger down day. It's a kind of move that's accelerating after it did the false break. So not the big candle breaking underneath, but like the small move down, then the acceleration. So you're going to need to get to an obvious level to me for a revert. Like this is down to like 320, and then you have 300 in here as some pretty big levels. I don't know if we'd get that far today, but the crazy thing about Tesla, as I said, it's accelerating the further it gets away from that false break, and you should be patient. Allow the stock to actually set up for you. Not all trades will look as simple as Apple off of VWAP, where it's like bounce off VWAP, bounce off VWAP, there's your upward trend, now it's off to the races. Every now and then it will require a little bit more discipline, and there's nothing wrong with that. But if you're trading a news event, you don't have to have the initial break. You can always have the plays after. As a matter of fact, Boba coming right back into VWAP, that could be a bit of a play. Yeah, the market's really starting to come in here. Let me just go over to NVIDIA's tanking. We're going to go back over I just heard Sri saying Meta just lost the bid and went down $3 in a single candle. This is feeling like we could have some kind of capitulation bottoms. Oh, yeah, and by the way, Firefly's halted to the upside at $9.19. It's up 196%. Just like that. That's your lesson of the day, guys. Oh, I think we're going to Adara, actually.
I'm not sure if this was moving the market, but we do have some geopolitical talk happening right now. So there's some talk about a possible ceasefire. We've heard some talks about that. Donald Trump said that the deadline is Saturday for response from Hamas. Then we have Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, saying that the ceasefire will end on Saturday if they do not get, the hostages returned there by Saturday at noon. And then there will be a return to, quote, intense fighting there for the Israeli military. So basically this ceasefire talks, I'm not sure if that is necessarily the reason for the move, but I think it's worth noting here. We have seen this move the market. Ceasefire discussions getting a little bit heated, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adair. Yeah, man. This is a Donald Trump presidency, baby. If things come fast and furious.
Furious, man.
Right?
Fast and furious.
We tried to tell you guys that. I mean, I don't think Joseph traded in the first Donald Trump presidency. I caught the tail end of it, but I'll submit to you that was more COVID than Donald Trump. So, I have very little experience. So we could just talk to the big boys. Obviously, we got the big kahunas to our right, and they told us exactly what to expect. So no, this is not something we were not aware of with this type of trade, this current market, this economic climate. All right, guys, we're in a trade right now. ORMP. I got back in. I got stopped out. As I told you first time, I traded this incorrectly because I based my entry and exit off that $3 rather than basing it on the level that it had been respecting. That level, I'll submit to you, is the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. It did wick into there and then it bounced back up. So I've got a couple of outs on this bad boy, and I'm layering my outs above the high day. Currently 309s. I've got 308s and then 312s here. Let's see if this one holds up. Already making back some money on it. Firefly, Dang AI, shout out to one of our sponsors on the show. This is halted yet again to the upside. It is taking out that level that we talked about, that area of resistance on the daily chart. It's up 245%, and it makes this trade that I had here, which was almost in fact was an 80 penny winner, look like the worst traded paper hands, whatever you want to call me. This one did break down lower than my entry, so I don't feel too bad about it, but this is halted yet again to the upside, $10.70. The theoretical auction price right now, the top showing 1071, so not much of a move above the current halt level, so we'll see exactly where this bad boy ends up once it does open up again. Pretty Panda, if AIFF does a Bright Mind Biosciences move, then I'm not going to care. But I wanted to show you that I still remember that crazy 4-day run it had. Trust me, my man, I know you remember. We talk a lot in the chat, and I know exactly how you're looking at things. Shout out to Pretty Panda. You're the one that showed me SOPA as well. Shout out to you. What else we got over here? Jimmy J, AIFF halts again to the upside. Absolutely. We just finished talking about that right now. Let's do this again, because I really want to drive home at this point, since we had an opportunity to talk about short squeezes today. It really does. Let's apply this IRL. So when we are now above the reverse split level that we put in back in August of 2024, that level there, I'll submit to you, is $10. So we've already caught some people offside. This one's the high of the day right now at 1070. So we're already taking these, or individuals who got short at around this level, level, they're getting squeezed. They're out of the money. They may be getting margin called right now at this level. So we took out that level. Now what's the next level? This next level is 1150. I'll submit to you between 1080 and 1150. We could have more shorts getting squeezed above that level over here. So once this bad boy opens, let's keep an eye out on the 1150 level, that 1080 to 1150. That is the area crest. Now above that level, we're really looking at much higher, at about 16 bucks. That takes us all the way back to March of 2024. So almost a year ago now, we haven't been above this level since, if we take out that 1150 level. So AIFF, it's on one. It's on some good stuff right now. We'll have to see what it's on, and then maybe we can get some of what it's taking, Joseph. AIFF halted to the high side 1070.
Hey, good luck there, guy. So Kurt Hutchinson's, no, it wasn't my decision. I was just diving into the world of intraday trading, so I didn't have the privilege to do so. It's not that I didn't want to trade the Trump, but I just wasn't around for it. So yeah, it's that look. Guys, I mean, we're looking for a bounce here on the Qs. Market really selling heavy here. That pressure really stepped up. One thing I want to talk about is when we were first referring to it, is like, okay, yeah, well, that selling pressure was dwindling, but look at the momentum and steam it picked up onto the downside, especially punching through the volume weighted average price. That volume starts to stair step higher. So confirming this breakdown in the overall markets, guys, especially with the likes of NVDA and Meta selling as well too. So that can justify what was going on here. We need to monitor that and just wait for those turnaround signals. That's exactly why I'm in the Qs. Same thesis as Tesla, essentially. Heavy selling, heading back into some pre-market ranges, looking for that potential bounce on this potential isolated volume signature. So that is something that like a trade idea I built, and it's like, okay, let's see if this works out. Tried a couple of them on Tesla, didn't work out. That's fine. Today might not be the day for those styles of opportunities, but you got to take them as they come to see if they work. Otherwise, I would rather take it, stop out when I'm supposed to, than not take it and then it start working and me scratch my head, be like, oh, well, why didn't I just follow the system? And sure enough, that is what we are planning to do, guys. But let's take a look at a couple other things here. We have some top volume stocks on the session, and surprisingly, it is not NVDA at the top of its class. It is INTC. All right, so with 95.2 million shares traded, NVDA sitting in second place, and then SMCI as well sitting in third place, guys. But one thing I want to take a look at, and we were talking about it this morning, is the VIX, the volatility index. Oops, I don't want to pull up the chain. So I'm assuming now, without even having to look at the chart, you have to refer to its inverse correlation with the overall market. So the S&P there. So as we continue to move lower, you're going to see that VIX rise here, guys. So let's pull it up here from a 5-minute standpoint. And which I thought it would be spiking a little bit more here. So I don't know if this data for some reason is up to date. But here we go. As the market climbed higher, VIX drops. Now the market is selling, the VIX rises drastically. So we got to pay attention to that, especially individuals in the options market. You don't want to get caught in some of these volatility onslaughts, because we know with heightened VIX comes heightened volatility. But let's see what Adair is up to, guys.
The testimony has ended. This meeting has been adjourned now. So Chair Powell no longer answering questions from the Senate Banking Committee. Just be aware of that. Also here, I just want to give you guys a little announcement. I teased this earlier, but we do have a new post on X from TTV Research, and it covers last night's incredibly brief, and when I say brief, I mean it lasted less than 20 minutes, Twitter exchange between Sam Altman, CEO of OpenAI, and Elon Musk, CEO of Tesla. In case you missed it, basically we had the Wall Street Journal reporting at 3:39 p.m. that a consortium led by Elon Musk is basically going to make it unsolicited $97.4 billion bid for OpenAI, but you could not predict what happens next. And by that, I mean a pretty heated Twitter exchange between the two billionaires. If you want to see more about this, go on X at TTV Research. I plan on making some longer posts on their whole history because they have quite the history. If you didn't realize this, Elon Musk was actually one of the co-founders of OpenAI alongside Sam Altman back in 2015. So there's quite the history here. Might be more posts on this, but in the meantime, take a look at this little backdrop of the 1-minute Tesla chart alongside these moves here in these tweets, guys.
Fight. I'm telling you, I think Elon wins that one, but you know, it wouldn't be fun to watch. It'd be sloppy.
Fight?
It'd be real sloppy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how I would feel. It's one of those fights where you just cringe. You're like, no one get hurt or anything like that.
Yeah. It's like, don't take it easy.
It's like, take it easy. Maybe an arm wrestle.
We called him a swindler. I can't believe you responded to that, eh?
Swindler.
That was such a shot below the belt there. 9.74 because his debt's getting sold off. The Twitter debt. To be fair though, let's dive into that a little bit. The Twitter debt, we knew that some of the banks that had financed the acquisition of Twitter were selling off their debt to other third-party holders, but they were selling it at high, Joe, like 97, 98 pennies on the dollar, 96 pennies on the dollar. So it wasn't too much of a discount there for that. So we'll have to see how that all works out. But yeah, that's an interesting dynamic.
Go public with it. Bring it back public, man.
I don't think he does that for a while. No. I think he wants to get that all-in-one app, that WeChat kind of thing, and then maybe you add some value there. But right now,
I think Zuck's a little closer to WeChat, if anything, than maybe.
Good point.
Then
I don't know. Is he going for that though?
Yeah, I think he tried. He tried. Yeah, he tried.
That all
DM, like DM Coin. Are you familiar with DM Coin?
No, I don't.
Yeah. So he tried to start something up. So it's like Meta would just have this all-in-one currency, but it was obviously held by Meta. So that's why a lot of the crypto world space and the crypto space didn't like it because it's not really decentralized. Zuck and company would hold everything. So yeah, they didn't go through with that one there, guys. But here we go, starting to rebound in this market. We're in the TQQs, Sharif. That selling was awfully hefty, but now starting to recover. NVDA pulling back as well too, is with the likes of Meta. But guys, let's just take a look at Tesla. This thing is doing bubkiss. As the market continues to recover, this thing's doing nothing. This is a weak stock. Throw it away. Unless you're a bear. Where has our guy, Kyle, been as of late? Haven't seen him for a while. KB, not in the chat. But here we go with Tesla, getting closer to his price target. He might even have hit it, to be honest with you, with the little bet that we had. But this thing is not something you want to be involved in, especially if you're a bull, right? Market recover rally. Tesla doing nothing. See you later. It's kind of like that in that AMD stage right now when everybody else is buying things back up. Nothing is happening in that underlying asset. So be wary of that. So that's exactly why we just stick to the broader market and hopefully recover back to VWAP because that selling pressure was really, really, really strong. So let's see. Bang. Joe, Chet GPT $5. Joe got caught in my new NVDA calls because I didn't have stopping yet. Bad risk management, but I bought some more on that massive dip and even now. I mean, yeah, it happens. I don't know how much, I don't know how much time you have on those contracts. I talk about it a lot, and I think that's one thing that you really need to pay attention to is that all these premiums may seem juicy and good and attractive to the eye. Oh, it's cheap, it's here. But essentially, it's the options market just being like, you know what, we got you on that one because they're a lot smarter than you, than me personally, but they'll price you out to the point where it's like something looks attractive, but then time will just chew up the value of those contracts. So that's something you always need to keep an eye out on. Always buy a little bit more time. I do like this dip buy here on NVDA, especially if you were to catch it a little bit lower, but give me a little more detail on those contracts, Chet. What expiration cycle and what strike price did you acquire those contracts at? And then I'm going to pull them up on my chain and see what you're looking at as well too. But that's something that I was referring to this morning is with the likes of NVDA and Google. I think that those stocks have reached and peaked in volatility, so that average true range is slowly starting to dwindle. If you look at NVDA, it's almost picture perfect, and I think that's going to be the same case here with Google. And something that I'm bullish on, that's when I like to construct these high probability put trades, okay? So a bull put spread, that's going to put a lot of premium in my pocket, and every day that the volatility dwindles, that's just me collecting theta day after day, and I love that stuff, Sharif.
It must feel nice to collect.
Yeah,
you know, you go in there at the end of the day, you've collected a little bit, you know what I mean?
A little passive on the side, right? Low risk.
There it is.
That's it, man. But yeah, good stuff here. I'll send it to you in a second, but TQQs getting back towards the volume weighted average price. We're going to look to take it out here, start piecing things out.
Beautiful recovery. Gorev, I don't know if you're in the chat, my guy, but did you see that hammer on the Qs? Our thesis on Tesla didn't work, but it's really panning out nice and well here on the TQQs, my guy.
Yes, sir. All right, just throwing in a stop right now. We're going to take a small attempt here at AIFF as it zigs and zags. Yeah, we got stopped out already. Super quick on this one as it broke that $10 area. So, yeah, I know it's insane. It's 1151 high, Katina, man. So that's a big move right now for AIFF. But this is the one I'm involved in right now. I'm holding on to ORMP. I want to see if this one can continue to move up. It's having trouble above 3. I mean, I was going to say it had trouble with 3, but then it gets up into that 303. We already had prints into 305s, but this one not as forthcoming, not as parabolic, not as strong, obviously, as some of its counterparts today. I'm talking about SOPA and how that one's traded, obviously AIFF as well, as that one's in a bit of a zone right now where it's neither breaking above the highs nor breaking below the lows. So it just kind of wicked below 10 bucks, stopped me out, but right above 10 bucks it goes. So AIFF was halted. It was a down halt for one of the first down halts we've seen on the day. It does move right back above 10 though, but it's having trouble with that $10 area. Now, there is an interesting area of support in and around that $9 area. Look at that 5-minute candle at 1120. That rejected 9 bucks. You also have the 10 exponential hanging out at that $9 area as well. So that could be an interesting area on AIFF if we can catch it to the long side. We'll just have to see who's in charge right now. Is it buyers or sellers? So we've already taken out multiple important levels on the daily where we could have, shorts who got their position initially at that level. Let's see exactly if we can continue to move up off that level. I'm probably going to wait at around 9.5, maybe even a little bit below that 9.25 on AIFF. If it can drop below 9, come back into that 10 exponential moving day average, we'll take it there. But right now it's zigging and zagging to no end. All right, ORMP back below 3 again. It is still putting in higher highs and higher lows though. Not higher highs. We definitely need to take out that 309 for the higher high, but we have a higher low situation. I've already put my stop below 90 pennies. Don't want to give too much back on this name. But I'm going to keep my eye here on AIFF because it's there is some good potential for some big profits on this one. We just got to get the timing right. Last time we had the timing right. Don't want to be silly and give back too much on it, but I'm looking certainly at that 10 exponential moving average for a possible entry. Now, let me tell you about this though. It has a tendency to breach the 10 exponential only to regain it super quick. So this is the area I'm talking about over here. The 5-minute candle at 1140 and 1145 did breach that 10 exponential on a straight basis, but quick as you like, we were above it and then we took out highs. So this has a tendency to breach some key levels that you could be gauging for an entry. So be mindful of that. Here comes 9.25. That's what I'm looking for here on the 10 exponential. Now it may halt at this level. I'm not exactly sure what the halt levels are onto the downside. I think we were halted last time at just around 10 bucks. 10, maybe 01, 10, something like that. But that was the halt level there. So I'm not sure exactly where to expect the halt. Well, it should be 9. Right? 10, well, yeah, in and around that level. So we'll see if this one can catch a bid above the 10 exponential, maybe start putting in some higher highs and higher lows. I'm all ears. Let's see what else. There's a big seller here at 75 though, several thousand lots. I'm going to submit to you about 3,000 lots, give or take, at 75. Let's look. As the tape slows down and gets a little bit closer to that $0.75, we'll be able to see the size more fully. Here we go, getting close to that $0.25. There we go. There's the big size. And on top of that, there it goes. Just got taken out, no problem on AIFF. Back into that $10 area it goes. And it's got a bottoming tail now, Candle Joseph, off that 10 exponential. So if you bought out that 10 exponential, you're printing up a storm right now, almost $1 in the money as this thing takes out 10 again. But it could drop. That's the thing. We haven't cleared that higher high. We're still not above that 1050. That 1050 would be the new high. So you have a higher low. That would be the higher high there on AIFF. Zigging and zagging right now. 226% Lots of strength on this name. Let's see if we can get above that 1050, but it's a great dip trade. If you had that 10 exponential retracement, it gets bought up aggressively and then some off that. Back to ORMP as this one breaks down now below that 95 level where I'm long, and it's going to have to hold 88s because that's where my stop is. So we're going to give this one a little bit of room, but we're going to be really focusing on AIFF. SOPA. Another one we had a really good trade on. Breaking down, Joseph. This is an interesting area, though. This area right here. Now, I'm not going to go long here because it's below VWAP, but we did find support at this area last time. I'm talking about SOPA and this area between, I want to say 1138 and 1145. We did find buyers that stepped in at around that $3 3/4 area. We'll have to see if they step in again, but the SOPA is up 45%. It's below VWAP now with lower highs and lower lows. So that's the area high, that's a lower high, that's the area low, that's a lower low. So we'll see if this one can continue trend, but right now it's in a bit of jeopardy. Okay, back to what's this one called? ORMP, and I'm going to get stopped out of this bad boy as it comes down into my entry, but we did de-risk a couple over here, but now this I'm done with this trade. It definitely does not have continuity through that $3. It's attempted $3 several times, each and every time. It's been a rejection. Thankfully, I've been able to scalp some out, so I haven't been taking the full hit, but this one is having a lot of trouble continuing through that $3 area, so just take a hint. Right? That's kind of what I'm saying to myself here. Take a hint. This one doesn't have the continuity. So we're going to focus on AIFF or or any other, I should say, excuse me, small cap gapper that finds its way onto the scene. I'm seeing here LTRY might be interesting. Let's throw that up on the side chart over here. LTRY. It's up, I believe, about 30%. Let me load this LTRY. Oh, here we go with AIFF. Still hasn't taken out that 10.5 though. So if that one doesn't take out 10.5, well then I'm just not going to trade it. So here we go. Let's put that in and throw that on there. So if that 10.5 break comes, we'll take it. But let's look at LTRY though quickly over here. Oh, where's it at? LTRY. Let's look at the 5-minute chart on this bad boy. Yeah, so kind of light volume a little bit. I mean, 9.5 million shares on a dollar name. I mean, that's still not the best. It does have this area of support at $1.56, possibly over here. It does have a topping tail into that $1.75. This 150, 160 could be an interesting buy. I'd have a tight stop below that though, because this one does look like it's topping tail right now with some selling coming in at that $0.75. LTRY is the ticker I'm talking about. It's about $17.75 million market cap with, as I mentioned, about 9.5 million shares traded on the day. I don't know what the float is. Allow me a second to find out. The float's around 4.2 million shares, and the short float is LTRY, about 5.11%. So not a bad look for LTRY here. I mean, it's got a lot of good supporting this possible trade. Let's load it up on a trading screen here and see if we can weasel in for a good entry. LTRY on the NQ, still showing me 67s on the ask. Stevenson ATN, I want to take this time to give a big shout out to Sheree. Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate you, Steven ATN or Stevenson ATN. Thank you very much for that, brother. I do appreciate you always. And Joseph and I and the Katina man and Danilo and Brendan and Adara, we're always doing the absolute most in a good way to give back to the show. I don't know if you realized, but today we hit a huge milestone for the show. 500,000 subscribers, and we're almost at 501,000, believe it or not. We have 632 above that 500,000 mark. So we're just going to shout everybody, guys, and thank you guys for always giving back. And if you haven't already, smash that like, hit that subscribe, and if you find it in yourself to share the stream, because obviously that's how we grow. Maybe somebody that you know is interested in trading, maybe they're doing swing trades, maybe they're even investing. As you saw, we had about 10,000 viewers on the market recap show last week when we had those earnings play. So there's a lot of investors as well that come to us to see what the earnings outcome is, and we give you the data quick as you like, better than some other let's call them regular lineal TV channels.
Okay.
That have a bit of an interesting bias.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
You're not going to get that over here.
You're not going to get that over here. There's no way you're getting over that. over here, guys. But hey, I want to show something. I want to display something. If we're going to pay attention ever, I think it's going to be maybe to this point here, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
All right. So look, I'm going to go through a number of stocks.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So here's the cues. Isolated. Here, actually, let me do this here. Okay. Here's the cues, guys. Isolated signature, stopping volume. Beautiful. We love that. SPY. Let's pull this up here. Identical price action. Isolated signature, stopping volume, turnaround. Okay, we're gonna go over one more, NVDA. Isolated volume signature, stopping volume. I can do one more if you guys really want me to. You know what I mean? It's the same thing over again. And here it is on Meta, guys. The exact same signal displaying itself time and time again. Isolated volume signature. There it is. On 4 different underlyings, you're having that turnaround volume. This is what we look out for every day, all right? So just keep your eyes on it. That's why we traded the cues here. Just gave you 4 examples. Hopefully you guys were paying attention to that, because that's something I'm looking out for every day. 500K, Thomas Gist, okay, a new one. 500K, LFG, thanks. Congrats, been rocking with you since 200K. Love you guys, bang, OG. I don't even know if I was watching the show with 200K. You know, I told you this story, Sharif, one day when I was trading at home, just scanning, I'd be watching my regular CNBC, and then this channel pops up on my feed, and it's like Trader TV live trading. I'm like, what is this? Boom, click it. I'm like, oh, I watch it for the day. So it was you and somebody else and the boys here. And then I sent it to all my
No
friends.
way.
Yeah,
That's exactly
I sent it to all my friends. I'm like, man, you guys got to check these guys out. This is sick stuff. And then that's when Greg V, my buddy from Phoenix, and Dan from Detroit, all these guys started watching the show. So it's been a while. It's been a couple years, and I would always tune in. I never thought I'd be sitting here.
I had a very similar experience, but what I did was I went into YouTube. This is during the pandemic. I typed in day trading, and that was the first thing that popped up, and it was the day trading show. And ever since then, your boy has been a daily viewer. I remember exactly what year it was, what month it was. It was December 2021. That's when I started watching the show, and then lo and behold, I found myself on the show August of 2022, and more proud and more happy I could not be. Shout out to this team, man. Absolutely an amazing result. No question about it. 500,000 subs, not an easy task. Joseph. All right, guys, here we go. Oh, we already got another super chat.
Yeah.
Stevenson, shout out to my man Stevenson ATN. Thank you, Sharif Gobriel and Joseph W. for the lesson du jour. My man is dropping French because he's French. I see that last name. That lesson on VWAP made me 10 grand since you guys had it. Big thank you to you guys. My man is making money in the chat, dude, and it warrants the spin, the money. The Katina man is going to yell out money, money, money for you there with Miss V, who hasn't been on the show in many years, and Brendo riding the train there. So shout out to the best team out there, no question about it. Very proud, Joseph.
I'm going to send him my email. Maybe we can get a little commission off that one.
There you go.
Would never. But now, a couple beers, though. I'll never complain about that. It's been a while since your boy had one. I don't even think I had any. I didn't even drink it during the Super Bowl. I turned it on. So, dude, I turned on the Super Bowl, and the first play that I watched was a flag on an essentially nothing play. And I'm like, this is exactly why I stopped watching.
But that was like
resulted in a first. It was right at the beginning. But it was a pivotal moment because it was like a first down, right? Right after, I'm like, okay, this right back to just how it always was. So we decided to change that real quick and watch something else. But that's it there, guys. TQQ's still in this one. Nice bounce off the bottom. I just went over multiple examples on those styles of trades that we are looking for. Potential bottoming or topping signals. That's the name of the game. That's what we're looking for. Let's see what Adair is up to.
Just be aware here of the market, a little bit of volatility, because we do have more comments coming from President Donald Trump about the situation in Gaza with regards to the ceasefire, saying, in case you missed it, he did also once say that the U.S. should be taking over or buying Gaza. He did actually echo this, saying, we're going to take over Gaza, quote. Also saying that Hamas must have all of its hostages out by that Saturday deadline at noon, or, quote, all bets are off. So we do have a little bit of uncertainty here with regards to the ceasefire market. Definitely on watch, fluctuating a bit, guys.
Thank you very much, Adair. Shout out to Jay Lee. He's like, you missed that SMCI long off 39. It's almost at 40. I'm looking at it. Yeah, Katina, man, it tanked, brother. It was down aggressively on the day. I'm being handed the sticky note right now and obviously being implied to read it out. SMCI 39 long, nice level, and back to that 200 period moving average ahead of earnings tonight. Get it, Katina, man. I appreciate the sticky note being handed to me there. Okay, wow, there it goes, LTRY, man. I was debating whether or not to punch in here. LTRY is going. It just touched the high of the day. In fact, it just made a new high of day right now at $1.80. It's really going here. Nice breakout level. That move back down to $1.60. That should have been the entry because, well, that was the 10 exponential. And it was also a previous area of resistance. Let me show you exactly what I'm talking about. I don't know if you guys can see that, Wick. Yeah, you can, because I can see it off that $1.56. It comes into $1.58, and then all hell breaks loose to the top side. This one's taking out levels at $1.82 right now on LTRY. It's not the biggest mover on the day, certainly, but it's up 45%, and it's got a predictable higher low, higher high pattern. I possibly like it off that $1.75 retracement. Okay, so we'll see if it can make its way down there. Obviously, we topped off at $1.78 initially, but the closing prints were all at $1.75. We're showing $1.82 right now. Great strength on this name as it takes out the highs. Not really sure what the catalyst is on this one. Lottery.com, does it have yes, it does have a catalyst. Okay, Lottery.com shares are trading higher after the company announced its brand Sports.com entered a multi-year partnership with Soccer Rex. Okay, so they're doing that with their Soccer Rex. Don't know what Soccer Rex is, not sure, but apparently it's good enough for the market to boost this bad boy up 45%, trading currently at the high of the days, 182 right now on LTRY. And I did have a quick look at the LTRY float. It's about 5.11%. So not the biggest, but definitely a decent level there. I'm still waiting on AIFF. I've been packing my patience on this one. I've been watching this one make lower high, lower high, lower high. But all the while, this area here at 940 is the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. And so far, AIFF has bounced off the 10 exponential. Now, that's not really a glowing endorsement. Let me tell you why. Because we've still been putting in those incrementally lower highs. So currently, whether we're above the 10 or the 20 or VWAP, the sellers are in control as they push this one incrementally lower and lower and lower. I want to see where it catches a bid. I currently have a stop that you can't see right now. It's at 10.5, and it's at 10.5 to go long because that's a breakout level for me. We zigged and zagged at that 10.5 for a while. Now we're below the 10 exponential, and there is price action support right over here, right at that 880, 890. I'll submit to you it's more like 9, but we'll have to see if it holds up because right now sellers are in control, and I don't want to be a part of this trade as it definitely keeps dropping. But LTRY doing the exact opposite of that right now. I'm feeling awfully bad about myself not having punched in here. It's zigging and zagging, Joseph, at that $1.95. It's looking like it wants to take out 2. It's up 54% now, and the volume is really stepping in. The volume was flat all morning, and I'll submit to you the biggest volume candles on the day have been done at 12:20 and now at 12:35. So the volume coming in de novo during the day, it's not a pre-market runner. It's not an after the bell runner. It is a midday runner, baby. LTRY, there goes into 204. The volume is picking up, and the squeeze is on right now. LTRY, it's up 65%. We were just saying 40-something%. That's 20% right there. So keep your eye out on this one. I'm going to look for an entry, not punching in at highs, but this one is on one, Joseph.
Hey, it is on one, guys. I'm seeing some people having some issues with the stream here. Just refresh, and everybody seems to be just fine. So yeah, sound mic keeps going in and out. A lot of people are talking about it. So guys, just refresh the channel, and then sure enough, everything should work. Okay. So yeah, let us know if that works. Yeah, sound cutting in and out. So I think it's just a YouTube thing. So just refresh. Everybody says it's fine after you refresh it. So Ted says it's clear. Good stuff. Might be just some internet connections there, guys. So a nice little refresh, and that should solve the problem. SMCI, yeah, same thing, guys. Back here, trading back just below the volume-weighted average price. Be wary of some key support levels that can possibly act as resistance, guys, around that 40, 50 level, and then you might get some rejection there. So I'm gonna see what you guys are saying in the chat. Sound, yeah, the sound, it's good now.
fix your mic. It's not the mic, just Oksana, just refresh the stream, and that should work on everything because I don't think we're having any technical difficulties on this side here. So yeah, guys, let us know if that works once you refresh it and then come back into the chat. Everything should be kosher from that point. But here we go, guys. Still sitting in this TQQ trade, looking for it to rebound now, rejecting view at pretty hefty, and that downside volume really starting to pick up and that momentum. I know Katina Man said he's shorted right now, but we're long it from 84.50. So looking for that continuation. If we can hit that dollar club, that'll be really nice. Talking to Gorev in the chat, we still have about, you're in the dollar club?
No, I hit that for you, bro.
I'm not in it though.
You said if we could hit that dollar.
If we could hit it.
Oh,
yeah, you know what I mean? I'm still in line. I'm still in line. I'm gonna get, you know what I mean? Yeah, I'm still in line. Yeah, it's all right. I'm still in line. They're checking me at the front door here on the dollar club, guys. So yeah, we're gonna continue to hold this. Buying back in here now. That pressure is starting to build up to the top side. Let's see if we can continue. I'd like this as a potential just breath in this underlying. Because you can see nice movement to the top side, low volume in that selling pressure. And then once we step back in, you see those buyers really start to pick up the pace here, guys. So yeah, just again, refresh that stream, hop right back in the chat because there's a lot to cover. And surprisingly, believe it or not, Sharif, Meta getting close towards those highs a day again. So we went over that volume signature. It's now recovered a lot, just about a couple dollars off of that high a day. And then maybe even go and push that all-time highs. Maybe not. We're still a bit off of that, around 725. But if the steam really picks up, it's nothing for Meta to move $10 or so in the session. And I mean, we're still relatively flat, not even up a 0.1% here, guys. So, I mean, nice recovery on this one. Let's see what Google's up to as well, because that's something that I'm looking for to slowly start to recover. And sure enough, it's not. Still kind of in the dumps is Google. So we have to really plan out this thesis and stick to those definitive levels and those outs, all right? So we need to be weary of that. If we break the 183, then that thesis is invalid, okay? We need to monitor that. We have to stick to those rules. We have to stick to those game plans. We do believe that this stock is going to turn around, but we just need to be patient enough in order for that signal to display itself, and then that's when we decide to take those trades higher and higher, Sharif.
Don't turn around, because you're going to see my heart breaking. Don't turn around. I don't want to see I don't know the words.
I don't even know that song.
Ace of Base, bro.
Oh, who's Ace of Base?
Yeah.
Man?
Well, I'm 100, so, well, that's kind of the only reason. And
okay,
it opened up my eyes, I saw the sign. Life is demanding. Sorry, because you said don't turn around. You said this thing is going to turn around. So I was like, yo, bro, that's the first thing that came to my mind. Don't turn around.
Okay, I was going to say, yeah, if you sang Sean's part, I would have maybe cut on a little bit there.
My bad, bro. I'm sorry to everybody in the chat. You guys had to deal with me singing. You know, it's probably not a good thing. I do apologize. Yeah, I know, Bishop. It's terrible. I suck. I never claim to be good at singing, but you know, get it.
Oh, whoa, look at the massage.
I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you always encouraging me. He's like, sing it. Yeah. All right. Okay, guys. So we're keeping those Canadians is right. Okay. We're having a good time up here, man. It's cold. You know, it's windy outside. What do you want from us, man? Come on now. We're just joking, Ryan. Okay. Thank you for joining us as well, guys. I'm looking at LTR dang Y, and I got stopped out of it for a 10 penny lose. Well, a little bit less, because this one didn't hold $2. It's above the 10 exponential. Hold on. I'm being.
The most heavily traded name at Real Trading.
Yeah.
AIF.
The most heavily traded name in all of Real Trading, and we have like 300 offices, okay? AIFF. Is anybody surprised by that? It's only done 141 million shares, Katina, man. That's not that much. And I'm kidding, of course, if you're a newer trader, that's a lot, okay? Maybe it'll pick up eventually, he says. No, but seriously, I'm keeping my eye, guys, on LTRY. It did a monster topping tail into 220. It comes back down below $2. It's zagging, but it's holding up a predictable area over here. This area that we rejected originally, this $1.80, $1.75. Have a look. That's an area, previous area of resistance. Could it be that we come back into that area and then we have buyers step in for support? So I'm interested in getting back into this one. I'm 0 for 1 on it, looking to do a bit better. It's shown you its propensity to move midday. And that's what I like about these ones. The ones that are not just running in the pre-market, not the ones that are running right after the bell and then kind of die off during the midday. This one has a bit of support right now. we're going to weasel in here, and I'm going to look to DCA into that $1.75, okay? So that's going to be my move. I'm going to look to DCA into that $1.75, and then if it doesn't hold a $1.70, well, then it's going to be the end of the matter. So come what may, we'll look to do a little bit better on this one on the second time around. Let me throw in a dip trade over here at that $1.75 so we can get filled in case it wicks down quick as you like. So at my move in here into that $1.70, I'm going to give it room. That's where VWAP is. Currently, it's at $1.69, but you know we're gonna give it a little bit of room. But I'm looking for this one to hold up above that level. It's having trouble with 2, so I look to scalp in front of 2. It's gonna have to hold this level though. Joseph Wilson, what do you got on that side?
Yeah, Bones 562. Bones says Bones 562.
I'm getting trolled.
Yeah. He says the volume is working, unfortunately. So.
I'm never going to claim to be a good singer, bro, but you guys are going to have to put up with me for a little bit.
I'm not good either, man. They take the mic from me at karaoke night, so.
I've never even been to karaoke, and I live near Little Korea, too, bro.
That's crazy. Yeah. That's crazy. Yeah, they don't like me on the mic there, Sharif. But yeah, I mean, guys.
Koreans love karaoke, Katina, man. Just come to Little Korea. Every next store is karaoke, bro. I'm just saying.
Every other shop is a karaoke shop.
It
literally is. Yeah,
anybody who lives in Toronto, if you've been to Yonge and Finch, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Every next shop is a karaoke.
On Yonge, north of the 401, everything is. As soon as you pass that Hero Burger and every other store is a karaoke shop. So good stuff here in Toronto, guys. But I mean, this market's slowly starting to recover. With the exception of Tesla, I mean, we've seen the bounce in the market, and we're not getting the same rebound here. So a little bit tougher look. I'm not necessarily the most bearish individual, right? So I prefer to look for long setups. So again, it just doesn't suit my playbook right now, and that's okay. We'll just find some other things. But let's see what IBIT's up to, because Bitcoin is also just continuing to move to the south side. So yeah, we continue to construct new lows on the day in IBIT, down about 1.4% on the session. So not the strongest one. And heading into some key support levels, guys, we need to really take that into consideration. Or how many times are we going to test them until they're eventually breached? And I think this might be the time. I could be wrong. If we bounce once again, then it's probably hitting that price target that Sharif needs to get those IBIT shares. But I mean, so Joe, the pullback volume on VWAP on TQQs is almost gone. Are we anticipating buyers return around key levels here? I want to know how you read volume. So yeah, I mean, that's a really good look. We'll talk about that right now, Gorev. So what I was looking at, and again, this move can be extended, right? So now that we're in this trade at the break of that volume candle, essentially what we do is when we piece it out here, we now have our stop at break even. So as soon as we take profit, we just get out, right? We don't want to turn a winning trade into a loser. So as of right now, yes, that pullback volume is dwindling, but is this the question is, and only time will be able to tell us this, and that's kind of the part of day trading, right? You just have it's just constant incomplete information, and that's where the speculation comes into play. So what we have to look at here is, yes, you're right, Gaurav, that volume on the pullback is dwindling, but can we reclaim VWAP and then reclaim this high here? Because as you can see, there's some key resistance levels. We rejected to a T almost, where the market took its breath here earlier in the session and then made that second leg higher. We are now running into that. So you can see this this accumulation phase here. Right, it took this consolidation phase, took some time. And that will be the same case here, except for there wasn't enough buyers to step in to hold it in that same range. So as we head to the south side, we really need those buy programs to kick in order for us to break through these key levels. As of right now, like from a volume by time standpoint, we can't really, like, we want to dissect it, but a lot of it's noise, and that's what to do. That involves the tape as well too. So the reason the way that I analyze volume is just at really key levels, because in here it's like, okay, what are we analyzing here as the price is appreciating? Like, this is all a bunch of just noise, in my opinion. Really what I want to focus on is the volume and price at key levels, which would be at an extreme high or at an extreme low. And that's just how I would analyze it. And it's the same with the tape. You want to look at it look at the tape in the time of sales, which we will go over this Thursday, where you want to really hone in on it and really analyze it. It's not throughout the whole session. It's just at key specific levels that you have your eye on, and that will help you display the weakness and or the strength.
All right, we're in AIFF again at 70. Here we go with the quarter. Can we get we're huge seller at 20s? Taking it out here. There we go. Nice move. Okay, happy with this one. Got in at nice 70. Took it out at 10.20. That was super quick. I'm sorry. Kind of a hard trade to follow there if you're looking at the screen because I got in and got out super quick. But this one, I feel there because we got in to the near the highs. Now you're getting a lot of shorts that are trying to reinstitute their position. Now but basically, I'm guessing here, an educated guess, a lot of shorts got squeezed out. They may want to get their short position back in at a bit of a lower level. So be careful with this one. Having trouble with 10. I've canceled my order above 10.5 for a breakout trade. I will not take a breakout trade on AIFF, okay? So this is just my plan on it right now. Now, I'm in another trade right now. I'm 3 pennies out of the money here on LTRY. This comes back in to the volume weighted average price, and I had a dip buy ready at that $1.75. So I picked it up at a $1.75. It's gonna have to hold VWAP. Otherwise, I want no smoke. We're long 79s. It's showing me 74s. If it doesn't curl off that VWAP, and I've given it a bit of room, I don't want to hold on to it. B bought 5,000. My man is dropping cash in the chat. Congrats on 500,000 midday mustache and muscle. Appreciate you, my man. Thank you very much. B-Bot 5,000. One of the chat OG's been seeing his name in chat for a hot minute. Can't thank you enough. Obviously, you are one of the reasons we are at that 500,000 and change. Every one of you guys watching right now contributed to the success. And honestly, we've been doing this for a long time, and we've been really wanting to hit that 500,000 mark. And quite frankly, lately, we've been really getting a lot of new viewers. We've been hitting record numbers, Katina, man. We did record numbers, I believe, the week before last, or it was last week, one of the two. I mean, all-time record numbers, even COVID era record numbers. And everybody and their mother's third cousin was at home during the time. So you'd think if we were doing record numbers, it would have been during COVID. But what's his name? Donald John Trump bringing in volatility into this market for good or for worse. And now we've got a whole bunch of you, and we could not be happier, guys, because, well, it's a great time to trade. If you're an intraday trader, you aspire for volatility, meaning things move up and down intraday. That's how you make money as a day trader. Things stay still. While you might make money as an investor slowly but surely, but you need that intraday volatility in order to day trade. So we're pleased as Dang Punch. As one of the OGs, the human algo at the big desk over there likes to say a lot. Shout out to Adara LePage. Yep. I appreciate you, Daryl.
Everybody's trying to get it now, eh?
Why not, bro?
Man.
Tell her to get it.
Just get it.
Why can't she tell me to get it? You know, I want to get it sometimes too, Joseph.
Everybody want to get it.
So that's the situation right now.
The can man.
We're having a good time.
We'll call you the can man.
Hey, why?
Because everyone can get it.
Oh, see, this is why you're smart. I'm an idiot. All right, guys. We're taking some out here on your friend LTRY as it curls back up, makes a new 5-minute candle to make a new dang high. And now we're going to take out some a little bit over here as well as we curl back up. Now I've layered my orders in front of 90 and then in front of 2. So this thing's up 50%. It comes into that 10 exponential. It comes into VWAP. And then all of a sudden we're getting a bit of a bid. And more pleased I could not be. I'm waiting at 89s. Let's see, we're showing 89s on the ask, but we got to cross. It's a dollar name. I mean, do I really need to wait that long? Let's go 50% and change. Let's see if we can take out 2. I want to save the majority of my outs for this one if it can get a little parabolic. So we'll have to wait and see. Joseph Wilson, LTRY at 50%.
Yes, sir. Just sending. I sent a couple there, Sharif. If you just check
absolutely
the thing there. So close that up.
Yeah,
you can switch it up.
Yeah,
you can obviously switch it up. One more is required.
We need 5.
Yeah, we do. Is it 4?
I'm playing, bro.
Okay.
It's a joke from earlier.
Yeah, I'm like, man, are you sure, man? But okay. But yeah, guys, here we are. I mean, we're just kind of just chopping around right now, to be honest with you. So nothing overly crazy going on at this point. Let's see what we got going on. I had, what about Tesla?
Get it, Katina Man. What's going on over there?
So guys, Katina Man's in the money, right?
He's killing it. We something.
Also, Adara reminded me of something. So Adara, next time we send it to you, do you want to get that ready? Maybe if we can see it, that would be fantastic. Because absolutely stellar trade, and I like what you wrote there. But I mean, here we go. Meta did put in somewhat, got close to a new high a day, but now it's kind of just tapering off.
That's okay. Bitcoin continuing to sell here, guys. So yeah, I mean, the momentum's definitely slowed down in the markets. But we're just going to be patient. I mean, one thing that I don't like is what Google's looking like from a daily perspective, because it does look like we might breach this low at this pace. But that indecision and with the ATR really tightening up, hopefully we get a bounce. I think this could be 182 could be the next support level. So that's why I'm like, okay, if I'm gonna execute this trade here, we're gonna use 180s as the outs for the swing, and then look to take it back to the top side. But as of right now, sentiment not looking too good on this thing. Tesla continuing to just do nothing, really down hefty on the day. Sharif slowly curling over again, but again, not like it's not when the market rallies and recovers, this thing's doing nothing. So that just says it's really, really weak and no one's ready to step in and start buying this thing, and that's okay. But yeah, what else are we looking at in the chat, guys? Mention in the chat what we're looking at. We have a lot going on. Curious to see what everybody else is. NVDA MACD flipping on the 132 support long here, says ChatGPT. Thank you for that $2 super chat. Much appreciated. So yeah, guys, whatever you are looking at and you want me to take a gander, just put it in the chat. I'll go over it. I'll be more than happy to do so. We're still in this TQQ trade, looking for this curl over back north of 85, and then the continuation. I don't know if we're going to go and test this high a day, because it's quite a ways away, but only time will tell. So people are saying Broadcom. Yeah, okay, let's see what we got going on with Broadcom here. Sharif, before we send it back to you. I mean, here we go from a daily perspective. Holding up pretty tough here, guys, is Broadcom. I do like this pattern. We breached this gap. Now we're fully engaged into it. So let me, if I can hide this. Okay, yeah, never mind. We're not going to get into that right now. But I do think that this thing cracks a little bit higher, running into some key resistance levels. Man, a lot of gap fills I'm missing out on here, Sharif. But that's okay. So Broadcom looking really nice. I do think it's only a matter of time until this thing goes and tests all-time highs. We'll pull up PLTR because that's what a lot of people are saying Broadcom, so we just went over that. Then we will go about PLTR, and then we'll do APLD and send it back to Sharif. Here we go. Sharif wanted to buy some puts on this thing. I think that's a good idea as we are extremely extended. The RSI, guys, go check out that recent video from Trader TV Live and then see where the RSI is on Palantir. I can tell probably without even looking at it that it's extremely overbought. So looking for that reversion back into this gap fill on PLTR. And then let's take a look at one more before we send it off to Adara. We went over Meta, we went over PLTR, Broadcom, and then KULR for sure, KULR. I think this is more Sharif's realm here, which it seems to be the case. KULR Technologies Group. I mean, what a monster run on. Yeah, what a monster run here, Sharif, from a technical standpoint. From the bottom to the top here, up over 1,400%. So really nice since mid-November, late November there, but now pulling back off those highs is KULR. Approximately 57%. So living in that small cap realm, Sharif. Here for a good time, not necessarily a long time.
Yes, sir. We'll talk more about KULR when we get back from Adara at the big desk.
That's it.
With a lot of weakness in the market and a lot of weakness in crypto, for our little baby crypto segment, I thought let's look at Cardano on the daily chart because it's actually up on the day and quite significantly so. At one point when we talked about this during the morning, usually it's around 10:30 a.m. our crypto segment, we did have Cardano up 13%, definitely pulling back a bit. And it's interesting, the area from which it pulled back is going to be 80 cents. So this 80-cent level is certainly significant for ADA to USD. We had a bit of a volume spike when we started to kind of reject this level here, that 82-cent level. So right now, trying to hold 76, but I think certainly if we can get above the 82-cent level, that'd be pretty key because we also rejected it back on November 16th. Overall, Cardano definitely kind of making some lower highs after the election, as you can see here, getting that peak of 1.3 following the election, then running into some resistance at 1.1. But that 81-cent level certainly seems to be key. And then above that, maybe 84 cents. Also, in the crypto space, we have some comments from Ken Griffin of Citadel, specifically talking about crypto, saying that Trump should embrace, quote, regulation light for crypto, and also saying that Ken Griffin believes that regulation is actually going to be good for the crypto space because it will allow banks to get involved. So some regulation talks from Ken Griffin of Citadel. Keep an eye on crypto. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. I'm going to vote. I know Nvidia is going to get all the love, which is fine. I'm going to vote for the dead one because, well, it's my biggest position on the day. So they get a bit of a tailwind today, and I'm pleased as dang punch. Joseph, we got work to do though, don't we?
Dude, look at this here, man.
Let's have a look.
Look at all this data here.
That's ridiculous.
This is absolutely ridiculous.
Fantastic, man.
That is so fantastic. Look at the equity curve as well too. Positive stuff, and I'm tracking it as close as I possibly can. There may be a little error here and there, but other than that, guys, like look at all this data we've collected on the Playmaker poll. Like I truly hope that people were doing this, especially in your earlier years of trading, Sharif. This is something you need to do. When I first started working here, I had years of data collected in my binder. I was carrying it in my backpack every day, and I would go over it. Yeah, because I would write it down, right? So every day I would write it down, and my trades,
notebook,
everything.
Bro.
Oh no, this is different. This is a different notebook. Here, I'll show them this notebook. This is when I first started constructing like credit spreads and stuff, guys. If we can, here. So like this is just all the information. Like every day I would just write. Just constructing my spreads, constructing spreads, right? Like this is something that I just found that I absolutely loved. More spreads, like go through this whole notebook.
That's fantastic.
Right? This is all just like me game planning on the weekend. I go on Sundays, I game plan, I write everything down. But now I do it in Notion, Sharif, so it's just everything's digital. I can go on one computer to the other. But one thing, the reason what I will write down, Sharif, will say is I liked writing things down because it's stuck in my memory a little bit better, right? So 100%. That's just me personally on that thing. But we got some more data to collect, guys, because that's what we do these days. We collect data. Trade number 42 on the Playmaker poll. That's almost 2 full months of collecting data. Hopefully you guys are doing this too. Tell me the entry price, my guy.
Okay, just set my stop. Sorry. All right, guys, here we go. 603.60.
603.60.
That's what we're getting into right now on the SPY.
Target
We're going to take out everything at 605.60.
Love it.
So that's got to break the high of the day, Joseph. That's going to be a tough one there.
It's going to be a tough one there.
And then we take out everything, 602.60, which is a little bit higher than the low day.
That's all right. We'll take it in. We're in at 104 there, guys. Documenting this, February. Look at all, I got my dates wrong. Today's the 11th, guys. We got the 7th twice up here. 100 shares in. Let's see how this one works out. Hopefully we can reject VWAP and get that bounce. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. But I mean, my thing froze, so I just had to refresh it there.
Fine.
But I think we'll be okay here. TQQ is slowly starting to recover. I'm just curious to what everybody had. I wanted to see what everybody was saying about collecting data in the chat. Because I still have all my other binders. Maybe I'll bring them in. But it's the most simplistic stuff, man. We did a lesson on constructing a trading playbook. It's just like write the time that you're in, write the underlying asset. Does it have a catalyst? Yes or no? And were you profitable? And then also break it down in time frames, right? You got the morning session with Neil and Sean. Then you come midday with Sharif and I. And then you got the latter half, the afternoon session, right? You can divide your sessions into 3 as well, too. So, hopefully you guys have been doing that. It's really helped me, refine me, and helped me like realize what I'm good at and what I'm not good at, Sharif. So hopefully everybody's
fantastic,
doing that,
guys. I really appreciate it. Shout out to my man ADL. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Shout out to Adam DeLuce. Thank you for joining us, Adam. Adam, have a look at the viewer count, baby. Boom, we did it. All right, guys. Cat. Shout out to Cat G. Not this cat, but. Not that cat.
Like and
we missed
subscribe
that cat.
Today.
Who's that?
Today. You don't know who that is?
No, I have no idea.
Oh, wow, Joseph.
Who's that?
Wow. Okay. It's fine.
She used to work here?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
She used to sit right there. Where what's his name? What's that guy called? Kai. Captain Protein used to take everybody's protein. Remember?
I didn't know that guy either.
You didn't know that guy either?
Dude, think about it. I came around when...
Okay.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
All right,
it's not you. You're not the guy who take everybody's protein?
Well, no, that's people in the what's it called? In the algo room.
Oh, okay.
This guy was the real Captain Protein, bro.
Oh, yeah?
He'd come 5, 6 egg, whatever those egg saucer things
So
deep. I bring my own eggs from the house, bro. I bring 12 deep. But, sometimes I like to save some for a little bit of a snack. And we no can do with these guys. Guys, let's talk about Lily. LLY. Mademoiselle Lily, as the Adara likes to call it. Look, it's a good look for Lilly lately. We're well off the highs, and I'll submit to you, we're now in a bit of an accumulation or distribution range. We've got a bit of a range here. Now, obviously, the range is hundreds of dollars wide because this is a very expensive stock. It looks like we do find support in the low 7s, whether you're looking at this area trough over here or this area trough. It looks like that 730, 725 has acted as a great level of support to the high side. I'll submit to you $900 has been a bit of an elusive target lately. We haven't been above 900 since about, I believe, what's it called? Halloween, since Raider Trader was here. So we've been kind of rejecting that $900 level, not able to break above it. So Lilly's a good name. I mean, there's obviously a lot of tailwinds behind this. GLP-1s are expanding in their use. People are using them for different reasons. We're now seeing, the form factor change from subcutaneous injections into oral form, which obviously will expand the TAM, the total addressable market, as a lot of people, they're averse to needles, which is fine. It's not the only player in the game. We know that Novo Nordisk as well is involved in this name. There's so many names right now, so many drugs that are coming onto market that are promising even more weight loss. We're seeing now in the mid-20s, 25 to 30% of your body weight. If you print anything below that during the study, it's selling off like anything low 20s, 21, 22, not meeting the market's demands. And so you need to keep an eye out for their studies. It's a biotech name, pharmaceutical name, whatever you want to call it. And it's got a specialized area of competency. Obviously, you have to understand how these work and what good catalysts and bad catalysts look like before the market as a whole makes that assessment. So Lilly, it's in kind of no man's land right now. I'm not talking about intraday trading, Lilly, because, that's not one for me. With respect to the intraday trade, though, we have been rejecting this closing print at 869, but we have been putting in higher lows multiple times. Now, we've gotten into that 869 only to see the sell-off. So Lilly technically flat on the day, but if it catches a bid here, it could really skyrocket. We already saw it touch 873.50, but that was on the opening print, the implied balance high, right at 930. So LLY putting in higher lows with a flat top looks like an ascending wedge, but that's intraday. Hope you don't put too much stock into that because I don't trade intraday. Adair's at the desk.
I mean, yeah, I was not here to comment on Lilly, but I will quickly because I'm here. 860 was huge resistance. As Astrid mentioned, we've not been above 900 since that earnings on October 30th for Eli Lilly. So that would be like the earnings before the last quarter. Anyways, they've not been above 900 since then. And now that they're back above 860 for the first time since that report. So 860 of note, 888 overhead resistance. With that in mind, Rivian, actual news here. We actually have RIVN apparently teasing an event on February 19th, posting this image that says, a mirage takes shape February 19th. So that is pretty vague. I will pull up the image here to show you guys, but apparently February 19th, some kind of mirage happening here for RIVN. This is the only image we have here. They're in the sand. They're saying there is a mirage. Be aware of this for Rivian. I guess February 19th, potentially an event to be aware of. With that, back to you.
Wow.
Thank you very much, Adair. And guys, by the way, Adair's levels on Lilly are going to be more sound than I. She trades it. She's looking at it constantly. She even has a nickname for it. I mean, if that's not a glowing endorsement, I don't know what is, right? No, just get it, Adair. No, seriously, though, I mean to say that. So keep your eye out on her levels. I don't watch it all that much. I'll just give you a perfunctory look. Guys, I want to talk about LTRY, because this one has rejected multiple times off too. In fact, I had my beak wetter at $2. I've moved it down to $1.99. So I'm out of the majority of the position. I'm still holding a bit. Anything below that $1.70, I'm gone. I'm not going to have to fight this below VWAP. That is not my trade. Since I got into this trade, VWAP's a little bit higher at $1.75. That makes me feel a bit better because it's a higher level at which I can say, my trade is wrong, and I'll be able to get out for less of a loss. So if it doesn't hold that $1.75, that's the end of the trade. What's going on over there, Katina, man? Oh, okay. Well, I'm not going to say nothing about that then.
No, I'm still short TQs 85.
Oh, what do you mean?
The Katina man is short TQs at 85.10. So his position counter to Joe's. So you don't want to say too much about it.
84.48, right?
He's in at 84. There's exactly.
So it's done, right?
Exactly.
So it's done.
Yeah, well, I've seen this before. Sean's taking a short position, Niels went long, or vice versa, and somehow they both made money. It really depends on where you get in. So shout out to both of you guys. So LTRY, focusing on this one. If it loses VWAP, that is the end of the trade. I'm only into this because it worked its way above VWAP. If it fails VWAP, then I get out. I used to say this all the time. It got me into the trade, and it will get me out. So, and in addition to the VWAP being the $1.75, look at this area holdup right here. I mean, that's a previous area of resistance. If it doesn't hold up after holding up over here, then I don't have the right trade, and this is a manifestation of the double top. So I don't want to be long on a neckline break of the double top. So keeping my eye on that one. ORMP, another one that we had eyes on today, is coming into a nice area. And I say nice because it's coming into VWAP. Where's my, here it is. So volume weighted average price in focus right now for this name. Now I did defend it before, right at 1225. We did get into VWAP only to make lower highs and lower lows. So this one looks like it could be a flat bottom break. And what I really mean by saying this is, I make up the term flat bottom break, but what it really is a descending wedge with lower highs and that flat bottom. We know that's a bearish pattern, Joseph Wilson. So if this one breaks down below that, I'm done with this trade. Will not allow it to go against me. As I'm watching right now, LTRY came into VWAP, caught a bit of a bid back into that 180. If it holds this level, I think I'm going to hold it, and I might even add to it on a $2 breakout. But I'm very, very suspicious right now of this name, especially because this ugly topping tail candle that manifested into that 220. Let's see if it holds up that $1.75. We won't have to wait long, I believe, to find out. What do you got on that side?
Yeah, I'm just looking at some of these earnings here potentially for tonight. I've seen someone in the chat, I don't know if it's true or if Adara touched on it. SMCI apparently changed the earnings date. I don't know if that's true. Can't take everything at face value. But we got SMCI, UPST, Dash, and Lyft. All right. So we'll take. I like Upstart, I like Dash, and I like Lyft. So what we're going to do here now, Sharif, is pull up the expected moves here on some of these names to see what the options market is looking at. And with that, we're going to look at high levels of open interest as well, too, guys. So keep that in mind. Let's see what I got going on here. Every time I do that, okay, so we don't want that anymore. Come on, give us that search here. So LY, give it to us. Give it to us. No. Okay, Lyft, guys. We're in this. So okay, that's a little hefty there. 15% expected move here in the options market. Pricing that in. So a little bit of a hefty one. We're going to send it off to Adara in just 1 second. I just want to see where the most levels of open interest are on this thing. LYFT. Okay, expiring this Friday, guys, on Lyft. It's not the most liquid underlying here. So the highest level is at the money, surprisingly, guys. So options market not putting too much on the call side, but on that put side, 13.5 with 7,000 open contracts. So interesting stuff. I'm not seeing too much levels of high open interest here in Lyft, but we're going to go over some of the other names that are reporting earnings shortly after we get back from Adara.
I want to clarify, I have not seen anything suggesting that SMCI is moving their earnings. However, that fear or that mention in the chat that you saw might have actually had to do with the fact that their last report, so that would have been early November 2024, they were scheduled to actually report Q1 2025, because I guess a quarter ahead. They were supposed to report Q1 2025 earnings in early November. Then the day of the report, without any prior announcement, they actually switched it up, said they were not able to file, and they released preliminary earnings. So if there's any concerns about whether or not SMCI will be able to deliver a report, they might be motivated by the fact that they did kind of last minute pull a switch up on us last time, guys.
Man, I mean, dude,
Thank you, Adara.
Thank you, Adara, for that. We'll stop this, Sharif. We're going to go over one more expected move and open interest here on some of these names that are reporting after the bell, guys. So let's take a look at Upstart UPST.
My bad. I was like not going to do it for the 10th time. I apologize.
You can definitely do it. It doesn't bother me either. UPST.
Oh boy.
Stop embarrassing me. Here we go. Okay, guys. Wow. Okay, that's a hefty move here, Sharif. Expected move around 19.5% on Upstart Holdings, guys. Let's pull up the chain and see where we have the most levels of open interest, because I like doing so. And then looking at those targets, come those reports, because when you see them hit, you often see you see them rejected, right? And that what it is someone who used to work on the floor, Max. Those who are familiar with Max.
Oh, they know him.
Yeah, they know Max. So what Max is like, okay, so one time I had an options contract and I'm like, oh, I couldn't, like you can't exercise or do anything along those lines. After the bell, there's Max. After the bell, but he's like, here, Joe, if you're long or long contracts, so either puts or calls, what you can do to lock in those gains, Sharif, so say I own a call option here on UPST, it exceeds that expected move. So what can I do to lock in those gains? You obviously need the capital in your account, but what you can do is just short 100 shares right at the target that you want to lock in those gains, right? So what will happen is, okay, UPST exceeds the expected move. I want to lock in those gains. I can't do it via options contracts. Short those shares. So what happens if the contract starts to decline? What happens? Your short position starts to appreciate, right? So now you're stuck in that window where you've locked in those gains. And he taught me that, smart dude. So yeah, you have the ability to do that. But again, not the most volume here on some of these names, Sharif. The next highest level of open interest is going to put us at that $75 strike price with only 3,000 open contracts.
All right, so I was doing a little bit more of a deep dive here into Apple's new partnership with Alibaba. So a couple of things about that. So Apple was not, had to actually partner with a local Chinese company in order to launch the full version of its AI, Apple Intelligence. So what their plan was, they were going to launch a light version of their Apple Intelligence, but the full one had to come with a partnership, a Chinese company. So apparently they were in collaboration to do the deal with Baidu. In fact, according to this article in here, they were in development since 2023 with Baidu for that Apple Intelligence. That fell through. So according to this quote, they did select Baidu in 2023, but the collaboration was later scrapped because Baidu's progress in developing its models for Apple Intelligence fell short of the U.S. company standards. We know that Baidu has their Ernie chatbot. Haven't heard a lot about that lately, especially in light of DeepSeek and Qwen and the new one here being released, that's the new one by Alibaba, excuse me. I do believe they also dropped the Chinese. That is a new one yesterday. Kimi, K-I-M-I, apparently is supposed to be really good, outperforming DeepSeek in certain tests as well. So Apple dropping Baidu here, which was the expected collaborator with Apple, in favor of Alibaba. It goes on to say the iPhone maker in recent months started to consider other options other than Baidu, assessing models developed by Tencent, ByteDance, interesting. That would have probably posed some interesting national securities. Alibaba, as well as DeepSeek, believe it or not, they gave DeepSeek a whirl. I'm assuming that they probably dropped that maybe because of other national security concerns. That's speculation, entirely speculative on my part. Don't actually know. We'll get more details about this release of news by Apple. So it's interesting look there that they went with Alibaba, especially since we just got information about the Qwen 2.0, whatever, 2.0, 2.5, or whatever they're doing there lately. I mean, there hasn't been too much information released about that. But again, Alibaba is probably just a monster name. You might feel a bit more secure doing business with Alibaba maybe than some others. So I'm assuming that might have something to do with the matter. So we'll have to wait and see. This is obviously very important for Apple. Apple's been getting shellacked lately because their Chinese sales have sucked. And now they're third in terms of sales in China, the third best-selling handset maker, I believe, behind Huawei. And I think it's Honor. Fact check me about that, chat. I'm pretty sure it's Honor. So yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see whether this moves the needle for them in China. I think they were down 11%, maybe more, in their handset sales year over year in China. So,
13.
Excuse me?
13%.
13%. There you go. Joey Options coming in with the data. I mean, that's not a good look. 13% year over year is ugly, especially when you're talking about the Chinese market, man. So definitely have to keep an eye out there. There has been this push, though, you feel in China. And, you know, if anybody's in China, if you're watching right now, if you live in China, I'd like to get your opinion. So tag Joseph and I. Is there a nationalist push right now in China? I mean, are you guys, you know, we've seen Tesla sales go down in exchange for some of the local manufacturers who BYD, XPeng, NIO, Zeekr. There's a lot. Xiaomi. There's tons. I can keep going about this in exchange for local brands. So Tesla sales down for more Chinese brand. iPhone sales down in favor of more Chinese brands. Is there a nationalist push right now, or is this because, you know, quite frankly, to be honest, they're catching up technology-wise? Whether you put the AI, the advanced AI chips, we'll find out in a second there, Katina Man. I think he is definitely short the Qs. He's printing up a storm. He's short Apple right now off that high of the day. But that's the look. That's the look. So I'd love to see if you guys, if we have any viewers in China, I'd like to get your opinion, quite frankly, about what's happening in that.
Well, we don't have anybody in China because YouTube's not allowed in China.
Oh, it is. They use it VPN.
Oh, okay,
absolutely.
Yeah, change it. Okay.
Yeah, no, we actually that was one of our largest markets, believe it or not.
Oh, yeah.
Because you know how YouTube shows you your geography, like where.
Okay.
Yeah, it's one of our largest markets.
All right, that's good. Well, I mean, I heard someone, I forget who was at. I was either watching CNBC last night straight, or someone said it today. I can't really recall, but they're looking at kind of Apple, kind of from a cultural perspective, that it's kind of not appropriate to hold iPhones, right? It's like from a cultural aspect, it's like, okay, so why you have an iPhone when it's not Chinese made or whatever it may be? It's not a Chinese grown product, right?
Yeah,
so
fair.
I found that relatively.
Here we go. We're getting some answers, Joseph. So I'd love to be able to read these. Okay. Vivid Distortion. What iPhone do I have? I have the 13 Pro Max. Kurt Cobain official. National push, he says. Let's see what else people are saying. Kevin Kelly. Just better cars. BYD sells 4 times more cars than Tesla in Ireland. Very interesting. They're allowed in this country, but they're subject to 100% tariffs. Likewise, it was south of the border, so we don't see them here. I've personally never seen a BYD car here. Katina Man's never seen a BYD. There's BYD buses. I didn't even know that. Interesting. There's BYD buses, which I'm willing to bet you are probably not subject to that same tariff. Bren Rex. Bren works. I was just in China for a month. They just like their own models over Tesla. They are actually better, cheaper, not American. Yeah, so that's kind of what I'm going for there. I kind of feel there's a bit of a nationalist push right now in China. I'd like to hear some more here, but what people are saying. Here we go. Another comment from Warren. Tesla China sales are down because of line changes for the new Model Y. Fact. So what he's talking about there, and correct me if I'm wrong, Warren, is you're talking about the retooling of the Shanghai facility to allow for the production of the new Model Y Juniper. My understanding was going to be about a week or so for retooling. So I don't know if that's really the factor, because the data we got for January was lagging, right? It was for the previous month. So I don't know. Let me know. The Herb of Wall Street, Joseph, just need Apple to puke, and this market dumps. The Katina Man is on your side for that. There's no question about that. Yeah, what else? So they have RooTube. I don't know what that is. I haven't been in China. Yes, Fred Liu. He's from Canada. He put bracket Canada. Yes, there is a nationalist push. I agree. Very interesting. Darth Buddha. It's not nationalist, it's buy local. You know what I mean, though, brother. It doesn't have to be nationalist in the pejorative sense of the word nationalist, but more of a, hey, let's support our local brands. That's kind of what I meant. I think we're agreeing. We're just using different terminology. What else we got over here? Yeah, I'm just looking. Yeah, nothing else here. They're hybrids, I guess. Okay. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything too important over here. BYD has 30 model EVs and hybrids and $44 billion in debt. I didn't know that, Warren. I'll have to look more into that. Who else we got over here in the chat chiming about this? I did see something there a second ago. BYD headquarters, Lancaster, California, for buses. They are everywhere in California. Yeah, the Katina Man just said the same thing. I mean, I didn't notice personally that they... You sent it? Oh, I'm going to have a look at it right now. Appreciate you, Katina Man. Yeah, that's the look there. Here we go. BYD rolls out first of 10 zero-emission buses for the Toronto Transit Commission. So I guess no 100% tariffs there, Katina, man, because, well, they're coming in and they wouldn't be competitive. They wouldn't be competitive if they were coming in at 100% tariffs, I'll promise you that, right? So that's very interesting. I see them in Egypt all the time. I don't see the hybrids, but I see the internal combustion engine cars. And Joseph, the people there, you can get a brand new car. Brand new car, sell to 10,000
in Egypt.
Yeah, 10,000 US dollars, obviously. So if you're in Uber,
what kind of car?
BYD.
Oh, BYD.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So these BYDs, they're trying to capture market share that Tesla would only dream about capturing right now.
We said this before, 10K for a car, you can't even buy a used one, a half decent used one, south of 100 clicks. Well, for my friends south of the border, miles, which would probably be about 70-something thousand miles. But yeah, Tesla continuing to move to the downside. I hear Katina Man talking about it, Sharif.
He's talking about Tesla because it just doesn't stop.
It's just not stopping, man. This thing is now at 329, getting just absolutely beaten to a pulp here, guys. Let's zoom out here and go from an hourly chart. Look where we peaked all the way here in December, and then essentially it's just been 2 months of selling. Again, this thing took a couple years to construct a new all-time high, and we're just heading back into that same pattern. So, I mean, this was all-time high here in October of 21, right? We didn't make a new all-time high until about 2 years later, December of 23. So that's 2 years almost on the dot there, about a month apart. Without putting in a new all-time high, especially in this area here, guys. Well, the market was just continuing to trade higher and higher, and Tesla was not. So going back into some really, really dangerous levels. April of 2022 is what the prices we're looking at right now. So again, without this name, the volatility comes with it. High beta stock, high levels of volatility. In this case here, I don't think I'm going to be looking to catch a falling knife on Tesla because we got the likes of Meta all-time highs, NVDA crouching back to those all-time highs, Google not too far of it, and this thing's down over 30% from those levels. Not something I would necessarily looking to be getting involved with just now, but I mean, at some point, too much blood. Where's Max Payne on this thing? And I'm thinking around that 300. So Kyle Burdett probably going to be right on this bet. I thought we were going to hit 500 before we hit 300, and he couldn't be more right on this one. Curious to where KB's been. Haven't seen him for a while. Hopefully everything is okay on his end. But I mean, really, really tough look for this stock. You got names like BYD in Egypt, as Sharif just mentioned, selling cars for 10K. I know people here in Canada, if you had a quality car for 10K brand new, it would dominate the market. So yeah, really, really tough look, especially on this name. But again, guys, the market's starting to pull back here now as well. Still hovering just below VWAP is the Qs. Nice recovery, still staying strong with the big names dragging it up, with the exception of the one we were just talking about. But here we go from a weekly standpoint. Not too far off of those all-time high, guys. I think it's a matter of time until we hit them. We have the NVDA report not coming up until, I believe, a week and a bit or so. Not next week, the following, the 26th, right? So not next week, the following week, we'll be getting a report from these guys, from NVDA, and I think the much-anticipated one, as we typically say every quarter. But I mean, hey, I think that if it decides that it wants to run, this thing is going to drag the Qs to an all-time high. Let's see what the chat is up to and what everybody else is saying. Thanks for the participation. We were hitting all-time numbers that I've personally seen here on the Midday, and we can't do it without you guys. So, I mean, fantastic stuff to all my friends. Celery 2, Chill Vibes, Warren, Chef Joe in the chat. We have Gorev, my guy, and Darwin always in the chat. Monty G, see you there all the time. Kennedy D. It's like we're doing an afternoon roll call here, Sharif. Just saying thank you to everybody that accepted speech. Sorry, save. And fundamentals doesn't support the price either, says Saif. Absolutely, I couldn't agree more with you. Double miss last earnings. A lot of people baking in to the current to that previous price of that robo fleet being dispensed mid this year. And a lot of people not liking that right now. BYD selling cheaper cars, dominating the China space. Let's see what else everybody is saying here, Sharif.
Hold on, I want to ask Andre
Ask Andre a couple questions, my guy.
Andre, is BYD a big brand in Brazil? He's never heard about it. That's interesting because like Andre is one of the production team members. He's one of the newer members. You don't know him because he doesn't have a nickname yet. But the Chilean Nightmare is one, Ram the other, and then Andre is the newest member. He's been here a while.
The Brazilian Beast.
The Brazilian Beast. I like that. But that's yours. So I'll have to think of one. But yeah, Andre, my understanding was that they were trying to get into the Western Hemisphere through Brazil. Through Brazil and Mexico, they were setting up big dealerships, trying to get their foot in the door, very good prices as well. I'm talking about BYD trying to get a foothold in the Western. What's up?
The Qs.
Electric? Yeah. Yeah, they do both, Andre. They do regular cars, internal combustion engine. They do hybrids. They do electric. They do They do literally everything. So they're growing is kind of what I'm trying to say there.
Joe W. JCB says Joe W. Dr. Dre. What does that mean? Joe, you want a car for $10K? The exchange in comment? No thanks. Oh, okay, yeah, that's fair enough point. Yeah, that's a solid point. I can't argue with that one. In exchange for
Joseph.
Yeah, my guy, the Qs are ripping. We're gonna touch on this real quick. What do you got going on there?
Meta's exploding.
Meta's exploding, dragging the overall market up. Take it over, my guy.
All right, Meta's really moving here. There was a flat top that we could have talked about at around 718.5 to 719. Joseph, that is over. Meta's on the way up. Meta's taking out 720, 721 and a quarter. It's green on the day. It's the only other Mag 7 name other than Apple that's actually green on the day. Everything else in red territory, with Tesla going on 6%, META up 0.5% right now. It's not at the high currently. I don't see any headline right now on META. I'm looking to see exactly if there's anything new that came in midday. Nothing that I can see. Adara might have something for us. Adara's at the big desk.
Man, what a squeeze.
I don't have a new headline here, but I do think it's worth noting there's definitely some bullishness for Meta, which is on track for its 17th straight green day. Tigris Financial this morning maintaining a strong buy and raising its price target from an eye-watering $645 to $935. So Tigris Financial here coming out this morning with $935 price target for Meta, which, as mentioned, still on its multi-day green streak, guys. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Adara. I want to mention as well, I was sitting there waxing poetic about BYD, and I want you to get the wrong idea. I'm not really endorsing them. In fact, I got to tell you something else over here. Your boy Jay Lee there, one of the OGs in the chat, says the following: BYD batteries are a serious hazard. Literally thousands of videos in China watching their brand new BYDs burn up. You have to do your homework, obviously, before you invest in any company. And you can invest in BYD in North America. It's on the OTC exchange. Shout out to Jeffrey Mendel. But yeah, you got to do your homework. Go onto YouTube, see what people are saying in BYD. If you don't understand Cantonese or Mandarin, throw it in the chat. Have it translated. Throw it into ChatGPT. It'll translate everything for you. So that's the look right there. Thank you, Jay, for chiming in about that. Always great commentary and great additions from Jay Lee, one of the OGs in the chat. So I'm keeping my eye here on META because it's strong. And, if there's going to be a breakout to the high side right now on the future, well, then maybe Meta is the right vehicle. But I'll submit to you something. I personally see the futures, the NQ, March contract, look a lot more similar to the NVIDIA chart than it does the Meta chart. This is the top right-hand corner. That's the future, and that's NVIDIA. Look at the similarities there between the area trough, the consolidation low, and then the break and take of the high. So personally, I feel that the future is really being moved around, pushed around by NVIDIA right now. So this pop-up on the futures really coincides with a pop-up on NVIDIA. But it also, to be fair, it also coincides with a pop-up on Meta. They're both at the same time. But I'll submit to you that the futures look a bit more similar to the chart on NVIDIA than it does on Meta. So we have to load up Meta here. We're not going to just sit there and talk about Meta and not have something loaded up on the monster. So 721 and a third, that's the high of the day. We're coming into that level right now. It's showing me 26s on the ask. I think we're going to take it out. 29s is the high of the day. Meta's on one right now. It took out 719 like it didn't even matter. And we have been rejecting 719 basically all day. Now you're getting aggressive bids into that 72. There it is. There goes the high of the day, 72.31. We're moving up big. Am I doing the ad or is Joseph doing the ad?
Doing it live, man.
We're doing it live, baby. All right, you let me know.
E-Signal, trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite trading experience. You see what Sharif does every day. Analyze, strategize, capitalize, foresee profitable opportunities with the platform you need. Infinite data, instant trading, know where the market is moving before others with lightning fast data. Charts that change the game, customize and analyze markets faster your way. Better backtesting and scanning, predict the future by understanding the past. Reliable real-time data, up to the second market info from hundreds of global markets. Everything you need all in one place. Don't miss a beat. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. Folks, it has everything Sharif was saying, options chain, everything on that. Man, oh wow, Sharif, look at this market go.
Going,
it's just
bro.
going, dude. Look at me. Oh, I fat-fingered something here. I got all out by accident, and then I flipped my position, Sharif. I'm like, why am I short looking at the positions board?
I hate that,
and then
bro.
Sure enough, we got all out there, Gorev. But that's why we hold on to these positions, my guy. Not only is Meta roaring, the SPY is roaring for the Playmaker. We're a couple cents off of that. Potentially new high a day. NVDA putting in a potential new high a day with this momentum stepping in. Meta just going crazy off of this, buying the Korean chip maker news. Man, this is the volatility that we need. We displayed the stopping volume, and it's come to fruition, my guy.
Yes, AVGO, it's being yelled out in the chat. We're now a percent clear, guys, on Broadcom. We're not taking out any key levels. Let me just double check if I'm accurate on that. So a key level is coming in. So the high of the day back on February 5th was that 238. We're awfully close to 238 right now. It's 237.74 is the high of the day. So Broadcom is on one. It's above the 10 exponential. That's at around 237.10, maybe a little bit higher than that. I don't want to get in at these highs, especially on a $237 name. It'll have to be on a pullback at a key area, but it may not give me that pullback. Right now, we're getting a lot of strength in the market. The NQ could go green if it takes out 21,850. So let's just give this one the old college try. We're going to punch in long here. We got 57s. Let's throw out some orders on this bad boy. Let's see if we can take out the highs. I'll give this one a little bit of room. Well, what's life without whimsy? We're going to give this one a bit of a try over here on AVGO. Some good buying coming in. Let's see if the future wants to continue going to the high side. As I mentioned, 21,850 or thereabouts. That's where we go green on the NQ. I'm already looking at the ES on the side. It's already green. The Dow is already green. It's the Russ that's really lagging behind on the day. It's down 2/3%. So we'll keep tabs on the Russ, obviously, if we come back down into that. So that's what I'm looking at right now. How many shares do I have of this thing? Oh, wow. Okay. Well, that's a lot. So we'll see. We'll see if this one wants to hold up or not. What the situation is with AVGO.
You punch it all the way up there.
Yeah, man. Well, I was going. It's gonna have to hold the 10 exponential. If it holds the 10 exponential, I'll hold it. If it doesn't hold the 10 exponential, I'm out. Come what may. What do you got, Joseph?
What do we got here, guys? Make sure you get those votes in. We almost tapped into that price target we needed for the Playmaker, so that's looking really good. Guys, let me know what the VIX is looking at. Mine's not updating right now, but I mean, this is crazy stuff here in the market. We mentioned those signals not too long ago, and then all it needed was an additional flame, and then sure enough, here we go, continuing to climb higher and higher. Let's see what everybody else in the chat is saying. Bearded Warrior trades. Sharif, BTC jumped, which is dragging it up also. Okay, let's take a look at IBIT. I don't know about that. Wow, I'm really kicking myself on this Q's trade. IBIT, don't love it, guys. That's okay. We took a short on it, but we just continued to sell off there. So that's the look on IBIT. But man, this TQQ trade really killing myself. Held it all the way here.
almost got stopped out break even, about 10 cents, not even or so, but now punching through the VWAP with that momentum. Really, really good look there. Someone says short Tesla. Charlie Taft says short Tesla at 333. Okay, my guy, I'm not going to disagree with you on that one. I do believe Tesla is weak, but with the market continuing to roar how it is, not necessarily be looking for a short. And where it is right now, from a daily perspective and intraday perspective, down a hefty amount. Tesla over 5%, I think, on the session.
Wow.
Yeah, which is crazy. 5.25 here, Sharif. I'd be looking for a bounce on this thing, not necessarily the continuation to the short side here, but that's just me. Hopefully that trade works out for you. We are now trading, like you're in at 333s. I mean, you've already earned some money, so I mean, we're at 331.84, so $1 or so. If I had the dollar club, I would hit it for you. Hopefully that continuation works out for you and that you print up multiple storms, as Sharif likes to say on that one. Yeah, I didn't mean to be fisherman. I didn't mean to get all out of that TQQ trade. It was an accident. I covered too much and then it flipped my position to a short. And I'm like, what am I doing here? 100K on Tesla short in 40 seconds, says Mark Sushi. Very good stuff there, my guy. Congratulations to you. Charlie Taft, I'm short from 362 yesterday, calling what I see. Nice, like that 362. That is hefty. Hopefully you have some nice amount of shares on for that trade because it is absolutely monstrous and continuing to be one of the weaker big names in the markets, Sharif.
Interesting. The King of Jordan has just arrived at the White House. Super interesting there. So it's the King of Jordan today. I think the president of Egypt comes in a couple of days. The whole point of this is to try to deal with the issue in Gaza. I think that they're trying to get Egypt and Jordan to take some people and kind of help the situation there. So we could definitely get some volatility in the markets, the oil markets, anything commodity related. Goodness, we could get the market as a whole if we get announcements that could be looked at here as maybe not favorable to the situation. So lots of potential moving points for the market as Donald Trump's presidency continues to unfold and the volatility that comes with it. And I kind of waxed poetic about that at the beginning of the show that this volatility helps with intraday trades. Obviously, if you're in a position and you're doing well and all of a sudden you're out of the money, you may not feel that way, but we look for volatility as intraday traders in order to make this money. So we'll keep an eye out on that. The King of Jordan just arriving now, I believe, at the White House. We're going to be getting some commentary, I'm assuming, as they'll likely do a joint press conference, as usually leaders do. They'll do joint press conferences after, and then we'll hear more about that. So could be market moving stuff. Don't know when that press conference is, what will be said. Obviously, what's to be discussed, we can make educated guesses there, obviously. We'll wait and see if we get more information off that. So just want to mention that there because it just came to me on the phone. Still holding this AVGO long as it continues to zig and zag at 237.5. There's a seller at the general $0.50 area. The future kind of... I don't know. I don't want to say it's done moving up. We didn't even get to 21,850. We're above 800 right now, and I'm still going printless over here. I'm 2 pennies out of the money, but I'm still waiting for some sort of print to the high side. Nothing forthcoming. And by the way, I should tell you guys, at this level here on AVGO, when you look at the half-an-hour chart, I mean, we did top out here multiple times back on February 5th. So there is a local area of resistance right now in this 238 area on AVGO. Broadcom is what I'm talking about. So I could be, caught in a bit of a tougher trade. I've given myself a super tight stop just in the low 237s there. So we'll have to figure out exactly how this all ends up tomorrow. Keeping an eye, obviously, on AIFF. I haven't taken a trade on that one in a while. It's still putting in lower highs, guys. So I'm still not very inclined to want to take anything on AIFF until the trend changes. Back to AVGO, showing me 60s now. Can we get a print to the high side, please and thank you? Showing me 65s. There's one print. All right, let's see if we can continue to move up. There's the other print. Let's see if we can take out that level. Now I'm waiting at 82s. It's showing me 77s. We're still not printing, though, on the high side bet. At least we de-risked a little bit here on AVGO. Looking for that move up. take out the high of the day. I think we did print the high of the day there, printing 76s, but that's not really what I'm looking for here. We're long 57s. It's going to have to break the whole dollar level to make any money, and right now it feels like the market may be looking for a breather from its move to the high side, so I don't want to be caught here, Joseph, and then get clawboard. Clawboard? I don't know if that's a word, bro.
Clawboard.
Clawboard? at this level over here. What do you got on your side, my man?
Yeah, man, I'm just looking at this market continue to climb higher. I really want to hit this 2-to-1 on the Playmaker poll. I'm looking at the likes in the chat as well, too, guys. Get those up. We got 5,000 people watching us right now, Sharif, and only 657 likes.
That's it?
Yeah, that's it, man. That's measly, not even a 20% there. So come on, guys, let's get those likes up. It's been an absolute stellar of a day, Sharif, putting on monster trades. We had that long in the TQs and in Google as well, too, guys. So do us the biggest favor and throw those likes up. Let's see if we can hit that 1K target for those likes in 14 minutes. That'd be epic. I mean, we can't leave any promises. Like, if we don't get 1K likes here, Sharif, that push-up competition looking like it might not happen. So, I mean, a lot of people want to see it. Adara even wants to see it. She's talking about it. So we need to get those likes in, guys. Otherwise, you know what I mean? Things can't be all one way here. You know what I mean, Sharif? So we got to get that in. Bang, just did. Thanks, guys. Much appreciated. I'm going to have to refresh it here shortly to see what we got going on. But hold on here. Let me get this fixed up and take a quick breather, dude. You expect me to put that shit? I've been here for 2 years, cramping up. Oh, sorry, Pretty Panda. Okay, I know you've been, but just do it for me, Pretty Panda, because you know we always do you a solid as well. So that does the channel a lot. Gifted one Trader TV Live membership. Thank you, Chet. Much appreciated, my friend. Wow, I can't believe this in IBIT, guys. Continuing to the south side as the market is just moving stronger and stronger. I'm scratching my head on this one. Gonna have to get out of Dodge in the swing account, Sharif, and then just look to buy a little bit lower. Gonna take a loss on this one, but that's okay. We locked in, we churned a lot of shares, locked in a lot of profits, but unfortunately we're gonna take a little out of that bag. That's okay, because you know why, Sharif?
Why?
Because we're gonna get right back into it when it's time. And you know what we're gonna do?
What?
We're gonna go heavy when we do.
Well, I'll vouch for that, bro. His shareage there in IBIT was kind of eye-watering. I had to ask him, I'm like, why are you in IBIT? You might as well, if you're going to throw that kind of money around, just buy Bitcoin itself. So it gives you an idea. Joseph holding some shareage there. That's a long term. That wasn't the swing, though. Just to get everybody clear on that. So there's really no L there. He's the
average is nice.
Yeah, your average is pretty good.
38.
I mean, come on. Right, that's nice. It's so nice.
Do the Donald dance.
All right, guys, still holding my Broadcom level here. I don't know what it's doing. It's holding the 10 exponential on the 1. It's holding the 10 exponential on the 5, but it's having a lot of trouble taking out that high of the day. And I don't want to be caught on when this market starts turning back around, and that's what it feels like it's doing. On the 5-minute chart, on the NQ, we've got 3 topping tail candles, but we don't really have lower lows. So I am concerned that the market's catching a bit of a sell right now, and if that's going to be the case, I think it might have downward pressure on AVGO, NVIDIA. I'm already seeing a negative candle right now on NVIDIA, and NVIDIA is now down on the day, believe it or not, down 0.1. So I don't know how I feel about this AVGO long. AVGO is still up 1.1%. It's holding the moving average. So I don't want to take it out when I don't need to take it out, but I am concerned with the market turning around over here and then bringing this bad boy down. It's like kind of I'm caught between two minds about what I want to do because we haven't broken the moving averages. We're still trending well, but the other signs that we may not do that well, which is looking at the future, looking at some sympathy plays in NVIDIA, have me looking the other way. So I'm kind of caught between two minds about what to do here with Broadcom, but I do like the fact that it's kind of putting in this bull pennant, so to speak, but or bull flag, excuse me. But that's the second one we've put. So we've seen this a lot where, you know, we kind of trend up aggressively and we get a couple of bull flags and the third one fails. And I'll submit to you, this could be 3 bull flags. One, and then one more prolonged, and then the second one, and then the third. And then we're in the third right now. So AVGO, zigging, zagging. Let's see if we can kind of move up a little bit over here. We're already a little bit out of the money now, about 10 pennies out of the money for the remaining amount of shares that we have, but I was able to scalp up several times there at the top, not for big winners, quite frankly. So we'll definitely need a nice move up here in order to make any decent money, but Broadcom, questioning this choice now. Adara, you're at the big desk.
So we have a couple things to note here. For one, keep an eye on, I have a Tesla up here, but you could also be watching Rivian, any EV or EV charging related stock, because apparently there's this letter I'm seeing circulated here on X. Apparently Democratic senators have said in a letter that the Trump administration has illegally frozen $3 billion in state electric vehicle charging funds. So this being addressed here, keep an eye on Tesla, Rivian, anything like that. It seems like there is going to be some attempt here to get that freezing of $3 billion of electric charging funds to potentially change. Also, just saw this coming through as well. Apparently, Sam Altman has sent a letter to OpenAI employees with regards to the bid for the company by Elon Musk's consortium. He said that no official bid has been received, but that their structure of the company exists to ensure that, quote, no individual can take control of OpenAI. So Sam Altman holding firm against that attempt. In case you guys missed it, we do have a new graphic on X at TTV Research about that whole situation where you can see the back and forth between Elon and Sam on X. Back to you.
They're at a sick infographic there with Elon and Sam and the back and forth they've been having on X and the unflattering things that they think and say about each other.
Yeah, it's a good,
whatever.
It's a good, healthy relationship.
Yeah.
It's good.
That sounds corrosive.
Yeah, right.
And these are two guys that obviously work together. I think that Sam Altman, anyway, has made it very clear that he has a lot of admiration for what Elon Musk has been able to do. But obviously, they're competitors now, and he looks at Elon as a competitor, and he thinks that Elon wants to hold his company back, right? Mm-hmm. And so, it's really interesting what's happening,
dude. I'm going to touch on this. Like, in competition, I think I would like to say just like all emotions for me personally are just out the window, right? For me, that's just
what
how
do you mean
I
by
am.
that?
Like, I mean, like, dude, I want to win. You know what I mean?
Oh,
so yeah, whether it be a push-up competition or OpenAI, you know what I mean? I'm looking to win. It doesn't matter what it is.
Well, yeah, I hope so.
Yeah, I would hope so. Because I mean, I know you've been training, so you got to step up that game, man. We're pushing push-ups, but guys, let's get into certain things here. Bearded Warrior Trade says, Joseph, thank you for the options lessons, buddy. I'm getting ready to take my first contracts in crude oil soon, and hopefully go from day trading to swing trading options. Thank you, much appreciated. No, thank you, Bearded Warrior Trades. Truly, I don't even really know what to say. Hopefully you have gained some knowledge. I try to talk about it as often. We don't trade options here on the show, but I try to just integrate it into the day-to-day practice that we do. So hopefully you are taking things from that, as you said, and hopefully that they work out for you. So hopefully that crude oil trade does well, and much more. There's just at the beginning of your journey, and you're gonna gain a lot more knowledge, especially sitting here, and the more experience you get trading those contracts, my friend. So let's see what else everybody is saying in the chat here. I would say give every important company in U.S. to Elon. Okay, Rochelle, that's very, what's his name? Rahil Anwar. That's a very, give everything to Elon.
It's like you either really like Elon Musk or you really dislike Elon Musk.
Yeah, and that's
so I took an informal poll of my buddies.
Yeah.
At the Super Bowl party.
So
my buddy, he's a high school buddy. I also went to university with him, so it was a mix of high school buddies and university buddies. Okay. And without exception, all of them said they used to like him, but now they kind of feel differently about him because he's gone crazy. This is what they feel. And I didn't challenge them on any of their beliefs. I just wanted to hear what they had to say without them hearing anything of what I had to say. Because I knew I'd influence them. I have a bit more information, but what he does day to day, they're just hearing, stuff on the side. And genuinely, Joseph, each and every one said the same thing. We used to like him. We used to think he was, very smart, run his companies very well. But now he's gone crazy.
What is the kind of the reasoning of why they classify?
Well, they'll give you different things. They'll say.
What was the most common one?
The one that said most by them was the gesture there.
Okay. So is that what
Second
did it?
World War
that's
gesture.
because my guy's a little bit on the. I think he is on the spectrum, isn't he?
Yeah.
So I mean, hey. He does weird things. He's always done weird things. There's nothing we can say about that.
Well, yeah.
Does that take away from what he's accomplished over time?
I personally don't think so, no. But I don't even think that was what he was doing. But that's just my opinion. Nobody really knows, and you could ask him. Obviously, he's never going to admit it. Kind of goes without saying there. But yeah, I mean, the real reason for this whole thing was not to defend him. Was to just get a perception of how people feel like passively about him.
About him.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And there's a lot of growing dislike for him at the moment.
I mean, his impact, I don't think it's been as vast here in the Canadian economy as maybe in the American economy, right? Like, I don't know how you feel about it.
Well, bro, look at your boy Jagmeet Singh wants to tax his cars 100%.
Well, yeah, well, okay, but
right?
First of all, he's not my boy. I'll tell you, if anything, that guy is not my guy.
I love how defensive you got, bro. I set you up for that one because I know you're not a fan. But
who said that?
Yeah, who said that?
Who said that?
No, seriously, though.
But Elon would just quote the Princess Bride once again.
What would he say?
I don't care.
Oh, yeah.
He doesn't
threaten me
you
with
think
money.
he care? Yeah, he doesn't care. There's even another time he was referring to that. He's like, he doesn't care. Again, how are you going to debate what this guy's brought? I think Neuralink can be absolutely game-changing in the world. I have no idea how they're going to fuse organic matter with plastic. I'm not going to try to, right? I think that's, and then upload everything into your brain. But he's constructed tunnels in Vegas, which I think are absolutely genius. This guy's been going to space, landing shuttles back that have never been done before, and he has probably the most popular vehicle on the planet right now. In the
Model Y.
Yeah, exactly, in the western side of the world. So, hate him or love him, the guy's accomplished great things.
It's just, to me, it's like you and I cover Elon all the time. We know what he's doing, like 99% of the time, what he's done, what Tesla's up to, what his companies are up to. But my friends, they don't follow the market like you and I did. So that was like my whole purpose. And I didn't do it like in a way where it was like surreptitious. You know what I mean? It was just like a genuine question. We were all having a discussion because I didn't want them to get defensive and start lining up their arguments for why they didn't like him. Right? I wanted it to be natural. And genuinely, Joseph, without exception, they all had that kind of sentiment towards him. So, I mean, why am I talking about this? Because people, you know, they vote sometimes in a way, obviously, but in this case, in this way, you can't vote for him, but you can vote with your wallet. So are you looking at different cars? Are you looking at another Tesla competitor? Are you looking at the Ioniq by Hyundai? Are you looking at the Mach-E by Ford now instead of the Model Y because you don't want to give Elon, you know, that tailwind? So that's kind of my thinking there, man. I don't know. I think with growing political involvement comes more headwinds for your company, especially when it's a B2C, not B2B. Because the consumer kind of, you know how they feel. They buy emotionally sometimes. B2B, you're like, no. Does this fit within the balance sheet? What's the budget? What's our quarterly statement? And you work off that, right? Maybe not as much as B2C, but so that was just kind of why I want to bring that out there. And I want to see what you guys have to say. Yeah, JD Florida man, haters all around. Look, brother, you're not wrong. I mean, you know, a lot of people, they don't like him. Molfar, Elon has not built or invented anything himself. Interesting. Richard Morrissey. Morrissey? Yep. Okay. He's not talking about that. He's talking about something else. We don't like Tesla. Socialist pack pirate. Okay. Canada can have Elon. All right. These are statements, Katina, man.
I mean, he went to university here.
He did. Yeah. And he lived in Toronto.
So there you go.
With his family.
Gladly take him back.
Never would buy a Tesla. Zeker 1 says Mo Fun. All right. Lexter 001. I have an Equinox EV and love it more than Tesla. Shout out to you. Yeah. Katina Man says, ouch. Let's see what else people are talking about there. Tesla is not all about cars. Say more, Los Polos Hermanos. You're absolutely right about that.
Mike Simmons, though.
Eh?
Not shocking that woke Canadians are woke.
What do you mean? We're not doing anything. We're having a discussion.
The thing is, though, the thing is, though, Sharif,
yes, sir.
People expect Elon to be kind of like a day-to-day citizen, a normal individual, when he's not.
No,
that's just simple. And like when you reach levels of greatness, whether you can agree with it or not, chances are you're not the most normal person because it is extremely hard, and you are doing what 99.9% of the world is doing, and therefore you are an outlier. You are not a normal individual.
Well said,
right?
man. Well said. All right. Well, that's the situation right now. Obviously, it is now 2:00. The big kahunas have returned to their desks. Sean just put on his mic. He's locked and he's loaded. and we're going to send it to them in a second. Joseph, you got a lesson on for tomorrow? Or
We do.
tomorrow's Wednesday?
No, that's why we do it tomorrow, man.
Wednesday. No. Stick with
we're
the
doing it
schedule.
tomorrow. Stick to the schedule. Yeah,
What do you
I got
got?
it, baby. We got the time of sales. Reading the tape, guys.
There you go.
Reading the tape.
All right. Same bat time,
Hey.
same bat channel. Get it, guys.
Go.
That's a great lesson.
Love the time and sales.
Time and sales.
I have to check the time, make some sales, and then double check that because I'm going to be there tomorrow 100%. 100%. My mic's probably a problem here. I don't know.
What's wrong with the mic?
What's Ramin doing now? Oh, God.
Nice shirt.
It never stops around here.
No, it never stops.
Anyways, welcome up, guys. No. Oh my God, it has arrived. It has arrived. What is this for exactly? Hold on, you're not even connected here. All right, well, we wanted to thank everybody, of course. Today we had made quite the... Pull muscle in the arm over there. Yeah, today was fantastic. I want to thank everybody, obviously, as we go here on YouTube today. We were lucky enough to have hit 500,000 subscribers. So thank you so much for all of that. We have over 5,000 videos, over 500,000 subscribers, and millions of hours now streamed out there on YouTube. So we want to thank everybody for being there. Millions of minutes, I guess, probably not hours. But thank you so much to everybody for being there. And I guess now we got to figure out how to pop.
We have glasses or anything?
Oh my God. We got the good stuff up in here. All right, well, thank you, Brendo, for that. We'll be doing that nice and cold. We'll have a little sip throughout the afternoon, and we'll get it there. We'll do it live, and we got everybody going.
Throughout the afternoon, I mean,
if we pop it soon, I guess we'll have having it once.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, we got to find out some. Go get those paper cups. There, Fabian.
Paper cups? Oh, we're not doing that.
Do we have real? Do we have real stuff?
I thought we had some stuff in the.
We have the good china
above the fridge. Someone check above the fridge. Anyways.
Because
sometimes the boys would drink on the floor on Fridays, so there was supposed to be like a collection of stuff.
I do know that there is somewhat of a collection. But thank you to everybody.
Yeah,
we wouldn't be able to do this without you guys, so we want to thank everybody, and thanks Brendan for grabbing this. We will be popping this champagne and
pop off.
The last time I think Brendan did it, it flew everywhere. I think we took out a couple lights, so we'll see if next time we can. This time we can get it all controlled. But thanks, Brendo, for that one as we go. So I don't have any positions right now. It's true. We'll wait to see if we could do that. Joe and I are going back and forth with the Qs there. Eventually pops to the upside. That was my latest trade. We'll probably show that eventually. But yeah, again, thank you to everybody. If you haven't hit the like and subscribe, join the party today. No better of a day to be a subscriber on such a monumental one. When did we turn the lights on? I should probably know that, and then we can figure out how long it was for us to get here. 5 years, I think.
It was the beginning of 2020. I just don't remember. I don't know the date. It was early.
I feel like it was March or April of 2020, maybe.
Yeah, it was the first quarter of 2020. I just don't.
There we go. So 5 years, 100,000 a year. Well, I feel like the million's going to come like within months.
I mean, if we're doing this for 500,000, we should go to Vegas for the million.
I just slipped that one in.
That's not self-serving at all.
Yeah, I did see that. There was a story there. Federal workforce right there. I just saw that. I don't think this has anything to do with the stocks, but right here we do have it. SPY, Trump moves to significantly reduce federal workforce. Not happening anything in the chat. I just saw someone post a little bit about Dogecoin there. Of course, we have talked about Dogecoin a few times on this show, and it's very interesting.
It is.
Fabian, what's up, Fabian? Okay, maybe they're planning on something over there. I don't want to give anything away.
Stare at this?
What they're doing.
Okay, I guess.
We'll figure it out. Well, we don't. You're jonesing for some of that right now?
No, not at all. I have way too much willpower.
Vegas, yeah. I mean, we should be. Neil's never even been to Vegas.
I've never been to Vegas, and I didn't even mention this. My wife is going to Vegas on a conference in a couple of weeks.
And what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. So that's great.
Because she's a consultant now.
Yeah.
I was just in AMD. Let's go to very quick. I was in two positions, one short, VWAP short on AMD. That's gone, and a VWAP long on Intel. Although I was short Intel. Excuse me, and then it reversed when it bounced off VWAP. So Intel's up 7.5 points today, which is distinctly different from just about everything. Like NVIDIA's flat today. NVIDIA's flat. Intel's up 7.5%. Tesla can't get out of its own way. Apple and Alibaba are partnering up. The market's all over the place. So this is a kind of volatility one. And we managed to go 5 minutes without talking about Firefly. Firefly has been ripping faces off pretty much all day long. Like actually,
That is
$11.50 this got to, and I have this. I'm leaving this up just because I probably should have not scalped it. But anyways, it's held the trend from the morning, the whole day. It still has an $8 support here for the trend line on this stock. So the shorts, there's been, I guess they would have won a little bit, and somebody took a couple 100,000 shares. You could see it on level 2. Somebody either was covering 100,000 multiple times, but or they were short selling, which would be intense at the $10 level. You saw it happening in real time. Shreve was pointing it out in real time at that $10 level. So we'll see what happens. Chet GPT, thank you for the super chat. You called long off 333.5 on Tesla. Let's go. Well, I always hope Tesla goes up, so you're not going to get any argument from me.
I actually, I just double checked the time because I bought it in Canada, but I don't know if it's going to be a nice move or not. I bought more Tesla today. I basically tripled my position. I didn't have very much in Tesla to begin with. It was one of the Mag 7s, I guess, depending on, what is a Mag 7 these days, that hit for me. So we made the move down in Tesla, and I bought it at 1. I just looked at the time, so that's why I was looking. It was 1:32 is when I got to fill. So I guess that I'm basically long, kind of with you there. Maybe, probably like on a 3. Look, it looks like a 3:30 break. So that's pretty good. So I guess I'm long in and around 3:30 on the Canadian CDR. So if you go in like this, Tesla CC, I can tell you. Oh, I deleted the email. But anyways, so this is the price in Canadian funds. So we do have a Canadian ADR here for Tesla. So
fun fact:
new position initiated by me today on Tesla.
Broadcom's market cap is bigger than Tesla's right now.
Yeah. I mean,
Mag 7. You were just saying Mag 7. What?
Yeah.
Broadcom is bigger. Maybe.
Yeah, exactly. I think that. No, but I wasn't even sure if this wasn't still included in the Mag 7. I guess it still is.
Yeah, I mean it's still
because we're calling it the Mag 6 for a while or whatever.
Well, you can just
it got kicked out.
If you want to kick it out, you can just toss Broadcom.
Yeah, I want to kick it back in. I'm long this thing now, so
kick it in.
We'll see what happens. Up an amazing 1% right now off that bottom. So,
got coffee.
All right, I got coffee. We've got the champagne. I mean, we'll see if I don't think it mixes that well, but champagne for 500,000. Thanks everybody for showing up and helping us get those levels. Yep. So we're gonna look for some more trades, but let's get ready to go because it is now time for the rundown.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. Boys are ready to go. They're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you guys. But the only way to get your tickers up onto the rundown is to join Joe and I during the How to Trade show, during the midday, and get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day, but only the top few make it on. And you got to be a subscriber in order to get into the chat. She'll make sure you're liking, subscribing, and sharing the stream. Here is a look at the triple Qs. We're down about 0.2% on the NQ March contract. Likewise here with the ES about flat. The Dow also marginally green. Last time I looked up, it was 0.07, but the Russell 2000 decidedly red today, down 0.75%. So a bit of a tougher day for these small caps. Here's SMCI. We're reporting after the bell today. Make sure to catch it out in the market recap show. We're looking for about 75 pennies EPS on revenue of 6.13 billion. This stock has been awfully volatile both last year and this year. We'll have to see if they do well and do they update us on when they're actually going to release their financial audited statements.
I would love to look. Let's just hope that we get numbers after the bell from SMCI. Ooh. Because the fear would be, in this particular case, that there's for whatever reason, they don't report anything, and then, and they're down 8% right now. It would be nasty, I think, if we didn't get any numbers. There was no expected move, but what you can do if you're looking at it here, it was this website. Tools and options AI. Anyways, they just sort of have, because there's still, obviously there's options, right? It's expiring at the end of the week. So if you look at the Friday, it's 19% by the expiration at the end of the week. So there is expected to be volatility from now to the end of the week on SMCI. It's already down 8%. I did have one trade, which I probably should have hung on to. It was I was trying to mean revert it. And, I followed the rule, right? Get in here. If it breaks the high, get out. It broke the high and went She went sideways for a few minutes and then sort of flushed. This is going to be, I think, like, as long as numbers come out, actually, whether numbers come out or not, tomorrow is going to be a bit of an SMCI day trading. I'm expecting volatility, 10% one way or the other on SMCI. And we were kind of backing off it a little bit in the last few days, outside of the long, the great long Sean had yesterday. And it lost that entire move, pretty much. Like, there's a top and right into this like VWAP dip. Lost the whole move, and we haven't even got any numbers on it. So I'm expecting you're going to get double digits on SMCI. For the afternoon trade, I think maybe if it starts squeezing, oh boy, like if it could break out through 40, that would be the spiciest look. Generally speaking, I would prefer if the stock went up than down. It's more exciting when it goes meme crazy. But my goodness, if they don't put any numbers on, it's going to be trouble.
Yeah, it's not going to be good for SMCI. I'm starting a short position in the TQs right now, just heading into what should be a good close here today. See if we can retrace. Okay, here it comes. So far, so good here. As we do make a little bit of a move down, just 10 cents in right here. I'm going to hope that we can get an 85. So we'll be putting a bid right now at VWAP to get out of about a quarter of it. And then we'll see if it does want to come back in. So yeah, SMCI. Look, I mean, we had written down 39. So on the sticky note, and it's coming in right now. So let's decide right now together if we do believe in that or not. There's the new banner, 500,000 subscribers. So we definitely want to say thank you to absolutely everybody. And again, we've sort of gone on a rant today. We wouldn't have been able to do this without you. So thank you everybody for that one, 500K. I'm probably not at 50K yet. Ooh, 49.8. Okay, we're getting closer to that one. So we wrote down SMCI 39. I thought we could get into that level, and I'll talk about why. It was the 200 period. I'll have to look at it again. Obviously, it's not ahead of earnings tonight. So it doesn't really matter that there's not an expected move. We know it's going to be pretty wild there for SMCI. We haven't heard from them in a while, so we're going to get that all figured out. There's the 39 drop. We weren't here. We came back, and someone in the chat was like, it went to 39 and then it ripped up. But the thing is, it did go to 38.50. So we probably wouldn't have got stopped out. We most likely would have held it because we're probably giving ourselves a 50-cent stop. But still, that's the new bottom. So I don't even really want to go long right here in this area. I'm more talking about the short in the market. You can see we have a 15-handle winner right now on the short. So this trend is pretty down. I thought maybe this could happen early. Then you get the bounce and it retraces all afternoon. And we get that, as Neil just mentioned, a little bit of an afternoon bump. Doesn't look like that. I think we could actually go the other way. As nervous hands right now wait on SMCI earnings. If you're going to look at the daily chart here, see, this is why you have to think about like where are we positioned here on SMCI? Because if you were somewhat skeptical on this company and you took a shot at the long, first of all, if you're caught up here, then doesn't really matter about this report. You're waiting probably to get out somewhere $68, $70. But if you took a shot on SMCI, I feel like these are good levels, 31, 32, things like that, where traders could be long. I don't know if anybody's actually long down in here, but maybe you're capturing some profits, and especially into the quarter. So that's it. You're above the 50-period moving average. I could see some traders lightening up on this name heading into the report. So for me, right now, even though we wrote down 39 long and it could look like the greatest long in history, it might have just bounced off there right now. But at the end of the day, I would wait for this name. Wait for it to come back closer to this bottom and then see if we can play off that. So for right now, SMCI in a waiting period. We're only like 2 hours away from that potential release, right? So I would rather just sit on my hands and let some of the big money come in, push it wherever they want. I don't know. You just talked about the options.
Is there an expected time?
So Adara does all of the notes for
I just
the
realized
recap
I have no
show.
clue. That's all.
Was there a time that you were able to find? I'll double check. Oh, 420.
Of course.
All right.
Of course it is.
Well, we won't be sparking anything live on the recap show, but you can definitely join.
You won't need to.
It's funny, it's like the funny thing is,
You won't need to spark.
No, but we have this here, right? And everybody would be fine. Like if we started drinking this, it would be fine. But if I just lit up a joint right now, people would be like, "Oh my god!"
Well, I mean,
but here in Canada, it's legally.
Yeah, but we're indoors.
It's the same, I guess. But yeah, you don't want to smoke.
Yeah.
Anyways, we're not doing that.
Well, there's no windows on the trading floor either.
Here it is, right here.
That's the other.
Why is there a note about Fartcoin? Oh, that was Michael Noss last night talked about that.
Yes.
He got buy signals on Saturday on Fart.
Yes.
This guy's
Michael
looking at the
Noss
wrong
loves
things.
fart
I gotta get Michael Noss on that. I know he looks at thousands of charts, but come on, man. Just.
Don't diss Fartcoin.
You ain't going long on. What is he buying Fartcoin? I mean, come on. Where can you even buy that?
As far as I know.
Well, I heard that coin stinks, but that was not a good.
Hang on a second.
That was. Yeah, that investment might go down the toilet. You know.
Oh, I don't. That's the only.
I just have this.
Yeah, there it is. I was on the wrong page for that one. There you go.
Who knows?
I don't know why in that one you're smiling. Why smiling? Because I'm smiling in that one too. Like there's nothing I'm excited to go down the toilet.
It's a fun ride.
It really wouldn't be. A fun ride today would be Shopify. That is a fantastic looking chart. Doesn't get more bullish than what it is.
People will super chat if we light up joins right now. Yeah, no, we don't have anything around here.
No, we don't.
Some might say.
Well,
all right. What's up? Okay, let's go back over here. And,
by the way, this looked.
Shopify. Speak about shopping.
I don't know.
You can go there and get what a.
You
stick
probably
there.
find
That's a good
something
one. What's up, Dick?
Here, though.
Dick Tracy. They should remake Dick Tracy. I'm just saying.
It's a great comic.
Yeah. Why not?
Like,
they're doing everything these days.
That's just a fair point.
Thank you.
But they should redo it like.
If I see it, I'm gonna.
What's the one?
Timestamp this.
Shoot. What's the one?
Jessica Rabbit?
No, not Jessica Rabbit. I'm thinking the one with Jessica Alba. It's a similar comic style. A little more gritty. Sin City.
Oh, yes, Sin City.
With a more Sin City feel is what they should do.
That big guy, Mickey Rourke or whatever?
Mickey Rourke. There you go.
Actually, that's a great.
That's a really good movie. That's how
that
they
was
should
one
do
of
Dick
the first
Tracy.
DVDs. I remember getting that. Yeah, that was a nice one. All right.
Let's talk about Shopify.
Yeah, let's do something.
They reported, and that bounce was nice, Sharif.
Sorry. Rob, I was just talking to Rob about Sin City. Great movie. Guys, Shop, 7 consecutive quarters in a row with 25% or more growth. That is quite bullish. You wouldn't have known it, though. Looking at it in the pre-market, we're really sold off aggressively, retraced, and then zigged and zagged at the open, guys. But now we're above 2%. Good look there. They printed $2.8 billion more, actually $2.81 billion in revenue, growing 31% year over year and hitting that gross merchandise volume record, guys, of 94.5 million. Good look for Shopify. Go Canada.
Gross merchandise record.
That is a bullish.
Canada's setting records everywhere.
That's how they do.
Record tariffs.
You got BlackBerry making power moves. You've got Shopify making power moves.
You've got the Four Nations Cup making power moves.
We got some strong banks. We got Enbridge.
We've got Uber at the low of the day.
We don't have much else.
We have nothing to do with Uber.
No.
But I mean, if you go outside, you can get a lot of.
You get lots of Ubers.
Real quick, Shopify reported. Okay.
Go
ahead.
What I love about Shopify today, like I don't care, earnings, whatever. I get it. It was like the guidance on revenue was lower than expected, right? So they missed on the guidance on revenue. Every other metric beat, at least every other one that I saw, and the fact that it was down 9% this morning. Let me show you. It was down 9% at one point this morning, and it just got bought up and bought up and bought up and dipped and bought, and they just bought it up. I traded it one time on a mean revert, and then it pulled back underneath the opening range resistance. But man, this has got to be. Like I shouldn't say this has got to be because like what if it tanks at the end of the day? But if it can break out the prior high. That all-time high, take out that 125 tomorrow. That just looks like an awesome breakout. I would have thought maybe you'd have a chance at that this afternoon, this 125 breakout. But that liquidity trap, get the weak hands out, and the stock gets already trending higher. That's super strong on the daily. I just love that setup. Probably could have held on to a long or maybe bought some kind of a dip in there. If it does pull into VWAP, maybe that'll be a long opportunity for this afternoon. But yeah, I love that setup where you rinse a lot of people, you rinse some weak hands out there, take off some pressure, and then you're able to break it back out. So note the relative strength on Shop. On a day it was down 9%, the market's flat or slightly down, it's going to be up 2 points and hunting for another 52-week high, I think, tomorrow morning or at some point.
Yeah, I really like Shopify. I mean, it was on the sticky note today for a long, but unfortunately, the long just came in real quick there, and we weren't able to grab it. So I had written down earlier today that we were looking at this area of 110 to 112, but then it's almost like 8 o'clock hit, and then I don't no, like there was some sort of a crazy dark pool action. We just got going. We did come back in. So I think that VWAP would have been good. I don't like to trust any of those things in the pre-market though. And then it's 9 o'clock. It held VWAP again. And then if you took the VWAP long there at 940, which pretty lucky that I didn't, right? Like I normally I'm all about something like that, and we weren't there, so I was pretty lucky. But there's the hold at 9. There's the break at 9:30. Comes all the way down. The only thing you could have really done was, and someone in the chat, so shout out to you. You had yelled out that Shopify was at 115, and they said it was at my level of 115. I liked 112, but this 115 was basically the new pre-market bottom. So when you start to make new levels, I should have adjusted the note to reflect this area instead of this area. So a little bit of a lazy approach to Shopify today definitely wound up costing me 100%, because we would have been in this. We were looking long. You know, it's like, okay, well, we do have Apple on here, but I just want to use that as a quick example, same way. So it's like, here's Apple. We were looking long. So when it came back here, I was on it. And then this is still a top trade for me, despite me getting stopped out pretty much at that low before it ripped $5. But this was a big name because we stayed on it. And then it went up. Like, I'm embarrassed that we don't have any action up there. We tried to go short. We just got stopped out of that short actually before coming on. And now you can see it's drifting lower. But okay, so that's Shopify. I think the only way you would have won on that is to have been watching it. And if you had done that, you might have been able to sniff out that 15 level. That would be the only trade for me there today. I would be hands off on day one heading into the close. It's a day two play for sure tomorrow. Let's wait to see what Shopify does, especially if the NASDAQ can stay like this. If Shopify opens up anywhere near that 120, I like the stock. All right, let's go back over NVIDIA. Speak about rolling one. We have zigzags over there.
What? Oh, yeah. Oh my goodness.
I mean, what's a theme?
That was a good transition sound. I like that. No, but it really was zigzagging, a little low on the pre-market, a little high after the bell, and now we're kind of in no man's land, down, a quarter of a percentage point. There's really no headline today on NVIDIA, but there was this headline from yesterday that Sam Altman and OpenAI looking at making their own custom silicon. Obviously, that reduces reliance on NVIDIA for their H100 and the upcoming guys, B200 Blackwell.
Right.
NVIDIA's
Blackwell, you say?
NVIDIA really rolled over through VWAP today. Thankfully, like the market did a bit of a dip. It was right around, whatever. I don't need to show you a Q's chart because NVIDIA did the same move. It was right here at about 1150. I had just taken a long, breaking this trend line, and then immediately stopped out, and then it rolled over. But we were doing this it was right during the lesson of the day, and I was like, this is a capitulation candle in the market, and NVIDIA as well, so went into that long. Ultimately, long twice, short twice, and 1 for 4, but up because the one long was actually really good, and NVIDIA is still holding VWAP. What I'd love to see it do, however, is this trend, like hold VWAP and break this trend now. So yeah, it's a little obviously it's the same kind of setup as here when it's doing some bullish things. If we can do that, I like the longs on NVIDIA for this afternoon. Got to hold on to VWAP. And then the next thing to keep in mind is, and it's hard not to say it with a smile, there's that 50-period moving average breakout, which is imminent for NVIDIA. So while Bitcoin bleeds and while Tesla bleeds, NVIDIA might not be the strongest thing out there, but it's holding on with the market. I know there's overhead resistance. That 135, that's the 50 period on the daily it needs to get through. But if we can hold VWAP, I think we have a chance to break out some longs here. It plays both ways. If we lose VWAP, it's not going to be good for anything at all. But NVIDIA I'd say NVIDIA having a pretty good day. The way that it bounced on that market flush to get back to where it started is a great sign overall. You want to see how the market responds when you have those kind of liquidity dips.
Yeah, I'm really fine with NVIDIA as well. I mean, it being up or flat with the market pretty much, I think is enough. I mean, we've seen it now gone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 or 8 days straight to the upside, and we could still close green today. So nice move, especially that last hour or so. We've had a great move off that 132. So I would say you get that garbage out of here. We're just net short the market. We've only gotten one fill on that. It's not really doing anything, so we haven't done much. But right there it is. This is the 1 minute chart. You're still at VWAP above the 200 period. So far, so good. But look at this. Can you take a look at that? I'm a little nervous like I'm short the market now, so I don't really want to go long NVIDIA, but this is a great area. We just said the 132, so any drips into 132 in the afternoon, I think it's a buy. I like NVIDIA. Join Adair and I on the 26th. It's a Wednesday. I'm covering for Neil that day. We're going to have NVIDIA earnings on the 26th, so that's 2 weeks tomorrow, and we should be able to get that name to come through. I'm excited for it. We're not going to talk about Intel, but let me just quickly, just to give everyone an idea here. So up 7%. This name got to almost where I should have maybe got out of Intel. We're long at like 1980. It was a nice move to the upside, but I don't know about 10%. Maybe we'll take a little bit more. Oh, I have an update. Another 5% has bit the dust. So Palantir, I got out at 114. I got out of a little bit more, another 5% there. I've taken nothing out of this trade. We took out some before earnings at like 89 or whatever it was, and then we took out some on earnings day around 103. But an official 5% we just took out there at one. It was at the same time. It was 130 when we bought Tesla and sold some Palantir. So that's kind of what we did. We did the whole in and out there a little bit on some Tesla, out of some Palantir into some Tesla. Again, buying like a depressed asset. And this is, we don't give financial advice to everybody else. I'm talking about what I did. So out of a name that clearly still is an AI play, still is keep me in the market. I don't know if it's going to be a smart move or not. You watch, Tesla's going to go down 50% and Palantir is going to go up another 50, and then we have a problem. But at the end of the day, I made that little switch. All right, we still have hopefully a lot of powder to put into the market here again. I just wonder if Tesla's come down a little bit more. We'll talk about that in a couple seconds.
We get to Tesla.
Yeah. Let's go to Apple here before Sharif. Sharif's got to go practice some of those push-ups because he's got. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yes. Sharif's like he ain't going nowhere. We have a bottle right here.
You guys should have to do the push-ups while drinking.
Yeah. We'll figure it out. Okay, so yeah, good job, Sharif. We will be popping this very, very shortly. Let's finish the rundown ASAP then. So, all right.
That's what I'm saying.
Apple.
Yes, sir. So this morning we got word that Apple and Alibaba are teaming up to launch Apple's Apple Intelligence, their version of AI out in China. That was a requirement from the Chinese government that they had to have a local partner, a Chinese company, with Apple Intelligence. Initially, they had teamed up with Baidu back in 2023 to launch that Apple Intelligence, but they were none too plussed about the slow nature of the development there with the Ernie chatbot and other AI ventures by Baidu. So they're going to go with Alibaba, guys. Quen wins out here. Apple up 2.5%, but well off the highs.
We were just short. I don't know. I was just short Apple. Now it's coming back down. Look, Apple's going to be my number one stock today. It was absolutely huge off the open. I just talked way too much about whatever that was. NVIDIA there, and Intel. So I'll let Neil talk. But we broke that level there. I like the long to start with. It started going. I was like, you know what? Let's just take a shot. We bought 229, 229.50. It ripped up. Then we watched it. We actually got out of a lot of this anyways up there as it was Alibaba and it was pre-market. So we take the long in the pre-market. Then it just comes right in off the open and then it just rips. So we were just buying again 50 period in VWAP. It took off. We tried it again there. It was going, but it looked like it was having a problem at 230, but 99 problems, 230 ain't one. We got fooled. We got taken out right there. Nice upside play. Despite all of this happening, this short was pretty flat. I think we might have made a little bit on that. But despite me losing on this one and not having any of that, it's still going to be my number one stock. I did believe in it early, and it went. Just wish it would have happened a bit better and sooner and quicker. Anyways, that was a good one. SMCI ripping, apparently. Okay, we'll
SMCI is making a move, but the market actually, I shouldn't say the market. Intel lost support. I'm going to get out of that. We reversed short to long. We're now out when it broke that support there. SMC. I almost said AMC. We'll get to Apple and Bob in a second. But SMCI is making a strong move up. I wanted to break this local high here and just look to see if it'll do a little bit of a squeeze. NVIDIA lost VWAP. I traded BABA instead of Apple, which is check out the blue ocean market. Although not right now, as that's what I've clearly typed in. I'll just what happens is if I do it too fast, I'll end up hitting enter, and the first thing on the drop down alphabetically is the blue ocean market because we have entitlements to everything here at Real Trading. But here's Alibaba. I did have a couple of longs on this. When the news came out, I just traded the 112, then I traded the higher low into this 115 high for Alibaba. So I do still think it's got a little bit of a overhead resistance at the 115 level. You guys are awesome. Talking about Sean and Joe right now. It's still
no, Brendan, I'm like, what are we doing? Brendan's like, you guys just open it up. I'm like, and what? Shake, like,
open
celebrate
it up with what?
Celebrate it, what? With our hands. But like, celebrate it as if I'm trying to, like, we won the World Series. I was like, spray it everywhere. Spray it all over you. Just drop it on, like, drop it on. No, I mean, we need to.
You need something to pour it into. No, just so Alibaba, on the daily chart, one of the reasons why we're taking profit in front of 115 is just, this is where the stimulus top has been on Alibaba. So all seriousness, there it is. Now it's loaded. So I've had 3 longs on Alibaba. They've all been affected. Well, okay, this one wasn't, but this one was off VWAP. It's all been about VWAP for Baba, but now it's a Chinese ADR in the middle of the day. It's not doing anything. I still can't. We're going to talk about Tesla, but I'm very, very surprised that the rundown did not include Firefly. It's only up 200%. Anyways,
I think you should talk about Firefly.
We'll talk at some point. We'll talk about
I mean, Bitcoin right now is having a problem with itself. It is just straight to the downside. The momentum is definitely down right there. Talk about a VWAP play. You're breaking through 96. I feel like this is not refreshing because it's not moving. Bitcoin must be down a lot more than this. Let me just refresh this right here. Because people, 95. Yeah, okay.
It's not that bad.
Yes. Well, it's not the greatest. Right here. Here is a 1 second chart here, or sorry, a 1 hour chart. Bitcoin right back into some pressure. You've seen some support been down here, 94.7. So my bad. Definitely was not loaded properly there. The Bitcoin price down into 95 right now. So, all right. I'm glad we looked at that because I did see some pressure there. There it is right now. 95,183 for Bitcoin. We'll keep it down there so we can monitor it. 95,157, 175 on BTC. So there is some downside pressure there.
Check this out in the chat.
Aight.
Los Pollos Hermanos
get some chicken up in
would
here.
have been empty by now if the bottle was here at Sean and at Neil Roberts.
It was where? Where? With that guy?
Challenge. I mean, come on, son. No, it would not be. No, you're not. I mean, come on, son. You're not chugging that. It's you don't.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised it's still here to begin with. I mean, we're gonna hit this. I mean, like I was saying, well, we're gonna get some cups.
We'll get
like,
some glasses or cups or something. We might end up having to drink out of mugs at this rate. But let's talk about Tesla is absolutely tanking. You're right. You're right about that, and it's continuing to head back into the lows as we speak. Shree.
Los Pollos Hermanos.
Almost 5.5% here, guys. Tesla continues to sell off. Nary a bit today with Tesla. This is the headline. Continuing to trade down after its competitor BYD out in China reportedly announced plans to include self-driving technology in all their vehicles. That includes a vehicle, guys, priced under $10,000. It's not full self-drive in the sense that we understand it, but driver-assisted technology coming in at a very low price point. Tesla selling off as a result.
All right. Look, Tesla, it's going to be a problem. I mean, we were like, hey, we bought this thing at $330, but it's coming in. So I just, I've liked Tesla down here. We've talked about that into this area. I think it's worth nibbling a little bit. Generally speaking, you don't want to catch this falling sword, but I just wonder, is there a problem with the company, or is, as you had mentioned, we won't talk about names, but there's a friend of ours that's like, I'm never buying a Tesla because I don't like his political views. And that is fine. But I just wonder when and if that is enough. Like we've seen sort of go woke names before, like a Disney or things like that have been hit, Starbucks as well. They were all sort of temporary things. I'm not sure that is what's happening here. Obviously, BYD is eating into their profits a little, or into their market share in China. We've heard about that. And then we have the tariff issues. We have Mexico's an issue, obviously. And then getting these cars into the United States from China, potentially an issue as well. So then you have the distractions with Altman now, and I just feel like there's just a lot in this name. And sometimes when there's blood in the streets, it's not a horrible, I know, and that's...
This is when you usually want to...
Brendan has brought...
I told you we could drink it out of mugs.
Yeah, so here we go. So we still have coffee cups,
we're keeping it very real here.
Who's that dancing back there? Andre? Oh, that's Adara dancing.
Adara's dancing.
Okay, yeah. They're about to get lit.
Dancing before we even have
We're about to get lit. The market recap show gonna be on one. Okay, so Anyways, I've been putting on the sticky note for a while. Like even today, it's 350 short. Yesterday was 360 short. The day before that was 375 short. We can go and look at it. Euro sales has been down. It's like they had down sales in Germany. There was another, I think it was French as well. There out of France, those numbers were bad. It's not a great time for Tesla. We'll wait to hear what happens with the robo-taxi. It's supposed to be later on this year. And then if there is another Model 2, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, as the wind blows with Tesla, I still like the stock, just worried about the pressure that's been on it. I did buy a little bit here in the swing account, but I'm fine with a long-term position at this level too. Exactly. So anyways, that's what it is.
I stunk bid today. Well, I said this morning I would stink bid it, but it's nowhere near it yet. It's down at like 304. Actually, yeah, it was 304.69, or did I go 304.42? I don't remember. It was one of those two. But either way, right now it's in the penalty box. As a day trade, it's just short and it's accelerating. That's the thing. Like since it broke the support, it's been accelerating to the downside. So at some point, you want to have like a deceleration day where the down move is smaller than the one previously. Do that, and you can start forming a bit of a bid, do a reversion trade, whatever it might be. But Tesla for now looking pretty heavy. I really thought this last push was going to get back into this range, like at least a little bit closer to VWAP. It was trending really nicely. The next time it moves up, it does any kind of a trend up, just short when it reverts to trend on Tesla for the afternoon. Dick Tracy in the chat says, stink bid on Fartcoin. But as Sean was saying, where do you even pick up Fartcoin? It's a legitimate question. Oh, what the heck? Oh, I just lost level 2. I mentioned, look, we're going to talk about AIFF, which is Firefly.
Yeah.
Like you said, I was a little bit surprised that that didn't make the rundown. Whether you're going to trade or not, I understand a lot of people, this is probably not your cup of tea to trade, and you don't know this morning that it was going to do what it did, but they got the NVIDIA Connect. Literally, that's the name of the NVIDIA Connect. Not like Connect as in you know what. But it has been holding trend all day, up 188%. If it loses this trend, I think it sees VWAP. Just sort of connecting the dots. From the pre-market, it hasn't come anywhere near that trend since 1040. And I think if it loses that, you're seeing a push down into VWAP, where if it doesn't halt on a push down to VWAP, I'd look for like a quick little VWAP bounce. Like kind of one of those, like little flush. If it halts, whatever, there's nothing to do. But if it does that without managing to halt, resist the halt band, it's about $7 in here. That was a prior support. I saw the buying when I had the one short. I had a short on this at like 770 and saw what happened when it bought off 7. And I got out. Like I actually had my stop here. And when I saw this bounce off 7, I was like, no, let's just punch out right now. Because it looked like it was going. Obviously, I should have reversed. But I'm going to have AIFF on the radar for sure. Tesla is, like NVIDIA is going back up through VWAP and Tesla's heading back down into the lows. It's going to be that kind of afternoon. And Tesla doesn't care what's happening overall. It just wants to head lower. So next available pop, gotta take a shot. SMCI still really not doing much. It's trying to get up to maybe break out from the morning support levels and current resistance. But sideways for now. Volumes aren't crazy. Like if it's not Tesla or AIFF, there's not a heck of a lot popping off. I've got my scanner up there and the trade rate's telling me Tesla. It's actually saying NVIDIA, but based on what NVIDIA is doing, I'm not really believing it. Palantir, okay, I haven't looked at Palantir. SMCI, that makes a heck of a lot of sense. Yeah, what's Palantir doing? Double check that.
It was 113.50.
Wow, it is barcode. Look at it, barcode at 113.
Yeah.
I've had 2 longs on Palantir, one off VWAP, that was okay, and then another one down here on a mean revert that was actually pretty much flat. Like that was actually a nothing burger. Palantir, yeah, down 3%, but look at this action. You want it to do something. Like just sort of sitting in it either direction when it's doing that, there's really no point. Come on, SMCI, let's do something.
Do it. Okay, so I put the order in to go short on a 329 break. That's the low of the day for Tesla. I'm going to take it. And honestly, I was thinking about just holding it back to the 50 period. So wherever that is at the time. So I'm trying to share size that accordingly. Like if we absolutely tank right now, like it depends on how we get 329. Like if it's just in a panic move down, either from, like we said, a tweet or something happens with anything in sort of macro, I guess, then we can assess that. But if it just kind of drips down and we get near there, I think this is a great trade. to break that bottom, as many traders like myself, or like I said, I just bought it just recently, today, right at this level. If it continues to do this, I just wonder how many people will give it up, because there is appearing to be like a magnet towards, I mean, the 200 period is right here at 280. Like this 300 at this point is another 10% down. We could get to that area. So let's wait to see right now what winds up happening. We did average into our TQ position.
What is this?
I don't know. Against the market here, I was going to try to just do this with the NASDAQ, but looks like the NASDAQ right now is trying to get a little bit upside. So 85.60, that break, okay, here it goes. We'll get out. It was not a very big position. We're only able to get out at something there, but we're going to try it right now.
What's SOPA doing?
But the market just, I don't know. I'm okay with this position. We're going to short the TQs. Well, we are short the TQs, and we're going to watch out for Tesla. I have it up on my other screen right here, so hopefully that comes through.
Yeah, like when the market goes up and Tesla, it doesn't even catch like a mini bid, that tells you all you need to know. So SOPA, what's up with that?
What's SOPA with that?
I didn't, yeah, that doesn't really work. Society Pass Incorporated. Society Pass Incorporated. No idea what they do. Obviously, it's going parabolic as we speak. This is a daily chart, which is insane on this, but it just did one of those topping tail candles at $5 or at a fresh high. So prior high sitting at 460. Maybe it can catch a bit off that. Sometimes you wonder, like, if this starts going, does Firefly lose any steam because there's so much action now going over to this name? All right, SMCI is almost at 40. It's getting closer to that local breakout. I'm going to throw this one up on the side chart just to see if it's going to actually do something here. But it just pulled back that SOPA off the top. Let's see what happens. NVIDIA looking strong again. Yeah, you know what? NVIDIA is making that mean revert. It just closed. It's the annoying thing about this strategy is it closes the candle above on like a 40-cent candle. So like if you punch the top of that, you get like a horrible entry on the mean revert. So I'm kind of sitting here now hoping it comes back in to the downside. But that's how it works sometimes. Like you get the mean revert. So I want to be on the other side. I want to be on the other side of VWAP.
50.
The bid, Neil. So let's see if we can't pick something up. I like the mean revert here that you just saw there on NVIDIA. So we'll see if we can catch a bit of a pullback into this trend break on what has been, I know it's only flat, but it's still, I'd say it's a relatively strong move here. A couple of higher lows.
Yeah,
Trend reversion here for NVIDIA. SMCI is trying, but it's not doing anything. AIFF is trying, but it's not really doing anything. Tesla is still ridiculously weak. We'll see if we can buy the dip, give it to the prior low on NVIDIA. Smart Film Masters, 3 p.m. bloodbath. Well, Tesla
that'd be
will
nice.
probably lead that bloodbath. That'd be my guess.
Yeah, well, we're hoping the market does. We got a nice position here on the TQs. Let's see if it wants to work out for us, though, as we're just short right here, right now at 49s. So here we go. Let's see if we get a decent push down. The 50 period moving average right now on this space is right here, 22s. That move down into 30s would be nice. Here we go. For basically, we can always take more, but this is a pretty full position for me for right now. Just what we've been experiencing so far on the day. Let's wait. So this is the trade that we have. Again, remember where our stop sort of was going to be, breaking through that 60 level. So we did get pretty close there. Oops, that's not it. The zoom back out was right here into these levels. So that's 68. I'm not even going up that high to 75. I was basically going to get out if this broke 60, 65. So that was pretty much that top wick. That's exactly where our stop is right now. So hopefully we're able to not suffer anything. Hopefully the market will bring this thing down. We just got another fill at 41s. Lightening up a little bit, but still a good little win for us so far on the TQs. Again, for 20 cents worth of risk, I think, or a little bit less, I think it's worth it right now for this trade. It's actually 15 cents worth of risk. So let's give it a shot here and see if TQs can pull back just a little bit, and then we'll pop this bottle soon. 85.25. I hate to pop it on a losing trade, but we'll see. All right, 85.25, 85.30s. Into this area is where we're bidding now. We're actually bidding 28s. So I don't know. Maybe we'll have to up it just a little bit into 35 right here where we started this trade. But anyways, that's what we're talking about right now with the TQs. Not sure about it. Future seems strong. I don't like how we just bounced. You just did your little work there on NVIDIA, but I don't really like how we just kind of bounced basically off of VWAP, and I know it was kind of barcoding there, but
all-time high.
we could easily. Oh, Meta's making all-time highs.
Another one.
This Nasdaq is too strong.
16 days in a row.
Damn it.
17 days.
We
in
could
a row?
always drop this trade right now. Go ahead. Yeah, 17.
Is it 17 or 16?
I thought we were red yesterday, though.
Man, I'm starting to lose track. You know what? We were at one point yesterday, we were red in the afternoon on Meta.
When it covered?
I mean, the stock was red. I don't think anybody's red on a long-term Meta position.
I'd hope. Unless you bought today.
You basically can't be because
you had to buy the high today.
Yeah, on a closing basis, this would be like if we closed here, this would be an all-time high. So let me correct that statement. Meta, technically speaking, isn't at an all-time high because it's been higher than this. It was like 725 or something. But if we closed here, it would be another all-time high close for Meta, 16 or 17 days in a row. I think this is where a lot of the strength is coming from because I looked over at Google, Alphabet. That's underneath. Ooh, that looks like a short on Alphabet. Look at that. Morning support, once, twice, VWAP, 185.25. You just had a strong up move. Yeah, this looks like a revert into VWAP on Alphabet. I like Alphabet. There's nothing against them, but underneath the 50-period moving average on the daily, it's been a little bit trend down. Since it broke the bottom, prior support held as resistance, stair step to the downside, another stair step here underneath VWAP, and yeah. If it breaks VWAP, I think that's an out. But yeah, Google hasn't been good. Like I look at this, it's like, why didn't we look at Google this morning? Like sometimes when you like a mean revert trade, like look at the resistance yesterday in the afternoon on Alphabet, and look at where it turned on the upside here today. Like very clean. But we were trying to get the short on Tesla this morning and failed. So same thing there on Google. But I'm going to get into it now. If it breaks VWAP, I'll get out. Nvidia did not dip. SMCI is still basically where it was a few minutes ago. AAIF is still doing exactly. I'll just say Firefly from now on. It just seems weird to say AIFF. Firefly is still exactly where it was before and holding trend. Remember the plan of action. If it breaks trend and doesn't halt into VWAP, then I kind of want to look for a long off VWAP here on Firefly.
Right.
I do have shorts on this.
You paid for them, yeah.
I paid for shorts, and part of me is like, well, you could also just punch short if it breaks the trend. But then you got to be short Firefly, which got away with one today.
It's danger.
You have to ask yourself if you want to get away with another one. Right now, I'm kind of leaning toward no.
Get on the flow. All right. Yeah, and they can't do those guys for Super Bowl, of course. Yeah, I mean, some of them are North Carolina and whatnot, but I mean, what we're looking for would be Lil Wayne and whatnot. But everyone wanted Kendrick, so they got Kendrick.
Did they?
Apparently, I don't know. I mean,
everyone wanted Kendrick. Okay.
I guess so. I don't know. I mean, Apple.
I have nothing.
Who was booking that? I thought it was Jay-Z that was doing all the booking. That's someone told me that he was responsible for that. So send your love mail to him for that one. Okay, so the TQs did go down there. We did talk about that. We did get a 41 fill, but not much else happening on that name. Tesla's still holding out. Uber does break 77. 77 was a level for us that we had looked at for Uber. And we just stayed away with this market coming back in. We were long, got out of Uber. Uber is going to be my P&L number 2. Apple, P&L 1, Uber, P&L 2. That's basically all that we traded off the open. And then we were involved with Palantir, as we had sort of just mentioned that. And then Palantir breaking back below that 116 level. And that was it for us on Palantir. So for me, choppy day overall on Palantir. We had some longs there that worked, and then we dropped it. Then we had another long that worked, and then it dropped out again. So just kind of like a back and forth little move there for us on Palantir. Not much excitement for me today on that name, other than many trades. Eventually got rid of it. We initially took the 116, or we were looking at the 117 break. That didn't happen. Instead, we bought it a little bit earlier there, and the rest is history. As Palantir now trying to find some ways. We did get out of some of our Palantir right around here at the 114 area, right around 130, and then we went over there and bought some Tesla. Okay, so right now it might not be a good move. All right, right now Tesla is making that move right now into 329. So again, I'm here for it and completely fine with everything that Tesla wants to do. I'm going to be shorting that 329 break and trying to give it, I said back to the 50 period. So if we did that, I mean, It's going to be a position I'm going to try to hold basically all afternoon. So if that comes in, great. But 329.50 just held again. So we'll wait to see if 329 breaks. We'll adjust where our stop is, but maybe even 331, 331.50. All in all, it's all in a day's work here for Tesla with this big move today. So we've seen this many times before. We had that $4, $5, $6 winner short yesterday heading into the close. So seeing about it possible to do that one more time. Q's kind of
I'd say it's possible.
Losing interest for me. I'm going to put another bid down here at that 41 level again and see if we can grab it. Hopefully we do have a move down, but the future is not doing much. Hanging out upside, probably meta and all that talk there as we go.
Yeah,
all right, we better start to open this.
I also think SOPA has taken the, SOPA has taken some of the juice away from AIFF. So I'm thinking AIFF might make that breakdown a little bit sooner than later, as SOPA just made another high of the day. This is continuing to rally. I guess if it does, maybe if this one does another dip, it's held on to the prior high. That's good. The volume's still checking out pretty well. Liquidity is not the best when you look at the level 2, but then as if it's really good on AIFF either, or Firefly. So SOPA still looking pretty strong. Just still think that AIFF is just seconds away. Like, it's teetering. It's like it wants to make this breakdown. Like, you just know, like, you look away, or if I take away that level 2, it's going to do the drop. And then you look away for 2 seconds. But it's starting to feel like it's rolling over. I'm not shorting it. I'm just looking for a little bit of a break of trend. NVIDIA, I can probably... I'm not canceling the VWAP bid yet, but it's very slowly creeping higher and not giving any entries here in NVIDIA. And we'd like to be able to pick it up before it gets a little bit too late in the session. Let us know what else you guys are talking about here. Brenworks mentioning Mullen.
Look at Tesla popping.
That's doing anything. Tesla's going higher.
Yep.
All right.
Tesla just popped huge off that 329 level.
It just keeps, that's like...
that's too bad. Like, I really do like that level, man. I really do like it. It's been supporting it. That would have been a good long... I am a little bit influenced because I am short the TQs, but this is going to be a trade that pops out very, very soon. I think it's very risky to short this market. Obviously, I agree with that statement. I just saw that there in the chat. I'm just trying to play off of right here to think, we need a catalyst. That's for sure. I mean, we're not just going to be short just for the sake of being short here. I mean, I like this level. Just looking at it, the Nasdaq's been back to flat. We've sort of traveled around a little bit today. Off earnings tonight, and again, we've sort of talked about this. I just tweeted it out as well. Earnings tonight, Upstart's last move was 46%. I don't think any of these names, there's no major Nasdaq names or anything. Upstart's having quite a nice day right now, actually. Still down, but looking like a nice move here into the close, maybe trying to get back up to greens. But it's Gilead, it's Upstart, it's Lyft, it's DoorDash. Not major Nasdaq names, although was DoorDash just including the S&P 500 or the Nasdaq or something? DoorDash, and then Zillow, and then the big one here that we're waiting for is SMCI. But how big really is SMCI? I mean, the market cap right now is not huge. I don't know how much this really affects an NVIDIA or the whole chip space to begin with anyways. People have moved some of their business over to Dell and whatnot for the racks and all that. So we'll have to wait to see what's happening with Supermicro. But at some point, this is not going to be that affected. Like, it's already down 6% today, and the NASDAQ is flirting with green. So I'm not sure the NASDAQ really cares too much about SMCI.
You want something that's down
at current levels. Yeah, go ahead. Yep.
Rigetti's down 8% today. Like, just yesterday, we were talking about this thing at 13. Oh, that looked like such a great level. Well, you can't break it out if you don't get there. This is right back at the 50 period on the daily on Rigetti. Shout out to the chat for mentioning this one as well. The last time it saw the 50 period moving average, it proceeded to more than double up. I don't know if it's got that much in it, but here comes, this could be a little something for a trend reversal. It's so close to that 50 period. It's about 60 cents away. It would also be close to 10% down. Oh, thank you for the super chat here. Alien Labs. Let's talk about a different sector. Check out JP Morgan. How much higher is JP Morgan today?
It's very high. It's almost at all-time highs.
I'm going to make the assumption it's very close to the highs today. The 15 minute. Why is this not loading my 15-minute? Like, it's so good that it's taking forever to load. Yeah, so it's not quite at all-time highs. I'll take it. I mean, look, XLF was one of my picks What's weird is I didn't pick any. I didn't really pick home run picks when we did our picks. I was like, some things I felt like high probability on. I just felt like it was really easy to go. I think the longs work this year for a lot of reasons on the financials, whether it's lower regulation, more deal making, more volatility in the market for the trading. Maybe that's not JPM, that's more Morgan and Goldman, but I like them anyways. And JP Morgan, best of breed. Morgan probably looks fantastic. One name that is actually moving right now, it doesn't look like it's doing anything here on the daily chart. Thumbs up with SoFi the last couple minutes. So it was doing absolutely nothing, caught a bid here at 1480 and is right at VWAP. So I'm going to look to see if this can do some kind of a weird continuation play on SoFi. Just want to see something moving. And this is actually starting to go. And I kind of like it. Still nothing on AIF. Alphabet. Okay, one of my charts doesn't have VWAP properly, but this one does. It's breaking out above VWAP, so it's got about 5 more pennies, which probably tell you exactly where my stop is without telling you, on Alphabet, and then we'll be getting out of that one. So try it off of VWAP. I liked where the resistance was, but it's pressing on through. If it takes out that $0.50, I'm more or less going to be out of this trade. AIF is still not doing anything. SoFi starting to look interesting. Still absolutely nothing with SMCI, which I thought was going to give us a breakout and some kind of a real trade in the afternoon going into earnings tonight, but it's still not doing anything, SMCI. SOPA still making power moves, but this AIFF, I'm still looking for that breakdown. I still feel like it's inevitable.
Here comes Tesla.
The way
Tesla's
it's
going to
coming
go
down. Yeah, Tesla to the low of the day. Yeah, I can still see this AIFF going downside. Maybe it just needs some kind of a trigger, like the market turning or something.
All right, so shout out to talking about other sectors for sure. I mean, we're just looking at where the interest is and what we've been doing. We gotta open this and start to pop this thing in a couple minutes here. I mean, why don't we do it in and around 3 o'clock? So we just have 3 more minutes to go, and then we will pop this. So get your drinks ready if you want to celebrate with us. I'll just make the call there, and we'll do that very, very soon. It's tough for me to figure this all out as I'm sitting here trading, but we will get that done. Eli Lilly there, talking about another sector. This was a nice move to the upside here. Broke out. We had earnings last week. It's a nice move to the upside right there. Trying to bounce off this 880, it looks like right now, and thinking about an upside move potentially here for Eli Lilly. So I would say it's looking good, holding that 840. I like the look of this name here. If we can get back into 840 and change, that's a good one. For as far as trading for today, I mean, a drip down into VWAP would be good at 867, but I don't know if that's going to be there. Let's look at Novo Nordisk. For me, I was looking at XBI and trying to buy some of those IBB, the biotech industry there, as an ETF. Novo Nordisk lost its way there, trying to battle back. So Eli Lilly and Novo actually moving in opposite areas. I do want to find out XBI for the long term. Again, this is a long-term play for me. Down below 90 now. I haven't even realized that. This has a bad couple days, so maybe we need to put our money to work here also in XBI right now, below the 200, and IBB. We've had Moderna. I mean, there's been a lot. See what happens when you put in the chat you want to talk about different sectors. I mean, now we're just
Walmart.
Now we're gone. Now, yeah, like now I'm like on another wave here. Look at Moderna. I mean, again with RFK. Not that we're against vaccines or anything, or that the human health and safety. Is that what it is? Human health and safety, I think it is, right. They're going to be looking at all of that again, but at the end of the day, Moderna's got to come up with something, as this name's getting absolutely kicked like every single day to that downside. I thought I liked their cancer sort of portfolio there, but maybe there's not much happening on that side. I don't know the true story with Moderna, but IBB and XBI, I feel like are worth picking up at.
Ultimately, you got to turn technology and ideas into the sales.
To something, yeah.
And money. And it's the harsh reality. Like, I'll tell you right now, every single time there's one of those like biopharma headlines, I'm cheering for I don't care, penny stock, whatever. Like, most of the time you're going to eventually save lives.
Yeah, you want a good discovery.
Yeah, from personal experience. Like, trust me, like I've had family members with like rare stuff that you've literally never even heard of, like 1 in 2.5 million, and there'll be just some random discovery, and it's always like an American or European company. And next thing you know, it's a drug that takes some disease you've never heard of, that is people live 10 years, and when they get it, and next thing you know, you're taking one shot and living a normal life. And whether it's Alzheimer's, whether it's in this particular case cancer for Moderna, they just need to figure it out. It's a really, really, really bad stock. And I say that you know, I've actually had I had a swing trade in Moderna actually a while back. I don't remember. It was like probably a couple of years ago, or at least a year and a half ago. As I'm trying to get this chart to load up.
The shit's getting real.
It gets so bad that it doesn't even want to load the chart. But it made this one bounce back through 100 a while back, and now it's distinctly different. All right, it's now happening. So let's just you know what's happening.
Okay, here we go. All right. So obviously today we hit. Got the glasses on. Okay, I like it. I like that. Today we hit 5.
Safety first, right? No.
Yeah, hopefully I can. Maybe. Hold on. How do I lock my keyboard right here? Let's go bang, 5,000 shares. Okay, so let's. All right. So today we hit a major milestone. So we want to thank everybody. 500,000 subscriptions and subscribers right now. So thank you so much. A huge move. More now. Over 501. We have just hit today over 500,000 subscribers. So what we have right here is a celebration. And most importantly, we want to thank everybody out there for making this happen. We got to give a big shout out to Adara, to Brendan, Sharif, Joe, everybody, my guy Neil over here, everyone running the 1s and 2s. Yeah. And not just everybody that's here today, right?
Randy, Rob, Mark, our entire IT team, our producer. We talk about Obi as well.
No, I want to thank everybody from the original. Like, we want to thank Valeria, we want to thank Proud, we want to thank everybody, Ian, everybody that's been here, Max, Luca. Yeah, I mean, there's been so many different names that have come through. Yeah, I mean, we're probably gonna miss some people as well. Patty Ice has been on. Lots of different people. So we want to give a big shout out to everybody and thank you so much for making this a reality. So here we go. Okay, we have not shook it up. This is not the World Series, but Neil does have. See, I know that's why. It's because like a baseball thing.
Safety first.
All right, here we go. I should have brought in the snowboarding goggles. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1, and oppa! Hey! We caught it. I did not want that to go flying. So, hey, thank you, everybody. All right, Neil, you get the first sip right here. Put up your, okay. Oh, I'm lining these up.
Right, line them up. This is
all right, watch out
just go one to the other. Randy's gonna get mad if we spill on the desk.
Though. I know. Oops. Sorry, Randy. Already.
No sips till we cheers.
All right, there we go.
No sips.
All right. I'm nervous about my positions. Okay, they're still okay. Here we go. All right, why don't we come around? So let's. Here we go. Sharif.
Yeah, pass them down.
We're coming.
Here.
Thank you very much.
Pass this one down.
Keep it going. Here go Joe, as well. We got one for Ramin, and we got one for Adara over at the desk.
I'm gonna hand Fabian.
Thank you to everybody.
Yeah, we're gonna get some for Fabian and Ramin. Ooh, Google just stopped.
Super chats. Yeah, I probably.
Thank you for the super chats there. Willis Addison, we just had there in the chat, super chats. Appreciate you guys so much. We need an extra? Andre needs to get one. Who's missing? We're missing somebody.
I'll just keep the rest of this bottle here. Don't worry, it was empty.
I'm not double fisting. Oh, Adara doesn't have one.
May not be.
Adara. Yeah, let's get Adara. See, I knew we were missing somebody.
Why don't you guys, I was saying, why don't you guys all go to the desk and then you cheers there, and we'll cheer from our seat.
Bam, bang.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
And there we go. Jonathan just sent us money for pineapple pizza. So there you go. He did.
You know what?
Tomorrow's pineapple pizza.
For 500,000 subscribers, I'll eat a slice of pineapple pizza, even though it's disgusting and it's not pizza. Anything for the people, anything for you guys. And
big sacrifice for the people, but we'll do it.
It legitimately is disgusting, though. You know it's not real.
Okay, we're not stopped out yet. Okay.
I always say this.
All right.
Let's do this.
So everybody, who's over there? Where's Brendan at?
Everybody's getting to the desk right now.
Everybody's there besides Brendan. There we go. There we go. Get in there, Andre.
Andre's
look at that handsome guy over there. All right. Do we know where? I mean, we don't have Ramin in this picture.
We don't have Brendan in this picture. Where is Brendan?
All right, forget about it. All right, cheers.
All right, cheers.
All right, congratulations to everybody, and thank you to the whole team over there, and thank you to Bears vs. Bulls.
Thank you, Bears, and thank you to the viewers.
We got to ship them some booze, so there you go. Cheers to everybody. It's nice. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Sharif, everybody out there.
Once it hits your lips,
it works.
It's delicious.
Okay.
It's perfect.
Thank you there.
Just perfect.
Yeah, and again, thank you everybody. And again, we're putting everything to work there. You got that champagne. Thank you so much for that. And to everybody else, there is some more here if anybody is interested before Neil gets it all.
I'm not getting it all.
All right, you want to talk about Google? You guys stopped out at Google.
Tesla, no, it didn't break.
Oh, it did not?
No, somebody said in the chat Tesla broke, and it's
so. Just quickly there, I'll throw it over to Neil in a second to talk about Google because I think that's the only thing that happened. We are right now just in the queues still. I just put a bid right here at 47 to try to take something out, but I'm really bidding downside right now into the 40s. See if we can get this. I mean, now the 50 period is here at 40, so if we can get that, that'd be great. It looks like it's going to be a hard time here for the futures, but Tesla is getting lower there.
Tesla is getting lower. I got out of this chart's not going to have it properly, unfortunately. Missing a little bit of data on the black chart. Usually the reliable ones. But broke out that top. We're out of alphabet. You're still hunting for the breakdown, or at least I am here on AIFF. So it broke trend. I mean, if I was shorting the stock, I'd be short here with a stop at $9. Usually that's the play. But I've been thinking pull back into VWAP. I saw the support at $7 earlier today. I'm just looking for this to do one of those liquidity grabs into $7 and get the easy bounce. SOPA is the other one that I'm watching, SOPA. That's still on trend to the upside. Is higher highs, higher lows, all that good stuff. But its liquidity is not very good. I'm just not a huge fan of the liquidity there. And then this came in late. Historical in the chat just mentioned Rigetti double bottom. So Rigetti's very close to the 50 period on the daily at $10.70. It's got a very long trend down. The latest one, pretty clean. I'd look for a little bit of a reversion. As long as it holds on to that 50 period on the daily, if it goes 10% down, I'd probably look for an SSR bounce as well. Running out of time for that. And AIFF just, I don't know, it's going to do it.
Is it flushing finally?
Well, almost. It's definitely weaker. It's just not giving you that capitulation candle. Like, it's holding the bid so well. And I'm surprised because when a stock is up this much, usually you'll see some kind of an afternoon liquidity grab, or it would just dump and be done for the day. You never know when it could happen.
Come on.
I have it up, locked and loaded, ready to go if it does. But for now, watching this AIFF, looking for Firefly to make the next move.
Fabian, there is more champagne over here for anybody.
Yeah, there's a lot more.
You need to get work done. Okay, well,
Fabian's
that makes
work.
one of us. Okay, so just right here quickly, we will. Oops. Bye-bye. All right, forget about it. We will get that pineapple pizza tomorrow. I'll go get it just for fun during the midday, and then we'll have it on here. Oh yeah. Ramin says she wants at least half the pizza. So, all right, Ramin, all right, we got it. Big time demands over there.
Each their own.
Okay, no, she just said she wants one piece, but I added the whole half the pizza there. But she can have as much as she wants. All right, you can have whatever you like because right now, Tesla is making that move down. So we said we would do this, everybody. Strap up. Because we're short, baby, and we are into this right now with Tesla. So here we go, man. We're short at 328.85. We'll see if we get that downside push. We said we would try to use the 50-period moving average. So let's go. 331 break. We will be out of all of this. Looks like it'll be, I guess, we're short here. It'll be a $2 hit if it goes maximum to the upside. I'm not sure about averaging into this too much. Maybe if we get a 330.30, that would be something that we would look at. So I'm going to put that offer there for a little bit of shares. We'll take a piece out if it gets near 328, but for right now, it is a short. We're liking the stock here, breaking lower. Tesla. Look, it's not like a huge trade taking out the low of the day. We had sort of talked about breakouts not really being the greatest trade yet for the long side. We haven't had break too many shorts, but we'll just wait to see what happens now on this trade. So that's what I'm doing. We're going to wait to see what happens with Tesla. I do have a bid to get out of 5% down. I just put it there at 328. So if we get 328 quarters, we'll get out of 5%. Put like 60 cents in our pocket. You know, we're trying to hold this for $2, so hopefully this can get to the downside. We saw it absolutely collapse yesterday into the close, and we had a monster trade yesterday into the close. So if you're watching that, hopefully we could do that again today. We were short this whole move that's into the close yesterday. So this move started 360, and we covered at 348. So nice move down. Let's see if we can do the same thing. I don't think we're going to have a $12 move. It's 3 o'clock right now. We are also still pretty short the futures here, but getting okay. There it is, sir. Traders unite. Here we go. Short the futures right now and short here on Tesla. So we gave you this trade. If you're not hitting the like and the subscribe now, then maybe you will, because that was a good one. We brought that to you live. We're doing it live, you know? And like, there it is right there, Neil. Bang, let's go, man. There's a nice dollar club on Tesla as there goes that low of the day break. Sure, we'll put a dollar spin there if we can get it to the downside. Just broke 328 and came right back up. So, hey, man, we are who we think we are right now. Nice downside move there for Tesla. Thanks for subscribing and keep the fun coming as we get these futures. If we could get a 41 fill right now, that would be nice. Boom, Neil, everything turning up this guy right now. I know you're not into anything. What are you looking at?
SOPA just held trend for the first time
There's
this
Tesla.
afternoon. We're going to try to take this one to the long side. It's a dip buy situation here on SOPA. Here's the trend. It was just happening now. I paid for locates on SOPA on the off chance that it actually broke this to the downside. I was going to short it.
With me?
But if 550 goes, I'm out and looking for a reverse. Just one note here at Real Trading, we actually have to fire 2 separate orders. If I want to reverse short on this, I have to fire 2 orders, one out and then one to get into the short position. But I'm looking for this one to break out the high of the day. SOPA, what did I call them again? SOPA is
some sort of society.
Society Pass Incorporated, heading to the upside. And he gets them out in front of the highs and then let it fly. This is obviously blue sky setup. There are no highs here on the daily chart, as you can see with this stock.
All right, guys, shout it out, man. Adara's a real one. Adara is short with me right now on Tesla. So shout out to Adara back there, short with your boy right now. Good level there. Nice trade, Adara. As we start to break lower right now, Tesla dollar club. So now we can officially spin that right there. There goes down to the dollar club right now. We are out of 20% of this trade. So let's go, man. Here we go on that name. And here we go again. Hopefully we can get some more out on Tesla. I'm having my best day of the month right now, so let's just keep this going. 0 red stocks today. So that one right there is a check mark for us. We'll wait to see what winds up happening, though. As this day goes, there goes Tesla. Nice trade, Adara. We are now Adara. Multiple dollars. We just cover some more there at $327.50. Now it's $1.50. So remember where our stop was going to be, was always going to be the 50-period moving average. So right now, that's at $330 and change. Oh my, here we go. Props it up for Adara as the money's coming in as well. Good trade, Miss A. What you got for us?
Thank you there. Congrats, Sean. It's funny, we were talking about pizza, right, with regards to this pizza, and then we get a move with volume I see on my scanner on Papa John's, PZZA, moving to the upside at day's highs. I have no news on this. They don't report earnings until February 27th, but pretty funny here. We talk about pizza, and then Papa John's pushes to the upside again. We are up pretty significantly here on the day. Saw that volume pop into day's highs. Almost 13% short float for PZZA. Pretty funny timing there, guys. Back to you.
Sometimes we move the markets. It is really funny timing. And we are going to have that pineapple pizza, 100%. New fresh high of the day for Society something, SOPA. But look out, it's already starting to come back in here a little bit. It just broke the high. The bids aren't necessarily, they're not following much above the 630 level. There's like one, now they start to. There was one guy at like 39s, and then now there's a 40, there's a 35 as well. I'd like to see them stack it up to get through the 650. It's trend in, trend out. I don't need my bid in there anymore.
What are we even
trend
doing?
Goes higher. We're already in this one about 50 pennies to the upside. It's a $6 stock. The thing is, the stock is up 150%. And it is $3.15. You got to factor that into the end of the day. So if it loses a high break, then I want to get out of this trade. So we're going to make sure we lock in the profit at that high. But nice little breaker. I don't like breakouts this time of day. I'd always prefer to dip by a stock as an entry point. So far, we're going to hold on to this. As long as it can hold the prior high, we'll let it fly. Gets to $7. That's a reasonable place to take it out. Oh, Intel broke 21 in VWAP as well. So we're going to be short Intel. Exactly 21 is VWAP on Intel. But SOPA making its move. I still like that AIFF. It just doesn't seem to want to make that breakdown for me. But SOPA's going nicely.
Oh, man, nice trade there on SOPA. But, oh, boy, did we just sort of top up everything today. Look, Apple, Apple's still number one P&L name, although we'll see if we can get the Qs going there. This is just what I've traded today. There's Apple. There's Palantir's flat. I mean, It's fine. I mean, you could be up on that stock if you, depending on how you traded that. The Qs, whatever. We're going to wait to see what winds up happening right now. Hopefully we can get that dip down. We just got some bids in the 30s, so we're fine with that. That was pretty good. We're short now at 55. Tesla, the only trade we've made today is right now. We are only out of a third of it, but we are watching out for that. Could still not be great trade, actually. I'm going to get out of one more piece here at 70. There we go, I'm bidding stick. Okay. So we just bid 70 there. So remember, Neil and I get paid to trade, meaning that if I add liquidity right there, I'm actually making money doing that. So it's not like I'm paying $5 a trade here every time or anything like that. Hopefully less, but that's just something that we have to deal with. So just remember that it's a little bit of a different platform. So okay, out of it a little bit more there as that, and then the TQs is what it is, and then Uber is actually, despite Uber going down, Neil, this is still going to be P&L number 2. Where we buy out right there, good out at 78.50 off of a 78.790 bottom there. So that was a great trade. Then we're able to buy that same bottom again and then get out for flat when we broke lower. So a big trade alert there for Uber today. So Uber yesterday was a big stock for us, and again here today, another big stock. P&L 2 for the show today, period. Tesla trying to get there though as we speak. So we'll see if this can hold for it as well. I'm going to adjust a stop, right? Our stop was 331. We said we use the 50. And there it is right there. So the 50 period now, let's change this, 330. So now our stop is 330, which is fine by me. If it breaks higher than that, we'll get out of 100%. And hopefully locking in, now that I do the math, that will lock in a profit. So we've done pretty good here. So far, so good. Into the close, 315. Thank you so much for everybody. Nimrod, I didn't even see, I don't know if Neil, if you covered this. But,
I didn't see it, but.
All right, well, we got it right here. Before it goes away. Started with a massive accident. Okay, fat finger there. 1,000 shares of Palantir instead of 100. Yeah, that's not happened to me, but it happens to Neil almost all the time, it seems like. But we fixed it. And again, that could be anything, right? Like fat fingers or software or anything. So make sure, great. I don't even know where you're going with this, but what we do whenever that happens to us is you might want to get out immediately and then reassess or get out of 900 shares. It was at 116, took the dogs out. Oh, without realizing it, okay, wow, come on, Nimrod. Yeah, so return when it dropped to 112. That's 1,004 grand. What do I do? Okay, well, good. I didn't even read the question. I think I just answered it to you there.
Well,
so the first thing you should be doing is not taking your dog out for a walk if you've not really double checked the current positions that you have. So even when I go get a coffee or a tea or anything like that, I'll double check my stop orders. I'll make sure that they're right. Also make sure that we don't have any other pending orders. But for right now, these Qs are making a nice move to the downside. So everything is going well. We'll have to get some more bids there. But that's what I would do. Just double check your positions. And it hasn't happened to me in forever, but I know Neil's talked about it many times on the show where it has happened to him. So that's it for me. Just double check your software, know what to do, and don't panic. Just settle down.
Because the thing about it is, the market doesn't care what just happened to you. If you get into a position like that, all you can do is the best you can with the position. Like there's no point. Like if you freak out about it, it's just not going to help you. All you can do is, you might be screwed depending on the stock and depending on the liquidity, but that's gone. All there is the position, and for you to cover it and limit the damage to the best of your ability when that happens to you. Just very quickly, SOPA, trend in, trend out, as easy peasy as it gets. There's your trend. It broke prior bar, got long 580. It broke trend with a wick high underneath 660, jumped out of it. So very quickly, just grab that 10%. I understand it's up 140%. But these stocks, if they pull back, it'll get a little bit nasty. And the second I saw it making that curl, you could see it happening at the 650. You have the trend line up there. You could throw a 1 minute chart up. Oh, you know what? I actually don't even know if it saves you or probably doesn't. Like if you throw a 1 minute chart up, you're going to see the topping tail candle on a 1 minute chart. That's what I don't want to see happen. It could always hold on to this $6 level as well, which would be the all day long trend. That could give you another entry point in there. But that's the kind of trend I'm looking for here. Those little mean reversions, those little bounce plays. And we're going to have to forget about it on Firefly, because Firefly was trending down. I thought this was going to flat bottom break and go into VWAP. It just held $8 and is already at $9. So SOPA went great. Firefly still going up 192%. And just made another bounce. It refuses to flush AIFF here. It might not give us that move that we're looking for into VWAP this afternoon. Wow.
All right. again, like not even really sure what to think right now. We are already having our best day of the month, and then this happened. So here's Tesla now, $3 in the money in 15 minutes. We just take a bid there as well. $2.50 in the money, my bad. If it breaks 326, we'd get the full $3. So, all right, just thinking about it, we have about 40% left of this trade. So it's nice. That level is now 229.50. I'm just going to keep on adjusting this, man, to the point where now it's not even a loser. 229. I'm just going to go, let's go 229.01, figuring that it probably, if it does come up to break that, we'll get out of 50% of what we have left, if it gets up to that level. All right. All right. So there it is. All right. So now we'll wait to see what winds up happening on that trade. I mean, again, big day. Congratulations, anybody. Congratulations, Adara, that rode this with me as well right now. Neil's into the short there on Intel. I like that. Our TQs, we got another fill, but I'm starting to right now not even really worry about this trade. We just can just sort of top off our day here by capturing some profit now on this and just leave it at that. I mean, it may not be that big winner to the downside into the close like I was hoping for, and I'd be fine with that. Let's just not turn this trade into a losing trade. That could happen. I'm going to bid some 41s. Hopefully that will slam and we'll at least get that. Then my next fill is at 31s where we had just missed it right there. Hopefully that comes in again for us. There's a 41 fill. We are at 31. Hopefully that will come through. I don't have any more bids until much lower than that. So we'll see if we can get into the 20s, and then VWAP would be really nice as we try to retrace back down a little bit. So that's what I'm doing. Pretty simple trading over on this side, and makes a lot of sense. So I'm going to remain short into the close. We will double check out our friend SMCI as that's back down to 39. We did talk about maybe missing what could have potentially been a great long down there at 39. We had wrote it down, but we did not take it. And there's the 39. That was right when we started the show. We had indicated about that level. I did not take it, and yeah, mistake. Again, nervous about it into the earnings, so that's fine. We'll just stick with what we know, and that right now is
if
Tesla.
They happen.
Yeah, don't jinx it, man.
It's a big if, man.
Do. But the earnings, I think the earnings are pretty much confirmed.
No, they've confirmed. They actually didn't call it earnings. They just said They just said.
It'd be disappointing if it doesn't come through.
What was the term?
I'm gonna get another piece of.
They just said numbers.
Well, we can go to Adara for the full story, but I think it is pretty much an economic an update, some sort of financial update.
For some reason, they didn't want to call it.
Maybe what they called it.
Which doesn't make any sense to me.
A release of earnings, right? All right, so there goes Tesla. Again, not there goes. We just got a nice out on Tesla. We took a 327 fill. So getting lighter and lighter on this. Now we have only a third left, as it's just $1.50 now in the money. It was $2.50. That was our best fill right down there. We have a 326.25 fill. So that was monstrous, and that's really made the big difference for me right here on the net so far, was this move to the downside here on Tesla. Like I said, thank you so much. It's really nice that we hit this milestone today, and we're able to have our my best day here so far this month. So good move there. We need a Gulf of Canada. Yeah, where exactly would that be there? Lake Ontario or something?
Well, we have a lot of
would it be just called Lake Upstate New York, or what would that be called? We'll figure that out. I'm sure Donald Trump can sign something. I saw the hilarious thing. He signed the decree or whatever they're called there to call it the Gulf of America while he was flying over the Gulf of America. So that was good photo op.
Don't at me with this one.
Okay, hold on a second.
But if you pull it up on a map, and you actually look at the Gulf, it's not ridiculous, man. Like
no,
a lot of borders.
It's whatever it is.
It's like, and on top of that, who cares?
That's more important.
On top of that, who cares? I think if you
don't get all wrapped up about things that really don't.
There are a heck of a lot more things.
Lake 51st State. Yeah, I like that one too.
Let's not. Yeah, let's not.
I mean, what if there's more states? Like, what does Greenland then become? Just another country? And why can't we be like a country part of the United States?
If there's a betting market on things that could happen of that trio, like the whole 51st State thing, it's the Panama Canal. That's the one that I actually think would happen.
Remember, he's turning Gaza over to the United States.
But I think
this is a very, very ambitious president, needless to say.
To me, to secure that seems a little bit more likely than the rest. But
It might be a little easier to secure us as a 51st state than Gaza, but we'll wait to see if that does happen.
Greenland's too.
All right, so just real quick, man. I don't want to go too much on this. If this breaks through 329, we're just going to use the 50 period because since we had talked about that, remember we had 60% left. Well, we've got filled. So right now we have a third left, and they've been great fills down here. So hopefully we can retrace back in. I'm just going to cancel that order and now put a 320. Oops, not 3. See, 239. That's how you make keystroke errors. 329 right there, 01. If we do break above, we will get out of a Hyundai P. So there we go right now. We'll wait to see what happens there. But yeah, so far so good on this. Futures are really making a difference for me today as well. As
120 million.
Oh man, let's go. I hope you guys are with me so far this afternoon. We shorted the futures. That's a good one, man. I mean, I'm making money, so if you guys are hopefully in it with me. And then we shorted Tesla, which has been huge. Tesla now goes to P&L 3 for the show. So big moves to the downside there. Hopefully your intel works out. I really do like that short. We thought there was almost no news.
Well, it actually was a better short up here. We shorted it off like this crazy wick high when the trend reverted. This is why I like mean reversion trades. Like I was in it a couple times. Actually lost going long on Intel. Could have held on to the short, trailed out of it, reversed long, lost long, and now we're short on a VWAP break, just looking for it to push down. The thing to remember about Intel, it seems like there's always an imbalance of some size on Intel, whether it's a mill here or a mill there. It's done 127 million shares today, which is easily the biggest volume it's done. Well, it does a lot of volume sometimes, but this is one of the bigger volume days. So I would suspect it's going to take a significant imbalance to do anything, but it's a simple VWAP short here on Intel. I actually think, notwithstanding this short, Intel's probably closing above the 50-period moving average, which to me, it closed above the 50 and then a couple of closes, I should say, and then breaking the local high above the 50 is usually a swing long setup for any stock that's made a bottom like this. And I would argue it almost looks like it could be one already. That said, it's a VWAP trade down here, even if I think the daily chart's starting to look a little bit short-term bullish. That's left brain, right brain as far as I'm concerned. So I'm kind of thinking the long looks pretty good on a swing basis. Not yet, but it's going to close above that 50 period, which is always a good thing. In my mind, come on, AIFF. If SOPA can do it, you can do it too. Yeah, AIF, you're running out of time for this to make some kind of a move. Obviously, if it does that little pullback into VWAP and it's like 350 or something, I'm not likely to want it. But there's still time for it to do that little bit of a pullback here, dip buy into VWAP on, I keep saying AIFF, and you guys are like, what the heck is that? It's Firefly.
No, people know what AIFF is.
Yeah, but why would you call it AIFF? AI Firefly.
AI Firefly.
Like Firefly AI would make more sense to me. FFAI, that's logical. AIFF to me is, let's do it the other way.
All right, what's up to Charlie Taff right here? He's up over 70% realized with these Tesla trades. I mean, Tesla's right now, we almost made 326 again. So I'm going to bid down here at 326 flat. Charlie, A all and do this. But you know what? I'm actually making more money, to be honest with you, on the TQs. Like this is for me the Tesla's a better trade, but I'm making more money here. So just in case you guys were wondering about what's going on with that trade, we just started to cover some at 25 and so on and so forth as we get lighter and lighter on it. I only now have a quarter of this left, but this was a little bit of a trade as we had discussed why we were going short up here. And there it is, man. The pullback, average in, there, get out for flat, then boom to the downside. This is exactly how we want to trade the futures. So we're putting up digits here on the futures. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye here on Tesla as well as Microsoft. I'm hearing apparently CNBC reporting that Sam Altman has told the OpenAI staff that the board of directors hasn't seen anything official from Elon Musk's consortium yet. In case you missed it, yesterday we had the Wall Street Journal reporting that a consortium led by Elon Musk basically put out an unsolicited $97.4 billion bid to acquire OpenAI. We had Sam Altman earlier say at an AI summit that this was not official. He hadn't received anything. Now it seems like we had that repeated. Nothing has actually been seen by OpenAI as far as an actual bid for the company goes. Back to you.
Okay.
That's a good. Thank you for the update. We got another super chat from Nimrod on the same topic here. So Nimrod, appreciate the super chat. You can always just ask us the question. You can. We love all the super chats. You can ask us they tag us, put our names in the chat, like any of us that are on the show for follow-up. But would you cut the 5K loss on a name like Palantir or hold? Asking in general to learn from the next time. You're still holding, you like a Palantir long, and it's 8 hours time difference, and we had a happy hour or two today, so it wasn't 100% sober. So that kind of goes to that point of like just double checking your orders, especially if you're inebriated in that situation. It's one thing to like something for a long-term hold where your time frame is years and you believe in Palantir 5-10 years from now, or even a year or two from now, or like half a year from now, and wanting to hold on to it. That has to be part of your plan. Turning a swing trade into a long-term trade because it happens to be against you is generally not a good idea. Everybody has done it. Everybody has been there before. I have done it before, and I cannot think of a single time when I have not regretted it. And even when it works out, even when it has worked out, I've still felt like a bit of a fool for doing it. So you have to understand your own risk tolerance. I don't know how much that means to you, Nimrod, and you've got to understand your own risk. But generally speaking, turning a swing into a long-term position is a dangerous way to go about things. Like I said, everyone's done it at some point, and it usually is a bad idea. That's all.
All right. Thanks, Nimrod, for that, and I hope everybody learns a little bit from that talk. So I think that's very valuable. So thanks, good question and good topic. We could probably do some videos on that at some point. All right, we could also do some videos on how to make winning trades. And again, we're doing this live. We're doing it live. And again, here goes Tesla and the TQs. Like I said, this is a bigger trade. Give me those 21s, man. This is a 40 handle face slapper. So this trade right here is the one for me. I'm really proud of Tesla, obviously, because I know there's a lot of traders that are in this there with me and that have looked at this trade to the downside. So big time trade alert there. I don't, you were just in Intel, but you discussed it, so Intel's out there now. But yeah, man, we are really stacking into the close now. I don't know who's here, who wants to talk. I mean, what do you guys want to talk about right now? I've just sort of told you, I don't have any negative stocks today. We're having our biggest day. So if you want to ask me about anything, you can. Palantir right now, I'm thinking about 113. We'd sold some there at 114 today. In our own account. We talked about that over lunchtime. We don't really do it while we're on the air, of course. But yeah, this could break as well. I'm already short. So if you guys want to get short as well, fine. But yeah, I don't like the long, although the market is trying to bounce a little bit here. I am almost out of this position. We just got that 21. We mentioned how that was going to be a big position for me, a big area as we get right into that 200 period moving average. So far, so good on the day. We'll have to wait to see what happens now into the close as TQ is trying to go lower. And Tesla bounced off 266 again. We did not, or sorry, 266. Ooh, that might be a bad omen. I keep saying that. 326 right there. Hopefully we get that low. We're only in a third of this still. What's up, Adara?
Just be aware here, we do have Feds William and Bowman speaking right now. I've not seen any comments from Bowman coming through the wire yet, but I'm seeing some comments from Feds Williams saying that the economy isn't a good place, but the economic outlook is pretty uncertain, in part due to government policy. We've heard a lot from different Fed members, including Fed Chair Powell during the testimony today, about how tariffs might play into this uncertainty. However, the really big thing here are Fed Williams' comments on inflation, saying that inflation is likely to hang out around that 2.5% level this year, with 2% more likely to come in coming years. So yeah, they're expecting basically 2.5% inflation as of right now, basically more like slowing, I guess, in terms of that inflation dropping. Nothing super new, but just worth noting that Williams and Bowman are both speaking. Guys, back to you.
Tesla just hit 326 right there to the downside. So again, congratulations everybody that has this trade. I know the Intel was a quick one for you, but I don't know if you're looking at anything else. I'm probably just going to sit in this. We did cover some more TQs. We're just really, really happy, obviously, heading into today. A big day for us here and a big day trading. Thank you so much to everybody. I really hope that we're able to pad some of your stats here into the close. So again, just a big day. Gave you this trade and it's worked out. I don't know where you guys are thinking about it. Shout out to Charlie and everybody else that's short with me here. Dara had a banger on that as well. So yeah, Good trade there into the close. Let's just hold it. It's now $3, Neil. And as I had mentioned before, we're not even making that much. Like, we're making more money right now on the TQ short than we are on this Tesla short. So let's just keep the good vibes going. And again, thanks to everybody. It's been a big one around here.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. Like, as long as you're green on the day, as long as you're having a good day. I'm going to stick a fork in AIFF. It's starting to, maybe not yet, but it's starting to look like it's not going to do the SOPA move. Like, SOPA gave you the break, it gave you the reversion, it gave you a 10% move. I keep saying AIFF. Firefly, it's now just going sideways. This is incredibly impressive. It's impressive that it can do 186 million and actually hold this high to the upside, but there's no risk trade for me in here. It's got to do a move. It's either got to break back above the trend and then you can get a breakout, or you can do some kind of a dip where you can get a dip buy. I'm going to maybe move on to something a little bit else if we can find it. There are some not early lows, but not a heck of a lot on the locator. There might be a couple of things closing today in terms of index action, so might have to look out for some of those as we come into the end of the day. And then there is also NVIDIA just losing VWAP. So NVIDIA just lost VWAP. It's now breaking down underneath. This is going to be a 133 test here. Actually, local bottom is 132.90 on NVDA. As with any NVIDIA trade, respect the fact that NVIDIA at 350, one way or another, typically has a big spike. Whether it's a buy and bounce or sell and bounce, it's usually going to move. So in the next 15 minutes, I would expect some kind of reversion one way or the other. But if it does lose support, I'd want NVIDIA to the short. I haven't traded it short since earlier in the afternoon. I haven't traded this thing since about 1 o'clock. But it's starting to look like it wants to break down as well. Still like that Firefly, but we're really running out of time for it to do that dip and rip.
All right, man. It just keeps on coming back, but I don't have too much else to go. We could talk about what's going on with the earnings here tonight. So let's just have a quick look at what we're doing here again today. This might be my best day of the year right now, P&L wise. So let's wait to see if that's true or not. All right. So, where was it right here? I thought we tweeted. Oh, yeah, here it is. Coming into earnings tonight, Gilead, Upstart, DoorDash, Lyft, Zoom, and SMCI. We look forward to. Wow. The futures are now doing it, guys. All right. I mean, we could probably stamp this as probably my most profitable day of the year so far here today. So again, thank you to everybody for watching. Thank you to everybody for being here. As we go to the downside there, the futures right now, I tried to tell you that we're up more on this. We just got an 07 fill right there on this future. So it is. Another one. Yeah. So props up to everybody there as we continue to go, man. Yeah, Ozan, I can't. I have 3 kids, man. Neil's got 1. Maybe he'll adopt you. I don't know if that would be acceptable to you or not, Ozan or Neil. But what up, Ozan? Yeah, he's willing to take you, so you can go there, live in Brampton. But for right now, the TQs, man, just really, really sending us another one on that fill. That's a wrap, Neil. Honestly, man. I mean, right now we're $4. We're 5. I mean. We can't really say that we're 50 cents in the money on TQs. We are, but it's like 50 handles, as you guys know. And then the Tesla trade is just kablam, man. Breaks the bottom of the day. And there we go into 325. My bid is 323.50. I'm just like, let this thing fall. I mean, we don't even know what these imbalances are going to bring, what's going to happen right here. Just another monster move there as we continue to go. You know what we could do, though? Why don't we just do a quick check on, because we're doing this, let's just see who, at Real Trading yesterday, what were some of the top traders. So I'm actually just going to refresh this. This is... in our, we call it TIP, Trader Information Portal. So you guys could definitely go check that out if you are part of Day Trade the World. This is something that we can, gotta switch my default there, make sure we get out as I watch this. So yesterday, 16,000. So this was yesterday's, not today's. Someone dropped 16 on Amex and NASDAQ. Then just quickly, make sure I have the stop there. Tesla just went back up to 326 right there on a little bit of a move. We'll deal with that after. Okay, Amex, we don't have too many shares left. Amex, New York, NASDAQ, just to look there, CME again. So there's a Canada at 6,400. That's nice to see. Another one there at 5,000. So we don't have too much uniqueness here as far as Europe yesterday, but looks like all North America. That was, who's making money at Real Trading yesterday? We don't, I would show you the down traders, but unfortunately I don't have that information. Definitely traders lost money yesterday. So those are just the top few. I'm going to get out of one more and then we'll hold the rest. 326 O's. If we can get that to the downside, one more push. There it is. Okay, well, we got it. So now we'll just wait. We do have now 20% left. And our stop now, 328. So we obviously cannot lose on this. Tesla rockets up the board. P&L number 2 could be 3 depending on that. Uber was a good trade for us. So yeah, man, so far so good over here.
Yeah, great look on Tesla there. I said if Rigetti goes SSR, I'm going long. If it does a reversion, so it didn't get to 1070 on the daily. I'll go to a daily chart in a second. On a daily chart.
Oh wow,
where is it? Why did I just get out flat? Oh, I know why. Because I moved my stop to the wrong spot. Let's just get right back in at the same price. It is short sell restricted, so if you are trying to short the stock, I just got in and out at 15 and then back in at 14. Prior bar low is the out. And we only have about 10 minutes to the imbalances, so it either works right away or it doesn't work at all on Rigetti. But we do like SSR bounces. It's not a great day for Rigetti. I didn't see any news on it in particular. When I was talking about it on the daily chart, this is $10.70. It bounced off this last time. I think if it bounces tomorrow, I'd look for a swing long. But today, we're just looking for a quick little bounce going into the end of the day. I don't want to put any LFT on, but this is one of those trades. Like if Rigetti's down 10% and it doesn't mean reversion, then I want to take a shot at it. If we get into 1025, 1030, that's when we're going to start to get some outs. SMCI apparently is dumping as well, but no.
Dude, the whole market. I mean, we're 100 handles in right now. I mean, great trading. I hope you guys are on this market, man. We said this was going to be a jam for a while. What's up, Ramin? We said this was going to be a jam for a while, and it looks like that is exactly that. Look at the market. I don't even know what to do. I mean, I wish we'd still had the full position, but we do not. So right now, we'll just wait to see what winds up happening here. But wow, huge move down now. As you can see where this NASDAQ's going, just an absolute monster move. Down, not really on the NASDAQ, but down on the TQs there for me. Anyways, as I said, Tesla's been a good one, as have the futures. So getting lighter and lighter. Oh, I did not switch that to 328. So let's do that right now. We'll actually get aggressive with this. 327.50, because maybe this bounces. 327.50. So we'll get out. Let's get out at 75% of it if it goes back up. Okay, there it is. So we will put that out. We'll get out at 75% of the Tesla trade if it does go back up through that level. So that's sort of my trigger there for Tesla. So again, that was 327, whatever this level is right there. I put it at 50. It looks like it's, let's change it and put it to where it is, 75s. So 327, I'm switching it right now to 75. So that's going to be my stop. We'll get out of half of what we have left, which is only 20%. So far, so good. It looks like this will be another successful day here for us trading on Tesla. Tesla was a monster trade yesterday into the close, and it looks like we did it again. So if you're going to do anything, maybe join me at the close, and we'll see what we can do right there. But nicely traded there on Tesla. I hope some of you guys are having some luck as the market seems to be, again, nice move down right into VWAP. We had that whole move. Top, like we have the whole move, right? Top to bottom. So right there, I'm gonna put out another bid on the TQs. We'll bid some 92s there. Hopefully it comes back in. You know what? Let's punch out some 94s just in case. Just getting out lighter and lighter and lighter. It's 342, man. We're just minutes away now until the imbalances. So yeah, again, happy with today. I hope all of you guys are doing good. Message by the Bears versus Bulls. Thank you. Oh, SMCI, right. I was looking at $39 for that today. We talked about staying away. I still think this is a good level for SMCI, but at the end of the day, not really worth trading here into the close. I like 39 because of this consolidation that we'd seen yesterday early. And that was good, and it looked like it worked perfectly today, but you're just into that again, 38.50 bottom. So I think we nailed SMCI again as far as a bid, but we're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for 5 today, and had some pretty good successes here late. So again, hope you're enjoying it. We'll join Adair and I at the close.
Yeah, and keep in mind, everybody, SMCI has a 19% expected move by Friday. So that's not, the site I looked at had nothing to do with the earnings move. It was essentially just an options calculator for the expiry on Friday, and it was 19% by the end of the week. So I would suspect it is going to be a big mover. No questions asked. There's no big market moving name, so I'm not worried about the Qs doing anything. during the aftermarket, but expect SMCI to lead the way. Upstart, a big short float as well, going to be a bit of a big one. You're now 7 minutes away from the imbalances, so we expect sometimes we get some reversions. Rigetti's going to try its best to do a bit of a revert here. It's only moved a couple of cents here, but I want to be out of this before 350, or at least starting to take profit before 350. So I just moved my orders a little bit tighter to this 1130. You're also working against the clock for any potential trade. Like I said, stick a fork in Firefly. We'll come back to this one tomorrow. Oh, I strongly suspect Firefly is not going to be trading here tomorrow and giving you the same opportunity. My guess is it's going to gap up or down a couple of bucks on Firefly. Richard Niza, I love Rigetti. I do like Rigetti, actually. Candidly, my wife...
Were you just in it or no?
We're still in it.
Yeah, okay.
No, I
show. Oh, in it. Yeah, sorry.
No, this is a daily chart.
Yeah.
So, actually, I only show the executions on my 15-minute and the 3-minute because I don't want my daily chart to be clogged up with that kind of stuff. I want my daily chart to be clean. So when we show you guys levels, I want to be able to see this, not have a bunch of like triangles in there. So, purples will be short, but we're long this one at 11.14, looking for it to hold the lows. But I like Rigetti because it's been holding that 15 period. And when I used to trade QBTS, actually, when the quantum stuff happened, I was trading D-Wave most of the time. And this stock just moved better. It gives you bigger opportunities when it does start going. Recently, it's been a little bit of a kind of a nothing burger until this little pop down, and now it's down 10% for a bit of a reversal trade. Heron, what are imbalances? They're just the mechanism by which you do the closing auction and opening auctions. Halts work this way, where people enter orders for the open of a stock or the close of a stock with market on open, market on close, limit on open, limit on close orders. And then they take them into the system. As they're coming into the system, the imbalance, which they publicize in about 5 minutes, simply shows you if they had to execute all of the limit and market orders right now at equilibrium. On Schwab, there'd be 2.5 million leftover sells with 900,000 paired. So the total amount of orders into the auction that will execute is about 3.4 something million. And there's 2.5 million more sells if they had to do an auction here. So it's just an early look on this. At 350, you'll see the real number. And at that point, it doesn't necessarily mean the stock will go up or down based on the imbalance, but it's not a bad guide, especially if you happen to be in position in said stock. We've seen it before. And it's doubly important if there's an index action like Palantir added to the S&P 500. NU was a big one, none bigger than when Tesla was added to the S&P 500. That was the kind of thing that made people's careers. So yeah, it's usually a bigger deal when you have some kind of an index action, but on any given day, it can matter.
Yeah, that Tesla was a big trade for sure. All right, so speaking about Tesla, I mean, we have a $4 3 and change winner right now as we break in. So watch out for those imbalances. And again, thank you for hitting the like and the subscribe as today we hit 500,000. All right, so you guys want to look, let's check out Big Bear AI just for a little bit here. I don't have much going on right now as we sort of have our bids and our offers. And I put some bids lower on TQs, down 6% today is Big Bear AI. So I want to buy this name eventually. Maybe we should dip buy some of this right now. We dip bought Rigetti at $6 when it was there on the daily. I don't know if we'll get back to 4, but this was just at 5 last week. So I think like a dip buy into 6 or maybe even 7, 650 or so for Big Bear AI could be a play that we decide to look at some point. So that could be something there on Big Bear into that. I did put a bid on the TQs down here just in case we fell into 75 again. So that would be a great trade. Oh, and what I want to talk about, if you guys remember the stop that we had, so we were stopped at 66. So it was 11 cents worth of risk right there. That's 65. So we went to 66. We talked about that as it was happening. So right there, 11, let's just call it 20 cents with the average price there. 20 cents worth of risk to make 70 so far. So not bad. Doesn't mean that it's going to last, though, as we just talked about what we expect here into this close. So, I mean, Tesla right now is at its day low. I did not bid 325s. I'm hoping that we can get lower. I just told you where I'm bidding 320, 350. I'm going to put another, I have to change my shares because I was only there for a minute because we've gotten out since. So 325, 355. We'll put it there. All right, here we go. Tesla at day's low. It's a $4 winner heading into these imbalances. So if you're riding with me, congratulations. If you're riding with Neil, you got Rigetti on right now. And yeah, into a pretty good day overall. Like I said, it will be my top day. So thank you everybody for watching. And yeah, the market's not great, to be honest with you. We just had the bangers on. Like honestly, it's just the fact that this moved. Like the futures could have done nothing. But we found this level and we shorted it and it just paid off. And having part of it is having confidence, sticking with your trades. And then different stops will hit, right? Like Intel, Neil was short underneath 21. Look at that, it went up, good move, because it's going higher as the market's going lower. So a lot of it is going to be what stocks you pick and where you ride. And right now we're riding with Tesla to the downside and the futures to the downside with just a good look. We're seeing the board great right now. And yeah, the hits just keep on coming. With only 30 seconds to go though, we're getting lighter and lighter. We talked about that 20% left on Tesla and less than 5% left on the TQQs.
Yeah, 30 seconds to go till the imbalances come in. LTBR overlooked says hysterical. We got about 20 seconds, so we can look at LTBR for you for sure. There was a great question in the chat, and it was about this being a day trading show. Do we talk about swings? We'll usually talk about any swing trading we do on our personal accounts. Almost everybody will look at stocks on a longer term basis when we go over the charts. We have guests on that definitely will talk about that. We have Michael Loss on twice a week that talks about those types of trades. LTBR, I don't know if it's been overlooked. It's been overlooked by the market today, down about 7%, but volume's only 2.8 million. That's sort of the thing. Like you saw SOPA was a mover. Obviously, Firefly has been a mover. Even Rigetti was a mover. That's why you take these shots. But even as Rigetti went, I could have scalped 3 cents on it. I'm not trying to take 3 cents on Rigetti. That's not the way. If I'm risking 8 pennies on it, then I'm not taking anything out, well, 7 cents on it, then I'm not taking anything out for a 3 or 4 cent win. It's either going and breaking this 1120 high and continuing on an SSR bounce and giving you that good risk to reward. Not necessarily going to be my style on Rigetti. Again, if you have a different style and you want to take that, it did give you an opportunity to take a little bit of profit going into like 20, 21s. But now it's on that downward press, probably going to break 11. I think you got to be a wait and see what happens at this 50 period, because the last time it did it, it breached the 50 period, held, and then rallied for a couple of weeks on Rigetti. So I don't think it's like a blind buy the 50 period on Rigetti tonight or tomorrow. I want to see it hold up. And even if you have to get it at some point in the middle of the day, if it makes the bounce, I think you'd be absolutely fine. But it's definitely looking like it's at a pretty good level for me for some kind of a little bit of a swing trade, I would say, on Rigetti.
All right, so yeah, in and out there on RGTI. I'm bidding, okay, so TQs, we did get some out there at 85. I'm stopping out the rest if we break the 200 period. Again, those imbalances do come out. I just bid out on Tesla as well. So yeah, man, I mean, so far so good as we look out at these imbalances. Let me have a quick look at them right now. I didn't even look them up yet. So we'll have to wait to see. Yeah, it doesn't look like too much anything. Oh, NVIDIA is a big buy, but we're not in it. So it's only a mil, yeah. So we're not in it. So no worries or no sweat off your boy's back right here on that one. But yeah, so that's what that is. NVIDIA, nice move. Not much happening, as you guys can see. So yeah, man, like we keep saying, I'm glad you guys all enjoyed the show. Keep it coming, man. We're going to have some more fun here tomorrow. We're going to have pineapple pizza. We have some champagne here today. And we're just going to watch out to see what's happening. So if the futures go great, we just got another piece out there on Tesla. So far, so good on that one. Hey, look, if it breaks 327, we can get out now. The initial stop was 327.50 or so. We're just going to use this right now. 327.16s, all out there. And then Neil, unfortunately, it will just be a $2 winner on the last 10% of this trade. So yeah, so far so good. TQ's trying to get back up. We know that area of concern. I'm going to go log in over there and then come right back and see what happens with this. Make sure we're ready for the recap show. So the Trump and Elon honeymoon appears to be over. I would agree with that.
You mean the honeymoon, not their honeymoon, the honeymoon on the market? I don't know that that's over just yet. The market's flat today. Ultimately, I still think you're going to get a good environment. It depends on what you're looking at. We just talked about financials. Why am I still on Rigetti? We were talking about financials being super strong. I think that theme has held up really well today. Look at JP Morgan. Like, it's obviously going to be, I think you're going to be in a great environment in a general sense for the financial industry, and part of that's because less regulation. Certainly, we're getting a little bit of uncertainty in the market, but the fact that Tesla's down doesn't necessarily mean it's doom and gloom everywhere else. Nasdaq's down 0.3% today. The ES is actually up today. So obviously, you're getting a lot of strength in other places to make up for this. Obviously, the financials are just one example of that for sure. I know Rigetti's about to lose that 11. Oh, AIF is also going to continue to the downside as well. Going to have to watch out for that. But you got to take things and put them into different buckets, I find. On a day like today, you're going to have a name like Meta, which is fresh all-time highs, up for 17 days in a row, still green, up 0.5%. You're going to have a name like Apple, which up 2%. It had news, obviously, with Apple and Alibaba. And then you're going to have a bleed like Tesla. NVIDIA, kind of sticking it in the middle, being essentially flat on the day for NVIDIA. So I don't know. I'm not calling any honeymoon over. Obviously, the market is still a bit of a living and breathing thing. Here comes SMCI, a little bit of a move here. We don't have a time necessarily. They said 420 possibly for SMCI. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a little bit of a early or late move for SMCI. They just need to report the numbers. I think that's going to be good enough. We just cancel some orders and some stops. Make sure we don't get anything accidentally. Cancel that NVIDIA stop order. SMCI down 8%. There's a lot at stake for this name, no questions asked. They delayed the report. They had an investigation. There's so much room to the upside for SMCI that I know there's a lot of people that have been betting for this one to be along, but you have to keep in mind just how far this has come going into this print. Like, we were at $26 last week, made a high of 43. So this did more than a 50% move, which clearly people are taking some risk off here. At a bare minimum, if things are bad, you've got to be thinking about $27, $28. The other side of that coin is, look at what happens if it breaks out of 50 resistance on SMCI. Like, that's obviously going to be a big one. It's going to be fantastic. That's why you're joining Sean and Adara. 420 is the expected time. At 355, usually you get some flips. NVIDIA, that 1.6 mil, gone. That flipped. Not a big enough imbalance that I would care. Had that been 4 or 5 million shares, I think you'd usually look for some kind of reversion. But 1.6 million into 155 million is not a big imbalance whatsoever for NVIDIA. Kind of expected there to be a couple of deletions at the end of the day. They ended up being some nothing burgers on the imbalance locator. So there wasn't a heck of a lot to gravitate toward to. Might be a couple tomorrow. Scott Capps, I just saw you say Kava is tanking. I haven't looked at that stock in a hot minute. I was, yeah, we can look at it now. It's fine. I don't think it's actually that big of a move to the downside for Kava. It's down 7%. Rigetti's down 10%, but not a very, very good look for Kava. Still a pretty strong stock in a general sense. But yeah, there's a lot that is bleeding. Like I said, buckets, try to respect what is strong. This is why you buy strong stocks, in my opinion. And because then you're not terribly worried when a stock is down 7% or 5% or whatever it might be. It just gives you a buying opportunity. At the end of the day, Kava not having a good day, but you're not likely to be day trading the stock with only 2 million shares in volume. There is some volume going into the close here, David and BG into Tesla. But remember, at 355, regardless of whether a stock has an imbalance or not, just the simple fact that you have a bunch of these things turning at the same time, you typically will get mean reversions, even on stocks that don't have imbalances. So when 355 hits, sometimes you'll get a volume spike regardless. Tesla didn't have an imbalance, but it looks like it just caught a volume spike. That's normal. 355, you're going to get volume spikes. Sometimes if it has a big imbalance, you get another one at 358. But that's probably the reason why you got a little bit of a bid. And it is the biggest volume candle. That's perfectly normal. You usually see a 350 volume candle, a 355 volume candle. And like I said, if there's an imbalance, you might see a 358. But not much else happening in here. I'm going to be double checking that AIF. I have a funny feeling this stock is going to do the move that we're expecting after 4 o'clock when there's less liquidity. Right now, someone is defending $8 pretty heavily. And it can't do a dip into VWAP in 7 if someone's going to defend it the way they are.
All right. We might still be muted, and we are. All right. And just quickly here, we got out of Tesla. I mean, obviously a big trade. It doesn't. We were lucky, not lucky. I mean, it bounced off 325, and we were able to get a bunch out down there as well. So a good trade there into the close and then we got some more fills there as we just got set up into the after show. A bunch of fills down here at the bottom. So good trading there. I'm actually just going to tap out of it. If we can get the 90s, then we will get out, and then we'll just move off of it. So again, thank you so much for all of the support and everything here today. I'm going to be flat into that close. Get ready for Upstart. I saw that it made a nice move here into the close. Did it hold? No. So there it was up there into $69 at 3 o'clock, and then a fade back there into the close tonight. We do also have, of course, DoorDash, I think could be exciting. The other one may be Lyft and Uber. So it's not Uber, it's just Lyft, but it could be a name, obviously, to look out for there into the close with only a minute left. So Lyft down 4% with its implied move of 20%. So that should be a good one. DoorDash 9% here. Dash coming at the end of the day. Wow, 193. Didn't even realize that price right there for DoorDash. I don't know why it's not loading, but there it is, flat on the day with a little bit of a move up there right at the end. So we'll see what's up with that. But yeah, okay, so that's that. DoorDash all tonight. Not much else though, man. Upstart Gilead is another one right there at 4 as well. So
oh boy,
yeah, and then Zillow also. So oh boy.
Good luck, Bryce, in the chat. Just saying he's in SMCI going into the earnings.
SMCI.
That's.
We didn't have that. I have that one written down, but there is no size.
Well, that's the thing. We don't know what the expected move in. The only thing I could find. Let's go to the bell right here for Adara in 5, 4, 3, 2, and ring it.
Right.
Thank you very much. Just the last thing I was going to say is the 19% expected move is based on options expiring on Friday. So it's not really an earnings expectation move so much as it's just what's expected by the end of the week. Obviously, there are options on SMCI. That is the big one, but there's so much else reporting. SMCI just made a fresh low, actually. So numbers aren't out, and we're expecting them at 420. But SMCI on the close just tagged 9% to the downside. It is a bit of a sell-off from the last couple of days. Clearly, some profit taking. It was up 50% from last week's lows on SMCI. So I guess some people are just banking the profit if they can. Thank you so much to everybody. Getting that 500,000 subscribers is fantastic for us. And the entire community, just want to thank, from everybody in the team, just want to thank everybody that views every single day. Our entire trading community has been fantastic. And shout out to Fabian and Armin on the ones too. Shout out to the Midday Bash Brothers. Shout out to Adara on the desk. We'll be joined by Sean. And I don't know if we mentioned Brian Shannon today because it is a Tuesday. So we're going to have Brian Shannon as well on the aftermarket. Big shout out, of course, to Obi, who you see fill in for us. Big shout out to Brendan, Andre, the entire team. And a big shout out to Bears versus Bulls and you guys, the viewers, for everything that you do. SMCI is moving. I'm expecting it's going to be the big volume event, not until 420, but there are other earnings names to get to, whether it's Lyft, whether it's Upstart. Certainly a lot's going to be going. And it is happening at the desk for the market recap, which begins about now.
What's up, everybody? Thank you, Neil, for that one, man. We go from the desk right back over to here. Big day alert out there. I hear somebody, it must be Adara, maybe in my ear still, so I will get out of that one right there. Okay, well, let me know when it's possible. CRISPR Therapeutics right now starting to go to the upside. This is another name they just reported. We actually didn't talk about this during the main show, but CRISPR now out. I put it back in. That makes a nice move up there to 40 and change. 25% short float right now on CRSP. Gilead now out as well. Wow. Bang. Nice move up here for Gilead. GILD right now. Gilead Sciences upside move into 98 and change. Right now goes GILD. Join us with Brian Shannon coming up very soon. This is a daily chart right here. You can see it did top out at $99 previously. It looks like we did it again. This stock does have 99 problems. It looks like the price. That's a good little stopping zone right there. Nice bounce up there for Gilead. That is now out. Let me know, Adara, when those numbers come through as well. Right now, Avis Budget. Car was a very, very interesting name back in COVID times. Car moved to the downside as everyone was renting cars. Nice move to the downside there for Car. What's that looking like on a daily? Not too much, but still breaks that shelf. Making the move right now down for CAR. Crazy day at the end of the day, man.
Yeah.
Energy names upside with global tension sort of seems to be rising up a little bit right here. XLE 0.81. Yeah, we got Gilead already. So Gilead, she's got the numbers. It's a nice move up to 99 right there. Looks like 190 versus 170. What do you got on GILD?
Yeah, I mean, for the earnings per share, 190 versus 170 expected. That is a beat. Sales here actually up 6% year over year, 7.569 billion versus 7.137 billion expected. Excuse me, they also reported their fiscal 2024 sales for the year. So their Biktarvy sales up 13% year over year. Don't know what that is, but that's up. 12% year over year increase in oncology sales and 8% increase in total product sales. So good stuff, not only for Q4, but also for the fiscal year for GILD. Let's see what CRISPR is up to. CRSP. You're not getting burnt to a crisp or anything right now here for CRSP. Decent short float for that one. I have the numbers. I'm not seeing how they compare to estimates. I'm reading through their report right now, saying they have a strong balance sheet. Yeah, most of these numbers are just them talking about their outlook. So I'm going to wait till I have an actual number here. It's less of an earning, like number-focused report and more them just kind of summarizing stuff.
All right, thank you for that one as we go. So we'll have the daily chart up here on the left and the actual move up here on our big screen. So, okay, here we go, man. Today was an interesting day because we had Powell talk. So if you see here on the triple Qs, that was at 10 o'clock. So if we actually go into, and we're going to have SMCI, so thank you so much for joining. That should be a good one. Let me just get rid of this. There's 10 o'clock basically on the triple Qs. We started to go to the upside, and then we got faded out. As Powell seemed to help one sector for sure, it looks like banking right there goes out near the highs today, up 0.2, so not a huge day, but as opposed to the triple Qs that were actually down, NASDAQ down today, XLF upside, JP Morgan today touched great levels, man, up to 375. That's pretty much all-time highs. Looks like 377 and change for JP Morgan. Supermicro's out. SMCI is now out. So here we go. Let's go over right now and flip that. Oh, there it goes. Supermicro right now on a 3-minute chart is starting to head to the downside. We will get those numbers for you, but right now Supermicro is now out. Skaboom to the downside right there as we start to go right now. She's going to have them for us. Now, that is Adara right now. There's an issue? What is it?
We were looking for numbers. Once again, we got preliminary Q2 2025 numbers. You know what that means? They haven't filed anything yet.
Okay.
So that's why they probably said results update. I don't know. But here they are.
It's
Q2,
bleeding.
again, preliminary 2025 numbers here. Net sales still 54% year over year. They're seeing them between 5.7 and 5.6 billion. So again, not an actual number. Analysts are looking for 5.8 billion. That is a miss. They said GAAP and non-GAAP gross margin here between 11.8 and 11.9%. GAAP diluted net income per common share, also a slight miss here, 50 cents to 52 cents. We were expecting 54 cents here. And also, that is actually flat year over year for them. So it's not a great look for them. And again, these are not, we were supposed to get actual numbers. We're getting prelim numbers for the, I think, second time in a row at least for SMCI.
So right now, we're down 25%. So SMCI right now, really getting kicked to the downside right now, down into $32. I'm just going to try to log in to see a live level 2 right now of SMCI. This is what it looks like on a daily chart. Remember, we actually called this. I said that there's going to be traders that are probably trapped. Wrong password. Okay, I got to figure that out. That are probably trapped in this name. We said that some traders will be buying in and around here on SMCI. So it's got to hold $30. We could see where that number is right now. Let's drop an anchored VWAP right there on SMCI. From that bottom, looks like right into there, $33. So we're trying to hold right now on SMCI. Lyft is now out. So there goes Lyft right now. A nice move to the upside. They just authorized a buyback here with Lyft. We'll get those numbers for you in just a second. But Supermicro now, 700 million new convertible senior notes as well for SMCI. There goes Lyft, man. Let's check out what's going on with Uber. Uber not having too much of an effect there, but it's Lyft right now to the downside. Not lifting the market in the after hours are these two names, man. This has been a disaster. SMCI, okay. So I guess they don't like that there's no report, Adara, but they like something. SMCI was just down 25%, now only down 17% right here. As Supermicro coming back in, they actually see net sales of 5 to 6 billion with adjusted EPS between 46 and 62. That's pretty wide.
Yeah, the only thing I'm really seeing here for SMCI that might be positive, apparently they said they're still cooperating with the Department of Justice and the SEC following those allegations there by Hindenburg late last year. Hindenburg actually now defunct. Then we also have here, apparently the company said they're expecting to file their delayed reports by February 25th, and they better, because if they don't, they risk delisting. So that is not like a cute soft deadline. That is a hard deadline. They're supposed to file these reports by February 25th. Now, in terms of Lyft, things like Lyft, Uber.
Supermicro's green.
Yeah, oh, wow, okay. So LYFT, what I will say here, it looks like they did beat on, okay, they announced a $500 million buyback, as you mentioned. Looks like they beat on
Supermicro.
I'm seeing 1.55 bill for Lyft revenue as the estimate, and they actually reported 1.6. So they beat 27% year-over-year increase in revenue, 15% year-over-year increase in gross bookings for LYFT.
Yeah. Supermicro right now. Let's go over to this one right now. Supermicro is absolutely huge right now. No idea what just happened right there. Supermicro just went up 20%. It was down 25%. You saw that live right here. Here's a live level 2 right now of Supermicro. Supermicro's going insane right now. Adair, we got to find out what's going on. Supermicro, yeah, I know, we're all over this right now. They lowered their FY25 revenue outlook, but still from 26 to 30, huge move. This is going absolutely. Pardon me?
You mentioned the convertible notes. I'm thinking it might be the convertible notes because people keep reposting about the convertible notes.
Okay, so there it is. Senior notes due 2028. So again, it looks like they'll be able to raise some money here to stay, I guess, afloat. I didn't know that was going to be a problem. But right now, Supermicro kicking it old school style, going down 25%. Now right back up 20%. Man, I'm glad I convinced Sharif never to trade after hours because there's a big move to the downside. Then whoops, right there to the upside. Super scam micro maybe right now. Is that just like some people would have gotten washed out down there? Right there goes Supermicro to the downside. So
Dash and Upstart as well out.
All right, there it is right now. Okay, so there's more news coming about the DOJ now with SMCI. So there's going to be lots of stuff happening right now. Lyft, again, downside for Lyft. We did talk a little bit about that. What do we wait for? We wait for Upstart. So right here, Upstart, I believe, is also out. Right now, Upstart, wow, we missed this one, Adara. Upstart up 10% right now as they're starting to go up there now. Is that affecting SoFi or anything like that? Or Affirm maybe for Upstart as well? Nice move there. Zillow now out as well. Uh-oh. Ciao, Zillow. What, no one's buying homes anymore? What's going on right there? It's a nice downside move for Zillow. It looks like right now, down 10%. Check bit quickly on SMCI. Adara, it looks like we're not moving too much at all right now on SMCI. Right back to the close. If we come over to the chart, Ramin, we'll just do that real quick. There it is right there. $39 on SMCI holding pretty good. So what do you want to talk about?
Yeah, I mean, okay, so actually, as I mentioned there, we do have Upstart and we have DoorDash. I can talk about DoorDash first because they're down here. Q4 EPS in line with estimates, 33 cents. Sales missing estimates, 2.51 bill versus 2.84 bill expected. They said they currently expect adjusted EBITDA to increase on a sequential basis going forward. But yeah, I mean, I think the fact that they missed on revenue inline EPS, not great. Let's take a look at Upstart, though, because Upstart is not downstart, certainly starting to the upside over there for UPST. Keep in mind, they moved 45% in their last earnings. So basically, adjusted EPS beat here. They were expecting a loss. They actually reported a profit for Q4. They also had a sales beat for UPST. And they said they're expecting fiscal 2025 revenue of $1 billion versus estimates of $838 million. So that is a nice beat for FY25 revenue estimates. So SMCI, you mentioned the DOJ. As I said, I think it might just be that headline I said earlier. They said they're still cooperating with the DOJ because there's nothing significant with that.
Whew, all right. Big time movements here. We did some talk about gold. Gold did retrace just a little bit today. But again, we talked about this being in your portfolio down here at 253. It's now up to 267. Gold's had quite the run. This is a daily on GLD. An easy way to invest in this one, GLD. The gold miners is GDX, of course. So although not a great day today, we talked about it's right down there as GLD. Uranium, TAN. I mean, some of these uranium plays today, like in SMR, just some downside push, man. 5% downside today for SMRs. We got pretty much to that top again. I mean, we got to 28 and change. That might be a good opportunity to sell. Let's go over just some earnings quickly because that's why everyone's here. I want to thank all 7,000 of you for staying with us right now. There goes Upstart right now, 80. So nice move up 12% now for Upstart as that goes. Everyone's here for SMCI though, right? I mean, SMCI right now, basically all for naught. Down 20%, up 20%. Chill. So right now, SMCI just at these levels. Adair dropping the knowledge there in the chat or going to let us know.
Yeah, I'm just dropping there.
Yeah, perfect. So get in the chat right now. Thank you for all the subscribers. And I want to thank everybody today for everything that happened, what we did on the show today. We got over 500,000, 1,000 liking this show right now. Over 500,000 subscribers today on Trader TV Live. So thank you so much for that. As we broke records, I looked down, we had 14,000 watching us live today around 10 o'clock. So again, thank you to everybody for all the help getting us where we are. Big shout out to our guy, Bears vs. Bulls. We are located in lovely Toronto, Ontario, Canada. We'll wait for Brian Shannon, man. This guy's one of the best coming out very, very soon. He's not here now. Yeah, that's okay. We'll wait for him. If he does come through, we'll talk to Brian Shannon about earnings. But we don't need any of this because we've got what we've got right now, and that is earnings. Adair and I are going to take you through all of this.
Yeah.
So Upstart, again, was looking at $80. Wow. Upstart still going. 81.20 right now. Upstart, look where we are. We are almost at these highs. But don't kid yourself with Upstart. They still have a while to go before we get back up to highs. Upstart was a $400 stock at once. This is what it looks like on the weekly, but what a great break that would be there on the weekly. If Brian does come, I want to talk to him about this one. Look at this move for Upstart. Look at this break of $92. If that can go, I like what we're talking about right now with Upstart. On the month, though, just getting back to where we need it to be, right into this level. We'll see if we can continue an upside move on that for them on the month. And then on the daily chart, at the 50 period, nice move up. SMCI, we'll get more talk about that, but right now you are seeing a little bit of a move down again. Just heard something about reconfirming some of their statements. So we have it in their ear, so as more and more comes out, yeah, Darryl will get it all. But there it is. Thank you so much to, I haven't seen you yet, man, BSE Jit there. Can't imagine your day without hearing it. So, oh boy, he says again. So thank you to Obi for the oh boy, and thank you to all of us, including you, Adair, and everybody here, because we're just really proud of the moment that we're able to have here today, getting over 500,000 viewers. All right, so we have live. I'm just keep on looking here as we go. Edwards Life Sciences just came out right now. It looks like you're chomping at the bit for something.
Well, I was just going to say, it's funny, too, that you mentioned, oh boy, because Confluent reported today that is a real company, and they're up on the day. I believe they beat estimates as well, so I wanted to mention the thing with Confluent. With regards to SMCI, yeah, in terms of the things they reiterated, they basically just said that they're going to continue to be cooperating during their various investigations. In case anyone missed it, they did report earnings, but they didn't report actual earnings. They reported preliminary numbers once again, and those preliminary numbers were below estimates, so not a great look there. Though it is worth noting their revenue was still up 54% year over year, but their EPS oddly flat, and again, still below what the analysts were expecting. Yeah, Confluent did beat on EPS and on sales. Adam DeLuce, too, was mentioning DoorDash actually up year over year in terms of their numbers. That is correct, but DoorDash as a company, I mean, I know a little bit because like my friend used to work there, so I'm like, I don't know, a little messy. But I will say too, and this is not insider trading, it's over a year ago. But the other thing I will say with Dash is they did have inline EPS and they missed on sales. Okay, so there you go. So we'll have a quick look at DoorDash. I want to say thank you to RFID Trader. It says thank you, Sean, another green day, emulating your trades. You can come over to the chat right now on 2x ETFs. So great job there for RFID Trader. And I mean, for me, here's SMCI, 37 and change. This is a live level 2 right now of SMCI. Look, this was my Tesla trade right there at the end of the day. We'll talk about this with Brian. We didn't get involved with Tesla until it finally broke right there. That low of the day broke at 5 o'clock, at 3 o'clock, and then we ran that all the way back into 325 and got some of those names. So good move down there for Tesla. We actually went 5 for 5 today. So I was pretty on fire with some of the ideas that we had here today, including this end of the day monster actually on the futures. It looks very, very choppy in there, but it was this move back in for the futures. Nice trade there at the end of the day. We'll talk about all of this and more when we are ready with Brian. I think that's going to be very, very momentarily. So SMCI now $37. Quick little look before we go over to Brian. Lyft, downside move down 11%. Its implied move was 10%. So bang, you guys hit the short on that. Congratulations for Lyft. Are we getting near an area of support?
Yes, we are. 1270, 1273. Again, Brian will tell me if I'm doing this right, but I'm going to go to this August low right here and say, where is the anchored VWAP from there? We're right here right now, actually a little underneath it at 1350 for that. Or maybe you can draw, I never really draw anchors from the highs. I wonder if that is something as well. We could talk to Brian about that, maybe for a short there on Lyft. But that's that for Lyft. Derek just brought up DoorDash. So again, SMCI, relatively disappointing. If you played this name with options, you've lost because it's pretty much a flat move, right? I mean, we were down 5% today and then add this move in there. I guess we must have been down more than 5% because we closed out the day on SMCI at 38.80. So it's only down $1.30 right now on SMCI. DoorDash, I thought was going to be the, D-A-S-H. F-DASH. Right there. DoorDash, as Adair mentioned, the biggest winner it looks like so far here today. DoorDash, SMCI. What one did we forget? Lyft. Oh, Zillow, I thought.
Zillow.
No, Zillow was downside, so that's a negative name there. Oh, it was Gilead. So again, another nice move into the space there. All right, I believe we are ready. Would I be correct? I would. It's Brian Shannon time. All right, Mr. Brian Shannon, how are you doing on this fine day?
Not as good as you. I didn't have my best P&L day of the year, Sean. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah,
500,000 on YouTube. Couple of big milestones for the day.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to get this smile off my face, and we ended it with that nice trade in Tesla. You want to talk about Tesla real quick? I mean, I know you posted some stuff about year to date and election VWAPs and all that kind of stuff. I mean, this is a name, it looks like, Brian, that's really fallen out of favor. I mean, I feel like right now it seems to me political, and that it's like anything that comes out of Elon or that side seems to have been. People are taking it as a conservative view, maybe, but the market continues to go down. And I don't like the fact that maybe he's involved in TikTok, maybe he's involved in OpenAI. What do you think about Tesla and anything that the charts are telling you?
I think you're right. People are voting with their shares here, and they're saying we've had enough for a little bit. We're getting pretty oversold here, and I would expect a bounce of some sort in the coming days, but there's no evidence of it whatsoever. What we had occurring, Sean, and I think we've discussed this, is that election anchor. That has been a key level because it kind of showed the sentiment of what people thought of Elon being involved in the administration since the election. And, you know, once we gave way of that last week, it's been just straight down. So, you know, coming into that anchor, we saw lower highs, more repeated tests of support. And as we know, the more time support is tested, the more likely it is to fail. And that's exactly what we have. So we're down to the anchor off of the late August low, but we could still be heading down for the anchor from the August low itself, which would bring it down towards that 312 level. So if people are looking at this as a bounce area, then you know, just look for the evidence on the shorter term time frame. It's simply not there yet. I think that, you know, unlike most people, Sean, who are looking for the bounce, you're doing it right. I mean, we're below a daily VWAP. There's no business buying a stock like that.
Okay, so Tesla goes to the downside. I guess it's not a great time to tell you that I did nibble a little bit today on this move down. Another name that
short this afternoon.
Oh, I was, but in the long term, I bought a little bit, put it away, see what winds up happening there. Maybe eventually we'll all be these robots and we'll figure it all out. I finally did sell a little bit today, and tell me, so it looks like I made a mistake maybe buying Tesla in the long term. But you know what I did today? I finally trimmed a little bit of Palantir. So it's had this monster move up, man. It's almost up basically 10x in the year, not this year, year to date, rolling 52 weeks. But it's pulling back a little bit. Should we be nervous if you come over to even my chart? Like, this might be, again, we've had that huge move up off earnings. You can see with the yellow line, it's only a week since earnings. Finally, a nice little red candle. What if we lose this 110? Is there a support area for Palantir, or are you one of those guys that says all gaps get filled? Because if that winds up happening, then we'll look a little foolish holding on to so many of these back down to 85. What's your take on Palantir?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of all gaps get filled. I think that's one of the most foolish things that people hang on to in the market. They read a technical analysis book. If because a lot of people were waiting for the February of 2024, gap to get filled before they purchase the stock, and they've been left out of this entire move. Just the November gap still hasn't gotten filled. So instead, you take it shorter term timeframes. When we look here at a 10-minute time frame, here's the anchor from the gap, and we had a little bit of profit taking off of earnings, and then buyers regained control. So I think that realistically, for right now, this seems like your key level at about 108. If we continue to hold above that, we can potentially add to these gains. It is a little stretch to the upside, so even if we were to break below that, it might lead to a little bit deeper profit taking, but I am not one of those people who feels that you've got to close those gaps, Sean.
Thank you so much for being here, Brian, with us once again. I wanted to ask here, I know you were posting about Astera Labs on X last week, talking about their interactions with AVWAP. They actually reported yesterday. So do you have any thoughts on A Lab at this point? Is this something you're still looking at right now?
I traded it for a bounce simply. I just, I saw it come into the anchor from last year. I'm from the IPO and the 61.8% retracement. I did get involved in that. I didn't hold it all the way up to the anchor from the election, but I was pointing out that, we had it come, from one anchor from the IPO all the way up to the anchor that we met from the blue year to date and the election anchor. And, when you put those together, that really kind of showed how these anchors work. I was using it as more as an example for that. Are they reporting today, Adara? Or have
they reported last night after the close. So earnings day one was today.
Yeah, that's not much of a reaction, I suppose, but we are back below the anchor from that big gap down, so maybe we need to go retest this 80 level. I just don't see an advantage in there, not from a swing trade perspective.
All right, thank you for that. Great question, Adara, by the way, bringing up that into earnings. Tesla, by the way, Brian, it's going lower here in the after hours as we kind of closed out there at 329, a nice fade into 327 and change. Everyone's probably wondering what's up with this handsome gentleman. Well, I'm just going to show you right now. This is Brian Shannon. We want to thank him for coming on. He's not leaving yet. I want everyone to go follow this at Alpha Trends right here on X, man. Also a great subscription service. We've talked about that. Go find Brian, one of the best guys to follow there on X, aka Twitter. And also, Ramin, right now, maximum trading gains with anchored VWAP. We can go pick this up on Amazon, correct?
Correct, Sean.
All right, there it is. Thank you. No problem. Great book. Again, Adara's read it. We've all read that. We love that book. All right, SMCI today. I know we don't like catching these sort of falling swords and everything like that. We just sort of talked about what was going on with Tesla. But Brian, maybe this is a lesson to everybody. Why trade earnings, especially when they get dropped? This name went down 25%, then straight back up 20%, all within the same 2 or 3 minutes, then another move back in, and now it looks like we'll hover a little higher than close right there on SMCI. Again, filing issues with them. They were at one point going to get delisted. SMCI right now working. I'm not sure where to drop a VWAP, where to drop an anchor on this or what the right play might be, but I dropped one right into here on that November low, and it looks like we kind of faded right off or dropped into that price of 33 and change right there on the anchor. Do you see anything interesting on SMCI?
Yeah, kind of the same thing, Sean. The gap down in October, that's that purple one. I just dropped that in there. And I think where you have it is just as appropriate as, on all my charts, I've got this orange one, which is from the election. So this general zone in here, that looks like where we've bounced, back from so far. But man, that's some real volatility there after hours.
Yeah, that really, has that ever been something that you've looked to trade at all, Brian, there, like after hours plays, or you're just a guy, maybe let's leave it even? I used to have a rule of 3 days, like let it settle down. So it'll come out the day after. Sometimes it's crazy, people getting washed out. Then the next day you'll get upgrades or downgrades, and you try to figure that all out, maybe even the same day. And it's like day 3 and day 4, it's kind of settling down, and then you could get a good base. Do you have any sort of unique rules like that around earnings?
No, I think that's a good rule, Sean. And I've kind of thought of that in a similar way, 3 days. Steve Gomez over at Trade Ideas, he's kind of a big fan of that 3-day rule as well. I think that, the people who rush in there, sometimes you get lucky on it, but I've seen, more times than not, they just continue to go lower. I was looking at DEC, for instance, DECK, and this one is just getting annihilated since their earnings report, and it just does not hold on to any levels. So maybe you can trade them for little bounces intraday like we saw last week right in here. But man, once they start coming back down again, don't be complacent.
No, exactly. Great point there. We've been taking a lot of questions from the audience and sort of some in-play names for now. Is there anything that maybe you've dropped to your subscribers that we can talk about right now? Over 5,000 people watching. Is there a name that maybe you're looking at, earnings or not, or just something that looks great on the charts that we can discuss?
Sure. One of the earnings that I had high on my list that reported today, as you know, is this Confluent, and they're having a good session after hours so far. I like this one because when you look at the weekly chart, it's got this big base, and it looks like this is the type of stock that could be entering a stage 2 uptrend and might be, setting off. This could be the ignition that gets this thing going for the next 6-9 months or so. So I would definitely pay a lot more attention to a stock like this one than SMCI. Everyone wants to go for the name brand, but for me, this is a chart that's, looking like it held all the key levels. It's breaking out, so that one's likely to provide some good upside opportunities. Just a regular swing trade, MIDD. This one, it's been pulling back nicely, but the thing is, it just keeps pulling back. So I'm not ready to buy this one, but I've been looking at it as it's making these lower highs and lower lows. So the people who look at it and say, yeah, it broke that resistance, and it's a nice flag here on the daily time frame. Well, that flag is just it's just limping here in the wind. It hasn't firmed up yet. Once it starts to firm up and starts breaking back above that 5-day moving average, that MIDD is one I have a close eye on, Sean.
Okay, MIDD, that Confluent there, just signed a deal for more cloud stuff. So that looks like a good idea there as well in the after hours. People asking about SMCI as you talk. It doesn't look like it's doing much. Remember, call, I think, is ongoing in Dara right now for SMCI. We'll check that, but right now, moving around just a little bit there. All right, I have another name for you here, and it's Upstart. I want you to check out the weekly chart on Upstart. So it's UPST. They just came out right now, and I actually just found this right now. I actually called up a weekly. If you come over to my screen, to me, this is looking pretty interesting. Maybe a break. Now, of course, we get this huge move up. It was a very, very highly, I'm not sure if you recall this, Brian, but they basically IPO'd in COVID. They come out there. It was a huge short float. It ripped up monstrous in November of 21, where a lot of names got crazy up there to 400. But look what we see right here. It looks like we're just trying to clear back about 3 years back into this weekly chart, and right now trying to poke its head above 100. Have we maybe found something here on Upstart? What about a 100 break, or even earlier than that, in and around this like 90, 91 or so area? What do you think about Upstart? I might have found a gem here on a weekly chart, or are we just digging for something here?
No, I think you did indeed, Sean. It's had that, as you know, I like to say, if they don't scare you out, they'll wear you out.
Exactly.
After this thing peaked in 2021, and dropped down, it went sideways for 2.5 years and just completely wasted people's time. Now it's back above the anchor from the IPO. That's this blue anchor right in here.
Yep.
And then, so actually it's purple, and from the all-time high. So the average participant who's been averaging down from that peak is in a winning position. So we're seeing that this prior little resistance was holding as support. Now we've got this ignition. So very similar to CFLT, it looks like it has the potential that this stock could, I think, yes, go to, start doing something along the lines of this. That's what we're looking for on those weekly charts.
Yes. All right. I'm always feeling good when I get a guy like Brian agreeing with what we might have looked for there. But again, price will tell the truth, right? I mean, we'll wait to figure out what happens. And we keep stocks in penalty boxes until that time is expired and they can get back out, as my daughter spends a lot of time in the penalty box, that is for sure. All right, Brian, anchored VWAP, maximum, I can pick it up. There, I got it. Maximum trading gains. It's just so heavy. There's so much in here. Maximum trading gains, anchored VWAP as well. Go find you at Alpha Trends. Is there anything happening? I know you do a lot of work daily, but do you have a big call scheduled? Anything you want to talk about in the next coming days or weeks?
I won't be here with you next Tuesday, Sean.
Okay.
I'll be in Las Vegas for I think it's the Money Show or the Traders Expo. I'm not
I like
really
that.
sure what they call it. So if anybody is out there, say hello. I'm doing their poker tournament next Tuesday night. I think it's at 7:30. So come by and say hi if you're in Las Vegas.
That'd be absolutely fantastic. Hey, if anybody has an extra ticket or something, I'm sitting right here. Well, love to join you. Thank you, Brian Shannon, an absolutely fantastic guest, and you will be missed next week. Good luck at the tables. Good luck there in Vegas, and good luck with all of your trades. It's Brian Shannon. Thank you, my fine friend.
Thank you, Brian.
Thanks, Sean. Good night, everybody.
That's it. That's Trader Talk. Thank you, Brian. Man, just a straight up... I don't know. I've really come to enjoy, obviously, having Brian on the show again. Great ideas, easy to understand, and just boom. We really like Brian Shannon. I want to thank him for coming. 350,000 or so followers there on Twitter. So go follow him. He's a great follow as well. All right, after all that hoopla, Dara.
So much hoopla.
I mean, we had over 7,000 of you watching. We want to thank all of you for that. We also had 500,000 today. So... we don't have Sharif here to hit it about 5,000 times, so we'll hit the bang on that.
You hit it 500,000 times.
Bang, bang. I'm really glad that we actually did that. I remember when we first started the show, you want to talk about memory lane, I was like, because I used to watch Kramer, and he hits these all the time. He has different noises, bang, booms, this and that. And I was like, get me the Stream Deck, let's do it. Some of these, this graphic is 5 years old.
I mean, it's aged pretty well.
At least. I mean, and then the oh my God, I don't have it here, but it's been really, really a great time, and we look to add more and more to this as well. But super micro disappointing, I guess.
I mean, the fact that was disappointing is they didn't actually deliver earnings. In case anyone missed it, yes, SMCI gave us numbers. No, those numbers were not official. They are once again preliminary. So that's bad because we want SMCI to be able to report by or file by February 25th, or they risk NASDAQ delisting.
No.
That's going to be a really big week, though, that last week of February, because we have that NASDAQ delisting kerfuffle, February 25th deadline, then 26th we have NVIDIA.
All right, everybody, I want to thank everybody. We got to do that with a roll call. All right, just real quick, man. We're going to try to be quick. We got to go, man. We got Ramin and Fabian here, so there's like double duty here. We're going to get in trouble. All right, what's up to Canna Club Chicago? He's here. I think he said he was going to put a tattoo of you on his face. But what does that even mean?
I don't know.
I don't know either, but shout out to you as well. Charlie Taff, Mohammed is here as well. Charlie's holding that Tesla short from yesterday, so that was a great call by him. Mark is here. H. Zubar is here as well. Let's go. James Dell. You're right. This is old school Batman. That's exactly where we got it from, man.
Yeah, I love
Bang,
that.
boom, bop,
Pow.
all this pow, ching chang. I don't know, whatever it was, man. There it goes. But Juan Padilla, anybody else catching your eye here, Adara?
Yeah, I mean, we got Drop Trade, Silverado Blue, Sir MM, Kurt Hutchings, Pro Day Trader, Bears vs. Bulls. Thank you to everything you do and for your role in this community. Great community. Shout out. Ron Miller, I'm not going to read that one. Christian Rory, the Stock Professor, T-Man, Rajesh, Bag Holder Trading. I like that one. And we have Jay Lee, Paco, or Crypto FOMO. So many people. Thank you so much to all of you. Shout out to 500,000. Thank you, guys. Remember when I first watched, it was like 408,000 when I was like tuning in. So good times. Time flies.
These are my dance moves now. It's just like this. You're going to get the drinks in the... Anyways, all right. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. It's been such a great day, and we topped it off with a great recap show. There's more earnings all week, so make sure you join us every single day at 4:30 or 4 o'clock right after into 4:30, and then we go live at 8:30 the very next day. Make sure you sign up for our watch list. Scan that QR code immediately. Thank you, Ramin, for staying late, and thank you to Brian Shannon. Thank you to Bears vs. Bulls. Thank you to everybody. Potato.
Humphrey.
Tomorrow. Ciao.
See ya.